Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Advertising new games. You, the hero who will go down in history, a knight commanding hundreds of soldiers, a rich man who owns countless treasures, or a thief who steals these treasures. Here you can even become a king. Before our eyes at this moment are the battles of knights, a lot of money, lords, thefts, intrigues, breathtaking advertising games, a new world, an ideal fantasy world. We present the miracle of virtual reality, where you can enjoy a fantasy world that gives 100% sense of reality. You can do anything. You can become anyone. Dozens of people stood and looked at the billboard advertising a new game, a miracle game, virtual reality new world. Connect with capsules now. Jeho also looked at the billboard and thought that this game would give him an opportunity. He clenched his fist. He would definitely be able to open a flower shop. On the piece of paper was a message: bench press, squats, deadlift. If you can't lift more than 500 kilograms, you can't wear sports brand clothes. The owner of the gym is Hwang Woo-ram. The guys were working out on treadmills. Vonsik asked if Jeho really wanted to open a flower shop. The guy raised his hand and told him to speak quietly. The young man turned around and said that he had seen the owner leave before, so he didn't have to worry. To which the protagonist asked again if that was really true. They continued running. The guy said that he wouldn't want to start a conversation with his father about a flower shop. His friend looked ahead and said that although his father, who considers himself a real man, hates flower shops, does he really like flowers? The big muscular guy continued running with a stone face. This expression on his face was only when he was in a good mood. And his friend added, why doesn't he just continue practicing hand-to-hand combat that his father taught him? Then he smiled and said that with his face people can't even look him in the eye. If he remembers, it was in high school. The protagonist looked away. He was clearly unhappy. Then he remembered an event 5 years ago when he was a high school student. Two men were approaching the door. One of them opened the door and started shouting where the boss was. They walked down the hall and he added that everyone around knew that they had to get permission from them first to start a business. They approached the reception and asked again where the boss was. The young man was listening to music on his headphones at that moment. They shouted at him and asked if he was the boss. He couldn't do his business until he paid them. Then the man grabbed the guy by the shoulder and asked if he really didn't even take out his headphones. At that moment the guy stood up. He was almost twice as tall as the man. The man tried to say that he was being impudent. But a second later he looked up in fear and asked what was going on. And he turned around and said, "Welcome to the Health and Fitness Center," then apologized for not hearing them. The man smiled and said that it was okay. He wanted to register at the gym. The guy looked at them and said that if there were two of them, it would be 60,000 won. The blonde replied that it suited them. Why was he frowning? It was an old memory. His friend stepped off the path, scratched his head and said that this was only one problem. But don't flowers wither as soon as they are in his hands? And he also has an allergy. And besides, he and the flowers have nothing in common. To which the protagonist replied that this is why the new world. The guy, leaving, said that he gives, and they don't say that the new world will give any opportunity, but no one started building their own flower shop. The guy turned around and said, it doesn't matter what to do, some people just want to go fishing. Vonsik looked at him and asked what he was going to do if the owner found out. It's scary to imagine. He'll lose his muscle mass in the capsule. And the main character replied that he can't buy it now, but if he got back on his feet. He turned off the treadmill, stopped, said that then he would save up money for a deposit to rent a separate apartment, put capsules there, maybe take a court. And his friend got back on the treadmill and said that there are special rooms equipped with capsules. Then he turned around and asked if he wanted to go with him to the capsule room. He had only recently started playing. The guy turned around and asked if that was true. His friend pointed to himself and said that it was true, offered to go with him. And now they are already walking through the capsule room. The main character looks strange. His friend said that it is true. Can't he just look around? What's wrong with him? They approached one of the capsules, and the brown-haired man said that they just need to do as he told him earlier, and so the starting point in the game will be the Kruma. He also started there, so he can give him a couple of tips. Jeho spread his hands and said that it was a desert. How would he open his shop there then? The young man turned around and while typing something on the screen said that this place would be more preferable for a beginner. The initial level is not difficult. First, the right thing would be to raise the level and then think about the store. Then something really surprised him, and he asked if his friend was thinking about going to the Forest of Rocks. Then he didn't even need to start playing. The main character looked at him with a surprised look. The guy added that he was still thinking about going there. It is known for the fact that many beginners died there. If he loses his character there, he will no longer be able to create a new one. Did he really not know about this? He showed him the screen where there was a correspondence with such a player who ended up in this forest and explained that it would be impossible to create a new player. He also explained that he saw this on the forum. Training the second character or initializing the character is blocked. Knowing this, he is still going to go there. Why does he want to complicate his life so much? There are crazy elves in this forest, so it is impossible to go further than the initial quests there. He imagined a guy in the forest, there were elves around. He also said that if only he paid a few million gold, then even some ranked character would save him and carry him on his back. He imagined exactly this situation. Then he turned around and said that therefore you should never go to that forest. The main character simply remained silent. He climbed into the capsule. He clearly did not have enough space there. His comrade said not to pretend that he did not hear this, and then said that they can change the size of the capsule. But the guy replied that it was fine as is. The capsule closed and his friend threw after him that in any case there is no need to go to the forest. He will not be able to get out of there. If he does not want to ruin the game, then you need to start from the location in the desert. He continued to shout that he will write to him on private Kai in the location, then shouted his ID. The main character helmet was inside. He thought that it would be interesting what the sensations of the new VR would be. A sign appeared, "Welcome to the new world." There was also an instruction, character settings radical changes are blocked. He wants to be ordinary, then entered his ID. A bright light appeared. Now his new name is Alshia. The guy appeared just in this forest. Welcome to the new world. Your starting location is the forest of Rakai, where noble elves live. Then a window appeared in front of the player, on which it was written about whispering. It was necessary to press and speak. He pressed and said that he understood everything how to do it, after which he pressed again and asked if his friend could hear him. He had just entered. The screen showed the nickname of the muscle Bok. This character wants to start a private conversation with you. His friend asked about his nick. Does he really think that his ID matches his face? After which the guy looked away and said that he does not want to hear this from the guy who chose the ID of the muscle Bok for himself. The comrade asked him where he was. He was in the desert location, but did not see him. After which the guy turned away from the screen and his comrade began to shout that he was really in the forest, decided to act on a smoke break, no matter what. He replied that maybe it was a bug or a server. Well, the comrade said that this is impossible. In the new world there is no such thing. He remains there. I do not even know if he can return. Well, the guy did not react to him anymore. Well, the screen showed information that his comrade was blocked. He thought that this is great. He does not want to hear it. Well, whose? Then he came to the beautiful flowers and thought that as he thought, his choice was right. He doesn't know what they wrote on the forum, but he doesn't see any people here, but there are a lot of flowers. He raised his hands and said that's great. Then first you need to try moving in this body. While he was squatting, someone was watching him from behind a tree. It was someone in a hood. He said that here is a new victim. The man raised his hand behind his back comfortably and said that he would also join their Chonmerkyop. This is a worldwide organization of rock sky. The guy turned around. Then he was surprised and told him to wait a little. He looked at the man and said that they were going to start now. He didn't understand what was happening and asked again that they should start. Then he bowed and started running away shouting, "Sorry, excuse me," he doesn't want to start. The guy put his hand to his chin and thought about what happened. This is not a training EPC. He wanted to start playing slowly, but what kind of organization is this? Then he looked away and thought that it does not matter. He is free to do whatever he wants. There were very beautiful flowers behind him. He smiled, looked at them and thought about the flower shop. Inhaled the smell. He spread his hands and thought that there is no allergy, although there are only flowers around. He looked at his hand, in which beautiful buds lay, thought that the sense of touch is just at its best. Hugging a bush with a crazy face, he thought that this is paradise. But suddenly something distracted him. A notification from the system appeared on the screen. The skill of knowledge of plants was received. After examining the plants you can find out its name. He was surprised. He looked at the notification again, said that this is very good. His face looked strange, but it conveyed joy. The guy said that this skill was made for him. Continued to examine the flowers. New notifications came. The plant building level has been increased. Plant knowledge is now level 5. After examining the plants you can find out its name. After examining the inspection of the plant you can raise the collection level. The achievement of the simple-minded observer is received. If there are flowers around, the speed of movement increases. The guy smiled. He enjoyed the process and the notifications continued to come. The achievement of the flower lover is received. The loyalty of strangers is increased. The achievement of the novice botanist is received. The botanical reference book of the forest opened. All information about the observed plant will be recorded in the reference book. He leaned towards the bushes, continued to sniff and thought that this is. Then he tensed up. This is exactly what he jumped up, spread his arms and shouted throughout the forest that this is exactly what he wanted. At the same time, other victims began to play in the forest. Players, a girl named May. She looked around and thought that people told her not to start from this place, but there are elves in this forest. She closed her eyes, smiled and thought that although it is difficult to start here because there are no people, Then she imagined a bunch of people and thought she could be friends with the elves. She was very happy. Then she heard a noise and ran there. She thought it was an elf. She looked out from behind a tree and thought she ran into them right away. Well, in fact, she found the main character jumping and screaming at that moment. She was very surprised. She thought it was a monster. 5 minutes later on the New World forum, I was just in the forest. I don't know if it was a monster or impressions, because she couldn't even talk to him because he was very scary in those bushes. He was standing alone, giggling and screaming like a madman. I just wanted to see how elves live. I didn't even have time to try my luck in the matter. The answers started coming. Yes, aren't all the NPCs in the forest elves? Even if we just walk along the road, we can meet them. The second answer. Will it make sense to start there? What's the point? Choosing the starting locations. This forest. The third answer. You chose the forest yourself. You're definitely a fake. The girl was reading and was shocked. The young man was sitting in the forest, pressed the screen. He needed a reference book. He took a book out of the screen. He started reading it. So, it means you should open it in the right place and you need to touch the page. Suddenly, information appeared in front of him. The level of the first Eifelchai flowers, stage progress 10%. Flowers commonly found in the Roxia forest, level 1 Faisali's woodvine, knowledge progress 10%, the most common vines on the continent of terraces. He looked and was surprised, so that's how it was written. Then he stood up and thought that it would be interesting to fill in all the data. It's worth following the forest more. He went forward. New notifications started to appear. Mist flower, found, information written to the directory. Clover, found, information written to the directory. The guy raised his head and thought that he had gone too far. Then he looked to the side and saw a dandelion. He turned his head, saw a bright light. It had flown from there. He took a step forward and came out into a huge clearing of beautiful flowers. He walked along it and thought that there was a whole field of Eifelchai flowers here. He lowered his eyes. In front of him was an unopened bud. He turned away and thought that it was very strange. It was the only one that could not bloom. Then he looked at it again, frowned. He knelt down and began to examine it. It reminded him of the old days. He remembered how he had seen such a bud in a store, his second year of high school. Then he also leaned towards the flower and thought that it was the only one that could not bloom. He frowned and thought that so that the flower would not worry, he would make sure that it bloomed. He began to water it actively. Then he turned on classical music. Then he started to encourage him and wish him luck. He noticed that the flower had blossomed slightly. He almost shed a tear. He was glad that his efforts had not been in vain. But then someone crushed the flower. The boy was shocked. The man came up to him and asked if he was that third-grade bully who grew poisonous flowers in this flower bed. Why did the man say that he was a puppy? You could tell that it was true. He was going to die today. The boy was furious. That day, the flowers were crying, he was crying, and the man was crying too. The young man sat in front of the flower and said that he had failed then, but he would definitely succeed this time. The flower seemed to be looking at him. It would allow him, like all the other flowers, to scatter its seeds. Suddenly, something distracted him. The screen said that you have found a flower that has never bloomed. He reread what was written several times. He looked at it and thought if it was really so. Then he lowered his head and said that it was great, because he was so tired of learning from his father. He would show him the will of a man who does everything without support, only it would be a secret to his father that he chose a flower as his target. A new notification on the screen, a flower that has never bloomed, consciousness progress, 10%, this flower that still can't bloom. The guy said that it was still very strange. An hour passed, he was still sitting in front of the flower. He said that this flower was not classified as a new species in the reference book, maybe it was just another form of the same species. He looked and thought, he shouldn't just sit and watch, he needed information. He stood up, ran forward. It was time for him to start the city. 3 of the game passed. The protagonist finally started playing as an ordinary player. The forest. He approached some building. This is a small resting place for elves, the village of Tryon. He walked and said that here it is the village of elves. He looked at the house and thought that one of the reasons the forest was so difficult was that the village of hostile elves was the starting point, that it was just a game. There were 2 elves standing in front of him. They turned their attention to him and told him to stop. He couldn't take a step into the village. The guy raised his hand and said that he thought that he didn't expect it to be that bad. The elves started talking. The girl said that the guy couldn't talk to monsters. He said that he definitely could. The guy didn't understand what was happening. They suddenly pounced on him. The girl shouted that they just had to attack this monster. They wanted him dead. At that moment, the main character started to get really angry. He thought, no, where did they see a monster here? Were they really making fun of him? They kept shouting that they had to be careful. The monster's face was getting angrier. A fist flew at them. He was able to dodge the attack. The elf didn't understand what was happening, and the main character looked at him and thought that his ability to dodge attacks was enough to avoid a punch. His father taught him that. Then he remembered their training, how his father made him do 300 push-ups, made him box, fix his position, not dare to change his stance another 100 times. He yelled at him not to let his guard down, he must become a great fighter. The guy thought it was not easy, it took an incredible amount of willpower. Then he dodged the attack again. He looked ahead and thought that his abilities in the new world were useful to him. Even with such great strength, there is no sense of reality of the fight. He cannot dodge normally and does not want to cause a little big harm. Then he clenched his fist, thought that he can counterattack, although he does not know the level of strength in this body, extreme physical play. He swung and struck with all his might. Then something really disappointed him. The elf just held his hand. Because of the level difference with the enemy, no damage was done. The elf said that his movement was pretty good. And the guy thought that that was it. The girl stood next to him and said that she could not believe that there was such a monster in this forest. The guy was offended. He got upset and started screaming how he could be a monster. They were mocking him, weren't they? He is a man, a player who will die and will not be able to resurrect anymore. And the Effa were surprised that he could talk. He shouted that he could not be a player. His face. The protagonist looked at him and started asking what was wrong with his face. The guy replied that there was no evidence that he was a player, what was wrong with him. And they looked at him and tried to smell him. The guy moved back and said that it was ugly to do that. After all, he takes a shower after training. They continued to smell him. They realized that it was the smell of the Eiffelchai flower. On the screen it was written flower lover. The positive effect of the achievement applies to elves. The protagonist looked up and asked how it was, and the elf said that he really was a player, not immortal. The young man grabbed his chest and said that in any case, he was not going to fight, he just wanted to know about flowers. The girl asked again, and the young man said that these flowers are the most common flowers in this forest. Why are they interesting to him? He smiled and embarrassedly answered that he wants to grow flowers. The elves shouted that he was lying. Then they started talking among themselves. They didn't believe him, he was definitely deceiving them, but he was a human. And the guy intervened and said that to be precise, it was because of the color of the Eiffelchai, the mountains never bloomed. He looked away and thought. The elves were very surprised. They turned to him and asked what he said. He became embarrassed and asked again why they were asking. A new achievement appeared. He survived a battle with an enemy superior to the village. Another notification, reputation increased. At this moment, May continued to study the forest. Reviews were written on her screen. Forest. Who in their right mind would go there? I don't know anything about the forest because no one ever goes there. There are many starting locations with much better infrastructure, so there is no reason to go there. Guys, the forest is super. Come everyone, reply to this comment. This goat is definitely from that gang. Don't fall for it. If you join the organization, after recruiting 100 people, if you successfully complete their training and complete their quest, they will hand out a recovery potion. They can drink this potion and fight at the same time. Elves are so bad to us, don't go there under any circumstances. She read all this. It was written that 2 hours of her game happened. Excessive use of games can interfere with normal everyday life. She looked and did not understand who would fall into the forest himself. She just wants to achieve her goal, but she is a little glad that she asked on the forum about it. Then she remembered about that monster and thought, because she found out that it was not a monster or an NPC, but what happened there. She went to some door and thought that she hoped that when she got to the village, she would definitely make friends with a cute elf on the way. She got to the village. Why is it so difficult? It was written on the screen that a training quest was starting. She arrived at the elven village, but the Effa here does not like strangers. The road of 1000 Lie begins with the first step. Successfully make friends with the locals. Successfully make friends with residents. 0 divided by 10. Reward, healing mushroom 20 pieces. She thought that great, it's time to start. 20 minutes before that, she was looking at the quest and shouted that quests are for making friends with elves. It will be easy, only 10 elves. Some time has already passed. She suddenly saw someone. There was an elf standing in the bushes. She thought it was him. He had jet black hair. That's plus 300 points. He came closer to her. Then it turned to him and smiled, and she thought that she wanted to eat ramen with him. He was so cute. She smiled, and he just passed by. The girl was shocked. It was strange. She even winked at the end. Was she really that bad? He broke her heart. Then she went forward and thought that she would survive. There were still many elves. But whoever she approached, everyone ignored her. The villagers were uncomfortable with her. Their interest in her was lowered. She tried again and again, but the same screen appeared. The villagers are uncomfortable with you. Your interest is lowered. And so the girl sat on the ground. The friendliness of the villagers dropped to 0. She could be attacked. The girl thought that this was to be expected. Suddenly a man in a cloak came out to her and said that she looked like a newbie, offered to join the world organization. They invite strong newbies to serve their organization. She heard music, turned around and thought it was the sound of a flute. The guy in the cloak also turned around. Suddenly, something scared him, and the girl too. The main character was walking with 2 elves. One of them was playing. The girl looked surprised. This is the monster she saw before. No, maybe it is a player. The elf girl turned and said that they were there. The guy thought he could not believe that they brought him to the village to talk about a flower that never bloomed. He was a little tense. Will everything be okay? What kind of flower is this that they were all alarmed? Where are they taking him? He was climbing the stairs. They approached a huge tree. The guy explained that their village elder lives here. They continued walking. The guy thought that even if he was not a rival to this elf, then to the elder, and suddenly, as soon as they got up, he was captured by hostages. He needed to think of a way to escape. The elf raised his hand and said that this was their elder. Then he turned and told the woman that he had brought a player who knew about the flower that he had never picked. The woman looked and asked again about the flower. This was the elder of the village of Elda. The elf replied that yes. Then the guy intervened and asked to wait a little. She ran up and said that he wanted to make a statement. He thought, before they attacked him, he needed to convince them. Then he put his hand to his chest and began to talk about how he liked flowers and his dreams of opening a flower shop. Other elves began to gather. They offered to listen to him. He spoke passionately about his dreams, and the crowd grew due to the increased interest of the villagers. He raised his hands, even shed a tear, devoted himself entirely to the speech, said that he was alone. Who would help him? It was them. Then he looked at the screen. It was written that the Fs, thanks to him, because of their sincere love for flowers, were touched by his warm and kind heart. They understand that it is not worth judging by his appearance and open their souls to his heart. Everyone around began to clap and shout that this is incredible. They are very touched. Unlike his appearance, his heart is beautiful. Suddenly, someone coughed behind him. The elder came up and said that he is a funny person. She is glad to meet him, then introduced herself. At first he wanted to say that it was a disaster, but then he said that his name is Alshia. The woman looked and said that the name is as beautiful as his heart. She folded her hands and said that for some reason, she knows that he is telling the truth, that they saw this flower. She came closer to him. The guy did not understand what was happening. He tensed up. A screen appeared. The quest to change profession is open. Does he want to continue? He did not understand what kind of quest this was. On the screen it was written, a quest to change professions. A flower that never bloomed is closely connected with the legend of the elves. After the woman told about it, help it bloom. The task, help the flower bloom that never bloomed. Rewards, the ability to change the profession is Armana, can speak with spirits. If you fail the tasks, changing the profession is impossible. At that moment the woman closed her eyes and said that yes, all elves respect him, the shaman Teen Light. He is the creator of the Forest of Rocks. The young man was surprised. The elder told him a story about how a man appeared in the desert. He grew a forest here, although in this place there was an unsightly desert, and he helped their wandering elves to stay here. She introduced her ancestors. Then the guy looked down and asked where he was now, and the woman replied that unfortunately, 200 years ago he died in the arms of nature. Unlike them, he was a man. She spread her arms and said that he died here, in the forest, which was a worthy end to his countries. And she added that for the first time flowers were planted in the desert. The young man was very surprised, a flower that had never bloomed. She looked at him and said that everything was right. If he completed this task, he would acquire a new profession of shaman and would become a hope for the elves who roam the entire continent. Suddenly he frowned and was surprised. She lowered her head and said that she begged him to complete this task. He was silent. She was silent. He was silent. Then he looked up and asked if he could open a flower shop if he became a shaman. The woman was surprised. He scratched his head and said that it was simply very important to him. Then he turned to her and said that since he could not open it, he apologized. He came here to open a flower shop. But the woman said that it was possible. He looked at her and was surprised. She laughed and said that the past shaman said the same thing. She added that he also loved flowers. The young man smiled and said that they had a wonderful conversation. And the elder smiled too and said that everything was right. Now she was sure that the previous shaman had chosen him correctly to pass on his legacy. The main character scratched his head and said that he was not a shaman yet, and he did not know if this would work. But the woman said that he was chosen to find his will, hidden in this forest. Then she looked down and said that she felt that he was giving off a natural scent. He turned to the side and wondered if everything would be okay. Then he looked at her and said that he would go then. She also looked at him and said that she was looking forward to his results. New window, you have accepted the career change quest. The new world was serviced and controlled by the #1 company in the world, a company created in Korea that became an intelligence research developer called Crater. A huge skyscraper, the history and life of the new world was created by the artificial intelligence Crater, who wrote the scenario for many 1,000 years. The company logo, Crater is the god of the new world, the manager controlling everything. The intervention of the production department in the game is completely blocked. The task of the production department is to prevent multiple breakdowns. Many people were sitting in the office. Compared to the many departments in the company, this department is small. Sign, observation, and study teams. In the meantime, something happened. The man walked forward and shouted to the leader that they had a problem. He was very tense. He came up and said that for the first time since the opening, the creator sent a notification about an SSS rank event. What is it? The man stood at the computer and said that he just found out that there was a quest for a shaman. The guy asked again about the shaman. Isn't it a legendary class? No one in the world could open it yet. But the man continued to look at the screen and said no, now there is. In the reflection of his glasses was our main character. He said that they should keep an eye on him. Let's analyze the players. The guy and the girl were standing next to each other. In the new world, classes are divided into 3 levels: common, rare, and unique class. At first, everyone has a common class. Depending on how a person plays, he can increase his level. Imagine a mage and a warrior, you can even reach a unique class. Imagine a cook, no one has managed to achieve this yet. There is also a higher level, legendary. Imagine a priest or a magician, if you achieve it, then in the new world you will become a legend. But in the consistent process of work was to hide the meaning. And the female elder looked at him and thought that they could not help him with obtaining the shaman class. This test from Teen Light for Alshia. An explanation appeared. The successor is the next level after the shaman. New card, knowledge of plants, level the first flower of the Eifelchai, which has never bloomed. The study process, 20%, this flower which has not yet bloomed. The guy looked closely at the bud and thought that which has not yet bloomed. This is wrong. The skill knowledge of plants gives a lot of information now. He thought that he can increase the level by studying ordinary flowers. Maybe then the flower will give more clues. Why did he turn around and look at the other flowers? He thought that this method is the best. Then a dandelion fell on his hand. He thought that this is the same, right? He lifted it up. Just like the dandelions in the forest bloom here and there, he can also watch the flower grow. Then he thought that he did this in middle school. That's right. 2 days passed, a sprout appeared. A week later, a bud appeared. After 2 weeks, a flower blossomed. He looked at it. Usually a flower needs 2 weeks to fully bloom. The screen said that the study process, 30%, it is longer than he expected, but it seems that the skill is growing quickly. Then he turned around, a new sign appeared. He reached the 10th level of plant knowledge. The skill level increases, and with it, the capabilities increase. The screen said that he can study the name of the plant being studied. He can find out the collection level of the plant being studied. He looked forward. Something surprised him. The screen said that the 10th level of plant knowledge has additional skill. He can check the state of the observed plant. He was surprised and thought that the state of the observed plant, this is how. He pressed the screen, use plant knowledge to study the flower. It was written that the flower that never bloomed, the process of studying, 20%, this flower that has not yet bloomed. He scratched his head, did not understand what it was, no additional information. Then there was an inscription about checking the condition of the plant. For several days in a row he felt horror. He felt an evil look of a person on himself. The guy was surprised. He got angry and thought that this skill means reading the internal state of flowers. This is amazing. Then it dawned on him, wait a minute, this means. He looked at the bud. He looked around, there was no one else there. Then he looked at the flower again, decided that then, I need to lean over to the flower and say hello, say that it was nice to meet him. He looked very scary. Then he grabbed his head and began to say that no matter how you look at it, he looks like a fool. But then something surprised him. He turned around and said that he would not know unless he tried, but the information about him indicated that he had knowledge and feelings, but was not introduced as a person. He leaned over to the bud again and said it was nice to meet him, introduced himself with both names. He added that if anyone saw him talking to the flower, they would think he was crazy, but he was looking forward to the time when I could be around him. Vonsik listened to all this and said that he had gone crazy. 2 months passed. The guys were in the hall again. The guy said that it was okay. Did he start planning to open a flower shop? Well, somehow he had been talking to the flower for 2 months, as if 2 different people. The guy looked at him and asked him what he meant. His friend turned around and said that if so, he was crazier than he thought. The guy turned around, remembered his conversations with the flower and said that he spent this time usefully. It freed him from the feeling of fear. The comrade looked at him and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. He did not even know why he received this assignment, and does this class even exist? Then he added that maybe he just talked to a flower like a fool for 2 months. The protagonist put down the dumbbell. He looked at it and said that it was hard to explain, but he thought he would feel it soon. While the guy was warming up, his friend said that he knew before that his obsession was abnormal. But this. The young man replied that maybe it was willpower. If he didn't try, he wouldn't lose, right? The friend replied that he thought that obsession suited him better. While they were not working out, the brunette turned around and said that he wasn't just talking to him. He liked the race and the sounds of the flute. Thanks to this he learned new skills and raised their level. His friend was shocked. He looked at him and asked what level his character was 2 months later. He also said that he raised the level above 30. He looked at him and was silent. Then he frowned and said that it was a secret. New sign, Alshia level 4 entered a new world. The guy pressed the screen and thought where to look. The screen showed Knowledge of Plants Level 3. You can find out the name of the plant being studied. You can find out the collection level of the plant being studied. You can check the condition of the observed plant. Your eyes express interest in the observed plant. Growth plus 5%. Next card, Florist Level 23, accelerates the growth time of plants. Growth plus 6.9%. Next card, Landscape Level 12. You can briefly learn about the nutrient status of the plant being studied. Next card, Alpine Flute Playing, Level 8, getting positive results for the condition of plants within a radius of 3 meters, growth plus 4%, can be used once a day. He looked at the screen, smiled, and thought that his friend would be surprised by his level. The skill level is high enough. He raised his hands and cried out that it was time to start his daily work. He went to the bud, sat down, and asked how last night went. Today he is also having a good time. Today he would like to tell him about his father. So he sat in front of the flower, lay next to it, and played the Esfiri or. The boy was having a great time with the Eiffelchai flower. Night fell. He got up and said that it was time for him to go. They would see each other tomorrow. There was a new card above the bud. He was sorry that he had to part with it. The boy was surprised. A card appeared that the flower wanted to follow him, and the bud began to bloom. The boy was shocked. The flower bloomed. It shone so brightly. The young man was very surprised. The light around enveloped him. This flower flew straight to him. The boy spread his arms and asked what this was all about. Not spores, but a ball of light. It flew closer, the boy thought, as if it were alive. He held it and looked ahead. A new card appeared. You have passed the shaman test. Can you change your class to a shaman? Make a class change. He thought that he had finally finished this quest, looked at the card again. He smiled and pressed that of course he wanted to do it. Of course he agreed. Suddenly this color pierced his chest. The guy did not understand what was happening. Then he touched himself and did not understand where the light went. A new screen appeared in front of him. The class was changed to shaman. The energy of the spirits passed to you. You received 7 divine trees. The skills for the shaman class were opened. The guy was surprised. He looked at his hands. He looked around and asked if this was all. He did not feel anything new in himself. Then he pointed to the screen and said that nothing terrible had happened. New card, Shaman Special Skills, the ability to speak with spirits. Conversations with the spirits of life are possible. New card, Shaman Special Skills, Level Growth Rate, increases the growth rate of the studied plant by 100%. The young man smiled, squeezed, and said that his willpower helped him complete this quest. This is the taste of the game. New card, Life in the Body sings and laughs to the guy. The guy put his hand on his chest. It began to glow. Special Shaman Skills. He began to examine himself and thought that the ability to speak with spirits. He is like an elf. He laughed. Now he can talk to him because he merged with him. A new card appeared. He looked at it. It was written life. He can speak, but he is a little shy. It was the spirit who said it. The guy was very surprised and thought that he looked like a boar. He clicked on the inventory, looked at what he got. He stuck his hand in there, and he took out some strange thing. It was a divine tree seed. Class, mythical, conditions of use, unknown. The seed is wrapped in a hard, thick shell and exudes a barely noticeable aroma. Something is hidden inside the shell. The guy looked at the family and thought how it could be a seed and how it came out of a small flower. I still want to know what it is for. Then he looked up and thought that the existing skills were transferred to class skills, so he does not feel the difference. Then he thought that thanks to the buff from the Spirit of Life, the effectiveness of skills has increased. New card, Spirit of Life, was sealed in a flower that never bloomed. All class skills get additional buffs. Efficiency plus 5%. All class skills get additional experience. Efficiency plus 5%. He looked away and thought that after all the changes are not that big. No, there are changes. Behind him the elves were feasting, running around the fire and shouting that the shaman came to them for the second time. They should celebrate this all night, drinking, dancing. The guy thought, why is the elf happier than he is? What about the same time? People in cloaks were watching them from the bushes and did not understand what was happening here. Other people were quietly watching the festival in the bushes, which the elves started for the main character who changed his class from the World Organization of the Forest, which is called Chanrakyop for short. They exchanged glances. May came up to them, took off her hood and asked what quest he had finished. She had joined the organization about last month. The guy told her that he didn't know. Maybe the elf was just scared of that scary face. They watched the elf talking to everyone. They gave him gifts and said that it was definitely scary. The girl watched him and thought that if the EFF were scared, then they shouldn't approach him. Besides, she remembered how she met him in the forest and thought that every time she saw him, he was always surrounded by some flowers. The people here don't trust anyone. But the man took a step forward and said that there was nothing to be done. He looked at them and said that he had a plan. They had to keep an eye on this player. It was the leader. He looked ahead and said that he would repay him for his insult, for the sake of their community in the forest. This is the same man who ran away from the main character at the very beginning. and all the other guys' hands and said that this is their leader. The girl continued to look that way. She watched him talking to the elf, smiling at her and scratching his head, thinking that maybe, despite his appearance, he was a kind person inside. And the fire was burning. The guy was standing in a necklace and flowers. An elder came up to him and said that he really did it. Surprisingly, the guy was embarrassed and said that he did it because he liked it. She laughed and said that this was a good answer for a shaman, and he looked at her and said that he still does not exactly understand what it means to be a shaman. The woman looked up and said that it was probably because there is very little information about shamans in the world, then asked how much he knows about the history of the continent. The young man looked down and said that he knows very little. She looked away and said that the original hometown of the elves was a beautiful place called the Forest. They lived under the protection of the mother of the divine tree. Suddenly it dawned on the guy, he has the seed of this tree. But then she remembered the terrible events that happened there 300 years ago. Because of the war in the desert, the elves were on the verge of extinction. At that time, the divine tree sacrificed itself to save them all. As a result, the forest was depleted and the elves scattered. The guy looked at her and thought, what is the war in the desert, and is it because of it that the forest was depleted? He imagined himself in that situation. Initially, the relationship between people and elves was neither good nor bad. Then he imagined a magician, people united with a demon. Demons came to Earth, they destroyed the fox and attacked the divine tree, killed many elves. The woman looked down and said that since then they became hostile to people. The young man was surprised, now he understood what was going on. The woman looked at him and said that there was only one person, more than an elf and a spirit, he was close to nature, all the elves respected him. The guy asked if we were talking about a shaman. She closed her eyes and said that yes, he interacted with the divine tree until the last moment, now he will do it. The protagonist was shocked. New card, class quest, the shaman left you a promise as an inheritance, which he could not fulfill when you became a shaman. The duty to fulfill the promise passed to you. Without the protection of the divine dray, the elves will weaken and die. Help the elves survive by growing a divine tree. He was surprised that he received a class quest. A new card appeared. It was written there that in case of success, fulfillment of the promise of the divine mudra, the revival of Andre and a house for the elf, in case of failure, death of the tree or elves. He thought that he should revive the tree, looked at the card and smiled. He picked up the seed and said that he had this seed of the divine tree. He received it. The elder looked at him and said that it was entrusted to him as a shaman, and not to them. It was the decision of the tree, they have no right to interfere. The young man was surprised and asked again, he does not know how to grow it. The woman reached into her sleeve and said that this does not mean that they can sit quietly with their hands folded and will not help. She took out a pendant. She held it out and said that no matter what part of the continent he was in, the elves will help him everywhere, he must accept it. New card, confirmation necklace of pink clover, class, legend, conditions of use. No, this necklace was made by the elder. As long as you carry it around your neck, the elf will never be hostile to you. He took it and thanked her. He looked at the flower necklace and said that it must be put in the inventory to put on a gift from the elder. He was sorry to take it off. He fastened it on his neck. The elder laughed and said that you look great, as expected. The guy was embarrassed, asked if it was true. His skin tone goes well with pink. It was his first time wearing it. Meanwhile, the team room was watching the new world. There was a man in the office. He said that the guy really did it. Everyone was shocked. They were talking. Someone was very surprised. Someone was betting on losing. Everyone was silent. The men said that he did not expect that he would stay there for 2 months. He did not even know that there was such a quest. All the employees were standing. They were told to stop, as they all saw a major event had started from the moment the game opened. The man with glasses looked at the monitor and said that this was the first SSS class event. He knows that they can't wait to tell everyone, but they cannot divulge it. The employees stood in front of him and said that of course they understand. He looked up and said that their job is to observe. Only the president is responsible for all decisions. You need to watch your language. He put his hands on the table and said that if everything went well, it would be a great achievement for their observer team. Then he smiled and said that he had found hidden quests in the wild flowers that no one had ever seen before, and won thanks to his efforts and perseverance. He looked at the screen and said that the guy was a great player. We should pray for a bright future. The elf went to the elder and said that he had a question. He raised his hand and said that in addition to that pink necklace, she also made another color. Why didn't she give it to the guy, since it was dark blue? The woman drank her tea in silence. Then she turned away and said that everything was the will of the divine and laughed. The wind carried the rain against the blue sky. On the man's neck hung a pendant in the form of a pink 4-leaf clover. He was asked if he was leaving. A girl stood in front of him. He scratched his head. Yes, he would like to stay in the village, but he must take care of the fate of the other elves. Elda thanked him. They had prepared a small thank you. She turned her head and addressed the assistant. Did he bring them? Yes, elder, he answered. The hero was surprised at what he saw, a message about receiving new items. He received a well-crafted elven bow. He received 30 well-crafted elven arrows. He received a well-crafted elven rapier. The elf held the weapon in his hands. The elf looked at him. He might not be able to use it now, but she hoped that he would need it in the future. He took the rapier in his hands and examined it. Thank you. He will use them carefully. The other elves gathered behind the elder in the shade of the tree. She asked him to accept their request. When they meet again in front of the Tree of Life, a new message appeared. He received the title of Elven Lord. The elves sympathized with him. The hero looked at the message. Let them not worry, he will do his best. Nay and the other boys were watching this from the bushes. They were whispering among themselves. This man had received a weapon as a gift from the elves. This was what they had been waiting for. Now they could begin the plan. The green-haired girl turned to the cloaked figure, but he replied that there was no time to watch anymore. His face took on a determined expression. They were moving out. The forest was filled with green foliage. Alshia walked through it and thought. Since he had become a participant in the events, he had received a quest related to the elves. What should he do with his dream of a flower shop? Reviving the sacred tree and founding a place for the elves was a difficult task. He scratched his head. Should he really save the Lysalan forest that had been attacked by demons? He imagined the forest had perished and a demon holding a sign welcoming him to the forest. The elder had said that after the attack, the forest had become a haven for monsters and it would take forever to cleanse it. He searched for information, but even the rankers on the forum said that it was very difficult. He frowned, using his brain to the fullest. He confidently slammed his fist into his palm. There is only one way. Grow the sacred tree seeds in a place suitable for a flower shop. A new message appeared. He glanced at it. The life spirit said that he knew a good place. He shook his hands impatiently. So, where is this place? Both stood in awkward silence. Alshia screamed in surprise. The life spirit said that he seemed to have forgotten. The guy looked askance at the message. The life spirit said that it had been only a short time since he woke up. Yes, the man understood. As soon as he remembered, let him tell you right away. There was some movement in the bushes behind him. We need to make basic preparations for the future. It is worthwhile to replenish the reference book by studying plants. The hero heard something behind him and paid attention to it. A huge bear with red eyes appeared from the bushes. Level 25, Brown Bear, Forests of the Rock. Alshia was stupefied by surprise. The bear didn't expect to see the man either. They both jumped back from each other. The hero was surprised. He and the bear jumped back at the same time. Their health statuses appeared on the screen. The bear isn't attacking. A new message appeared nearby. The spirit of life said that when wild animals see his face, they get scared. No matter how scary he seemed to the bear, he doesn't see him running away. The bear growled furiously and pounced on the man, attacking with his paw. Alshia dodged by stepping back. He got into a fighting stance, putting his hands in front of him. Although he was level 8, he had good reaction and speed for fighting a bear. The man opened his inventory. The elf was able to avoid his fist, but would the bear be able to? And he took out the sword he had been given. He diverted his hand back. In that case, he would use the rapier he had received from the elves, and he rushed to attack the beast. But he immediately received a blow from the bear's paw. Clumsy fencing fails the attack. The brown bear avoids the attack due to lack of fencing skill. Received 98 damage from the brown bear. As it fell to the ground, the bear rejoiced. Due to the strong blow, it suffered damage to the joint. Dexterity decreased by 10%. He stood up holding his head with his hand. Madness. He lost 1/3 of the blood. It is useless to attack with a weapon he cannot use. He stood in front of the bear with his knees bent. It seemed that the rapier flew away just like an inept arrow. Blood was coming out from under his hair on his head. He stood in a defensive stance with his hands in front of him. His eyes glowed. Then, he will use this. He told the bear to attack. The bear pounced on the man. He swung his paw, but he dodged, and struck with his fist, inflicted 7 damage to the brown bear. The bear attacked again but missed. Alshia struck the head. 10 damage was dealt to the brown bear. The beast growled and pounced on the man. 14 damage was dealt to the bear. He jumped away from the beast. Active attacks increased fatigue by 15%. Sweat was running down his face. The damage was too low. If this continued, he would simply collapse from fatigue. Something caught his eye. Could anything increase his strength? He looked into his inventory. People were watching their fight from the bushes nearby. A hell of a battle, against a bear with bare hands. They offered to help so that it would not die. The guy in the cloak shook his head. This is exactly what he was waiting for. It doesn't matter what weapon he received from the elves, because he is only level 8. His companions were shocked by such an answer. With such a level, it is simply unrealistic to survive in the forest. They will attack him after the battle with the bear when he is exhausted and take away the elf weapons. He grabbed the girl by the head. Her mind must be clear and firm. This is for the sake of their common future. She looked at her comrade. but if she gets closer to him now, it will help a lot. The girl imagined Alcia playing the flute. After all, he is such an innocent person that he even talks to flowers and plays the flute for them. Somehow, a sound attracted their attention. May turned around in surprise. In his hand was a bloody seed. The seed of the divine tree, mythical class, conditions of use unknown. The seed is wrapped in a hard, thick shell. The guy laughed and continued to strike with the seed. 105 damage was inflicted on the bear. The spirit of life screamed in shock. This is it. The perfect weapon. Perfect damage. The spirit of life was frightened by his unforgivable act. May fell into deep shock. Monster. No, demon. The group looked on in confusion. This, their elm. The boy smiled and tapped his head. Oops, looks like he forgot to watch the 9 o'clock news. He has to go. The figure hiding his face also smiled. It couldn't be helped if it was that important to him. The news was important. He himself was covered in sweat. Maybe they should leave today. May stood silently. She kept looking at Alcia. She told them to go back first. No matter how much she looked, she couldn't figure out what he really was like. The girl frowned. She thought she should believe her eyes. A message about killing a brown bear. Level up. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead while holding a bloody seed in his hand. He did it. A message about receiving new items. Brown bear meat 11 pieces, brown bear gallbladder, brown bear claws 6 pieces. Another message. The title of brutal seed killer has been received. The damage of attacks using plants has been increased. The title of barehanded killer has been received, and strength has been increased by 1. He has received strange titles. The hero looked at his hands. He needs to pay more attention to the distribution of characteristics. Although he is in the game, he is very tired after just one fight. What will happen to him if there are a whole series of them? The characteristics window opened. Alcia, level 10. Shaman, successor. Strength 42, Intelligence 9, Agility 30, Health 21, Mana 12. Unused characteristic points 8. Attack from 16 to 24. He looked at the window of his characteristics. Fatigue directly depends on health, so Vonsic said. Before that, he invested in strength and agility, now he should choose health. He felt the improvements. Excellent. Looks good. He has already adapted. There was a rustle from the bushes. He immediately noticed it. Another bear. He pounced with a seed in his hands. Damn, he was not going to die here, but he saw something he didn't expect. The girl was crying, covering her head with her hands. She asked him not to hit her and she was wrong. She didn't want to. Let him forgive her. Opening one eye, she peeked at his reaction. He froze above her with his weapon in his hand. The girl screamed even louder. He asked not to hit her and she was sorry that she scared him. Alcia looked at her without understanding. She squeezed her eyes shut. She should have been more natural. She suddenly changed her mood and smiled. She asked him if he had started the game too. Like her, the hero was completely confused. She got a little nervous. No, it was obvious. How was he enjoying the weather? Did he like it? The man didn't know what to answer. The girl started to panic. What was she doing? She screwed up? He would think she was crazy. She started screaming again. Was he going to leave the forest? Could she go with him? He watched in silence. She panicked. She had definitely screwed up. She had said it too quickly and said it too quickly. But her thoughts were interrupted by his answer. Okay, he replied. The guy scratched his head. The monsters in this forest are crazy. Fighting together is better than fighting alone. He opened his inventory. He took out a bow and arrows. A beautifully crafted elven bow, beautifully crafted elven arrows. Let him use it. He couldn't use it anyway, and he was used to relying only on his hand-to-hand combat skills. May looked surprised and blushed. Could she just accept it? He chuckled. Maybe a slap on the back of the head would help. No, he made a crazy look. He said he was joking. May laughed nervously. He's lying. He'd get you from hell. And she thanked him. The girl was holding the bow he had given her. He forgot to check one thing. He turned and walked along the path, thinking that he would stay in the forest for a while. Would that be okay with her? Yes, she agreed. He looked at the girl, looking forward to their collaboration. 4 hours later, Alcia was looking at purple flowers. They only grow in wetlands, and their main food is microorganisms in the soil. A fungal flower that parasitizes with its roots. It has no taste, and it is better not to eat it. May looked at him with an uncomprehending look. All he does is study the types of plants and flowers and mutter something under his breath. And this is the one who defeated an opponent stronger than him. She watched him sit in front of the plants. So strange. The girl was lost in thought. The guy paid attention to this. She thinks that the monster is just an image so that he will not be disturbed while studying the flowers. What she saw before was a delusion. What is wrong with this girl? Her gaze strained him. So she will shine a hole in him with her gaze. He had an idea. Right? She laughed. I knew it. It is above average. His face. The girl noticed this laugh. It is so strange, but she is curious. He stood up, said he was going to leave the game. May turned to him, asked when they would meet next. He said tomorrow around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He looked at his companion, so she asked what time it was. In Korean, he forgot about it because the game had an automatic language translator. May said she was also from Korea. They both looked at each other in awkward silence. She started to leave, saying she would return to the game at that time. But she remembered something else. By the way, she turned around and shouted at him. Her name is May, what is his? The guy turned around. At first he said H1, but after thinking he said Alshia. The girl was silent for a while, but then she smiled, saying that it was a beautiful name. Why did she pause when answering? Korea, present time, Urim Hall. The ceiling and glass walls of the office space were visible. He told him that he was 5 minutes late. He suspected that something was wrong lately, but today he was finally convinced. This kid, Jaho. The boy looked down in tension. His father, the owner of the gym, was yelling at him. What the hell was he thinking about playing this game? Who told him? The hero thought. He turned around and hit his chest. Of course he could play, he played too when he was young. But what kind of game was this anyway? In order to play it, you have to lie in a capsule, not use a keyboard and mouse. He would lose muscle mass that way. The boy turned to his father, and his father fell silent. His face was serious. He told him not to worry. He wanted him to become a martial artist. Anyway, in reality, his mother was against it. But what about the virtual world? He got angry when he heard this. He said that the guy was going too far. Jaho was kneeling in front of him. A third of the world's population plays the new world. Although it is different from the father's wish for martial arts, but if he aims for first place, it is the same as challenging the champions, isn't it? That is why he started playing it. The father looked into the son's eyes. The son looked into the father's eyes. The elder turned his back to him. He switched from shouting to a calm voice. He wants to be the champion there so much. No, become the king. The boy's voice trembled slightly. Right? In that case, what is his profession? Jaho was surprised by the question. He answered his father with a smile, who smiled with joy. Of course, a warrior. The father wiped away tears of happiness, thinking that he didn't know that he thought so much about him. The boy thought that if he found out about the creation of a flower shop in the game, then he was definitely a corpse. System message. He entered the forest where noble elves live. A foot in heavy armor stepped on the ground. This is the Omen forest that is talked about a lot. They will simply gather newcomers into a locomotive behind them to take them out. It will be easy money. Forum message. Someone had just started playing in the forest and couldn't get out. He asked for help and was ready to give up all his savings for it. There was a large white shield behind the guy. Although the monsters here were no higher than level 50 or so, for some reason this forest has a bad reputation. It was very easy to get there. He was dressed in golden armor and armed with a sword. Character message. Level 134, rare class Sunset Knight. Booster, Guild Prime. He reached level 134 thanks to his abilities, and here he will not die. Message in the window. The title of the Lively One. Given to a player who has reached level 100 without dying. Defense in battle is increased by 40%. After the first death, the player will lose the title. The warrior saw an elf passing by, and turned to him. This is one of those for which the forest is so famous. He turned his head towards him. Janos is here. He came for him, let the elf bring him. The elf looked angrily. He would ignore it, since there had been a holiday recently, so let him go while he was still kind. This surprised Wooster greatly. A chuckle escaped him. The elf looked at the boy, who was laughing loudly. He exhaled. He drew his sword and pointed it at the elf. If he did not want to die, then let him bring Janos. The elf looked at the blade. The blade was close to his neck. The elf realized that he was in trouble. Alshia, level 10, entered a new world. The hero looked at the interface. Yesterday, his father scolded him so much that he almost quit the game. He turned around. May was standing behind him. She was glad that he came in. He was surprised and asked if she had already been here. They stood awkwardly looking at each other. She had also just entered the game. The boy turned around, getting ready to go. In any case, he suggested that they work well together today. He did not fully understand the girl's request. She said that he took care of her, too. The wind carried green leaves. Red flowers grew on the bushes. The guy bent down, studying them. The girl stood behind. System message. Alshia's botanical reference book. Flowers of the forest, 50% complete. The elf's interest in him has increased. The buff for studying flowers has been increased. May watched the man, today, silently watching the plants again. She imagined that the whole day would be like this. Great. She cleared her throat, attracting his attention, and carefully asked, when did he start playing the game? The guy was surprised by the question. She clarified, usually people are busy leveling up right after the start, but he's probably been playing this game for quite a long time. A smile appeared on her face, because he only looks at the flowers all the time. Does he like them? The hero stood up silently. The girl was scared. If he is not comfortable with the topic, He may not answer. He lowered his head, said he would answer. Alshia grabbed her by the shoulders. Was that such an unpleasant question? He looked threateningly at May. His face is so scary. The girl opened her eyes, not expecting to hear it. He really likes flowers. It's not a lie, he wanted to open a flower shop. They were standing close to each other. He also wants to plant a big garden. Alshia folded his arms across his chest. In reality, the circumstances are different. So, as a substitute, he decided to open a shop at least in the game. The girl thought about it. Flower, shop, but why did he choose such a nickname for himself? And she frowned. No, the elves understood. Her comrade bit her nails. His sincerity touched the elves so much. Maybe. Suddenly she hit her fist against her palm. She would learn this from Alshia. Then she would be able to get along with the elves. May glowed with happiness. The guy looked at her strangely. As he thought, she was strange. A sound was heard nearby. Both of them turned their attention to it. What is that sound? Something is happening nearby. The guy thought about it. Should they check? Golden boots ran along the forest path. Character message. Level 134, rare class Sunset Night. Wooster ran away from someone as best he could. What's wrong with that? There were tears on his face. He didn't know elves were so strong. He didn't want to die here. A silhouette appeared on the right. The elf was running next to him, an ominous smile on his face. Where is the man running? They need to find Janos. The warrior put his shield in front of him, and the elf hit him. The guy flew back from such force. He barely held onto the shield. Such power in a simple punch. A hand appeared behind the shield, and the elf's head. This shield is very good. He waved it away. The elf extended his hand to the warrior, but the man who uses it. The elf smiled and looked him in the eyes. Very weak, and he hit him in the stomach with his knee. Blood came out of Wooster's mouth. He flew back from the elf. He held his stomach with his hand. Oh, the man is still standing. Sweat appeared on the knight's face. This blow took away most of his health. If he can't escape, it's time to drink a potion. He has to use them after all. He needs to concentrate for 3 seconds to use the skill that burns all the mana. The shield in his hands began to glow, but he stepped on a flower. If he failed to concentrate, there would be no more chance. If he shouted for him to stop, the warrior interrupted him, shouting an answer. Too late. How dare he look down on the night of the sunset. Forward, skill Twilight. But before he could finish speaking, he felt a blow to his back. System message. Twilight Wall cast was cancelled. Twilight Wall skill burned all the mana. He did not understand what happened, and looked back. He turned his head, asking how dare he. The flowers were trampled, and behind him stood Alshia. He radiated rage, and his eyes glowed red. He asked the blonde if he saw what he had done. He took a closer look at him. If he looked closely, his ears were normal. He looked at what he was wearing. Besides, his clothes were like a newbie's. His face was pure rage. Was that really a human face? Wooster was horrified. He led him to the bushes, and asked if he had trampled all the flowers. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Throwing him aside, he took a sword out of his inventory, and shouted that he was a crazy newbie, and swung. He told him to get out, but the hero parried the attack, and punched him in the face. Then he struck again, and another. He struck again and again. He kept hitting him, but the knight noticed something. PvP received 4 damage from player Alshia. Wooster looked at him in surprise, cursing. The guy was focused on the fight. He didn't even feel his attack. He demanded that they not interfere with him anymore, and attacked him with a sword, but the hero dodged, shouted that one blow would be enough for him, and pounced on him. In a jump, he swung his sword. His face was absolutely crazy. One blow and he was dead. A swing of the sword cut off several flowers, but the guy continued to dodge his attacks. The knight was breathing heavily. The mana burned by the skill was slowly replenishing. When there was enough mana for the skill, he would simply slap him. He sensed an opportunity. Alshia saw the cut flowers falling. It was not enough for him to trample on them, so he also cut them. He frowned. No forgiveness now. The hero was angry. The knight looked at him. Fast. With such a large build. His fist went on the attack. Alshia delivered a series of quick blows. The knight was angry. Arrogant. Is that all he can do? The mana was almost restored. She pounced on him again, holding a shield in her hand. He shouted that it was the end. He put the shield in front of him, and began to use the skill. Suddenly, everything went dark in his eyes. The knight's eyes narrowed. The hero did not understand what had happened. The elf hit Wooster on the back of the head with his palm, and asked if everything was okay with Alshia. The knight's armor crumbled. His armor is being destroyed. He can't even move. What is this? System message. The sudden blow caused an abnormal state of fainting. He was scared. Without the ability to move and armor, he flew into the hero's hands. His face was full of fear. The guy began to move from side to side. Is this a Dempsey Rum technique? System message. Alshia equipped himself, Divine Seed, mythical class. The seed was in his hand. Since his fist is burning, He hit the knight in the face with this seed. Then he must use it, and he struck with his other hand until it cools down. System message. The spirit of life says this is not a fist. The knight was taking a lot of damage, and more. He asked him to stop. Alshia prepared a powerful blow and delivered it to the knight's face, knocking him down with a final blow to the ground. System message. He died. Death lowered his level to 1. Penalty, loss of shield Twilight Barrage. The connection will be broken in 10 minutes. It can be restored at the checkpoint in 10 hours. The guy watched as the knight's character disappeared. System messages. You killed the enemy, fame increased. Level increased. You removed the enemy's title Zestful. New title received Honorable Destroyer, additional damage against players with high or bad reputation. May was surprised by what happened, asked if he was okay. The guy said yes. He killed him because he trampled on the flowers. She pointed to an object on the ground, and this is the shield he used. There was a white shield on the ground. System message. Twilight Barrage. He killed the enemy. Class, Legendary, received for character development. Condition of use, Strength 280. Defense 320 in the case of Twilight Synergy 500. This is the shield of the Twilight Knights who closely watched the end of the ancient Holy Empire of Grace. The sealed spirit of the Twilight Knights is sleeping. The Twilight Wall for 5 seconds can awaken the will of the Twilight Knights to stop enemies. He took it in his hands. The girl noted that it was excellent. The elf turned to the hero, thanking him. The elf clarified. The knight arrived in the village and began to behave unceremoniously. Since he began to threaten them and pose a danger to others, he set off in pursuit. Alshia scratched the back of his head. The girl next to him listened with delight. Then he deserved to die. He was sure of it when he stepped on the flowers. The elf said that this was to be expected from a shaman. He turned his attention to May, asked who was behind the hero. The girl was delighted that the elf was looking at her. The warrior explained that she was helping him study flowers. The elf frowned. He was saying that she was his assistant. That was to be expected from Alshia. He had heard that Team Light always had assistants. Seriously, but she was not an assistant. A system message appeared above his head. The elves showed very little curiosity about May. The elf smiled looking at her. He was counting on their good cooperation with Alshia. The girl blushed. He waved at them. He was leaving and invited them to the village next time. The guy smiled back and thanked him. He thought that was enough for today, and he looked menacingly at his companion. Her eyes were full of hope. Could she really become his assistant? He looked at her questioningly. Assistant? May began to breathe faster. She really wanted it. She didn't want to miss the chance to get closer to the elves. The hero stepped back a little. May continued asking without stopping. The guy tried to smile. Okay, an assistant is an assistant. System messages appeared in front of the girl. She looked at them. Quest for changing profession. The elves will perceive you as a shaman's assistant. This profession is not so outstanding and famous. Attention, the shaman's consent is required. Conditions for success, obtaining direct permission from the shaman. Reward, changing the profession to shaman's assistant. Warning, you will belong entirely to the shaman. The girl accepted the tasks. A small glow appeared around her. The change of profession to shaman's assistant was successfully completed. She was surprised. Is that all? She did not feel any special changes, but she was already happy, imagining how the elves greeted her. It does not matter. Now the elves will finally start paying attention to her. The guy was uneasy from her giggling. The girl was acting strangely. He suggested going their separate ways when they get out of the forest. Then he saw something in front of him. There was a system message ahead. Player May was appointed as the shaman's assistant. Now you can summon a character wherever they are. Now Alshia not only owns a botanical reference book, but also an assistant to the shaman May. Player May was appointed as an assistant to the shaman. Owns, can she summon? He looked at his giggling companion, and in the menu, he selected the option to summon her. The girl suddenly appeared in front of him in the air, and fell to the ground. The guy apologized. He leaned over to her to check. He should have guessed without checking. Perhaps this happened because she became an assistant to the shaman. The girl turned to her comrade, asking what his profession was. He asked again in surprise. She changed her profession without even knowing anything about it. The girl was sitting on the ground, asking who a shaman is, and then she added that she understood, and looked at him in surprise. He is not a newbie after all. If so, then this explains his skill in battle. He put his finger to his face, and thought. The brunette looked at her. In theory, he doesn't have to share information about his difficult task with anyone. He said that the shaman class is given to those who want to open a flower shop. May stood up and brushed off her clothes. Open a flower shop. And then it dawned on her. Right, now they can switch to informal communication. The guy didn't understand her. The girl smiled and put her hands behind her back. She had become his assistant. The girl looked away and exhaled. In fact, she felt uncomfortable addressing the interlocutor as you. System message. Wooster, the character's current state is due to death. place of death, forest, penalty after death, player's level is lowered. As a result of PvP, an item was lost. There are 5 minutes left until the forest shutdown. The ghost of the knight lay on the ground. His shield, his title of a lively one. After the time has elapsed, he will be reconnected to the server and revived at the checkpoint. Before the forest shutdown, the character will go to a safe non-game space. There were 12 hours left until the resurrection. There were 4 minutes and 37 seconds left until the forest shutdown. The guy was nervous. Wait, it was not time for snot. Not yet. He started a private conversation with the player Bambo through the interface. He started recording a message, saying that he screwed up. The guild leader responded to his request for a conversation. Why such a sudden call? What happened to him there? The knight was kneeling, and he began to explain what happened. The leader sighed heavily. A man in a blue coat was walking through the forest. A conversation window was in front of him. Level 274. Player came. He told me not to go there. Even the best players do not go into this forest. He died not at the hands of an elf, but a player. Wow, and therefore he lost the quest item. Yes, he frowned. So-called capable players are a real thorn. He had never died before today's skirmish, that's why he failed. He simply lacked experience. In general, the whole guild was waiting for him to move from a rare to a unique class, but without a twilight barrier, this could not be done. Kane turned his head to the conversation window, asking if he remembered the player. He was not sure. He was not talking about the nickname, he was interested in his appearance. A system message about a private conversation with a player. He looked very scary, and probably has a decent level, too. The leader stopped in front of the window, told him to try to rest when he disconnected from the server. He looked askance at the window. For now, he would go looking for that poor guy from the forum. If a pumped-up player had gone there, nothing would have happened to him. There is a desert near the location where one of their guild members is doing a quest. That's who he would attract. He replied that he understood him. A system window about the end of a private conversation. 8 seconds left until forced disconnection. He was sitting on his knees. He said that he would never, ever forget. His eyes filled with rage. How could he let his guard down and become like a newbie who doesn't see what's going on behind his back? He won't forget him. 3 seconds until the shutdown. Veins appeared in his eyes. No matter how, but when will he return? The timer shows 0 seconds. The character has evaporated. Wooster was forcibly disconnected from the game. After the respawn time is over, the new world server will reopen the doors for his character. Clouds were floating across the sky. At the same moment, Jiao, the sun was shining on the wall of the house. After exiting the new world, his house, a father and son were having dinner at the table. The elder one caught his attention and asked when he would become one. Added sarcasm to his face. A king. The father raised his finger up. Isn't it wonderful to be a hand-to-hand combat warrior? By the way, will he get sick if he plays a lot? He needs to take care of his health. Today, he doesn't have to clean the gym. He just needs to do his leg exercises. The guy thought about it. How many more types of hand-to-hand combat are they going to teach him? The father sighed. His son was so excited about his new hobby and he couldn't even help. So he bought something. It's now in his room. The old man opened the door to the room. There was a game capsule. He introduced it, saying that it was from a second-hand store. The boy turned to his father. Had their loan for the gym been paid off? Where did they get the money? He replied that the thing didn't cost too much. Since his son was going to be a world champion, why not buy it? Jiao was wary. Does his mother know? The father fell silent. He was a little nervous. He said that he hoped that his mother would understand him correctly when she came home. Yun he was very angry. The old man was kneeling. No, come on, look at him. She thought he had calmed down in his old age, but no, he had done something wrong again. How will they pay back the loan if he is stealing the last money from their pockets? He made excuses, saying that it was a misunderstanding. His son asked for it, so he bought it for him. His mother got even angrier. She said that she was blaming everything on the guy. He noticed how the door to the room opened slightly. Jeho looked out from there. His father shouted at him. He silently understood everything and closed the door. His father cursed. Screams were heard behind the door of the room. A tear appeared on the guy's face. He will not forget his father's sacrifice. He remembered his dream. It is his priority. No one should know about it. System message. Botanical reference book. The forest flowers section is 95% complete. The guy looked at the progress. Only 5%. He had already studied most of the flowers growing here. He was standing with his companion near the flowers. She was looking at something in the menu. New world, forest of rocks. However, he cannot find the rest. It is logical, she said, that something rare cannot be found quickly. May looked around. They had visited almost all corners of the forest in the last few days, hadn't they? The guy looked. The location was not that big. He looked back. There was one place left. He was staring at something. The girl was looking at him. But there were no unexplored locations left on the map. They both looked at the mountain in the distance. Seriously? No way. He scratched his head. She asked if he was joking. There was an ordinary rocky peak in that direction. She didn't think there was any vegetation on it. The guy said they should check. He couldn't refuse to explore the area just because at first glance there was nothing there. He went ahead. Having said that he would go alone, her stamina was too low. The girl sighed with relief. It's good that she wouldn't have to climb. She would stay here and watch the percentage. The guy needed to find climbing equipment. May paid attention to what was said. He was going to go to the elves. She grabbed his clothes. He looked back. She pretended to be serious, but her nose was bleeding. Why wouldn't he trust his assistant with such a small thing? A little later, the ice axe cut into the rock. The handle was skillfully made. Item message. A well-made elven ice axe +1. An enchanted ice axe for climbing steep cliffs. The tool was blessed by the elves. The guy held the ice axe with one hand and pulled up the belay. The tools they gave him came in handy. Harness, ropes, rock hooks, ice axe. Sweat was running off his face. A little more. There was a ledge in front of him. He grabbed it with his hand and pulled himself up a little, throwing his leg over. The guy stood there, breathing heavily. He climbed, and the effect was the same as from a tough strength training. He looked around. Behind him was a stunning view of the forest. Was it really solid rock? A system message appeared about a private conversation with May. She asked if he had found anything. No, nothing yet. Her voice was heard from the window. What should they do then? The hero turned around and went to the other side of the mountain. First, he would go down the other side. It was dangerous. The descent was completely different from the ascent, but he would be able to inspect the entire slope. He looked down, having said that he was going. She asked him to be careful. System message. The fatigue indicator has reached 90%. The character needs to rest. The player gets an abnormal state of lethargy. The guy carefully descended. 3 whole hours had passed. How difficult. A window appeared nearby. The spirit of life strongly recommended that he rest a little. He looked at it, agreeing to rest a little, and he stuck the ice axe into the rock. He looked down at the trees. Moreover, he had almost descended. He needed to hammer in the hook, but the ice axe broke loose from the rock. It flew down. The guy got scared. Everything was fine. The other hooks were still in place. The rope strained him, and he moved out. The rock hook came unhooked. Following him, such messages appeared on the other hooks. Hairs appeared on the cable, and it broke. The cable broke. The guy screamed and continued to fall, lower and lower. The end of the cable flew after him. System messages appeared. Earn the achievement Have Wings to Fall. Reduces fall damage. Earn the achievement Jump or Be Thrown. Increases all other player stats while falling. You died, imposing a penalty in the form of a decrease of 1 level. He opened his eyes. He was blinded by a bright light. There were blue lights around. Was he dead? Then the guy saw something he did not expect. The hero was standing in front of a large flower. System message. He discovered the Teen Light space. What is this place? Didn't he die? And what is this? He found a sealed spirit. Was sealed by the Teen Light shaman in his last moments of life. Contains pure spiritual essence. Attention, players who have received the recognition of the spirits will be allowed to seal. The player examined the flower. The seal again. The same as the Efelt flower that never bloomed. But why is the flower so big? The flower was much taller than the hero. System messages. Botanical reference. The forest flowers section is 100% complete. The interest of the forest elves in his person has increased. The favor of the elves towards him has increased greatly. The achievement Botanical Veteran has been obtained. Now he has the opportunity to study plants in more detail. A buff has been received that promotes the study of plants, so he was able to see this flower only because he died. He touched the flower with his hand. Excellent, it is worth examining. A truly powerful plant. The study skill is growing. System messages. The sealed spirit senses the natural scent emanating from it. The sealed spirit recognizes the scent emanating from it. The sealed spirit senses a piece of the shaman Teen Light in it. The flower opened, emitting a bright light. As if it had opened up, he was surprised. His face was illuminated by the light of the flower. Inside it, a forest, a waterfall, and a river were visible. A separate world inside. The location of the world of flower spirits Gloria was discovered. His reputation has increased significantly. He received the achievement Favorite of the Spirits. All spirits now love him. He was surrounded by bright yellow lights. Are these glowing balls a spirit? Another window appeared. Class Quest Gloria, the world of flower spirits whose existence is possible only near the sacred tree. After the demonic attack, Teen Light sealed and safely hid Gloria, promising to remove the seal when the divine tree blooms again. As the successor of the shaman, this duty is now yours. If successful, the lush flowering of the world of Gloria. In case of failure, the death of the divine tree. The guy read the quest. Already 2 class quests. It will be difficult, but he is glad that the quest is related to the flower. The flower was closing its bud. Already closing. 15 spirit plant seeds were added to the inventory. He received the essence of Gloria, spirit plant seed. Class mythical. Condition for use none. Essence of Gloria. Class mythical. Conditions for use unknown. The item contains a sealed world of flower spirits. Items. He looked through them in the inventory, thinking that it is not worth touching the sealed spirit yet. He looked around, and there are many hidden moments here. New world. Resurrection of the character. He will be resurrected at the checkpoint. The character is disconnected from the teen light space. The player appeared in a yellow glow. System message. Resurrection. The player is connected to the server of the new world. The character is revived at the checkpoint. He is in the location where the elves live. The girl was surprised by his appearance. What happened? She ran up to him. Their conversation suddenly stopped, and then the reference book showed 100%. He looked at her and said that he died. Fell from a steep cliff. She was scared when she heard that. Was it very painful? They were sitting in the middle of the forest. The guy told her what happened. That's it. He got to a hidden location, finding a sealed spirit. The girl was a little worried. Sealed spirit. A real spiritual entity. May moved her legs. Elves, spirits. How she wished these beautiful creatures lived not only in the fantasy world, but also in life. She shook her hands and head. This was her dream, even a passionate desire. He heard right. She said desire, right. He hit his leg with his hand and got up from the tree. One of the sections in the botanical reference book is completely filled. There is no point in staying here for long anymore. He turned his head. The girl was surprised. She looked at him. Are they leaving the forest? She grimaced and cried. The elves had only just begun to pay attention to her. She had even managed to obtain the bow they had made. May looked at the guy with wet eyes and bowed her head. Tears had gathered in her eyes. No, she couldn't stop there. If she followed the hero, she could achieve more. For example, she imagined touching the elf, starting a walk with him, and their wedding. Alcia watched her giggle while sitting on a rock. What was happening to her again? The forest, near the entrance to the thicket. 2 people were walking along the path. One asked if he thought he was still here. They were Wooster and Kane. He replied that he had just finished watching. No one had left the location yet. There was a good chance that he was a professional PvP player. Places like this forest were perfect for their idea since it was very quiet here, but you still needed to be prepared. The blonde heard footsteps. 2 people were coming out of the forest. He hoped that it was not elves moving towards them now, but people. They took a fighting stance. Someone had crossed the forest's borders. Get ready. Kane grabbed his weapon, but both were very surprised. His eyes narrowed. That guy. Wooster sweated. It was him. He lost his shield because of him. Alcia was moving towards them. His face seemed strange to them. The 2 held their breath. The hero came very close to the guild master, and then passed by. He was scared. The oppressive atmosphere just from his presence, and his face, and the aura of absolute power emanating from him. He couldn't move, and he imagined a giant tiger, as if there was a ferocious predator in front of him. May was walking behind Alcia, and she also passed by the 2. She turned to her comrade who was wiping his eye. Why were those people glaring at him so menacingly? He didn't know, but it seemed to him that they wanted to start a fight. Sand got into his eye. They continued walking along the road. One of the players seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember. Perhaps this moment was not important for memorization. The 2 turned to look at them. Was he a ranker? Who? By the way, why was the leader just standing there and watching? Kane looked at the warrior leaving. He couldn't give a clear answer, but he felt that this was no ordinary player. He frowned. Although it was still strange, he went alone and didn't die in that area. Wooster spread his hands. Was that possible? He was sure of one thing, he shouldn't provoke him. What about his item? The leader turned to him. He would return it, but now was not the right time. Their next meeting required careful preparation. First, they needed to announce it to everyone in the guild so that they could keep an eye on it. There was a scorpion in the sand. They were walking through the desert. System message, Spirit of Life, remember. The desired location is called Elysia. The next points on the map are a field, then a desert. Right? So where are they going? The Spirit of Life told him about a place called Elysia, and that's where they were heading. There was no information on the forum about what they were talking about. He suggested that they first get out of the desert. The girl saw something, and pointed to it. There was a green place with blue water ahead. The guy saw it too. There could be a whole village around it. They ran towards it. But suddenly a strong storm arose, hiding the guy. He covered his face with his hands. Where did such a sudden sandstorm come from? He looked at the sand ahead. Was the oasis gone? The hero scratched his head. Had they really stumbled upon a mirage? The girl caught up with him, but was scared. The guy was getting lower. Was it just him, or were the dunes getting higher? He suddenly started getting sucked in by the sand. The girl screamed that there was a sand crater under his feet. He stretched out his arms. He couldn't get out. An irresistible force was pulling him down. Only his hand remained visible. The secret entrance to the dungeon was found. The funnel swallowed him and stopped. The girl was left outside. She opened the message interface. She couldn't contact the player at the moment. Besides, the function wasn't working. She was standing in the middle of the desert. She was alone, and she looked around. In the middle of the desert, and she was scared by the thought. Was she going to fall in there too? Finding a secret dungeon increases reputation. Alshia fell to the floor with a crash. It was a room with columns and a door. He leaned on his feet. Where was he? Sand was falling from a hole in the ceiling. Wow, what a huge corridor. And he heard something. What were those strange sounds? And he looked at the door, the source of the noise behind it. There was a blow to the door. It swung open, and several warriors were standing behind it. One of them shouted to attack. Let's kill the tyrant Brezel. The guy screamed. What's going on here? The rebel army of the Kopia kingdom is attacking you. The hero recoiled. A crowd of armed men rushed towards him. They shouted that they would kill the tyrant Brezel and defend the honor of their homeland. The bearded man was surprised. Alshia tensed up and clenched his fists. The leader stopped and stared at the protagonist. He frowned and prepared to defend himself. The man hesitated and assumed that the guy was Brezel's new servant. The hero and the others looked up. A voice was heard. Stupid humans, you still can't come to terms with your fate. The leader of the armed soldiers got angry. The shaman's successor looked at him in confusion. The man shouted at the voice that today his reign would end and they would overthrow him from the throne and defeat the curse. Alshia and the soldiers stood opposite each other. The voice continued to mock that they would still remain his loyal slaves. A sudden quest. Brezel, the king of the ancient kingdom of Kopia, always wanted a luxurious life. His greed went beyond all bounds, making the kingdom's inhabitants victims of their ruler. The people died in poverty and devastation. One day, the people rebelled against him, but fell under the effects of a curse that locked them in a time loop. You were the first to fall into the loop. It's time to make a choice. The guy looked at the notification window and was surprised by the event quest. The man looked at the hero and called out to him. He furiously shouted that the tyrant Brezel was the one who devastated their lands and asked for help. Path 1. Help the rebels defeat the tyrant Brezel. Reward unknown. The shaman's successor was shocked. A voice addressed the hero, calling him a strong warrior, and offered to share his power in exchange for killing these worthless insects. Path 2. Help the tyrant Brezel kill the rebels. Reward, change of profession to Defender of Time. The guy looked at the two notifications in confusion. He had to choose between two evils. He frowned. A female voice cursed the guys. She was indignant that, not only did they need to track down everyone coming from the Rocksky Forest, but they also needed to search the Perm Desert. She hadn't come here for that, but some devil possessed them to start giving orders. Now even the class quest would have to be postponed. Private conversation with player Kwasun. Another voice replied that this was too much, and why should the girl drop everything she was doing and go carry out someone's orders? A woman with red hair was walking through the desert. Level 121. Rare class future sculptor, Samantha, Prime Guild. She said that she was so angry that she blocked all privates. That Wooster had to sew his quest stuff. The interlocutor asked if there was any progress in finding the quest for the Defender of Time, because she had been in the desert for a month already. The girl looked at the dialogue box and replied that there was just sand everywhere, and no clues either. The sculptor turned to the pile of sand and said that the golem had returned. Samantha leaned over to the sand figure. Level 30. A sand golem scout. The red-haired girl asked if he had found anything. He answered negatively. She frowned and thought about what to do. Other golems crawled out around her. The girl ordered them all to report. No one had any news. Suddenly, another golem ran up to her. The sculptor turned around. He said that he had seen a suspicious person. The girl stretched out her hand to him and used mimicry. A sand golem scout imitates objects or figures that it has seen. The golem took the form of a girl with short hair. The figure of May reasoned that the whisper function did not work, and whether she would be able to breathe in that funnel if it sucked her in too. The red-haired girl looked at the sand image in surprise. The girl was amazed. She exclaimed that the sand funnel was the entrance to the secret dungeon. Samantha rushed after the golem and demanded that it lead her to that place. The hero clenched his fist. He stood in the middle of the rebels and urged them to kill Brezel. Their leader looked at the guy in surprise. The hero smiled tightly. The man awkwardly thanked him. Alshia's face was distorted with anger. He thought that he did not like such a choice, and yet Brezel's expression about a strong warrior infuriated him. Who is this warrior here? The bearded man looked at the hero and thought that he had a warlike profile. He was glad that they were on the same side. The shaman's successor and his new ally were surprised. The voice called them fools and told them to prepare to see its power. The boy was nervous. The leader advised the hero to be careful. They were going to cover him from behind. Suddenly, the floor split and began to rise. A golden sand golem crawled out from under the ground. A bearded man shouted for everyone to keep in line. A huge golem rose above the people. It extended a golden hand to the rebels. The hero shouted at them to be careful. The leader looked at him and told him not to worry. After all, the rebels would not die anyway. Because of the curse, they turned into sand and are resurrected. The golem hit one of the people, and he crumbled. The golem's paw crushed the sand. The troops would not go to the next world even if they wanted to. They were drawn into an endless battle. The shaman's successor looked tensely at the man. There was a battle behind him. The boy was nervous. He shouted that he couldn't pretend to be blind, unable to see the many deaths. The monster loomed over the soldiers as they attacked it. Alshia watched the scene. Level 230, Golden Sand Golem. The hero muttered that he couldn't do it. The boy concentrated. He thought that maybe he could break the quest if he went there. The boy passed the bearded man. He was surprised. The brunette headed for the hole in the floor. The leader shouted to him that Bryzel was hiding behind a mirage on the other side. The hero sped up. The man was surprised and tried to stop him, but the boy was already approaching the hole. He looked determined. Alshia thought that there was no other way out except the gate they had passed through, which meant the rest was in the hole the golem had come out of. The boy pushed off and jumped over the pit. The man was nervous and shouted that something was wrong with the hero. Darkness. The achievement Have Wings to Fall has been used. Reduces fall damage. The brunette landed on the floor. There was a hole in the ceiling above him. There was a gate in front of the hero. He thought it was darker here, but he could see. The shaman's successor squinted. The guy stood in front of a large golden gate. You have found the secret warehouse of Bryzel. The hero heard a sharp sound and jerked. Figures began to crawl out of the ground. The brunette jumped back. Skeletons appeared in front of him. Level 85, Lifeless Knights of the Ruined Kingdom. The guy tensed up and noticed that they were of a much higher level than he was. However, skeletons were slower than a bear. Opening inventory. Alshia stood in front of the skeletons and held a tree seed in his hand. He assumed that he was guaranteed to level up. The skeleton received a blow to the skull. The spiritual power of the divine tree seed deals additional damage. The hero cut off the enemy's head. Another skeleton crept up on him from the side. The brunette frowned and swung. With a new blow, he mercilessly cut off the skull of the next monster. The character's level has increased. The guy held his weapon in his hand and grinned. He said that the enemies were slow and he was bored. Alshia noted that he did not expect that the spiritual power of this seed had a strong effect on the enemy's condition. The brunette bared his teeth. He studied the aura of murder. The guy said that the true taste of battle is not felt, but it is a sin to refuse to level up. The skeletons tensed. The hero was surprised. Someone asked him to stop. The guy looked around. The blade scraped the floor. The shaman's successor sweated. A large figure of a dead man with a sword was walking towards him. He said that the skeletons are not to blame. Because of the curse, only instinct remained. The skeleton with long hair looked at the hero. Level 135, Captain of the Captured Guard. The monster loomed over the brunette. The guy stepped back and noticed that the enemy was very big. Alshia tensed up and wondered if he could defeat level 135. The skeleton looked at the hero and said that the tyrant Bryzel, blinded by greed, did what no man should do, brought on a curse. The captain of the guard looked with empty eye sockets. He said that the villain enjoyed a luxurious life, sacrificing people. The guy looked closely at his opponent and asked if that was why the rebels started the fight. The skeleton answered that his subjects were trapped in time, and they had no choice but to fight again and again so that the curse would not be released. The brunette looked at his interlocutor and asked if he was going to fight him. The skeleton extended his hand. The hero stepped back. The captain said that some time ago his mind was also clouded, and he zealously defended this place. He pointed to the chest of the shaman's successor and said that he felt the presence of a living soul, which awakened him. The guy was surprised. A window appeared. The spirit of life was putting on airs. The hero grinned and was surprised that this was enough to wake him up. Alshia looked at the dead man and clarified that there was no point in them fighting. The skeleton agreed and said that he had a request. The brunette looked at him in surprise. Additional quest. The captain of the captured guard, who previously protected the secret warehouse of the tyrant Bryzel, wants to stop the curse. Go with him to the very heart of the dungeon. The skeleton pointed to the side. The guy nervously spread his hands and asked again. The captain moved along the corridor. The hero followed him. The dead man touched the golden gates. He pressed, and the warehouse opened. There were mountains of coins inside. The shaman's successor was amazed. The whole room was strewn with gold. The brunette exclaimed in surprise that there was a whole sea of countless treasures here. The skeleton explained that the dungeon of the Kopia Kingdom is a limitless gold mine. Using these treasures, one can succeed greatly. The brunette looked at his interlocutor. The dead man said that Bryzel did not want to leave everything to his descendants. The king sacrificed the souls of his subjects to demons, and the kingdom of Kopia became a desert. The companions moved forward through the treasury. The skeleton continued to tell that this vile little man made a deal with damage to himself, suffering every day from the fear of losing his authority. The hero noted that this was a pity. They stopped in front of a hole in the wall. The dead man said that only the guy could go further. The brunette was surprised by the cave in the treasury. Alshia looked into the passage, noting that it was very narrow. The skeleton remained standing behind. The shaman's successor asked what he should do when he reached the center of the dungeon. The guy turned to the captain of the guard. He replied that he could not help in any way. The future depended only on the hero. The dead man was serious. He said that at the moment of the hourglass turning over, everything would return to the beginning. The brunette looked at his companion in bewilderment and went on. The hero squeezed into a narrow tunnel. At the end of the passage, the guy saw a door. He came closer and opened it. Alshia was surprised. The shaman's successor went inside. A glowing ball hung in the air in the center of the cave. A red magic circle was drawn on the floor. This was the heart of the dungeon. The guy examined the room. Inside the glow, he saw the same hourglass the captain had mentioned. The brunette was delighted and assumed that he just needed to take it. He took a step. Suddenly, scarlet lightning pierced him. Evil energy emanated from the floor. The curse of the dead is trying to affect you. Recovery power has been reduced by 90%. Health continues to plummet. Alshia panicked. He realized that the curse was a debuff. The spirit of life resists negative effects. The hero turned to the notification window. The spirit of life was helping him. You have received the passive class ability Life Charge. The existence of a shaman is the opposite of death. An abundant flow of life constantly restores your health. You have received the passive class ability Curse Resistance. Protects against evil forces. Effect 1, 80% reduction in the power of all types of curses related to demons. Effect 2, immunity to the abnormal state caused by curses. The hero was delighted with his new skills. The sign read, the spirit of life boasts of its abilities. The shaman's successor thanked the spirit for the passive skills. He stood firmly on his feet and frowned. Time to get down to business. The skeleton looked at the passage in the wall. He was impressed that the hero had come so far with his survivability. There are no immortals who could overcome the curse of demons with one body. The corpse was surprised. Everything around vibrated. The captain of the guard looked up. The hero was consuming edible supplies from the inventory. You have used the legendary recovery item Apple with Morning Dew. Increases the power of recovery by 150%. You have used the legendary recovery item Elven Spinach Pie. Received damage is restored by 50% by the forces of nature. Increases resistance to curses by 200%. You use the legendary recovery item Blue Mac Jolly made by spirits. Restores strength upon death or critical damage. Only works once. The hero threw away the apple core and finished the drink. Through the pain, he moved towards the hourglass. You received the zombie achievement, reducing damage taken by 1%. The guy reached out to the artifact. A little more. He touched the clock. Time, which had been stopped, began to move. Alshia was surprised. A golden glow appeared around the hourglass. The seal of Kopia was removed. The guy confidently grabbed the artifact. He reasoned about what should happen since the seal was removed. Vibration began. The hero tensed up. He looked up and frowned. The shaman's successor at first assumed that it was an earthquake, but realized that there was something else up here. Stones fell from the ceiling. The hero heard the sounds of water. He sweated and assumed that this underground cave used to be a water cave. The skeleton's hand began to dissolve. The dead man realized that the hero had succeeded. The body of the captain of the guard was dissipating. Freedom was finally waiting for him. Tears appeared in his eye sockets. He thanked the stranger for saving him. The brunette looked at the ceiling of the cave. The guy got nervous. Water began to pour out of the hole above. It quickly filled the entire room. The hero panicked. At this rate, the pressure would sweep him away. The shaman's successor rushed to the exit. He tried to escape, and behind him the elements were advancing. The entrance to the cave from the side of the treasury. The next second, water gushed out. All the jewelry was washed away. Alshia emerged and coughed. The achievement Sea Dragon Vision has been earned. Diving ability has been increased. The brunette turned around in amazement. That's not all. A new wave covered him with his head. He tried to stretch his hand above the surface. You were pulled underwater. Lack of oxygen affects the health indicator. The achievement Empty Bottle has been obtained. Agility in water has been increased. The walls cracked. A stream of water gushed into the hall. The shaman emerged and inhaled greedily. He looked at the pouring water that destroyed part of the wall. The guy looked around. A figure was sitting on the throne in front of him. A voice was heard, "Oh, you brat." The hero looked ahead in surprise. He realized who it was. "You have found the ruler of the kingdom of Copia." The king was indignant at how the guy dared to appear here. Alshia jumped to his feet and asked if it was possible that it was Bryzel. The brunette was surprised that the voice was talking to him. The ruler continued to shower him with threats and insults. The skeleton with a crown on his skull was indignant. The shaman looked at him in surprise. He reasoned that the owner of the treasures was a skeleton, which was a big contradiction. It turns out that his appearance was the result of a curse he received for a deal with demons. The guy looked up at the dead man. The skeleton dug his hands into the throne and ordered him not to look so intently. The undead blushed. The hero fell into a stupor and looked away in embarrassment. The skeleton reached for the sword and threateningly demanded that the guy return what he had stolen. The king clenched the weapon in his hand and moved towards the brunette. The shaman tensed. He did not immediately understand that they were talking about the hourglass. The guy hesitated for a moment and thought that the watch had been knocked down by a stream of water. He checked his inventory and exhaled. The artifact was there. The hero turned to the skeleton and asked why he should give it to him. The dead man was furious. Bryzel rushed at the guy, demanding that he return the watch. Alshia jumped back and dodged the attack. The brunette frowned and noted that the old man was very frisky. The shaman noticed that the enemy's skull was literally falling apart. The skeleton was dissolving into thin air. The guy looked at it carefully. He understood what the inscription meant, a frozen clock. When the hero took possession of it, time began to return to its original state. And Bryzel was no exception. The brunette frowned. Would he be able to win if the enemy was completely weakened? Bryzel, level unknown, health unknown. The shaman was annoyed. He noticed that the opponent had gone on the offensive. The skeleton sharply cut the air with his sword. The guy barely managed to dodge. The king struck again and again, and the hero dodged. Alshia crouched to the ground after another attack. He thought that he should avoid damage from a strong opponent. The skeleton was furious. The villain cursed and thrust his bony hand forward. He shouted, "Eternal suffering, the curse of the dead." Red lightning pierced the hero. Exceeding the limits of the class ability, curse resistance applies a debuff. The touch of the dead debuff limits movement speed. Your character is now in a state of slow movement. Your attack is reduced proportionally. The brunette began to sweat. He exclaimed how high the enemy's level was if the passive couldn't cope. If the fight continued like this, he was a corpse. The guy looked to the side. The shaman noticed a vine growing from the ground. Alshia raised his hand in the direction of the plant and used the skill Rapid Growth. Increases the growth speed of the selected plant by 100%. The vine began to grow. Since time in the kingdom of Copia was accelerated to its normal pace, it affects the skill Rapid Growth. You received the skill Rapid Growth change. A huge ivy moved towards King Bryzel. The hero pointed the plant towards the villain. The branches wrapped around the skeleton. The growth speed of the selected plant was increased by 500%. The object was enlarged. Now it is several times larger than its usual size. Duration, 20 seconds. The guy resolutely ordered the vine to entwine the dead man. The skeleton tried to break free from the plant's grip and screamed that the hero could not defeat him with such a pathetic trick. The brunette held the hourglass of the frozen desert in his hands. He needed to buy some more time. The sand had almost completely flowed down. The king tore the ivy apart in a rage and intended to attack the shaman. Alshia decided to resort to a cunning trick. He switched the skeleton's attention and pointed his finger at it. The hero exclaimed that he could see the king's ribs. The dead man covered himself with his hands in panic and demanded not to look. The shaman's successor exhaled. It worked. There was one last grain of sand left. The clock lit up. Bryzel was horrified. His body quickly crumbled. He screamed that he could not just disappear. However, the next second, only a torn robe remained in his place. Tyrant Bryzel was defeated. The goal has been successfully achieved. The quest did not end with a battle, so the experience gained for completing it will be reviewed and reduced. The character's level has been increased. The guy looked at the notification windows and was glad that he did it. He noticed something. The great demon Kalido was smiling. The hero was puzzled as to who it was, but did not attach any importance to it. The shaman turned around at the sound. There was a ruler's crown on the floor. The Bryzel crown. Class, legendary. Conditions of use, only the king of the Copia kingdom can use this item. This luxurious crown was worn by the tyrant Bryzel. If you put it on, you will become the new king of Copia. The guy stared at the artifact in surprise. The girl was digging up the sand with her hands. May was sitting in tears and muttering where Alshia had disappeared to. A mound of sand rose in front of her. The girl was scared. A sand golem stood in front of her. A voice came from it. May recoiled. A female voice called her strange and said that she had to make sure of something. Skill replacement of sand. The golem began to change shape. The girl exclaimed in fear. A red-haired girl appeared in front of her. Samantha sighed in displeasure and asked who May was and what she was doing here. The girl stared at the leopard top of the newcomer. She turned away from the sculptor and called her costume bad taste. The hero held an hourglass and a crown in his hands. Hourglass of the frozen desert. Class, legendary, an item reminiscent of the once concluded contract between the last king of Copia and the Daemon. The watch contains the power of the great demon Kalido. Summon Mirage soldiers, the warriors of Copia trapped in a time loop will be summoned. Summon Golden Golem, the guardian of the cursed kingdom of Copia will be summoned. Crown Bryzel, class, legendary. By putting it on, the player will become the new king of the kingdom of Copia. Warning, neighboring countries are hostile to the kingdom of Copia due to the local ruler's communication with otherworldly forces. If you decide to revive it, many countries will be your enemies. The guy thoughtfully examined the artifacts. He frowned. His instinct for self-preservation told him that it was better not to rush into a decision, although he could not throw away the loot either. Is there another way to use the dropped items? The shaman stood in the water. He noticed that the area of this place was quite large, but the water had already filled the entire space. It turns out that the Perm Desert was not a desert to begin with. The guy thought about it. His face was distorted by an ominous grin. It dawned on him how the shaman Tillate grew the rock-sky forest on barren land. The brunette smiled contentedly. He remembered that the spirit of life said that if the hero went to Elysia, he would be able to revive the divine tree. However, there was no information on the forum about a place with a similar name. The shaman frowned and decided that he needed to write the history of Elysia himself. A notification from the spirit of life appeared. "You don't mean that." Alshia laughed and exclaimed that he was a shaman, which means he could do whatever he wanted. He looked at the watch in his hand and noted that it provided free labor. It was time for him to create his own garden in this desert. The spirit of life said, "You can't exploit the dead for your own purposes." The brunette chuckled that you won't know until you try. He put on the crown and exclaimed that the new world depends on him. The artifact on his head lit up. You became the first player to receive the status of king. The achievement King of the Beginning was earned. Your reputation has increased. The achievement Successor of the Tyrant was earned. Bad reputation has increased significantly. The hero smiled awkwardly. He looked at the notification window. You can revive the kingdom of Copia or create your own. If it becomes known that you inherited the title from the cursed king, your bad reputation will increase. Do you want to found a kingdom? The brunette decided that he did not need rumors, and it was better to do something else now. He extended his hand forward and tried to summon the Mirage soldiers. Silence in response. The shaman read the notification. Your character's current level is too low for summoning. Only 2 soldiers can be mobilized. Also, the presence of water around you complicates materialization. He decided to try another way. Alshia extended his hand in front of himself again and tried to summon the Golden Golem. At the current level, summoning is impossible. You cannot awaken the golem without mana. The guy sighed and said that he would still have to raise the level, and before that he had not even thought about mana. The hero went to look for a way out of here. May was sitting in the desert. Samantha hung over her and clarified that the girl's partner was sucked into a sand funnel. The red-haired girl asked why the shaman's assistant was still there and if her partner had done anything suspicious. The girl was nervous and waved her arms, describing the details. The sculptor frowned and thought that her interlocutor was hiding something. They both turned around at the sound and vibration. Samantha grabbed the blade and asked if it was possible that this was May's doing. The girl denied everything. Something was rising from the sand to the surface. The red-haired girl ordered the golems to get ready. What she saw shocked her. The cursed dungeon of Copia was opened after the victory. The appearance of the new ruler of the kingdom of Copia to the people. The main character in a crown emerged from the sand. The girls were shocked. The brunette was embarrassed. His assistant was worried if everything was okay with her partner. Samantha stared in surprise. She remembered that the guild had warned about him. Alshia took a fighting stance and shielded May. He decided that they were looking at a dead man again. The red-haired girl frowned. The girl was shocked, looking closely at the guy. She noticed the Bryzel crown on him. The hero was confused. Samantha grabbed the knife and asked where the shaman got this artifact from. The guy prepared to defend himself. He replied that it would take too long to explain. The red-haired girl was indignant that the Keeper of Time was a unique class that she should have received, along with the favor of Bryzel. The guy looked at her in confusion. He said that he completed the quest with an alternative reward and killed the king. The girl was shocked. She dropped her weapon in horror, mentally mourning her missed unique class. Tears came to her eyes. The hero awkwardly pointed to himself and said that at the moment the title of the King of Copia passed to him. Samantha was surprised. She thought that now her class promotion directly depended on him. A notification window appeared in front of the girl. It said, Class Quest. After the death of the tyrant Bryzel, a new king appeared. If you can earn his trust, you will be rewarded. A reward for mercy. Samantha clenched her fists. She was shaking. The guy stood up, deciding that she wanted to challenge him to a duel. The red-haired girl knelt before the hero and called him her king. The brunette was taken aback. She congratulated him on his coronation. Alshia was puzzled why she knelt. The sculptor was all red with embarrassment. The girl mentally convinced herself that this was just a way to win favor and she needed to be patient. They looked at each other in confusion. Everyone was embarrassed. The shaman's assistant knelt down next to the red-haired girl and made a congratulatory speech to the new king. The guy was confused and did not understand how everything came to this. Someone was watching the three from afar. The voice said that he did not believe his eyes, that Samantha had betrayed them. The guild leader and Wooster were hiding behind a sand dune. The brunette doubted the words of his ward because the girl was too proud and would have resisted regardless of the enemy's level. The men were at a loss. The blonde remembered his shield with annoyance. The leader noted that guy was really scary. From the side, the main character looked ominous. A true player. The brunette looked at his new companion. He asked if she had previously completed a quest to find a tyrant ruler. She answered in the affirmative. The hero looked down at her. The girl was scared. Her imagination drew her a stern military man instead of a shaman. The guy said that he would like to communicate without unnecessary ceremony. The red-haired girl abruptly put her hands behind her back and straightened her back, shouting, at ease. Alcia thought that she was probably a military woman by profession. The pink-haired girl ran up to her partner and asked what would happen to the shop now that he had become a king. The hero replied that the status he had received would only bring him closer to realizing his dream. Samantha looked questioningly at her interlocutors. The shaman took off his crown and said that he could now do floristry using the lands of the Kopia kingdom and open a shop here. They asked what the connection was between floristry and royal power. The girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise and asked if they could run a flower shop in the desert. The sculptor still didn't understand anything. The hero grinned. He nodded back. His companions looked behind him. Water was splashing where the funnel had been. The brunette smiled and explained that the Bryzel spirit had broken the curse and the springs were already beginning to return to their previous state. Moreover, a strong stream of underground water was actively bursting out while the hero was trying to get out of there. May ran up to the water and admired it, noticing that an oasis could appear in this place. Alcia asked the red-haired girl not to stand at attention, and heard in response, "Yes, sir." The shaman looked at his assistant with satisfaction and agreed that it seemed better to him to start with the oasis. He opened his inventory and said that it was time to make the Perm Desert bloom again. Eiffelchai spores, a common seed of the Eiffelchai flower. The guy was holding a plant in his hands. The shaman carefully buried it next to the water. The girls watched with interest. The brunette stretched out his hand and used the fast growth skill. A sprout appeared from the sand. The red-haired girl admired it. The hero was focused. A blue flower grew right in the middle of the sand dunes. Samantha watched tensely. She did not understand what kind of skill it was and what class it was. The shaman smiled ominously, leaning over the flower. The redhead thought in horror that he was going to commit some kind of evil deed. At the same time, the hero imagined how he would have a flower shop. They approached her partner. She asked again that the hourglass was able to materialize mirage soldiers. However, to complete the summoning, you need to become a king. The brunette answered affirmatively. He frowned and said that mana was needed to use the skill. After defeating Bryzel, he had to invest all the stats he had received into it. The girl was surprised. Alcia poked at the system window with concentration. He decided to try summoning again. Maybe more would respond this time. The guy extended his hand and used the Mirage Soldier's summon skill. Summon Kopia soldiers, previously sealed in an hourglass. Your character's mana was enough to summon 4 people. The rebels, led by the leader, appeared. The bearded man was amazed. He exclaimed that their souls had finally calmed down. The soldiers looked at the hero in fear. The leader recognized him and asked if he had summoned them. The shaman chuckled smugly. The man was shocked. He asked if greed had not bypassed the hero either. What did he want to do with them? The rebels rebelled. The brunette smiled evilly and replied that they would have to work for him for a while. The soldiers tensed up. Their leader looked closely at the shaman and tried to find out what kind of work it was. Was it to commit murder, organize arson, become swindlers, and offend innocent people? Alcia laughed and smiled broadly. He replied that he was planning to open a flower shop in the territories of the Kopia kingdom. The rebels froze in surprise. The Mirage soldiers were diligently digging holes and planting seeds. At this time, the sand golems were working in the spring. The red-haired girl leaned on her knee. She could not believe that at this moment she, along with the soldiers and golems, was spending time developing a future garden. If someone had told her earlier about the sacrifices that would have to be made for the sake of class promotion, she would have laughed. The girl glanced at the hero and thought that at first glance he could not be called a botanist. The guy smiled ominously. Samantha turned away and decided that no matter what, she needed to earn Alcia's trust and get a promotion. A private conversation window with Wooster appeared in front of her. The voice asked to remove the guild leader from the blacklist. The girl poked at the system table and replied that she had removed him. The guild leader immediately connected to her and asked what was going on. The sculptor was embarrassed and waved it off. The leader's voice continued to exclaim how much anxiety Wooster had gone through because of the lost shield, and she took her turn and blocked the whisper. The red-haired girl frowned and replied that when someone from the guild needed help, they shot their wishes at her and ignored her requests. The girl exclaimed with displeasure that nothing would have happened if he had helped her earlier. The leader apologized and asked what was going on. Samantha paused, but still told about what was happening. The chief listened and replied that it was a bit complicated. The girl put her hands on her hips and warned that she would ban him if the interlocutor continued to talk nonsense. She said that she needed this upgrade. The brunette approached her and asked if there were any difficulties. The red-haired girl put her hand to her head and reported that no problems had arisen during her shift. The guy was embarrassed. Samantha reported that the golems continued to dig holes so that water could flow freely to the top, and the Mirage soldiers plowed the damp soil and planted flowers. The hero suggested that she take a rest, but she replied that everything was fine. May ran up to them. The girl asked if they would be able to keep the terrain in the same condition after the work was finished. After all, when dealing with sand, you need to take into account its flowability. She was worried that a landslide would occur if they called the golems later. The brunette looked at the sand creatures and said that it didn't matter because his main goal was to moisten the soil. He didn't want to wait for the water to rise naturally. Alcia frowned and suggested that they could dig the soil for 2 months, and then the volume of incoming groundwater would increase several times. His assistant smiled and agreed that 2 months of digging was nothing for golems. Samantha was horrified. She asked again. Her companions noticed that she was in shock. The red-haired girl turned away and tried to comprehend the upcoming deadlines. The shaman leaned over to May and said that he would be leaving for a short time in the Rocksky Forest. He wanted to ask the elves for advice regarding the upcoming planting. The girl volunteered to go with him, but he stopped her. The pink-haired girl was upset and tried to object, but the hero said that she should look after Samantha while he was gone. The assistant hesitated whether she could handle it. The brunette looked at her seriously and assured that everything would be fine and that he would be back soon. May agreed. The sculptor noticed that the shaman had gone somewhere. She looked ahead. Something was rapidly approaching. The girl was happy and hoped that it was someone from the guild. Together they could take the bridal crown for themselves. Samantha froze. A crowd of elves carried Alcia, who was sitting on the throne. The guy smiled shyly and felt special. The red-haired girl was amazed by what she saw. The shaman descended to the ground. All the elves around looked at him with admiration. The brunette apologized for having to carry him so far. The elf objected that they could not refuse a person who was concerned about the revival of the Perm Desert. They were delighted that Alcia had even managed to find groundwater. The elf approached the spring and said that over time, water spirits could settle here and the desert would have a chance to become a flourishing place again. He looked at the Mirage soldiers on the other side. The brunette tensed up. The shaman began to actively gesticulate and explain to his interlocutor that the dead men he hired were contractors working for the lowest hourly wage. The elf nodded in satisfaction and said that the guy really was a shaman. He had heard many stories from the elder about how Tillite saved an entire army of the dead. Apparently, the hero's charges went through the same thing. Alcia hastened to agree. On the other side, the rebels sighed heavily and tried to understand what they were doing here. The red-haired woman watched. She had never seen an elf show interest in any player like this. They headed towards the hero. Samantha tried to warn her that the long-eared one could attack. The pink-haired girl approached the elf and said hello. The guy smiled back and asked how she was doing. The girl from the guild couldn't believe her eyes. She froze in shock. Who were they all? The elf looked resolutely at the shaman and said that he would quickly look around and start planning the flower shop. The protagonist felt awkward. He only needed advice on how to take care of the garden. The elf was inspired. He assured that the flower shop was above all else, and Alcia would be pleased with their work. The brunette sheepishly agreed and immediately began to describe his vision of the shop. The elves decided to first go to the Rocksky Forest to stock up on materials and promised to return in a couple of days. Samantha looked in amazement at the jubilant crowd of elves and the two players. She thought that she would never see anything stranger. While Alcia was devoting himself entirely to farming, the city of Idren on a distant continent had already been completely taken over by a guild that claimed to be the strongest in the New World. The Russian guild Brown Bears. Its members were known for their crazy robberies, strict control of dungeons, disgusting actions, racism, and also their enormous strength, which allowed them to capture an entire city. And today, it was time to begin the coronation. The system window said, a lot of people have gathered in Idren. Players and NPCs came to watch the coronation. Although the Brown Bears Guild is clearly rude and ignores traditional values, this is still a great achievement in the history of the New World. The bald soldier turned to his leader and called him closer to the edge. A tall man approached him. His bald head flashed. He said that the title of guild leader was already in the past, and now he was the first king in the New World. A large man with a scar on his head held a glass and smirked. His subject quickly apologized. Level 314, Guild Leader, Kroken. The Brown Bears Guild was on the verge of new historical achievements. The man looked down from the fortress wall and drew everyone's attention. There was a crowd below. Kroken announced that from this moment on he was the new ruler of Idren, so the city would be renamed the Brown Bears State. He left. The soldiers below rejoiced and shouted that he was the true king. Global announcement. You have announced to the world that you have become the king of the Brown Bears State. The second player king has been born in the new world. The leader was shocked. Everyone froze after reading the announcement. The soldiers wondered who the first king was then. The man was furious and shaking. A servant came up from behind. Kroken ordered that the first king be found quickly and brought to him. On the forum, everyone was discussing who the first king was. The guy was holding the phone and grinning. Present time. Jim. The hero was doing a sumo deadlift. His friend was sitting behind him and showing the phone. The guy said that people were crazy about the uniform. The brunette replied that he was very busy in the game. The hero turned to his friend. The blonde said that he was talking about the skinheads from the Russian guild Brown Bears. They started their activities as a small group, but then, having gathered racists from all over the world, they became a powerful and large guild. The interlocutor was surprised that such movements were still thriving. The blonde said that discrimination based on nationality was a serious offense in our world, but it was definitely not a problem in the game. It's just that in reality, people can't do whatever they want. He looked at his phone and added that the guild had been preparing for the coronation for a very long time. The Brown Bears leader had bragged a lot, but in the end he became the second. The protagonist tensed up. His friend was looking at his smartphone with interest and saying that if the guys from the guild found the first king, they would chase and kill him over and over again until he gave up and left the game forever. The brunette started sweating. The blonde looked at the interlocutor and said that although the unknown person had become king, he hadn't even announced the new title. Apparently, he wasn't vain. The hero's face darkened. He thought that if he founded a new country, the players would definitely receive a global announcement. Alshia entered the game. May was already here. She looked at the shaman with admiration and asked if he was really the first king of the new world. The guy nervously looked away. He replied that if it were so, then he would have problems. The girl agreed. The pink-haired girl reasoned that wearing a crown did not actually mean that you were a king. Alshia felt an ominous aura. He turned around. Samantha was standing behind her. She greeted His Majesty through clenched teeth. The guy was tense. The sculptor looked at him angrily while May smiled carefreely. The brunette was thinking how to make the red-haired girl not reveal him. The shaman's assistant waved her hand and told the girl that Alshia was not the first king. The interlocutor was convinced of the opposite. Samantha frowned. She thought that the flower shop was an ordinary cover so that people would see him as crazy. For her, the beginning of the search for brown bears was a lucky outcome. May went ahead, and the hero approached the red-haired girl. He clarified that she understood everything. The girl answered in the affirmative. The guy was nervous and asked to keep quiet about everything in advance. The interlocutor promised not to tell anyone. They turned to May. She said that the elves were returning. Their friend galloped up on a unicorn. The brunette was amazed how the horse could get into the desert. The elf jumped to the ground under the surprised look of the shaman and the admiring look of his assistant. The guy explained that spirits are far from weak creatures, and in front of them was a descendant of a unicorn. The pink-haired girl was delighted and expressed her admiration so actively that the hero felt ashamed. The elf pointed to the side and said that he had brought materials for construction. The heroes looked at the mountain of boxes. Moon tree wood, mythical class. Terms of use, none. This is the wood of a tree containing the light of the moon and the sun. The material is resistant to heat and becomes stronger in the moonlight. The hero thanked the elf. He trembled with anticipation. The change of profession took 2 months, and now, after 6 months, the store will finally begin to be built. The brunette jumped up, his face distorted. He shouted that this was all his soul truly desired. May and the elf looked at the hero, burning with determination. The desert. On the bank of the reservoir, trees, a house and beds. The shaman happily carried the boards and watched the construction. The elf helped him carry the materials. He asked if the hero liked the building. He answered in the affirmative and asked if he really could not help. The interlocutor politely refused, saying that one must know how to handle the wood of the moon tree. In addition, when night falls, it puts down roots into the ground and becomes practically invulnerable to any external influences. The brunette listened attentively. The elf said that, even though he was a shaman, elves would be better able to handle such material. Alshia looked at the shining boards. Samantha ran up to the wood and froze in surprise. She was shocked by the hero's capabilities. Private conversation with Kwasun. The girl's voice said that moon tree wood is an incredible material that is used to make bows and arrows, but it is very rare, and only elves can work with it. The interlocutor said that almost all moon tree wood is on the continent of Hasper in the strongest empire Lushan, in a place where spirits gather. Very few moon trees grow there. In addition, the empire monopolized trade, so the prices for moonwood are simply sky high. The red-haired girl leaned towards the dialogue box and asked how much an entire house made of this wood costs. Clausen laughed and replied that if you estimate, then several billion. Samantha was shocked. She turned to the main character. He carelessly asked the elf if he could break one board for fun. Flowers grew in a clearing in the middle of the desert. The shaman admired them. He took out a seed of a sacred tree and decided it was time to plant it. A notification from the spirit of life appeared. Will you really plant it? The hero looked at it and replied that if he delayed, it would be too late. The spirit of life says, sometimes reflection and hesitation are justified. The brunette grinned and said that this was his nest, and this quest was just right for this place. The shaman smiled and declared that this was Elijah. He extended his hand and called the Mirage soldiers. The rebels bowed to him. The guy apologized for using them again. The soldiers looked at the master and noted that they realized that the work was worth it when they saw the fruits of their labor. The leader closed his eyes and thought that his master was not like Bryzel, and the scent of blossoming flowers in the desert was their hope, not a curse. Alshia smiled and asked the men to bring black soil and mix it with unicorn excrement for fertilizer. The bearded man sweated and thought that their hope was a little dirty and did not smell like flowers. The seed of the divine tree was lying in the hole. The guy smiled resolutely and decided that even if he failed, the seed would not go anywhere. The spirit of life suggested that he think again. The brunette took the shovel and replied that he had thought enough and done everything he could. He smiled and began to fill the hole. The spirit of life whined. The men stamped the earth together. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead. Planting is complete. He turned to the notification window. Class quest. To fulfill the promise to the divine tree, you have finally planted the seed in the ground. The method of cultivation is unknown, but only a shaman has the ability to grow it. If you manage to germinate the roots and achieve the emergence of a shoot, you will be able to know the will of the divine tree. The hero smiled and decided that this was an update to the quest. The spirit of life says, I don't think so. The two go to the flower meadow. The man pointed out that the shaman's flower shop was in that direction. Elder Elda took off her hood. She said that all around was a selection of the divine tree. Flower shop. Alshia and the elder were sitting at the table opposite each other. The guy didn't expect her to come here. The elf said that she wanted to look at the shop. The woman smiled and clarified that the guy had started the revival of the divine tree. The shaman answered affirmatively and said that he would make every effort. Elda smiled warmly. She said that for the elders, the hero is like a guide between them and the divine tree. The elf heard the faint grumbling eye of the divine tree. The brunette was surprised and asked again. The elder laughed and answered that the tree complained that it was very uncomfortable under the scorching sun. The guy twitched nervously. The woman chuckled that there was no need to worry too much because the divine tree was always grumbling. The brunette began to sweat. He said that he had planted it where he had chosen the place himself, so he thought everything would be fine. The blonde replied with a smile that the tree had entrusted everything to the shaman, and they could not interfere with his decisions. However, it was necessary to help the tree take root in order to calm it down. The hero thought about it. Elda suggested talking to the seed, like with the flowers before. Alshia was surprised. He grabbed his head, imagining endless monologues for 2 or more months. The shaman looked at his interlocutor and said that he had a question. There were dishes and flasks on the table. Samantha leaned her elbows on the counter. The hero was cooking something. The girl asked if he hadn't already leveled up, because the guy had continued to create food since the elder's arrival. The shamans prepared soup from Eifelchai flowers. The shamans prepared fried flower seeds. The brunette guy looked at the flask thoughtfully. The girl watched him. Alshia said that even the Eifelchai flowers he could only research 60%. He found this strange, so he asked the elder. She replied that just because he was good at growing flowers did not mean he knew everything about them. Not all flowers require only observation. Each of them has its own use. Some are used as medicinal materials or tonics, others are made into seasonings. Last time, the elves sent the shaman a spinach pie that harmoniously combined 15 ingredients. The guy was amazed. Elda said that in order to advance further, he did not just need to observe the flowers, but also study all the ways they were used. After doing this, he would be able to hear their voices. Now the red-haired girl understood why the brunette was doing this. Eifelchai flower. Research progress 75%. Usually found in rock-sky forest. Loves morning dew, the sound of the flute. Easily adapts and survives in any environment. Hidden effectiveness detected. Weak health recovery effect. The shaman turned to Samantha. He said that he was not just cooking, but thinking about creating potions. The girl clarified that if this is not the class skill level, then it is the character level. The hero answered affirmatively and asked if others do not equalize these levels. He said that he overloaded her with work in the desert. The girl was surprised. The guy offered to take May with him on a hunt. The brunette smiled and asked if their current level is not too low. The red-haired girl said that she and her assistant have a big difference in levels. Alshia grinned and replied that May does not need to increase her levels. The sculptor was surprised. The guy made an ominous face and said that this time his assistant needs to increase the study process in the reference book. Some time later, May is upset that she will have to part with the elves. The shaman returned to the house. Now he can focus on the potions. There is a knock on the door. The hero turned around. He frowned and thought that a human could definitely not have come here. The guy went outside. The elves bowed before him. They greeted him as the second shaman. The brunette looked at them in surprise and asked who they were. The elves introduced themselves. Among them were the leader of Behaim, the leader of Tandemine, and the elder Lucia. The hero was confused and surprised by their appearance. He frowned. Elven idol, the elves sympathize with you. Pink clover necklace increases the favor of the elves. The elves unconditionally believe in the shaman. The interest of the elves is significantly increased. The elders smiled. Lucia said that they came after hearing the voice of the divine tree. Even the elders of other tribes hear its voice. The elves looked around the house and the garden, the true home of the shaman, a whole field of flowers in the middle of the desert. The hero was embarrassed. The tribal leaders smiled, while the shaman was tense. The woman said that Tillite would have liked it, because he was an oddball. Behaim laughed that he had fallen for the shaman's tricks with his insect soup many times. The elves were cheerfully discussing how Tillite once peed on a divine tree. Alshia was surprised why this was not a bad deed for them. The guy frowned. He wondered if these elves really wanted to move here. The forum was discussing the sudden migration of elves. The blonde demanded that his friend explain what was going on. The interlocutors were sitting on the veranda under an umbrella. The guy held out his phone and showed a photo where the hero was standing next to the elves. The brunette said that it was not that easy to explain. He asked if the blonde remembered that he started the game in the Rocksky Forest, where there were many elves. The guy frowned and asked if the hero had anything to do with the relocation of the long-eared ones. The brunette got nervous and looked away. His interlocutor was surprised. He looked at his friend with displeasure and replied that he was so nervous that his toes were just dancing. The protagonist choked on his drink. The blonde leaned on the table and exclaimed whether his friend was really in the middle of this unprecedented situation. The guy did not deny it. He finished his story and looked seriously at his interlocutor. He grabbed his head. He was outraged by such luck in the game. The brunette leaned forward and said that he only intended to quietly run a flower shop. His friend replied that such a chance came once in a lifetime. Jeho replied that for him, opening a flower shop was a unique opportunity. The interlocutor sighed. The blonde banged the table with displeasure and said that the Rocksky Forest had always been a living hell for players. That's why there were so many good quests in it. He was unhappy that his friend hid his adventures from him. The brunette was embarrassed and replied that he had not yet unblocked his friend in the game. The guy demanded a detailed story. The hero sweated and looked away. He said that he simply received a couple of quests when he became friends with the elves. Their existence was at stake. The guy began his story. Sunset. The brunette finished his story. The blonde noted that his friend played better than he expected. The hero looked at him and asked again. The interlocutor was embarrassed and replied that he assumed that Jeho would be completely busy with flowers, and he was simultaneously doing quests. The guy was embarrassed. The friend smiled and asked if he had received the first king achievement. The brunette turned pale and hastened to refute this thought. The blonde looked down and asked what was going on with the hero's toes again, if this was a joke. A private conversation with strong muscles. The voice said that he would soon arrive in the Perm Desert. The shaman ended the call and frowned. He turned around. Behind him was the elven camp. The guy frowned and assumed that they would constantly arrive, hearing the voice of the divine tree. Even now it already resembled a small city. The brunette looked at it carefully and thought that spontaneous construction was not a very good idea. If you don't build according to plan at the very beginning, then everyone will live on top of each other. He clicked on the system window. Private conversation with Samantha. The hero asked how the red-haired girl was doing. The girl said that she was busy and who was calling her. She immediately changed her tone and realized that it was the shaman. The brunette asked if she was very busy. The interlocutor immediately answered that she was not busy at all. The girl said that she and May were currently hunting sheep, but the golems had already finished the battle, so she was listening carefully. The hero asked if she knew anyone with the architect class. She answered in the affirmative. Alshia frowned. He said he needed someone to build houses for elves. The red-haired girl replied that her friend had a lot of experience in such quests and she would contact him quickly. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked his name. The architect's name is Giant. The blue-haired guy with glasses looked at the pop-up notification. He scratched his chin and thought that the quest to upgrade to unique looked difficult. Level 184. Excellent architect, Giant. Quest to change class. Your skills as an architect have already reached the limit. To level up, you need to challenge. Try to do something that no one has done before. Over time, your work will bring new achievements. Upon completion of the quest, you will be promoted to renowned architect. The guy thought about it. Nothing came to mind. He turned around at the sound. Private conversation with Samantha. The bespectacled guy smiled and noted that they had not talked for a long time. The girl immediately asked if he could build houses in the Perm Desert. The guy was surprised and asked again. The blue-haired man grinned and said that this was some kind of reckless challenge, because it was unlikely that it would even be possible to build a foundation there because of the sand. The red-haired woman remembered that she had not said the most important thing. The guy was amazed. Samantha said that he would not regret it, because the houses were needed for the elves to resettle. Giant was surprised. The girl said that she needed someone to build houses for the elves. The architect was shocked. He quickly came to his senses and said that he was already heading there. A little later, in the middle of the Perm Desert, near the Alshia flower shop, the blue-haired man watched silently. The guy was scared. He assumed that he had upset Samantha with something. The shaman stood in front of him and smiled ominously. The hero thanked the architect for coming. The brunette pointed at the tents around. The interlocutor tried not to show fear. Alshia explained that many elves had unexpectedly moved here, so they were living in tents. The bespectacled man looked towards the settlement and thought. The brunette looked at him with admiration. The blue-haired man noted that problems would arise if they started building houses without a plan. If you estimate the rate at which the elven population is increasing, then in the near future this place will look like the Gangnam subway station. The hero made an ominous face and bared his teeth. The architect was scared. Alshia said that a professional is immediately noticeable. He was grateful that the guy had arrived to help so quickly. The brunette looked at the interlocutor and smiled. The shaman said that he would like to create a good place for the elves so that they could live here. The hero asked the architect for help. He looked towards the sound. A notification window appeared. You have the rights of a king. You can create a quest. The brunette thought for a moment and asked his interlocutor to wait. Set the goal of the quest. Alshia frowned and defined the goal as building a city where elves will live. Set the reward. The guy narrowed his eyes. It dawned on him. There is something suitable. The Twilight Fence Shield. Quest settings are complete. After calibrating the system, the quest will be created. The shaman smiled contentedly and looked at the system window. Quest for building a city. Elves are moving to new lands in the desert. It is not yet known how many elves will move. You need to design a large city that can accommodate them all. After successfully completing the work, you will raise the level of interest of the elves in you. Reward: Twilight Fence Shield. Giant looked at the system window in surprise. The quest description said that the elves were moving to new lands in the desert, and it was unknown how many elves would move, so it was necessary to design a large city that could accommodate them all. And after successfully completing the work, the guy would raise the level of interest of the elves to himself, and the reward would be a shield of Twilight Barrier. The architect was surprised that the player could offer such a quest, and noted that its scale was impressive. He was confused, but looked up. The hero scratched his head, smiled and asked if this quest was suitable, that he was probably the first king player, after which he decided that this was nonsense. He read the quest again and thought that the reward was undoubtedly a valuable item, but much more important was the opportunity to upgrade his class. He looked at Alshia and agreed with the task. The architect extended his hand to him. The system announced the acceptance of the quest. The men shook hands. The architect said he would do his best. The boy replied that he would be glad to work with them. They began to lay bricks around the wooden frame. The architect said that he had never built something so large before, but given his experience, he thought it was possible, because since he started building houses, everyone always liked the result. But Ko raised his hand, grinned and said that a human could not penetrate with all the aesthetics of elven architecture. The system reported that his favor with the architect had decreased. The guy looked at him in confusion, trying to deny it. Shuan took a brick in his hands and said with disdain that this was human construction squalor. His split favor with the architect also decreased. The guy cried in confusion and asked to listen to him. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. His gaze clouded over. The guy thought about why they hated him so much and why their interest was waning with every word, after which he tearfully apologized. He turned away from the elves, closed his eyes and said that he would not give up so easily. The young man frowned and said that he was now a first-level newbie and would start over. Samantha came there 2 days later. She passed by the elves and said that she had heard about their relocation, but when she saw everything with her own eyes, she was impressed, after which she asked her friend if she liked that there were so many elves around. May smiled, looked at her and said that everything around had changed a lot in a short time, but this was to be expected from a hero. And suddenly one of the elves stopped them and asked who they were. The girl replied that they came from Alshia. The guy crossed his arms and said that she smelled like nature. The girl replied that she was the shaman's assistant. She closed her eyes with a smile. The elf noted that an ordinary person could not have such a smell. Samantha looked at them and asked if the assistant was an ordinary person. The elf frowned sullenly and asked her who she was, after which he said that she smelled unpleasant. The girl asked him if he was a dog. May ran up to her, stopped the elf and said that her friend was a good person and was a knight of Alcia, and that they had just returned from an expedition to help the hero. She showed the guy a botanical reference book and said that they were collecting seeds and information for this book. The elf asked if they had left to find more information in the desert about flowers. They looked at each other with a smile. The girl confirmed this. The guy said that they could pass. He turned his gaze to the red-haired girl and said that she should be careful. The elf looked into her eyes and added that a few days ago one annoying boy came to them to build houses. If she did not want to be like him, she should behave well. The girl, not taking her eyes off him, suddenly realized who he was talking about. Giant was lying on the ground. The girls came up to him. The guy was crying and muttering something about not being an architect. May looked at her friend and asked who he was. The girl answered that he was a famous architect whom she invited at the request of the hero, after which she asked what happened. Alcia came up to them from behind and said that elves do not like people, and even if he talks to them, nothing will change, because he will not be able to dispel their hostility towards the architect. The girl looked away and said that she thinks she knows why he is like that. The guys looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. The girl remembered the bitter moments of meeting the elves and said that all the members of the group go through this, and that the elves treated her very coldly, and Alcia was an exception. The guy folded his arms, frowned slightly and asked if she was talking about that group whose members wore robes. The girl confirmed this and said that she lived with them then, constantly worrying about other people's words, actions, thoughts, not being able to express her opinion, so she joined their ranks. She turned away with a smile and said that she mastered one thing there, sleeping under the open sky and begging. The guys asked her again incomprehensibly. They looked at the saddened architect. The guy asked if he went crazy because he was a famous architect and did not expect such an attitude. The girl answered that, in that case, they need to help him cope with his mental trauma. Alcia raised his head and asked if they could do it, because it had been going on for 2 days. May looked at him, frowned and said that it was not a mental trauma. The boy asked her if she wanted to say that the group members liked living in the Lux Forest. She touched her chest, lowered her head and said that she had adapted to living there. May looked at them, raised her hand and asked if she could ask for help. The hero frowned and asked again what that meant. The girl said that she wanted to ask the group to pass on their knowledge to the architect about how to communicate with elves. Alcia slightly recoiled and said that it was possible if there was a result, then asked if she knew how to contact them. The girl opened the system window and answered in the affirmative, then said that she was still a member of the organization and she had messages somewhere. She showed the dialogue. You asked the guys to look at it. The boy noticed how they called him a monster. He looked away with displeasure. The girl lowered her head and said that these guys also needed help, because they were trapped in the forest with the elves. The hero asked her if they were obliged to help them. She turned to him and said that they needed workers anyway. Alcia looked into her eyes and agreed with this. Warm rays of the sun illuminated the crowns of trees on the other side of the forest. The system reported that the favor of the elf straw had finally become neutral. The people in hoods began to rejoice at this and congratulate the leader on the neutral attitude of the elf. Tears appeared in his eyes. He said that although the circumstances were unfortunate, but he was sure that if they did not give up. Suddenly he received a request for a private conversation with May. He answered her. The guys behind him burst into tears. The girl asked to listen to him. The group members discussed the fact that the girl was now in the game, and that they had nowhere to retreat, so they would have to beg the guy they called a monster. And suddenly everyone fell silent, hearing the exclamation of the leader, who asked the girl about what she said. One of the members approached him and asked him there what happened. The leader happily answered that he had been waiting for this for a long time. He took hold of his hood and said that they could get rid of the stuffy capes and go out into the world. The man threw off his cloak. The guys looked at him in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The man raised his hand above his head. Tears appeared in his eyes. He said that they had a chance. Suddenly he fell silent, hearing the voice of the elf from behind him, who said that they were making noise at a late hour. The elf frowned with displeasure, exhaled and began to be indignant. The system announced that the villagers had become uncomfortable. His favor had decreased and the level of interest had become lower than ever. The man was wilted by what had happened. One of the group members said that all efforts had gone down the drain. Breeze looked up and said it didn't matter because they were leaving anyway, then offered to leave this damn forest. The guys came to the entrance to the Tryon village. May greeted them with a smile. The man approached her. The girl asked how they were doing. Breeze replied that they were doing relatively well, then said that as she said, he came alone as a representative, and the other 50 people remained in the GLA village. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she was sure that everything was okay, then said that he would like, if possible, to take all 50 people with him. The girl closed her eyes and answered with a smile that everything was fine, and that the man would go with her, and the rest would be brought by the elf standing behind her. Breeze let go of his head. The girl added that first she would share the quest with him, and then she would need to share it with the others in the village. She sent a quest, the description of which said that the elves are building a foundation for future houses in the desert, so they need to help with the work and build a new city with them. If successful, the man will receive 20 flowers from the shaman. The guy was confused but looked at the sign and said that this is a very good potion, and to receive it just for participating is great luck. The girl raised her hand, smiled, and said that she was also a member of the group, especially since the guys from the organization need luck to escape from the elves. The man agreed with her. She turned to the elf behind her and said that he can begin. The guy asked the man where the rest of the people were. He frowned angrily and ordered him to speak. Breeze began to stutter in fear. The elf said that he would give them a chance only because the shaman asked for it, so the man should not disappoint them. Breeze looked at him in fear and agreed, wondering if this was normal. Warm rays of sun shone on blue flowers. The man called it an incredible view. A lonely house stood in the middle of a field. Breeze raised his hands and asked if it was really a desert, because wherever he looked, flowers grew. Alshia approached him and introduced himself. The man greeted him and thought that this face was still scary. The elves watched them furiously. The hero said that as the man already knows, the reason for creating the quest is that the elves decided to move. One of the guys asked what this smelly man was doing with them. Alshia smiled slightly and said that he would build a city for them so that they could live here. The man replied that he understood this. He looked at the hero with a smile and thought that, apparently, the quest was created by him personally, and noted that the level of the task was quite high, after which he asked the guy why he chose him, because the guy knows that the elves do not like them. The hero smiled and added that he chose him because Breeze was the oldest leader of the organization. The man agreed with this and said that all the players who were older than him had left them. Alshia touched his chest, closed his eyes and apologized, after which he said that he would pray for their souls. The man said in surprise that he did not mean that and explained that they simply quit the game. The guy looked into his eyes and said that in any case, since he had been the leader of the organization for a long time, he thought the man could help them. Alshia turned sideways to him, frowned and said that before they could start building, they needed to deal with one problem. He looked angrily at the man and asked him to follow him. Breeze jerked in fear and agreed. Giant sat next to a blue flower, saying that the flower was very beautiful, but he himself was much worse. The guy was sad but smiled and said that it was not worth even unicorn feces mixed with the dirt from which fertilizer was made, after which he added that all people are like that. The guys approached him. The hero said that the architect had been in this state for several days. Breeze looked at him in surprise and said that the architect was at the 4th stage. Alshia frowned. May seemed from behind him and said that this was the stage of complete loss of self-respect. She smiled slightly and said that in the organization, people, being together, help each other cope with this, but she did not remember the details. The man looked at the hero and said that they distinguish 5 stages, and when newcomers arrive in the forest, they are already at the 1st stage. May and Breeze shed a tear. The man said that anyone who knows the cold and contempt of the elves will inevitably self-destruct. In addition to this, regardless of their gender, the elves are so beautiful that you can feel like an amoeba against their background. He returned to the guy and said that in the 2nd stage, a person tries to fight it, but soon becomes disappointed, and in the 3rd stage, his mind is destroyed by a sense of shame. They looked at the distraught architect. The man added that the 4th stage is the acceptance of reality, and the architect is a living example, considering himself a scum. But the next step will not be easy. Alshia looked at him. The man lowered his head. The guy asked him what will happen next. Breeze said that usually the organization manages to fix it in time by intervening in the situation. He smiled with tears in his eyes and said that the group helps to accept himself and his life, so at the 5th stage, a person simply gives up his hopes and expectations, but of course, it is difficult, and he cannot even say with certainty that he himself has completely passed to the 5th stage. May happily answered that followed the hero being at the 2nd stage. Alshia praised them both. He raised his hand and said that the architect was supposed to design the city, but after arriving he fell into depression. Breeze said that this usually happens when a person meets elves without preparation. He looked into the boy's eyes. The young man said that this is why he wants to ask for support. Breeze said that now they can only help to pass to the 5th stage. He suddenly noticed something. A quest for changing a profession opened before the man, the description of which stated that the man could call himself an expert not with elves at all. However, the hostility of this race is not so easy to overcome. But the man has the gift of healing people who have suffered morally from elves. The goal of the quest was to heal a person's psychological trauma left by the elven race, and as a reward for this he received the status of an elven advisor. He smiled in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Breeze sternly lowered his head. The guys looked at him in surprise. The man said that a lot of time had passed since the beginning of the game. May asked him if something had happened. A drop of tears ran down his cheek. He suddenly burst into tears. Breeze covered his mouth with his hand. The hero looked at the girl. May said that he was crying because he was scared. The guys paid attention to the man, who said that he was not afraid. He turned to them with a smile and said that he had simply found the meaning of life, after which he thanked the hero for such a precious chance for him. Alshia and May looked at him in confusion. One of the members of the organization picked up an axe created by the elf for cutting down trees. The elf crossed his arms, looked at them. The guy asked him if he wanted them to cut down trees. The elf confirmed this and said that from today on they would be cutting down trees, and although he personally would not trust them with even a stick. The elves frowned angrily and finished the sentence by saying that this was a request from a shaman, so they should do it. The blows of the axe were heard throughout the forest. The blade sank into the trunk of a tree. The elf pointed his finger at the guy and angrily said that he had done a better job. The young man apologized to him. The elf looked angrily at the members of the organization and yelled at them. They say that one swing of the axe takes 8 seconds to properly cut down a tree. You need to make 8 blows in a circle exactly 10 centimeters, then the felling will have a perfectly smooth edge. The angle of the axe should be 37 deg. One of the guys cried and said that they had now become slaves. He raised his head and imagined the image of the leader, thinking that he missed him. The elf continued to yell at them. The guy mentally added that he would go through all the trials, no matter how much he wanted to escape. Alshia looked at the notification that the spirit of life said that it was difficult to grow anything in this hellish hell. The guy agreed with this. He looked at the trees and said that only weeds and some flowers grow there, and the seedlings simply will not survive. He frowned and added that something needs to be thought of. Samantha came up to him from behind and said that she had finished cleaning the warehouse. The guy thanked her. Alshia frowned when he heard the words that there were a lot of potions in the warehouse. The guy asked if she was talking about the Efelt flower essence. Samantha looked at him, confirmed this and asked if he planned to use it as a reward for this quest. The boy confirmed this. The girl added that she felt sorry to waste potions on this. She frowned slightly and said that although she did not want to seem annoying, it was not good to leave the potion gathering dust without doing anything because the guy himself knew how valuable such items were in the new world. The young man smiled confusedly and agreed with her, thinking that, apparently, she thought that he was an experienced player. The girl said that the potion gives 10% recovery after critical loss of health or weakening. She looked him in the eyes and added that such a potion would be in good demand among players. Alshia asked her if anyone would buy them. He turned away in confusion, agreeing that they could be sold, after which he was mentally surprised by this. The guy and girl stood opposite each other. Samantha said that there are more expensive items, but this potion is very easy to make. The guy agreed with this and said that he knows the recipe there. The ingredients are flowers. She touched her chin and said that the price-quality ratio is quite tempting. And besides, the constant income is more profitable than a one-time sale of game items. Alshia raised his head and thought that in modern times many people earn money in the new world, and he has a loan for education, a loan for his father's gym, and his mother works 7 days a week. He frowned slightly and decided that in such a situation it was unwise to waste time in games without benefit. He smiled and addressed the girl by name. Looking into her eyes, he asked if she knew a suitable person for this purpose. Hwasun was lying on the grass. She received a call from Samantha, who asked her if she could evaluate something for sale. The girl agreed and said that this was her job because she was a merchant. Hwasun sat down on a stump and looked at the system window, asking the interlocutor about what item she was talking about. Samantha said that she was talking about the essence of the Efelt flower and that she sent one for evaluation. Hwasun looked at the inventory and agreed with her, after which she said that if we are talking about launching into mass sale, then probably the quality is not the best. She did not take her eyes off the inventory, thinking about the fact that the item was sent by Samantha, so it should be worth at least something. The girl quickly began to count in her head. She looked at the system window in surprise. Samantha was trying to shout to her. Hwasun finished counting. She looked ahead in surprise and asked the interlocutor if she wanted to launch this potion into mass production. Samantha answered that the potion was made by one person, so he is far from the productivity of the plant, but still they have quite a lot of it. The girl asked if this means that this is the final result. The interlocutor answered that this is not all, because the guy has just started to develop in this direction. Hwasun's eyes showed a thirst for profit. She asked her friend to send her coordinates about the conditions of this topic, that she would come immediately. The members of the organization, led by an elf, were dragging a log. The guys were picking flowers. Breeze was trying to cheer up the architect. Alshia stepped onto the ground a little further away. He touched his nose and said that he did not know if the potion would sell well, but he thought it should be improved. Samantha looked at him and addressed him by name. The guy greeted her. The girl looked away. Hwasun adjusted her hair and introduced herself. The girl said that this was her friend with the merchant class, about whom she told. Alshia smiled ominously. The girl recoiled in fear. The guy introduced himself and said that they needed to get down to business. He smiled in anticipation and asked if she wanted to look at one of his things. Alshia smiled slyly. A dark aura emanated from him. The girl turned to her friend, who said that the guy did not mean anything illegal. The guys entered the building. The guy said that for now this is all he has, and that this is his warehouse, after which he suggested starting with the flower essence. Hwasun took the bottle with the potion in her hand and said that she could say for sure that the essence was of good quality. She looked at the ingredients and said that there were many more interesting things around. Besides this, the guy replied that he was conducting experiments on creation, a little bit of everything. She smiled widely and asked if he could. Hwasun put an eyepiece to her eye and said that she would begin. The system reported that the analysis of the item had begun and that the goblin kaleidoscope significantly improved the analysis capabilities. She looked at the bowl with unknown contents. The system reported that this was a tea made by a shaman from dried mushrooms, high quality, granting the effect of increasing curse resistance by 1%. She looked at the plate of plants. The system reported that these were high-quality roasted flower seeds prepared by the shaman, which granted the effect of restoring 10 points of health. She looked at the nuts. The system reported that these were high-quality baked acorns with pine needles prepared. She looked at the guy with a smile. The young man said that he had made a lot of them to increase the level of study, so this was just a defect. She looked at the plate and thought that she could not clearly determine its potential with certainty, and although this was certainly incomparable with the high-quality food options with effects that the best players used, and most of the food that players could prepare was of mediocre quality, but the quality of this shaman's food. She pointed at herself and asked if she could try it. The young man agreed with her. The girl picked up one acorn on her fork. She put it in her mouth. Suddenly, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. She grabbed her cheek, lost in the bliss of the taste she was experiencing. She thought there that she was experiencing a slightly bitter but pleasant taste of acorns and pine needles, which was gradually affecting her taste buds, and that she could compare it to the performance of Mother Nature. Alcia looked at her and suggested that she did not like it. The girl lowered her head and said that the preparation of the food ranged from ordinary to high quality, because inside the new world, the taste sensations were enhanced. She looked back at him with a smile and said that for players who only valued parameters, the taste of the food did not matter, but if we talk about the NPCs of the new world, then this food would definitely interest high-class creatures. She looked into his eyes. The guy asked what this meant. The girl said that in the new world there are many NPCs with different personalities and preferences, and she was sure that these dishes would suit their tastes. Hwasun walked past him and looked at the table. She stretched out her hand to the side. The girl smiled and said that she wanted to sell everything in this warehouse, not just the essence. She closed her eyes and called the guy a divine cook. Suddenly, she looked at his face in surprise. The young man ominously said over her that he was not against selling them, but wanted to clarify one thing. The girl, frightened, recoiled and asked what had happened and if she had said anything wrong. Alcia frowned angrily and called himself the owner of a flower shop. Hwasun was in Pavlov's stupor and decided that he had gone crazy. The guy frowned. Samantha said that her friend was not bad. The young man looked at her. The girl added that she could just be confused from time to time and sometimes lose common sense. Alcia said that there was no need to justify her because she had not behaved so badly, and he had heard worse. He turned away and said that in any case they agreed that the girl would open an exclusive store. Samantha said that they would need a place for this. The guy agreed. He frowned slightly and added that they only had to return Giant to normal. The bright sun hung in the sky. Breeze turned to Giant and said that the architect should cast aside illusions about elves, because they are not as noble and kind as in fairy tales or novels. The guy looked at him in surprise. The man added that he could honestly say that elves can even kill the architect because of their hostility towards people if he only touches them. The men lowered their heads. The architect in tears said that elves are like demons, humiliate for no reason, and also racial discrimination is thriving there. Breeze said that he does not mean this, so the guy needs to get rid of the illusion, because they are the same ordinary mortals, plus they also offend people. An elf passing by approached them and looked at them ominously. The guys closed their mouths. The elf walked away. The man smiled and said that the only way to find a common language with elves is to accept reality. He looked ahead. Breeze looked into the guy's eyes and said that he should make every effort. The architect asked him what he meant. The man looked back and said that he would demonstrate with an example. Breeze ran to the leaving elf. He bowed low, greeted the elf and said that the weather was as beautiful as the beauty of the elves. The passerby was surprised that he was saying this about the desert. The man immediately ran away. The architect was surprised by his actions. The giant raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought about the fact that he unilaterally uttered this crazy greeting. The elf silently looked after the man. He exhaled with a smile and said that he thought the man was a little better than he initially thought. The giant was stunned by what he saw. The man ran up to him and asked if he wanted to try, because in any case, the elf's favor towards him was already at its lowest, and if nothing worked out, the man had nothing to lose anyway. The architect ran up to the same elf, he bowed low and repeated the man's words. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the grass. He raised his head, the elf exhaled condescendingly and said that he was not that ignorant. The system reported that there was a slight increase in favor. The architect turned around at the man in surprise. Breeze gave him a thumbs up and said that it was a good job. The giant cried out his name in tears. I also did not understand, I cried. The man began to console him. The hero looked at them confusedly. Suddenly a dialogue box appeared next to him. Kwasan asked if the guy had checked the auction. The young man replied that he had seen the post on the forum, after which he asked about the reaction to the essence. The girl, checking the comments of the auction, said that the reaction was amazing because she put it up for 10 gold and the entire stock was bought up, and 3 times the bidding even reached 30 gold, so the prepared dishes were very much liked by the aristocrats and many of them wanted to buy more. The young man touched his chin and said that he earned money on the essence of Idi and then wondered how much it was in real money. Nay approached him and said that although she was not sure, but it was about 10,000 won. The guy was surprised that they emptied the entire warehouse and received only 10,000. The girl asked for food whether the essence should be expensive. The young man frowned and said that he would have to take out a loan again to pay for tuition. The girl was surprised by this. The guy looked at her and asked if she had any problems. The girl said that nothing serious had happened, then added that it meant that the guy was also a student. He looked into her eyes and said that he was only 24 years old. May laughed and said that it sounded unbelievable, although they were in a game. She turned around with tears in her eyes and said that anyone can play the game. The guy looked at her face seriously. The girl slightly recoiled. She frowned in confusion and realized that he did not take 2 years older. Alshia grabbed his chin and said that in any case, selling essence or food from flowers is quite good. But there must be a way to just sell flowers, because now his store is more like a shop where grains are threshed. The girl approached him and said that in the game, flowers are not equipment and accessories, after which she suggested using them as a material. The young man imagined yellow flowers and thought about it. The system transmitted the spirit of life's question about whether the investigators should do this now. The guy blushed and agreed. He extended his hand to the blue flower and said that his palms were too big for this. The system reported that he had received concentration, allowing him to increase his success in completing any task in a state of concentration. The guy put the flowers in a vase on the table. The system called it an inept, but lovingly made composition. Alshia hung over the flowers, smiled and said that this was a success, and although it turned out a little crooked, he did it for the first time. The system reported receiving the achievements of a novice florist and the ability to compose bouquets. The guy turned to the system window. The system reported that the study of flowers of this type had reached 100%, as a result of which the opportunity to communicate with the spirit opened up. The guy said that the study, which had not advanced even when he was preparing or creating a potion, instantly increased at that moment. The guy looked at the notification. The spirit of life reported that flowers perceive human feelings caused by their appearance as a reward. Alshia was happy to see it. The spirit of life added with an important look that flowers are quite stupid and cannot communicate like him. The guy was surprised by what he read. He frowned, looking at the system window with information about reaching 100% study level, after which he said that he was pleased to receive a damage reduction by half to prepare more potions. He did not take his eyes off the flowers, thinking that making bouquets increases the level much faster. The system reported that his composition gives a damage reduction effect for 3 seconds after reaching the 5% health mark, and an additional effect imposed on allies within a 5 meters radius, which restores health in the amount of 1%. The guy clenched his palms and said that making bouquets can get such a good effect. He smiled and was happy with the result, after which he said that now his store will certainly attract more visitors. He frowned angrily and added that he only had to achieve maximum progress in studying, so it's time to raise the level of study for the other colors. Elves walked around the temporary camp. The guy stepped on the ground and said that there really were a lot of elves around, after which he found the hero's shop. He exhaled and smiled. Scottman waved his hand and asked where Alshia was. The elves turned to look at him irritably. The guy put his hands on his belt and said that he needed to ask where this fool was, after which he repeated his question again. The elves surrounded him with a stern look. The young man asked if they wanted to accompany him. He scratched the back of his head, looked back and said that Alshia said that he was close to the elves, after which he asked those around if they knew where he was and described the hero's appearance. The blonde closed his eyes and again asked where he could find Alshia. The elves beat the boy. The blonde fearfully asked for forgiveness. One of the elves stretched his arms and told the guy to never dare to humiliate the hero again, and that it was the first time, so he did not suffer much. Next time there will be no mercy. The blonde apologized to him again. He sank to the ground. The elves walked away. Breeze came to him and asked if he was okay. The guy looked back. The man said that the elves are very hostile to people, but it does not come to murder, although the main merit in this is Alcia's request. Scottman asked who he was. The man smiled and introduced himself to the elven advisor, after which he said that he helps new players as a guide and informs how to communicate with the elves of the hellish desert. The guy looked at him in confusion, not understanding what the man was talking about. Breeze felt sorry for his fist, imagined demonic images of elves, and said that in the hellish desert, the sad experience of the first meeting with elves can be repeated endlessly if the guy is not careful, and that there is a certain reason why he called this place a hellish desert. Because there really is hell in the desert. Scottman thought that this was definitely not Jeho's idea. Breeze raised his hands and said that the blonde was lucky, because now he has little psychological impact, so it will be easier for them to undergo training. If the guy gets his advice, he will even be able to say hello to the elves. The guy looked him in the eyes and said that they should not resort to this because he is a friend of Alcia. The slow-witted man looked at him. The blonde said the guy's name and again wanted to call him a fool. Breeze covered his mouth with his hand, brought his finger to his lips and said that the first rule is not to insult Alcia, because if the elves hear these words, the guy will not be well. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. He thought that this was a hellish place, and then wondered where his comrade was now. May turned to the hero and asked him where he was going. The boy said that he was going to the Red Magic Tower in the southeast of the continent. All this happened a week before Scottman came. The heroes looked at the girl and said that due to the inability to control the climate in the desert, they would need a thermostat, and that Samantha had learned that players with the mage class could help them. May smiled widely and folded her arms to her chest, asking him if she could go as an assistant. Samantha also asked for permission to accompany him. The boy answered negatively and said that they would stay to look after the garden. He frowned and looked over his shoulder. The guy turned slightly pale. Behind him stood a crowd of enthusiastic elves, to whom they said that they could not let the shaman go alone on such a long journey. And although they were not delighted with the possible meeting with people, but they already had a certain immunity, the guy said discontentedly that as many as 10 elves would go with him. Breeze called out to the hero with a smile. He handed him the sword and said that since he was leaving, he should take it with him. The young man took the sword in his hands. The man said that after his battle with the bear in the forest he came across her in the thicket, after which he blessed him. The guy thanked him for this. Breeze looked at him in surprise. The young man frowned angrily and asked how the man knew that he had fought a bear. May and Breeze turned away embarrassedly. The man called it a coincidence. The shining sword is cheerful on his belt. At the moment the guy with the loyal elves was heading like a red magic tower. One of the elves cut off the giant scorpion's tail and said that Alcia cannot worry about monsters on the way. The system reported that due to the difference in levels with the rest of the party, the experience gain was reduced to a minimum. The giant desert scorpion is subject to only one blow. The young man thought that this is definitely the safest journey. The maddened elves began to fight the scorpions. The guy thought that he was lucky that the elves destroy monsters, but it is impossible to gain experience with them, so he lowers the chance to raise the level. The hero frowned and decided that the elves with rapiers moved so easily as if it was a dance. The guys moved gracefully with blades in their hands. Alcia tilted his head in surprise and began to study their movements. He struck a couple of blows with his hand, repeating after the elves. The red-haired boy approached him and congratulated him on his quick understanding of the movements. He looked at the hero with a smile and said that it seemed that the boy did not know how to handle a rapier. Alcia looked at the sword and said that he did not have time to practice. The elf touched his chin and said that it seemed to him that the guy had become more expensive than their movements in elven fencing, but had changed it for himself for bare-handed combat. Alcia said that fist fighting was still more familiar to him. He pointed his finger at himself and asked the elf's opinion with a smile about whether he could learn their fencing techniques. Since he could no longer use his seat in combat, and he had no other abilities, the elf said that it would be quite difficult. The young man scratched his head and said that it meant that people should not study elven fencing. The red-haired guy replied that he was not doing this, but that fencing with a rapier would not be effective for him with his body type. He smiled slightly and suggested hand-to-hand combat to the guy. Alcia was surprised and asked if elves had one. The elf laughed and answered in the affirmative, then said that in fact, their archery and fencing are based on the general rules of their martial art. He raised his hands and said that he would like the hero to try something. A small mound of sand rose behind him. The elf added that there are a large number of earth spirits in the desert, and they have strong armor and destructive power, so they are not suitable for training. Alcia tried to warn him about the sand rising. Suddenly, a giant scorpion jumped out of the mound. The elf said with a smile that he would show the guy a move once. Alcia tried to warn him of the danger. The elf's fist glowed brightly. The guy paid attention to it. The elf raised his hand and struck the scorpion's head. The next second, the monster's skull shattered into small pieces. The elf smiled and said that this is the basis of martial arts, which combines contact with nature and borrowing the power of spirits, which is called elbow. The guy recoiled in horror and said that this was far from self-defense. The system reported that information about the elbow martial art was now available to him. Alshia frowned and looked at the elf who stood in a stance, then imagined an image of a human fighter. The elf said that the name of my art comes from the combination of the words elf and boxing. Alshia wondered how they knew about boxing. The guy raised his hand, pity varnish, and looked at the system window. The spirit of life told the guy not to worry and trust him. The system reported that the spiritual art was imbued with the power of the surrounding spirits. Depending on the group of spirits, different attributes are used, and at present, only the spirit of life and the spirit of elven flowers are available to the guy. The system also said that for the spiritual elbow, the guy chose the spirit of life, as a result of which he received a sacred attack, an attack for class skills, and the accrual of additional experience after killing an enemy. Alshia felt sorry for Varnish, around which shining dots appeared. He frowned and raised his hand to strike. The guy attacked the scorpion on the head. His fist hit the monster's skull with great force. The system reported that in addition to the sacred attack, 482 units of additional damage were added. The scorpion rose above the ground. The guy landed in front of him and said that the blow was just like the elves, but a little weak. A message from the spirit of life appeared in front of him, who said that it was not he who was weak, but the young man. Alshia did not answer that he was unarmed, and his level was low. The guy looked around in surprise, hearing a cry of joy. The elves raised their hands and happily congratulated the shaman on his first use of the power of the spirit. Alshia replied that he just watched a lot of competitions. A group of scorpions approached him. The guy said that 3 more monsters climbed out to him. He looked back and asked if he had a chance to defeat them, after which he said that they could help him. The scorpions started attacking him at high speed. The guy didn't notice it. Alshia turned around in shock. An arrow hit the scorpion's tail. The guy looked at it in surprise, stepping back. The elf squeezed the bow and said that the guy shouldn't worry and focus on martial arts. The guys took hold of the bows. The red-haired guy said that they would cover him. The heroes looked at them with a smile. He raised his hands, frowned, and said that if everything goes like this, he will be able to master martial arts perfectly, after which he asked the spirit of life to get ready. After 3 hours, sweat was running down the guy's hand. The elves were shouting at him that the guy needs to put in a little more effort. The elf held the scorpion down on the ground. The boy frowned at his bumps. The elf said he should try again. Because of the difference in their levels with the scorpion, he would have to hit him for a very long time until he died. Alshia looked at him. The boy smiled widely. The hero asked if that would be enough. The elf replied that there was very little left. He smiled widely and added that there were 700 more punches left with his bare fist. The boy was shocked but looked at him. The scorpion had lost all will to live. The boy began to hit the scorpion over and over again. The elf screamed and counted his blows, reaching 999. The boy gritted his teeth and swung for the final blow. He attacked the scorpion. A friend appeared in front of him. The inscription in the window said that the guy hit 1,000 times with his bare fists for some reason strong. So strength and health are constantly increasing by 10, and the young man also received the achievements of millions of years. The hero smiled and said that he completed 1,000 hits. The elf hurried him. Alshia looked at him. The guy said that the hero made 999 hits, and the last one remained. Alshia asked if there were 1,000 hits and hoped that this was not some kind of game teaser. He looked at his fist and said that although it was a complete 0, but thanks to the special training of the elves, he increases his level and improves his skills, and there is still a long way to go to the destination, so he will train during the hike. The young man frowned and decided that this was still not enough for him. His fist remained shining blue. The guy decided that he needed a weapon. Their group approached the cliff in front of the city. Continuing special training, the heroes with the elves crossed the desert and arrived at the first settlement. They walked along the street. The guy frowned tensely and was surprised by the big city. His level rose to 82. A group of guys walked along the street. Passers-by discussed the fact that the elves' house should be on the other side, that they had never seen them in real life. The elves followed the guy with a stern look, listening to the discussion of people. The townspeople said that friendship with elves brings only advantages and a high level, and if you compare them with the royal knights, it is not clear who is stronger. Alshia turned to the red-haired guy and asked if everything was okay. The elf smiled softly and said that everything was fine, because he personally asked them about it. The boy crossed his arms and looked ahead. The elves once again took on a gloomy look. Being on the verge of breaking down, the boy thought that they had enough common sense not to look for trouble. He turned to the elves and said that he would go to the blacksmith, where he might need a glove or something similar, then asked what they would do. The elf replied that they would follow him. They also just wanted to fix their weapons. The heroes looked at the market and decided that they should go there. On one of the buildings hung a sign with a sword and shield. The boy opened the door and apologized for the intrusion. He went inside and decided that no one was there. The elves who entered after him turned away in disgust, smelling the air inside. The boy asked them what happened. He turned to his allies. The elves suggested going to another blacksmith. The boy asked if they thought it was closed. The guys turned pale. The red-haired guy tried to hurry him. The young man did not understand why they wanted to leave so much. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind him, which said that even from afar he could smell these nasty guys. Alshia turned around and said that there was a man inside after all. Suddenly, he frowned in surprise. The elves looked at the stranger with disdain. The man stepped onto the floor and said that the young man's tastes were quite specific if you look at the guys next to him. Alshia looked at the short man in confusion. The stranger then asked why he was looking at him. The man frowned and asked if it was the first time he saw a dwarf. At the same time, in the land of the brown bear, the bald guy was trying to catch up with Kroken, simultaneously rejoicing at something. He smiled broadly and called out to the guildmaster. The man turned to him angrily and ordered that the guy be put in prison. The guards dragged the boy by his arms. The young man screamed that he would never call a man that again. The deputy master approached the leader and asked why he did not listen to the boy. Kroken asked him if he learned anything. The man turned angrily at him. The deputy said that they had found a suspicious place, after which he asked if the leader knew that elves had come to the continent. Kroken asked him what the connection was between them. The deputy frowned and said that there was a player among the elves. He looked into the eyes of the guildmaster and said that this was only a hypothesis. Kroken was stunned, hearing the words that this player could be the king of the elves. The man lowered his head and howled heavily. Looking at the deputy, he ordered to make an announcement to the guild members and everyone else, because for each of his kills he will give a gold coin. Kroken frowned and said that if the guy is caught alive, they will get gold. Alshia looked back at the leaving elves. The red-haired guy said that they will leave and find another blacksmith. The guy looked at the dwarf and thought that if elves and unicorns exist, then they can exist too. The young man frowned. The man said that he thought he was a man, but now he saw his face. The blacksmith pointed at the guy and asked if his parents were demons. The young man answered that they were people. The yard touched his nose and said that the young man did not look like a man. Although, if you look closely, there are no horns, and he does not smell gray. Well, it clearly smells of flowers and elves. The young man replied that he is a man. The man noted that this is surprising, because he does not look like a man at all. Alshia turned around and said that he would also leave. The yard restored him and asked why he came, and if he needed a blacksmith. The guy looked back and asked if the man was engaged in blacksmithing. The dwarf frowned and raised his hand, saying that he was. The young man thought that, as it seemed to him, nothing good would come of it. The man put his hand in his vest and said that this is the body of a dwarf, and so he then the god of fire and the god of the blacksmith, after which he noted that the dwarves are a special people. The man took a bag from his bosom. He put his hand in it and asked the guy to carefully watch the actions. The man took out a dark powder from inside. He poured it into the furnace. The powder particles suddenly sparkled. A bright explosion appeared from the furnace. The dwarf looked back and said that he was offended that the guy considered their people to be ordinary blacksmiths. He took the guy's hand and said that if he wanted to create a weapon in the form of gloves, then he needed to take measurements. He began to feel his palm. The young man asked what he was doing. The man noted that the guy had the hands of a real fighter, and that he had never seen such hands even in his homeland. He smiled in anticipation and said that such hands were definitely not made for a spear or a sword, and not even for a bow, like the hands of a butcher. The guy was alarmed but pulled himself together, thanking him for the praise. The man asked to look at his hand again. The young man asked him what he was talking about. He was irritated but frowned and asked the dwarf to say whether he would make a glove or not. The man turned away and said that he needed to think about what to do with the furnace. The guy looked at him in rage. The dwarf burst into tears and said that the young man reminded him of his own youth, because he was a monster, at the mere sight of whom the interlocutors got into their pants, but he was no longer who he used to be, because he had lost all self-confidence. Alshia frowned and asked why this happened. The man closed his eyes and said that the anvil, passed down from generation to generation, was stolen during his move. The man imagined an image of a shining anvil and said that because of this theft he could not appear before the ancestors of the family, because the anvil was the heart and soul of his family. A system window appeared in front of the guy. The system offered him a sudden quest, which consisted in the fact that the young man must return the anvil, and as a reward for this he would receive the maximum sympathy of the blacksmith. Alshia frowned in annoyance and looked at the proposal. The spirit of life asked him what he would decide. The boy turned away and asked if he understood correctly that the man had lied about the theft. Volka fell to the ground, grabbed the boy by the leg and asked for help, on the condition that if he did not, then no one would help him. The young man said that he needed to overcome his gambling addiction, because it was the same as curing a complete alcoholic. The man denied this, saying that he had completely rejected these ailments, and that he had worked hard to pay off his gambling debts, but could not earn enough money without an anvil. Alshia said that there was no point in this. The elves rushed inside and asked the boy what had happened. They noticed how the dwarf was on his knees begging the boy for help, holding his leg. The elves hurried to his aid and began to kick the dwarf, loudly cursing at him. The hero pulled them aside and said that this was some kind of madness, and then suggested that they leave there. They suddenly stopped, hearing a voice outside, asking the dwarf about when he was going to repay his debts. A group of men went inside. The man with an eye patch said that if the dwarf did not have money, then he could sell this building and repay them. The guy frowned and looked back at the dwarf, who addressed the man. The guy with the eye patch came closer and asked the elves if they knew this shorty or if they were his friends and had come to repay them. Alshia looked at the blacksmith and asked if he had borrowed money from loan sharks. The man replied that it was a gang that owned a gambling house. The dwarf frowned and added that they controlled every nook and cranny of the kingdom, and even the Imperial Guard could not do anything about them. The man frowned and called out to the blacksmith, saying that he was talking to him, so he should look him in the face. The blacksmith wilted and said that he was not running away, and that he came to them yesterday. The guy looked at him and reminded him of his words about getting caught up in gambling. The man said that he could not do anything, because his trade was not going well. He raised his hand with tears in his eyes and said that the only way for him to make money was in the gambling house if his bet won even once. The young man exchanged glances with the elves. The red-haired guy said that he should not listen to this crazy dwarf. Another elf suggested that they quickly leave there. The man in the blindfold approached them and apologized. He frowned and said that the guy apparently knew the old man well and could not ignore his friend's problem. Alshia frowned angrily. The man looked at him and asked if he was trying to intimidate him with his scary face and if he knew who was standing in front of him. They locked eyes and the blindfolded man said that objectively speaking, he definitely had a talent for intimidation, but it wouldn't work here. The boy thought that bullies did the same thing. He closed his eyes and added that wherever he went, they found him and there was nothing he could do about it. The man pulled out a knife and asked if the boy was ignoring him. The next second, he was hit in the face. Alshia looked at what had happened in surprise. The red-haired elf attacked the man with his fist. He turned around ominously and said that he had barely touched him and only then that their shaman had asked them not to harm people. He turned to the gang and said that they dare not point a knife at the shaman. The men turned to look at him. The elf looked at them ominously. His allies rushed to attack in a rage. The elf said that he hoped that the men were going to ask the shaman for forgiveness. The beaten guys were lying on the floor. The man in the bandage pulled the ally along with him and said that after they raised their hand against him, they would not be able to remain in peace in this city. Alshia closed his eyes with a smile and said that in the end it happened, and, as it seemed to him, the elf needed to let off steam. The dwarf shrugged his shoulders, looked at the guy and sincerely thanked him. The system reported a rapid increase in the sympathy of the gambling blacksmith. The man showed a thumbs up and also thanked the elves. Alshia thought that the original name had changed. Volka folded his hands, looked the guy in the eyes and said that he did not even know how to repay him, after which he said that he would make him a weapon as a gift. He raised his hand and asked if the guy had materials, because he would not be able to get up well. The young man opened the inventory in search of materials. He frowned and said that he had some leftovers. The man looked into the inventory and said that he saw a pretty good ingredient. Alshia frowned and asked what he was talking about. The masked man shrugged his shoulders and told his leader the situation. Daisy frowned angrily, clenched his palm and said that elves did not dare to behave like that, and then ordered to take him there. The sun was shining on the city street. The men watched the young man passing by. Daisy frowned and thought that this guy had a strong aura. Alshia looked at the system window. The gang members looked at the leader and began to egg him on. The man frowned, agreed and said that the one who hit first would win, so they need to cut the young man out by the roots. He ran towards the guy letting out a loud scream. The young man turned to him, not understanding what was going on. Alshia glared at him, a bare paw on his hand that increased his stats. Daisy frowned in fear when he saw the bare paw. Screams and coughs could be heard from behind the houses. The elves were fighting the gang members. The boy swung his glove-clad hand. He delivered a sweeping blow to the face of one of the bandits, knocking him out. The man behind him swung a barrel at the boy's back. Alshia turned his hand. He twisted his body and swung his left hand. The boy delivered a side blow to the bandit's ribs. The man dropped the barrel. The boy aimed his next blow at it. His fist was rapidly approaching the barrel. The next second the vessel shattered into pieces. The guy attacked the man in the face. He smiled. The system announced that he knocked out the bandit with one blow. The guy said that, as he thought, claws would be better than a head of fists. He raised his head, frowned and decided that they would consider him a monster in a human body. But in any case, if the player hits an NPC, he will not die immediately. Alshia looked to the side and decided that NPCs, apparently, are strikingly different. He smiled ominously and said that this means that he will be able to bludgeon them without worrying about them dying. Daisy frowned tensely. He watched as the elves smashed his gang. The man frowned and said that now, as their leader, he will make a decision and then began to look for the main character. He fearfully noticed the approaching guy. Alshia walked towards him, holding the fallen enemy by the hair. The man walked towards him, grabbing a knuckle knife. The weapon in his hand flashed in the sun. The guy parried his blow to the side. The man frowned, looking at his face. Daisy swung his hand along an unusual trajectory and pointed the knife at the guy's neck. The young man blocked with his glove. Suddenly, he noticed the enemy's hand approaching his face. The guy took the head at the last moment. The man scratched his cheek. Alshua frowned and wondered if the man was their leader. Daisy wondered if the guy was a demon. The young man swung his right hand to strike. Alshia parried the man's weapon to the side. His fist approached the man's head. The guy decided that the enemy was open for a blow. The next second, the guy attacked the leader of the bandits, delivering a fatal blow, but the system reduced the critical blow to 1. The guy turned pale and looked at his damage in confusion. Daisy knelt down and apologized. The gang members looked at him in tears. The man said that the young man was superior to him in strength and abilities, but still showed mercy and generosity. He bowed to the guy. The young man tried to object in confusion. Daisy said that he would escort him to the elder. The bandit frowned and added that he had sinned against him by expressing disrespect, and only death would atone for his sin. The bandits covered their mouths with their hands, holding back tears. The leader asked for mercy for his subordinates, saying that they were only following his orders. The men burst into tears and asked the leader for an apology. The guy said that everything was fine. He looked down. The system announced that his identity was becoming more known in the criminal world, and that the king of the dark side of the kingdom was showing interest in him, and the garrison was keeping a close eye on him. Alshia pointed at the dwarf and asked if he could return the anvil he had pawned. The man said that the blacksmith was a regular customer and he knew that all the money he had borrowed was stolen. The guy was annoyed but looked at the old man. The blacksmith twitched his eyes and said that he had gone all in because he was sure that he would definitely win, because the only combination that could destroy him was a royal flash, but he chose just at that moment and he lost. Daisy frowned, apologized and said that the thing left as a pawn cannot be returned so easily because he does not have the authority to do so. The guy looked at him and asked how much the pawn was. The man said that the blacksmith owed them 500,000 gold. Alshia frowned tensely and wondered how much more gold Kwasan had sold. The man looked up at him. The guy was horrified that if you add the interest, it would be 2 million gold. He frowned and looked at the blacksmith, asking how he could owe so much for a simple anvil. The man said that he gave it away for pennies, even though it was made of adamant. Alshia looked ahead and said that apparently nothing could be done, and he would have to forget about the anvil. The bandit looked at him and said that there was one way. The gang members bowed to him. The leader said that since the guy agreed to give them his life, they would repay him for it. And in any case, the casino is their element, so they would prepare them properly, then help the blacksmith return the money for the anvil. Alshia grabbed his face and said that he still had to work. His bad reputation had increased. Daisy smiled and closed his eyes, saying that everything was going as he thought. After that, the hero learned everything about the popular and card game that the blacksmith played. The guy changed his clothes. The gang leader said that cobalt blue suited him very well. The young man asked him there what he should do now. The man looked him in the eye and said that in this area it was impossible to collect so much money at once in a gambling establishment. Daisy frowned and said that their goal was not pennies in the mountain house because the guy had already learned the basic rules, as well as the secret gestures of the mountain house, and for now he was winning small amounts and increasing his reputation. Alshia looked at him and asked what would happen next. The man imagined falling cards and said that next would be a ghost. He frowned and explained that this was a person who visited gambling houses, known for his unrivaled play. If they attracted his attention, they would be able to win back all the money at once. The man frowned and added that if they won from him, they would be able to cover all the damage. Alshia frowned with displeasure. The man smiled and raised his hand above his head. The guy thought that he hoped that these guys had not trained him in vain. The man said that their master would definitely win. The cards and chips were lying on the table. One of the players said that it was time to open, after which a full house revealed itself and said that he had won. The man in glasses smiled and said that at this rate the opponent would die of starvation. The guy sitting next to him said that he regretted it. He looked up, hearing someone's voice. Alshia threw 4 aces on the table and said that he had a quad, so they could take their hands off the chips. The man jumped up and said that this was a rigged game, after which he asked the guy who he was. The young man took off his glasses. The man stopped in fear. Alshia glared at him, put his hand on the table and said that if he was not sure, he should not bet. The boss of the box said that he had learned it now. The system announced the receipt of the achievement of the star of the gambling house and the receipt of the skill of mastery of the game of cards, and also that the fame of the criminal world had increased. The guy laughed evilly. The young man who suddenly appeared and won a lot of money aroused suspicion, but there were no people willing to object to him. And after that, he showed up for several more days in a row in the mountain house and time after time increased his bad reputation. The leader of the gang approached him. The young man turned to him. The man's wife whispered something in his ear. The guy got up from the table and apologized about the conditions of this topic, that he needed to go out. The men tried to stop him. Alshia frowned and said that a ghost had come to the house. The man exclaimed in fear. The guy lowered his head. The ghost said that he had heard rumors that the young man played well. A blindfolded man approached him and asked if he would play with him. The hero agreed to the offer. He took off his glasses and called the man a cunning sea devil. The man in dark glasses smiled. Several people who Angler had won from were chasing him out of revenge. Clothes were lying on the floor, but those who were chasing him disappeared like dust and were never heard from again. This man became the embodiment of fear for players. There were many rumors, but no one knew who he was. People looked ahead with interest. However, despite these rumors, there was another reason why Angler was respected, famous in gambling establishments. Eat stood at the poker table, saying that from now on the game begins. Angler and Alshia draw poker rules 1 round. 10 minutes before the game, Alshia stood next to the gray-haired man and said that Angler only plays 1 game. He confirmed that he did, and takes all the opponent's money in 1 round. The brunette turned to him and asked how. He answered that those who play with Angler become as if bewitched, but when the cards are revealed, he always wins. The guy frowned, repeating that he was bewitched. Fingers opened the cards. Words were heard that this is the 5th card, starting with Angler. Bets are made and cards are replaced. The hero looked at his cards, thinking that 10, ace, jack, queen, next card. He sat at the table, thinking that he needs to change cards when he touches his nose, and when he touches his mouth, stop. The extras were instructed to touch their hair when he needs to end the game. Thumb up to bet, index raise. The man showed a thumb up. With such support he won't be able to beat him in 1 round. He'll see how he manages. In front of the hero appeared a guy with an eye patch. The cunning Angler. The guy thought that only the name was known. The dealer looked at him and asked if he wanted to exchange cards. He looked back and asked how many cards. Angler held out 5 cards. The heroes were surprised, thought, all. Angler pushed the chips, saying that he wanted to bet everything. Eat and Alshia were surprised to think that even without checking the new cards, the player was silent. The spectators in front were jubilant, saying that Angler had put everything on his victory. The guy with the blindfold asked what his response was. Alshia frowned, thinking that this was strange. Was he bluffing like that? He was sitting opposite, thinking that since they already knew about his tactics and planned their actions in advance, they deliberately gave him a good layout at the beginning so that he would take the bait, but he went for a bluff. A window appeared in front of the hero, which said that the spirit of vitality says, "This is not much." The hero mentally continued, suspicious, but it does not matter. He must finish the game, even if he loses. The opponent was silent, closing his eyes. The hero said that if so. He moved the chips, saying that he was also putting everything. Black curls appeared. Alshia felt as if hands were reaching out to him. The system reported that he was being touched by the hands of darkness. It notified him that the cards in his hand were changing. He looked ahead in surprise, thinking that he couldn't move. Magic? A curse? Was he just a scammer after all? Frowning, he thought that this was why he always managed to win. Angler smiled stupidly. The hero thought, what was wrong with him? He smirked, saying that this trick earned him the nickname Cunning. Wasn't it stupid? Angler's face was stretched into a smile. He looked at Alshia, who was saying sorry, at him. The system reported that Alshia was loved by Mother Nature, and therefore she protected him from evil spirits. The hero shouted, raising his hands, that it didn't work on him. The system reported that the passive curse resistance skill was successfully used. Angler covered himself with his hands, asking, how is this possible? The demon smiled, saying that he saw his true face, and now. His look was determined. He said that the real game was about to begin. Angler angrily shouted that this was a scam. Throwing his cards on the table, his opponent shouted that he was sure that after replacing all the cards, he had a full house. The cards were revealed on the table. He pointed his finger, saying that his card that came to him was the King of Spades. Did he think that having a full house in his hand would lead to this scam? The card was lying face down. Angler angrily pointed, shouting that he meant to say that he had a royal flush. Everything they had done so far was a scam. The spectators discussed that they were being fooled. How dare they make fools of them? Alshia solemnly thought that he had managed to cast his curse after all. He looked down, thinking that if he showed weakness, it was over. He had to continue playing. The guy with the bandage angrily held out his hand, shouting for him to show his card. He had the King of Spades, he was sure. The guy grabbed his hand, telling him not to touch it. Suddenly he was thinking of switching the card. With a determined look, he said that he didn't know he had such a good tongue. Great. If so, he would bet all his money that it wasn't the King of Spades. Angler smiled, saying great, then he was going all in too. Did he think he could win when he acted so meanly? The system reported that he was speaking just like a real gambler. Angler smiled predatorily, shouting that a newbie should be more careful in a gambling house. He grabbed the card and made a surprised sound. Holding the card in his hand, he said in surprise, 3 of clubs. The spectators looked at each other, asking, 3 of clubs? Then it's nonsense. Angler shrugged his shoulders, saying that it couldn't be. Alshia asked, are you satisfied? He towered over him, saying that he was the winner. Alshia took off his glasses. There were information windows around him, which said the skill hand faster than the eye. Level 22, use the skill to quickly change the cards in your hand. Achievement Star of the Gambling House, all probability options increase randomly. declaration of war on brown bear hunters, skill Sakura. When using the skill, the probability of failure is low. Alshia declared that he was the winner. Angler darkened, saying that this is a scam. This is definitely a scam. The hero looked at him in surprise. Angler's face became demonic. With horns, he shouted that he wanted to destroy the body that will become the boss of gambling. The system reported that the appearance of the lower demon fake one-eyed angler was revealed. The spectators ran away screaming. Clawed fingers touched the bandage. The demon with a black eye and a long tongue screamed that no one would get out of here. He would take their souls, they would play forever. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A foot stomped, saying that it smelled bad, as they thought he was a demon. The elves stood around Alshia and asked him to provide them. The red-haired elf asked how he dared to show his dirty face. Alshia looked at him, saying that he really had no luck. It seems his reputation was just pathetic. These parties really don't like demons. The monster opened its mouth, screaming, "Why would people like them need this hillbilly?" The hand was on the floor. Angler was lying on the floor, saying that he was not affected by the curse, and he was also the leader of the elves. He opened his mouth, asking what kind of person was he. Alshia pointed at himself in surprise, then smirked. With a confident look, he said that he was the owner of a flower shop. The pieces flew away, saying that this was crazy. He looked ahead, asking if they knew Alshia. He closed his eyes, telling them to listen. Turning around, he continued that he knew him like, no, not like that. Surrounded by a glow, he said that Alshia was the best flower shop owner. The lower demon fake one-eyed angler was killed. Alshia looked at the window that appeared next to him, saying that although he was weaker than the name by a level, he still raised it. The system reported that due to the difference in levels with the party members, the reward will be reduced. Receive the Angler Eye Patch. Receive the Angler Jewel. Receive the achievement Who Deceived the Cunning, increases the percentage of random wins. Receive the achievement of the One Who Deceived the Demon, increasing the success in deceiving NPC of the same level. Alshia looked ahead, saying that he received the achievement and the reward. He looked to the side, saying that this is a bit like for the owner of a flower shop. His personality is kind of chaotic. The system reported that the reputation in the criminal world has increased greatly. If he continues to cheat in gambling, the bad reputation will increase significantly. The king of the dark alleys, the leader of the red balloon, was interested in him. The hero pointed at the window, saying that he would first check the reward. He held a black eye patch in his hand, saying that it looks great, but it has a hidden skill. Angler's eye patch is a rare rank. There are no conditions for use. The demon used it during games. The eye patch contains a hidden skill that allows you to see through the enemy. The system reported a lie detection skill. You can check whether an NPS of the same level is lying or not. Holding the eye patch, Alshia said that there is still a jewel left, and then exclaimed that precious ingots are wonderful. The system reported that Angler's jewels purchased 15 gold ingots. Each ingot has a value of 100,000 gold. Alshia looked ahead, saying that it turns out to be 1,500,000 gold and Volka's debt. He darkened. He turned his gaze to him. Frowning, the brunette approached the guy and demanded a discount. The dealer contrived, saying that they were grateful to him, but the discount was a little too much. The hero angrily asked, "And who rid the gambling houses of the demon?" Frowning deeply, he said that it was him, besides the one who told him if he beats, there will be plenty of money, but the reward was only 1,000,000 gold. An information window appeared near the hero, in which it was written that the spirit of life says that he is a deceiver. Standing in front of the gray-haired, the brunette said that they are in great debt to him. He saved their lives, learned gambling to defeat Angler, and then destroyed the demon, and he cannot give him even a tiny discount. Volka was looking behind the brunette, who was saying that it was primarily the money taken from him, not the discount. The system reported the achievement of deceiving the demon, which makes the opponent succumb to his lies. Authority in the criminal world suppresses the opponent. The next window said that he knows the whole truth about gambling fraud. People are affected by his bad reputation. The suppression of the opponent is increased. The man behind called out to the apologetic boss. He turned around and asked, "What is it?" The man in the yellow sweater said 500,000 gold, just this amount. He turned and explained that the main boss said that he considered Volka's debt repaid, and if the time was right. The system reported that the king of the dark alleys, the leader of the red balloon, was looking forward to meeting him. Alshia winced when the guy continued that he would like to meet him. The hero with the bandage thought that he needed to finish everything quickly and leave. The system reported that the reward for completing the quest was Volka's maximum sympathy. An anvil was shining in front of them. The dwarf said, "Finally, his anvil." He looked at the tool with admiration, saying that it had returned to him the legacy of his ancestors. He turned around, hearing Alshia's words that this was all, then he would go, and asked him to wait. How could he let his benefactor leave like this? The brunette leaned towards him angrily and said that they would check. There was nothing better than a heart-to-heart talk with a gambler. He had a black bandage on his eye. Thanks to her, against the background of Volka, who said that he was sincerely grateful, there was a window that said that his opponent was lying. The hero was surprised. He turned away discontentedly and said goodbye, saying that it was not easy for him, so they would not see each other again. He turned around when the dwarf stopped him, saying that he was sorry, let him not make a bad guy out of him. He heard the conversation. He was still building a city in the perma-desert. The short man promised that he would help him with this. The brunette asked why he did not return the anvil to his homeland. Clenching his fist, Volka said that he would never forget his kindness. No matter how much time passed, they would definitely meet again. Among the houses, a tower rose. In the city near the tower, a question was heard, is this a red magic tower? Alshia with the elves looked at it in surprise. A huge line of people led to the building. The hero asked where such a huge line came from. How long will they have to stand? The elf looked at him and said that the guards at the entrance to the magic tower were controlling the passage. The brunette asked, is this a landmark? He turned away and said that there was nothing to be done, you just need to wait. There were a huge number of people in front of them. Alshia sat down in the middle of the line. They were standing in line contentedly. The guard looked away when the guy asked if he should come tomorrow and confirmed that there were a lot of visitors today. He glanced sideways at the brunette. The guard looked at him with displeasure and said that his face looked suspicious. What was his name? The system reported that if he threatened, he would be arrested. A bad reputation makes his opponent nervous. His bad reputation is not easy to hide. Closing his eyes, Alshia said that he would come tomorrow. He left displeased, saying that it was difficult to talk to him because of his bad reputation. The elf noticed that people after him were passing unhindered. The hero turned around, asking, how is that? The man put silver coins in his palm. The guard took the coins and said that they could pass. The girl thanked him with a smile. The brunette extended his hand, stopping the angry elves, and asked, is the desire to kill at maximum again? Frowning, the dark-haired man said that he would see how callous he would be with him this time. In his hand were gold coins. He said that he had 1,000,000 gold in his pocket. How did he think? Where would he use them? Alshia smiled, saying that it was all for him, a rollback. The hero approached the guard and cleared his throat. He extended his hand to him, saying that he was in a bit of a hurry. Would he help? A gold coin lay in the palm of the surprised man. The guard bowed and asked to follow him. In front of the building there was a fountain. Words were heard that the magician from the magic tower would come out soon. Let him wait a little. A man with a staff appeared and said that he was glad to meet you. He was Lunar, the head of the Red Magic Tower. The system reported that he had met a representative of the Red Magic Tower. The fame had increased greatly. Alshia looked at the old man and thought that it was Gangstalf and asked out loud, the head of the tower. Lunar smiled and said that was right. He couldn't help but come here when he heard that an aristocrat from the Perma Desert had come. The brunette thought sullenly that the information power of this tower reaches the desert. He turned to the elf when he heard the old man say that the forest people had also come. It reminded him of the time when he was young and issued a magical challenge to a fearless elf. Alshia asked if the elves had magic. He had never seen it before. Longear touched his chin and said that they knew how to use it. He turned away, saying that they did not like this destructive magic. The other elf confirmed, saying that it was destructive and barbaric. Lunar laughed, saying that in any case, he was pleased to see him here. He had been too busy with work lately, but their arrival excited him so much that he dropped everything he was doing. The florist asked how much he knew. The man replied that he knew a little more than usual. It was all connected to his children's work. Alshia asked gloomily, his children, was it really Red Balloon and the Red Magic Tower? The magician laughed. A notification appeared that he had met the King of the Dark Alleys, the leader of Red Balloon. For the first time as a player, his fame had increased, his bad reputation had increased greatly. Alshia was amazed. Meanwhile, while he was away, even more elves had arrived in the hellish desert. They had formed a large refugee camp. The guy with glasses was looking at the tents. During this time, Giant came to his senses. He clenched his fists, saying that he could do it. He would turn this place into a good city where elves and humans would live, his comrade confirmed. And at that moment, someone's scream was heard throughout the hellish desert. The heroes were surprised to hear the scream, the king of the elves. They turned around. Giant asked what they were talking about. The guy said he didn't know. Someone shouted that Brown Bear had arrived. The armored men raised their weapons, shouting that Brown Bear had arrived. They knew that the guy leading the elves was here. Let him come out. The bald man said that if he surrendered peacefully, they wouldn't start a bloodbath. This was Brown Bear's state, the first to pass the king's search party. The heroes looked at this in shock. Giant asked why these people had flooded in. May came up and greeted them, saying that she was glad he was okay. Now was not the time for this. They had a big problem. She said in a frightened voice that she saw on the game forum that Brown Bear's guild had announced a search for Alshia. It seemed they had already arrived here. She turned to Samantha, who called out to her and asked what they should do. The red-haired girl asked sullenly, did Alshia say anything? May opened a private chat window and said that he was probably busy, not responding to private messages. What should they do? There were angry bald men in front of them. She said that these guys were going to start a fight right now, and they wouldn't be able to stop them. The people who came were shouting for him to come out, and Samantha said that she thought it was no problem. The pink-haired girl added that this guild had a very bad reputation. The red-haired girl confirmed with displeasure that this was true. The bald man raised his fist, telling him to come out. If he didn't, they would destroy everything here. The criminal was already wanted in their country. Did he think he could hide from them forever? The girl inhaled. She put her hands on her hips and asked, were they threatening to skin him alive by saying that Alshia was a rude, dangerous, and mean person? The men looked at her in surprise. One confirmed that it was. The girl chuckled as they happily confirmed her words. Someone asked what the noise was. Samantha looked over and said that those guys came and started shouting here. What do they think about it? Several angry elves were walking towards them. Lucia said that these people had completely lost their fear and were insulting Alshia. She cursed foully. The warriors froze, hearing curses that they had never heard before. Samantha pointed her finger, telling the elves that they were looking for Alshia. May was surprised to think that even the elder had come. Her friend had done something terrible. The elf walked forward, saying that it was great. She angrily said that before they met Alshia, they would teach them manners. The men asked again in surprise. The bald man turned to the one sitting with a glass of Kroken, saying that they had problems. He said in fear that he had just received a message from a group that was heading to the Perma Desert. The leader was surprised to hear that the advanced search party had been destroyed. He was clutching a glass of red drink, but then he threw it on the floor, shouting what happened there, that they had been destroyed. The man replied that there were many elves there. Words were heard that they had problems. Looking at the information window, Kroken said that he already knew. They couldn't even take care of something like that. In front of him was a conversation window with the deputy guildmaster of the Brown Bear country, Mikhail. He was heard saying that there would be a short conversation if he knew. Kroken asked, what else? Words were heard from the dialogue window that someone had shown everything live. The whole community had just gone crazy now. The bald man swore in surprise. Words were heard in the publication that this hobby was terrible. Lunar closed his eyes, saying that it would be, at his age he would understand. Besides, he was bored. The brunette asked why he wanted to meet him. Holding the staff, the mage said that he had a goal. Should he talk about it first? Alshia frowned, thinking that he really needed help, and at the same time, an opportunity presented itself. Why not take advantage of it? The old man stroked his beard and heard the boy agree. The brunette asked if he knew any magical technique that could change and maintain a certain temperature in a selected space. Lunar was surprised and asked if he could answer why he needed it. Confused, Alshia said so that he could sell flowers. The mage was surprised, asking, flowers? Shifting his gaze, the florist said that since his shop is in the desert, most of the flowers are exposed to the scorching sun and cannot grow well. The old man replied that he was confused because he did not expect such a thing. Looking at him, Alshia replied that everyone was confused after hearing about this, and thought to himself, he knows everything about him in the desert, but it turns out he doesn't. Lunar asked in surprise, so everything can be seen from his face. Looking at him, Alshia asked if he could read his mind. He had never seen a person who could understand his emotions from his face so well. The system confirmed that it was true. The old man noted that the average person would be put off by his face, but he had been through many hardships himself and was actually more honest about his feelings, right? The hero was surprised, but confirmed that he really did not hide his emotions. Standing in front of him, the mage said that he was struck not so much by his face, but by his aura, which seemed very unusual to him. He was a florist with the aura of a ruler, which made him even more interesting. Lunar added that he knew little about his true identity, but since the elves were gathering in the Perma Desert and he was in the center of it, he would like to join in to hear about the competition with Angler and the rumors that had reached him. Closing his eyes, he added that it would be quite exciting. Alshia saw the notification windows. The head of the Red Magic Tower, Lunar, was looking forward to their cooperation and made his promise. The system reported the achievement He Who Knows the Head of the Magic Tower. The hero's reputation has increased. He also received the achievement Friend of the Big Boss, which significantly increased his reputation. Alshia wondered what was going on. The mage assured him that the tower would conduct research on magic that would help his flower garden, and asked him not to worry. Alshia asked if that was too much. The old man replied that it was a sensitive question. Then, opening his eyes abruptly, he said that Alshia seemed unaware of his influence. The boy looked at the elves in surprise, and the old man explained that he had a unique relationship with them, which made even the most powerful of this world envious. Lunar explained that the tower and the kingdom of Raisel were in different situations. Alshia asked if the kingdom thought of him as bad. The old man laughed, saying that it was a matter of perspective. Shifting his gaze, Lunar said that he had enough talk and wanted to introduce the people who would help. He introduced the 3 disciples of the tower, each wearing a red cap. One of them wondered to himself what was going on here, and recognized Alshia as the player Kroken had put out a wanted list for. They greeted each other and Red promised to take care of him, wondering why they met like this. Lunar assigned the students to help in the flower shop and everyone agreed. Red thought with displeasure at how it all worked. The man surrounded by glowing symbols began to cast a spell and a portal to the desert opened in front of him. The heroes exclaimed, recognizing spatial magic, and the system reported that they had witnessed the great magic of the head of the magic tower. A scream was heard, the first guild appeared, which was defeated by the elves. On the screen, a website was opened where the green-haired guy said that the Fuka TV channel was with them. He was a member of the WLA and Luxie Forest Association. His name was Fuka. He stood in front of the camera and information windows, saying that this was an unscheduled live broadcast. He was currently filming through an in-game camera, so there was no editing. He followed the elves, who now live in the perma-desert and are the center of all conversations in the world. Lucium stood in front of the men lying on the ground with their foreheads in the ground. The streamer asked if they could see it too. The players standing on their heads were from the Brown Bear Guild, Biaslin in the center, and Arma to his right. The guy waved in front of the camera, saying that he was filming from afar using Zoom. He was sure that it was them. These two are some of the best players not only in their guild, but also in the overall ranking of this game, so it was impossible not to recognize them. Fuka glanced at the information window, shouting that however, the elves defeated them with their bare hands. A comment window appeared in front of him asking how strong the elves were. Someone asked if the NPC level shouldn't be low. The commentator answered that it should be NPCs with names. Hadn't they seen them before during the siege last time? The rankers were good, and the NPCs were just smeared. According to rumors, the king of the elves is a human, isn't he? Why aren't the elves loyal to all humans? Nothing is confirmed yet, but the commentator thinks Fuka will be able to tell it. The streamer looked at the comments, saying that he could not even imagine this. In just half an hour there are already 3,000 viewers. From the beginning of the brutal beating, no, the battle has not even passed half an hour. This is an unprecedented humiliation for the Brown Bear Guild. He looked forward with delight, saying that their opponents were not players, but simple NPCs, and now they are standing on their heads in the desert on the outskirts of this continent. Is everyone in the Brown Bear Guild going crazy right now? Fuka saw a message that yes, chaos and he will kill him. In front of the guy were laughing comments. He asked, will he kill him for saying such terrible things? The commentators continued to laugh and mock. Fuka looked at the screen, saying that this is what they think. Why would such a large and prestigious guild look for a host like him? The green-haired man was surprised, asking what kind of sound it was. A flag was waving in front. The guy looked ahead, seeing a huge crowd with a flag, and said that this flag and the number of people really. Bald men shouted that the Brown Bear Guild has arrived. Where are the elves who beat their vanguard? Victory will only offer Brown Bear, glory to Kroken. The guy glanced at the camera in fear, saying that this is the Brown Bear army. He will end the broadcast. He looked at the window in front of him in surprise, and then turned around, asking, what this time? The commentators asked what is in the sky. Are there reinforcements? This is the first time he sees this. He has never seen such a huge magic circle. The streamer looked at the large shining circle in surprise, asking, is this a magic circle? A glow appeared from the seal. A beam rushed down from the circle. Fuka covered his hands and coughed, saying how much dust there is around. He winced, asking what happened. Alshia stood with the heroes, covering his eyes, and asked, at one time moved very conveniently. He looked forward in surprise, as did Red. The red-haired man thought in amazement, is this really it? He saw a waving flag. The members of the Brown Bear Guild stood in front and asked what happened. Who are these people? Lucia touched her chest and said that Alshia returned. The guy turned around and asked who they were, to which he received the answer that they came before he arrived. Pointing at the man, she said that they approached and began to insult him. She thinks they are their comrades. The bald man angrily said that their reinforcements have arrived, so they better surrender. The guy looked at them in surprise. The warrior noticed the red-haired man and asked, is it really red? Alshia turned to the red-haired man when he shouted that it was definitely red. He is here too. The Tide Man screamed that he said he was in the red magic tower. He can't believe he came to help them. Let him join, that way they can destroy the elves. The brunette turned to the silent guy. He frowned, thinking that he was stupid, thinking that he would help. Everything was certainly confusing, but he had a quest from Lunar himself and this could lead to a promotion. The elves angrily scolded the bald man, and Red thought that he could not use magic against the elves. Lunar would definitely find out about this. Stupid people. Alshia exuded anger, saying that they were in time. The Red had thought that he was most afraid of this man. The man screamed that he betrayed them. Oh shit, the guild would punish him. He sided with the elves and betrayed Kroken. Red closed his eyes. He looked at the guy, the initial cap on the eye, and put out his palm using the lightning skill of the fourth circle. A bright lightning appeared ahead. Alshia looked at it, saying that this was cool magic, while Red asked how dare he do such a thing here. The Red had shouted angrily that the Red Magic Tower would never forgive such a thing. The man from the guild rushed to attack, saying that he was a traitor. There was no forgiveness for him. The bald man pointed his finger, saying that it was not Red who should be the first to capture this vile boss. Alshia pointed his finger at himself and asked him, while the man said that he should be captured at any cost and hanged on the gates of the kingdom. The elves got angry, shouting how he could bring himself to say that. They could still tolerate insults addressed to them, but no one dared to speak like that about Alshia. They turned to the brunette in anger and asked to be allowed to punish them. Alshia pointed his finger, exuding a dark glow. He said that sometimes they can do this too. A fight broke out between the elves and the baldheads. Alshia looked at his palm and said that he wanted to summon a golden golem, but his mana was not enough, so he would summon these guys. Shining silhouettes appeared in front of him. The guy said that this was a summoning of mirage soldiers and they should fight together. The bald man turned around in surprise, asking that he was a summoner. Of all the types of people, this one was the most troublesome. He looked at him in surprise. The men with farming tools asked, he called them, where to plant flowers this time? What was going on here? They looked at Alshia in surprise, who resolutely pointed his finger, shouting that they should go into battle. The assistants rushed to attack, shouting that they would not die anyway, so they had no fear. The elf hit the man, leaving a mark. He shouted that he did not believe why the NPC had so much power. The man hit the bald man, who was screaming that he didn't want to die. Fuka watched this scene in surprise. In front of him was an angry elf. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked the viewers if they could see this. Even the superior brown bears were turning into nothing. The stream had 14,058 viewers. The commentator wrote that this was cool. Brown bear doesn't have any countermeasures. The man standing nearby said that there are countermeasures. Taylor, level 273, Shadow Assassin, Brown Bear Guild, was wearing a mask and holding a weapon, saying that he had prepared for unforeseen situations. It was time to move on to plan number 2. As the dust billowed up, the voice said that the guild's main force was about to be destroyed, and he never thought that brown bears were that bad. Taylor raised his daggers and said that even the elves beat them up under unfavorable conditions, and the reinforcements arrived just in time, all the way through the portal in space. He noted that it was lucky that he had prepared a backup plan. The brunette looked at the group of people, thinking that it would be easy to kill an enemy from the shadows, but seeing the potential of the elves. He looked at the man, saying that it would be difficult to get rid of him as long as they were around. Shadow Street folded his fingers and said that if that was the case, he would choose the option of kidnapping the Elf King Luxie. He stepped forward, using the Shadow Mage skill. The guy began to fall into the shadows. Pulling out only his head, he mentally noted that it would be easy. Hiding as a black spot behind a group of men, he thought that the scorching sun was only to his advantage, and the protagonist's shadow was very convenient. He merged with his shadow. Starting to rise, the Shadow Street mentally noted that he was caught. Hanging over Alshia, he activated the Dark Trap skill, which allowed him to impose a fear effect on the enemy and stun him for 3 seconds. Taylor pulled black tentacles towards him, thinking that this skill had never failed him before, and he would be able to subjugate the man and complete the mission. The system noted that the target's bad reputation exceeded him. The protagonist began to turn around. The system noted that due to the inability to use the skill, Taylor was debuffed with a stun for 1.5 seconds. He froze, puzzled. He was detected due to the debuff. The trio looked at him and asked who he was. The Spirit of Life asked the same thing. The brunette frowned. Reaching into his inventory, he said he would take this. Swinging his bare paw, he said he didn't know who he was either. Black Claw, get closer to the guy. The crowd drove him into a circle. The Shadow Assassin covered himself with his hands, taking kicks, and thought about how his agility and dodge skills barely help avoid damage, but if he lets his guard down, he's finished. He thought that he should wait for the right moment. He shifted his gaze. The protagonist was swinging at him, while he mentally noted that he was disgracing this bright face. Alshia looked at the system screen with displeasure, where it was indicated that his critical hit was equal to 1. He noted that this weapon was like a curse. The brunette covered himself with his hands, thinking about his stats, and then mentally noted that mocking him was fun for him. He pulled at his collar, realizing that this was his chance. Black smoke appeared as the Shadow Assassin used the smoke projectile skill. He quickly moved to the side. The man stretched his hand forward, using the rapid growth change skill. Large blue flowers began to appear from his body. Their vines wrapped around Taylor's arms. Then they drooped around her legs. He looked with a shocked look, sending curses. The guy was completely bound by vines and asked to let him go and fight fairly. The protagonist approached him and asked what kind of fairness are we talking about if he tried to attack him from the shadows. The assassin exclaimed that he was doing everything in the best way, while his act, on the contrary, was shameful. Alshia frowned. Taylor's eyes widened as he told him to ask him politely. The man repeated with a gloomy face. The brunette's face began to sweat. A blush appeared on his cheeks. He closed his eyes and politely asked to let him go through his tears. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily and refused. He began to laugh evilly when the Shadow Assassin began to shame him for such shameful methods, noting that he had never been humiliated like this before. The protagonist looked at the beast's paw and said that he didn't like it either, and next time he should make sure that it wasn't done by a gambling addict. Taylor looked at him with a puzzled look. The atmosphere darkened, and the man pulled his hand away, saying that suddenly something similar to the brown bear hunter's shitty item would come out again. The guy screamed loudly. The system noted that Alshia had destroyed a killer with a bad reputation, and therefore his notoriety increased. He read the notices about the increased interest in him. One of the signs noted that there was an increased interest from the escaped royal family of the Idran kingdom and the aristocratic families of the kingdom. The brunette asked what kind of kingdom is Idran. Thanks to Fuka's broadcast from the hellish desert, the service of Alshia and the elves spread like a hurricane, and the news of the defeat of the troops of the country with a bad reputation, the Brown Bears, caused a festive mood. The screen read the words that the guild organized a campaign in the desert, the magicians of the Red Tower appeared, the king of the forest elves appeared, and the power of the elves was terrifying. Thus, Alshia became famous, and people asked who he was. How was his second name King Luxi? However, there was a person who was not interested in such rumors. The protagonist approached the elves and said that he wanted to see a greenhouse with 10 by 10 meter sections, and therefore they would need to set the temperature for each section using magic. Red was annoyed, and the other guy noted that he understood everything. The red-haired man looked at the blue flowers, wondering if this was a real flower garden and was this really why the tower mages were brought here. He looked away, mentally asking how could this be just a garden if he was such a scary person that these elf monsters followed him. His eyes widened. Imagining Alshia's gloomy face, the elf came to the conclusion that he was making drugs and wanted to organize a drug business. Looking at the smile on his face, he thought that if he became a drug lord, his ultimate goal was to control the criminal world. He was sure of it. The protagonist asked if these were from the country of brown bears. He stood next to Samantha, who gave him an affirmative answer. The man said that he now understood that the bandits only wanted the title of the first king on the game server. He frowned when Red Hair said that everything was correct, and now the Brown Bear Guild was targeting him, and would henceforth create all sorts of obstacles. She asked if he should show his true face. May approached them and clarified. She froze in surprise when Red Hair suggested that they announce to everyone that he had ascended the throne of Kape. The protagonist frowned, while his friend, shocked, asked if he had really become king. Samantha replied that instead of sitting and waiting for the guild to do dirty tricks every day, it would be better to officially announce to everyone. The man looked away and said that if he inherited the throne, he would become a target for other countries. He opened his inventory. Taking out the crown, he read the warning that if he ascended the throne, many countries would become his enemies. Frowning his dark eyebrows, the brunette said that he could start his own country instead of Kape since he did not have to inherit it. The girls froze with surprised faces. Alshia smiled bloodthirstily and said that the bad reputation greatly increased, but the result depended only on his actions. He said that in that case it was worth creating his own kingdom. He asked what they should call Alshia Garden. The friend stood with a puzzled look. The spirit of life noted that this was too much. The protagonist touched his chin, asking if it was too old-fashioned to name the country after yourself. The red-haired girl noted that this was not the case. The man smiled. The girls darkened when he said that in that case the name would be Elijah Garden. Samantha looked up at him and asked what to do with the territorial issue then. When he asked what it was about, she told him that this place was in the Perma Desert, so people could not live here normally. The desert was between the Luxi Forest and the Red Tower. The girl pointed and noted that they were now in racial territory, and they could come with a statement that they had occupied their territory. The protagonist remembered the blonde and said that Elder Elda had spoken about this. The red-haired woman mentally noted that she had not known that she was an elder. The man frowned and said that the previous shaman Tinright led the elves, and by agreement with other countries, the Luxi Forest and the Perma Desert became the new home for the elves. He added that the agreement was easy to reach since these lands were barren, but in the end, the elves in Tinright's travels made the Luxi Forest their home. But of course, besides the forest, there were also small elven settlements in other places. The brunette looked at the yellow sand and said that this was why the racial kingdom, considering this desert only a burden, happily gave it to the elves for sole use. He added that, after all, Tinright even paid for it. He frowned and noted that he had paid so much that the elves did not have to give a penny. The protagonist smiled and said that in any case, the kingdom of Racial has no rights to the Perma Desert. With a dark look, he added that no matter what they said, he would not tolerate their distrust and complaints. The system noted that he had inherited the country, and a new kingdom, Elijah Garden, had been proclaimed on the continent. Alshia looked at the stream of notifications, asking why there were so many. Holding his hands near them, he said that he needed to deal with the ones that looked the most important first. He began to read that his achievement of the first player king had become known to the whole world, and his nickname had become public, and that he could now change the plan for the creation of the city of Elijah Garden, 99% of which was inhabited by elves. The man read that the blessing of the divine tree had spread to his kingdom, and a small growth buff had been placed on the land, and a health recovery buff and curse resistance had been added to players and NPCs. The protagonist rubbed his chin as he read about the neighboring kingdom being surprised by the appearance of the Garden of Elysia, and that the hidden dungeon of Brezel and the gold storage had been taken over by him. He asked if he should be worried about these notifications, noting that he hadn't seen any notifications about. May exclaimed with a happy face, telling him that she hadn't been recognized as one of the founders of the country. The brunette turned to Samantha, and she told him that the same thing had happened to her. Frowning, he looked at the girls, saying that most likely, the two of them became co-founders because they were with him after the raid on Brezel. He thought that Samantha definitely had an ulterior motive, but how important it was to her now was unclear. Leaning towards them, Alcia asked if they got anything for it. May told him that she had a 10% increase in the experience she received in the country, and that it was possible to get a title. The red-haired girl looked at the system screen and said that she had the same thing, and it was noted that Alcia had the title of king, which he should have received a notification about. The man began to look at the screens, muttering that he probably didn't notice it because there were too many notifications. While he was looking, the girl froze. They stood there with shocked faces, thinking about the title. It was noted that it was not easy to get the status of aristocrat. It was not enough to fight well or have a high level, since only kings could give the aristocratic title. However, all of them were NPCs except Kroken. The knight was kneeling in front of the king. It was noted that everyone knew that it was hellishly difficult to appear before the king, and many aristocrats unleashed political struggles for this, only worsening their reputation in the eyes of the king. The two girls looked at the protagonist, wondering if they could really get the title without any difficulty. A bead of sweat ran down Samantha's cheek as she thought that although this country had not yet been properly formed, Alcia's potential was much greater than she had imagined. Looking at him with a blush on her cheeks, she thought that she should become friends with him. The man noted that he had, then added that he could not do so. He looked at the girls and told them that the size of the kingdom was still too small to grant titles. Looking at their nervous faces, he asked if they were too disappointed. May, looking at him, exclaimed that they should take care of the garden first, and the red-haired girl noted that she would be fine too. The brunette looked away and thought that he should still give them titles when the country's level rose enough. The news about Jeho was globally covered, and the entire world literally turned upside down and began to discuss the latest news. They were discussing the first player king of Alcia. It was noted that the first king was a man called Emperor Luxi, who defeated the Brown Bear army, and at the same time, potions from the shaman were auctioned, and they walked behind that the money raised for the potions was provided by the workers of the hellish desert, and the name of the relationship to Alcia. The man looked away when asked why he called the kingdom garden Elysia if it could be hellish desert. The blonde, radiating a gloomy aura, said that while he was cooling off here, he got into trouble, addressing his friend His Majesty. The guy angrily began to remember the slave labor, exclaiming that on any day of the week he chopped down trees as a slave. The protagonist replied that it was his own fault that he came when he was not there. He added that he definitely warned him to watch what he said in front of the elves. Vonsic frowned, noting that he did not think that everything would be so neglected. The comrade noted that he had already explained to him how he should treat them. The guy was angry, remembering the contact with the elves. He said that his instructions did not help at all, and now when he sees elves, his body automatically greets, bowing at 90 degrees. The brunette looked at him, saying that if he had any complaints. Pointing his hand at several gloomy elves, he said that he could talk to them about it. The blonde smiled and asked why he named the kingdom that way. The protagonist replied that he started playing this game specifically to create a flower shop. Vonsic looked away and said that he could have named both the kingdom and the shop cooler so that there would be a cool sign, for example, Hell's Whore. He replied that apparently this friend did not know. Alcia grinned smugly and said that he did not need to know this, and he himself should learn to do a new job, even if he did not want to. The guy asked, "What kind of job are we talking about?" A red light appeared behind him as the man used the Mirage Soldier summon skill. When he was grabbed by several men, he told them to teach him how to work with seeds, and if he didn't listen, then tell the elves. Vonsic shouted that he was actually his childhood friend. The protagonist reminded him that he was here to help him, so he should learn to work, otherwise. He pointed at the elves again and asked if he wanted to work with these guys. The blonde shouted that he really wanted to grow flowers. The man's foot stepped onto the grass, thinking that in order to be a king, you need to work really hard. The brunette approached the man, thinking that he should start by building a city. The giant, with an emotionless face, clutched a piece of paper and greeted him. Alcia asked how he was doing, hinting at his glassy look. The blue-haired man smiled when asked if he had a hard time with the elves. He smiled and replied that he was fine. He lowered his gloomy gaze and said that their attitude had been changing little by little lately, so it shouldn't take long. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, listening to the fact that two people could now say hello to an elf who was in a bad mood. The man with glasses turned around when the brunette said that the elves had now learned to build houses. He asked if there were any problems with the city plan. Giant looked up and smiled, saying that he couldn't say that he had thought about it much, and that he seemed to have had an epiphany lately. He stood there with a gloomy face while the man asked what it was about. He handed him a piece of paper and said that it was a city plan that he had been working on. Alshia unfolded the paper. Looking at the emptiness inside, he asked if it was really just a blank sheet. The blue-haired man answered in the affirmative. He clenched his fist tightly and exclaimed that last time he was too arrogant and wanted to do everything perfectly. The design must be impressive, everything must be perfectly adjusted and perfectly combined. However, he fell to his knees and declared that in this place he felt two elves free. He exclaimed that in the primordial chaos there is order and beauty. If they are an outstanding architect, it must be as effective as possible. The man asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking. He turned his eyes to the system screen and saw that the spirit of life was saying that he thought it was because he could not use his skills. The brunette said that something had to be done about it, because he could not be left like this. While Giant was furious, he thought about how the elves despised battleships, but Giant, Samantha, Vonsic, and the others. He looked down at his pendant sadly and thought that the problem was that the key figures who were supposed to help with the garden couldn't communicate with the elves properly, and maybe he should make some support items. While the flower-shaped pendant was shining, the man thought about how it was a buff item that would increase the elf's favor. A notification appeared on the system screen, saying that the legendary class Pink Clover necklace created an atmosphere for its wearer that would make the elves never be hostile to him. Alshia dug around in the flower bed, thinking that it would be easier for him to start with the Efelt's flowers. While picking a blue flower, he apologized for it and swore that he would do everything to prevent them from losing their beauty, although for now he was only capable of a simple accessory or a ring. The man's body was shaking. A bracelet made of an Efelt flower appeared on his hand, which could not be affected due to its low durability. Looking at it, the brunette said that the ring would need to be made smaller, but he already understood the essence. The screen showed information that the Efelt's flower spirit would make the elves pay attention to him. The protagonist frowned and asked if he had really gotten the effect he wanted right away, then noted that it was something else. Looking at the screen, he asked what exactly this attention meant. He looked at the notification and read that the life spirit had noted that the elf's attention was not bad either. The man agreed, saying that he would make another one. He held a small ring with a blue flower in his hand, but the wildflower spirit was missing. Then a ring made of fancy flower appeared on his finger, and the spirit of this flower would make the elves pay attention to him. Alshia, with many rings on his fingers, said that he now understood that the effect would only appear if the corresponding flower was 100% studied, and the most important thing was the presence of the flower spirit. He looked at the bracelet, saying that all that was left was to find out how its effect worked. He called Vonsic through the screen and asked if he was busy. He smiled when his friend shouted that he was busy digging in the manure. The brunette asked him to come to him when he was done. When he started to deny it, he blocked him. The blonde abruptly opened the door. The protagonist asked him not to come in, otherwise he would bring in dirt. The guy wiped his feet on the grass and asked why he called him. The man smiled, saying that he cared about him. Vonsic looked at the sole of his shoe and asked what he needed this time. Halsher handed him a bracelet made of an Efelt's flower with the desired effect, saying that it was a gift. The blonde darkened and asked if he was really asking him to wear it. He held onto the door frame while his friend asked him what was so special about it. He said that he was a tough guy, not a girl, so it would look weird if he wore such a bracelet. The brunette asked him to try it, saying that he had created a bracelet that increased the favor of the elves. The guy frowned and asked loudly if it was true that now, if he put it on, he wouldn't have to carry around manure. Holding out his hand, he asked to give him the decoration. Putting it on himself, Vonsic said that he didn't feel any difference. Looking at it, the man asked to wear it for a little longer. The blonde asked if he shouldn't start working right away. He touched his chin when his friend started saying that it was a game and there was nothing strange about the effect being cumulative. Vonsic replied that it could be. He looked at the bracelet and said that although it didn't fit his image, it was beautiful and he liked it. Looking at the blue flower, he didn't yet know what kind of suffering it would bring him. The elf looked away. The other two elves were looking at the guy. He walked past the crowd watching him, wondering what was wrong with them. May raised her hand high and asked him to move the manure to the section with roses. As he was leaving, the blonde was thinking that he was already tired of their looks. Approaching the pile of manure, he asked why they were just silently staring at him if they needed something. He took a shovel and said that he needed to work before he was scolded. Vonsic froze when a loud voice asked what he was doing. An elf approached him, ordering him to freeze. The blonde looked at him with shocked eyes, trying to understand what he had done wrong. The guy pointed to his bracelet and asked if Alshia had made it. Vonsic thought that maybe the bracelet had started working. He looked at the decoration in surprise when the elf asked if he was really going to swing a shovel with such a fragile decoration. He looked at the blue flower with a smile, thanking his friend in his soul and thinking that the elves would not let him ruin such beauty. The stranger was trembling, saying that flower bracelets made by a shaman are a living object. He stuck his hand in the bag and asked to stretch out his hand. When the guy did this, he sprinkled glowing powder on the bracelet. A system notification appeared saying that the durability of the decoration had been increased several times. The elf closed his eyes and began to tell with a smile that this was not an ordinary fragile flower accessory, and elves can wear them without fear of damage because the decorations themselves are alive and grow. He frowned and exclaimed, saying to try to grow it strong, that is. He pointed to the pile, saying not to worry about manure anymore. Vonsik grimaced and looked at him. The guy grabbed his hand and began to loudly say that today he can do everything with his bare hands, since his bracelet will not break, and since he applied growth powder, it is now strong enough and is not afraid of damage. He pulled the blonde's hand to the manure, offering to see for himself. He asked him to stop. While the elf tightly squeezed his hand, Vonsik mentally responded to his iron grip and that his strength parameters are much higher. He screamed, looking at the stinking pile. With tears in his eyes, he begged not to do this. The guy frowned, saying that it was necessary. His hand sank into the manure. The blonde froze, his face twisted in disgust. Then he began to shake. He thought that the touch, smell, and temperature of this manure was real manure. He pulled out his hands and screamed loudly. The system noted that he could not talk to Alshia because he was blocked. As clouds floated across the sky, the voice said that at least there was some use in it. The protagonist stood with a bag in his hands, saying that thanks to Vonsik, he learned about the cultivation powder. The red-haired elf looked at him and said that they could not give him an unlimited amount of it, since Gloria was sealed and no more could be collected. The man raised his head, thinking that he had already forgotten about Gloria, and that it would be nice to take a look at the divine tree. He saw that entry was prohibited. Looking at the island and the water, he said that the oasis became the center of Elysia and that he planted a divine tree there. The elf noted that as it was gradually increasing and small streams were appearing, so the elves called it the channel of Elysia. Alshia waved his hand when the elf greeted him with a bow. He looked at the others while they thanked him for the fact that without him, the divine tree could not take root. He frowned, thinking that in real life, no one believed in him so blindly and he could not get used to it. Approaching the fence, the olive asked when he planted it. The spirit of life noted that if you plant it in such a place, it will never grow. The protagonist looked at the screen and asked what was wrong. The spirit began to talk about Elysia. The man asked him what he was talking about. He looked at the mound of earth and asked why no sprout appeared. Squatting down, he decided to try the plant study skill. A notification appeared stating that he had succeeded in growing the divine tree. The brunette looked at the ground in shock. When he touched the ground, notifications began to appear stating that he had leveled up and that he had been granted a bonus to strength. The system noted that plant study had been upgraded to the improved plant study skill, and the rapid growth skill had been upgraded to the accelerated growth skill. Alshia hunched over and asked if this was really the divine tree. The elves' faces distorted in shock. The protagonist looked at the small sprout in horror, exclaiming that it had sprouted. The system noted that he had witnessed the moment of the rebirth of the divine tree that had existed since the beginning of time. The man frowned as he heard a voice asking if he was Tin's successor and asking him to remove his face from it. Words appeared on the system screen stating that the divine tree was the mother of all living things on earth, which was now beginning a new beginning, and the protagonist felt the will of the divine tree. The man looked up, trying to figure out if it was a woman or a man. He looked at the sprout, muttering that it was impossible to tell from the voice. The system notified him that after he heard the voice of the divine tree, his reputation increased. The brunette looked at the sprout, asking the divine tree. It responded. Alshia turned to the elves and asked if they heard anything, noting that a voice sounded in his head. The guys with a surprised face asked if the divine tree itself spoke to him. Looking at the main character, they exclaimed that if the shaman heard the voice of their mother, then this is the beginning of the Renaissance. They began to exclaim joyfully, and the man turned to the tree at the call. He extended his hand to the sprout, which asked why he was planted in this desert if she left a message. He asked what kind of message it was. The spirit of life began to note that he was talking about Elysia, but Alshia interrupted him, saying that he did not receive it. He looked away when the tree said that it was strange, since this child, although a little inattentive, did not forget anything important. He replied that he seemed a little immature to him, but that could not be helped. He smiled nervously when the spirit of life said that this seemed true, and indeed nothing could be done about it since she was already planted here. The protagonist replied that he thought the spirit of life was a tree, and then realized that the tree did not hear his voice. He frowned when the tree noted that this was clearly not a suitable place, and if she were planted in Elysia, she would grow up in a day. The man looked sadly at the sprout, which told him that although there was a lot of water underground, the soil itself was poor, and what's more, the spiritual power was very weak, so it took her a long time to just sprout. She added that now that she had sprouted, she needed his help to return to her previous image. The brunette grinned and said that he did not think it would be difficult. He frowned when the tree said that she wanted sweet wingbee's honey first. She began to list her desires. Alshia looked at the sprout, puzzled. He froze silently, then he began to quietly retreat. The protagonist ran away. He covered his ears with his hands when the tree asked where he was going and thought that she was very mean, so he would talk to her later. He looked at his stats, noting that thanks to her, he had leveled up and now he needed to distribute his stats. A notification appeared about the improvement of plant study, thanks to which he can see the name, collection level, and status of the plant being studied. Also, now his gaze studies the love of plants, which gives a growth buff and a vitality buff to nearby plants. The man looked at the system screen, saying that pest resistance and increased efficiency are very cool, and the study progress will immediately rise by 30%, and there are no limits. On the system screen, there was information that the skill accelerated growth increases the growth speed of plants by 200%. The brunette touched his chin, asking if he could really use it again without waiting for the skill to end. His eyes darkened when he remembered his kingdom and the color of the store. The spirit of life offered him to take care of the divine tree. While the dark male silhouette was working in a large pile, it was noted that rumors began to circulate about a crazy player who was messing with manure with his bare hands, and he was nicknamed Scottman, and he became famous because. The elf approached the man and replied that he was also working a lot today. Bonsik, with his hands in manure, turned around and confirmed. The guy put his hand on his chest and said that he was sure that Alshia would be very pleased. The blonde replied that he would obviously be incredibly happy to see him like this. The others watched them, discussing that the elf was the first to talk to him. The protagonist watched with a frown. He read the information about the flower bracelet and, looking at it, noted that he knew that it was not so good. Vonsik looked at his comrade, saying that he was probably not the ideal of such, but the relationship with the elves really improved. The man asked if they had become the same as his. The guy grimaced and replied that he not only had a good relationship with them, but they literally worshipped him. The brunette waved his hand and asked to what extent they had improved. His friend replied that he could say hello and talk a little. The protagonist touched his chin and asked if that was enough for him. He said that if everyone could communicate with the elves, at least like him, it would be great. The blonde closed his eyes and asked him not to say what he did not know. He noted that his level of relations was already a miracle, and everyone asked how he managed it and how to achieve it. Alshia looked away when his friend asked if he wanted to give him a title for his good work. The man looked at him and noted that anyway, if these bracelets or rings were mass-produced and given away for free to Elysia players, they would be happier. His eyes widened. Bonsik looked at his friend with confusion when he asked him if it was worth giving away the bracelets for free if he made them. He looked at him and asked again. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that he recently understood how the new world works. He smiled slyly, saying that they need to make flower bracelets cross items, because without them, it is impossible to build good relations with the elves. The protagonist frowned and noted that people would be more diligent in completing quests and his kingdom and flower shop. The guy looked at him with shocked eyes. The spirit of life noted that it was a demon, not a human. The blonde smiled widely and said that he really had become better at understanding the game. The spirit of life was puzzled. The man touched his chin and said that there was no point in giving them out for free. Besides, people would constantly come here specifically for the quest item. The comrade replied that this was a good idea. With a wide smile on his face, he began to say that quests could be given out to help with the construction of the city or made an additional reward. Alshia turned away and agreed with him. He clicked on the system screen, saying that it needed to be edited. Information about a quest to build a city appeared, the reward for which was a flower bracelet and an essence of the color Ephalt from a shaman. People began to receive notifications. The workers froze. Pressing the system screens, they asked if the quest had been updated. People began to gather in a crowd, asking why this particular item had been added. A man with a shocked face suggested that they look at the characteristics of this bracelet. They read that the elves would pay attention to them. The guys froze, realizing that this was the same bracelet as Scottman's. They looked at the screens in surprise, saying that thanks to it, he communicates with the elves. The workers smiled slyly, thinking that after so much humiliation, the elves would finally greet them. They trembled in anticipation, dreaming about it. The man looked at the bracelet in his hand and asked what it was. The protagonist stood opposite Giant, who asked him what it was. He ran his hand through his hair and said that the rest would be able to get it by completing the quest, but Giant did not have extra time for this, and he needed to quickly make friends with the elves. The blue-haired man smiled broadly and began to thank him. Looking at the bracelet with a flower, he exclaimed that together they would create this great city. The man put it on his wrist and thanked him again. At that time, Giant did not yet know that at that very moment he took the first step down the road to hell. The sun illuminated the multi-story buildings. The construction was making noise in the house. The protagonist got out of it, saying that they had also worked well today. He frowned, noting that when immersed in the new world, time ceased to be felt at all. The voice said that they needed to talk. Jeho turned his displeased gaze, thinking that something was wrong. He asked his father what happened. The gloomy man asked how he dared to disobey him. His wife tried to calm him down. Looking at them, the brunette thought it was strange. His father showed him the news on his phone about the game and said that he was told about the gym. He asked what all this meant. Getting out of the construction, the guy noted that he still saw it. Wu Ram looked at his wife when she said that now she understood why he suddenly bought a huge car. The man began to say that she got it all wrong. The woman said that it was obvious that he gave up on the idea of training his son and made him play. The husband tried to justify himself. The main character nervously called them. Yuna smiled sweetly at him. Jeho looked at her with surprised eyes. The brown-haired woman looked at him with a smile and said that he was great. She began to laugh sweetly when he said that it scared him. She looked at him tenderly and asked if he really thought that his mother did not know that he dreamed of becoming a florist. The guy's eyes widened. Remembering a crying child near the flowers, the woman said that since childhood, when he suffered from an allergy to pollen, admiring the flowers, no tears and snot could turn him away from them. She put her hand on her husband's chest and said that this is why he even drank soju out of grief, since he could not help his son in any way. Jeho frowned when his mother said that she saw in the video that he had a flower shop there. He said that he built it himself. She hit the man when he tried to speak up. The brunette showed his parents his phone and said that it even had a battle system. Wu Ram asked if there were really vine tentacles on it. Yuna put her hand on her son's head. She smiled sweetly and said that it was much more important that their son achieved what he did, even if only virtually. The main character laughed through tears, saying that he always knew that his mother was special. She clapped her hands and asked if a good mother could say anything else. The woman, gloomy, said that she was glad that her son would follow his dream, but she could not talk about other things that required his close attention tomorrow. Her husband and child agreed with her. The brunette asked with a blank look and a smile why his grades from last semester did not make her happy at all. Sweat began to pour down Jeho's face, and he asked how she knew that. He waved his hand when his mother pointed out that he used to get a scholarship. He said that he would explain everything. His father asked him if he had relaxed and forgotten that Mona had a sharp mind. The guy waved his hands in denial while Yoon said that she was sure that her son would be able to take care of himself, and now she was worried that his grades had worsened because of the game. The brunette asked to let her explain. He waved his arms, exclaiming that he got good marks on tests and assignments and was the best in his department, and he just lost track of time and slept through some morning classes. He smiled nervously when the woman asked if the game was to blame for all of this. The protagonist replied that it was not, and that the website for applying for lectures was simply very chilly, so he was only able to register in the morning, but if he had been able to sign up for lunch, he would not have missed anything. His mother noted that the game was definitely affecting his studies. The guy looked away, thinking that if this continued, his flower shop would be in jeopardy. The man coughed into his hand and offered to talk to his son, noting that he was a good child and there had never been any problems with him. The brunette agreed. Looking at her, the husband said that he thought there was no point in putting pressure on them about the child. He closed his eyes and said that life is long, and Jeho is still young, and the last thing everyone talks about is this new world. The woman said she heard it too. Wu Ram pointed to the child and told him that everyone at the gym was telling him that he was very famous in the game. He looked at his phone when Yoon started saying that it was just a game. The man told her to read the article. He showed her the screen that was written about their son and told her that the most influential gaming magazine in the world wrote about Jeho. The woman looked at him with surprised eyes while her husband said that he achieved what others could not and became a king. The protagonist with a red face thought that he was very ashamed. His mother smiled widely and asked if this meant that everything was so bad. Wu Ram confirmed and said that the whole world was watching him and now he is not just a college student enhanced by the game, but someone who has received a great chance to rule in the field of interest of large companies. The woman asked if they were really interested in games. The man turned to his son and asked what he thought. The brunette smiled nervously and said that it was true and his father was very well aware. Mom and dad smiled widely, and the brunette said that it turns out gave the owners of large companies play such games. Her husband said that he did not know if Jeho would be able to gain attention from such influential people, but he was clearly more agile than they were in their youth. The guy blushed deeply. Wu Ram touched his chin, saying that he became famous in this game thanks to hand-to-hand combat, and then in real life. The brunette thought that the whole thing was that his father wanted him to do hand-to-hand combat. The woman put her hand on his cheek and said that in that case she did not mind, but his studies were still his primary task. Sweat poured down the main character's face while his mother told him that she had time to be in first place, and if he distributed his priorities like that, then she would support him. She smiled grimly and noted that if not, then. The brunette asked if he understood her. The guy answered affirmatively. Yuna stroked his head and said that she believed in her son. The brunette thanked him. She turned around and said that she would go cook dinner. Jeho smiled and said that if it weren't for his father, he wouldn't have managed. The man smiled and said that he slightly disagreed with his mother, and when he spoke to the guys from the audience about the new world, everyone was wildly delighted with him, so he thought that this was a great opportunity. He showed a ring of his fingers and said that he was talking about money. Wu Ram asked what his son thought. Why did his mother put the question like that? He noted that she was worried that he wouldn't be able to earn a living, and if he could do it in the game and share it with her, she would calm down. The main character looked away and said that he earned less than he expected. The father said that money is not the most important thing in life. He looked down and asked if this wasn't the fastest way to prove to his mother that this game is not just entertainment. The guy looked up at him. The man rubbed his nose and said he was very proud of it. The brunette wondered if he just wanted to show it off. Wu Ram exclaimed with an indignant face that he had something to brag about, and then asked the child not to use that tentacle anymore. Jeho frowned and said that he had to convince his mother that playing could be more important than studying. The next day, New World. The boy and girl looked at each other with surprised eyes, and the red-haired girl said that it was unlikely that they would be able to make money from the flower garden, and they hadn't even started working properly yet. The blonde asked how about selling the title. Alshia turned around when May asked him how about a stream. She said that they could sell his face and get money for an interview. The brunette turned to her and said that it would be impossible to make money from it all the time, and besides, he had never done this before. The pink-haired girl said that they could also arrange a personal stream. The blonde guy pointed at him while Samantha was saying that the player was currently at the peak of popularity and that a lot of people would come to his streams. The comrade was shouting that it was all delicious and stupid and that everyone would be disappointed in him. When the main character looked down, Bonsik said that he had an idea and reminded him that when he was fighting the brown bears, someone was recording a video. May smiled broadly and asked if he wanted to sue. She poured out on him while Samantha was saying that it wouldn't work here, because in the concepts of the new world there is no law prohibiting photography and video filming without consent, and many are confused by this because it should definitely be in the license agreement before the start of the game, which everyone always skips. She added that bloggers constantly infringe on the privacy of players anyway. The pink-haired girl asked if this would be a threat. The guy replied that he thought she was only saying this because of his threatening appearance. Bonsik pointed and said that she was right. He smiled widely and said that it was not extortion, but they could try to offer the streamer who made a video about him a mutually beneficial exchange. Approaching his friend, he said that he would behave as usual, he would film it, and they would split the income. The guy asked what would happen if he posted the video without consent. Nay smiled widely and said that this is exactly why they needed to pressure him. Alshia noted that he only looked scary. Bonsik smiled and said that however, if they could control him by threatening him, it would be easier for them, and they had enough content. Fuka stood in front of the system screen with a smile, exclaiming that today he would show less approval. In the chat, they asked him when there would be something new. The guy rubbed his hair in frustration, reading the negative comments. He smiled nervously, while in the chat they asked why it was so boring. He said that today they were going to the forest. The number of subscribers increased after the live broadcasts, and this is better than nothing, so only subscribers and haters watched it. Fuka smiled with a gloomy face. However, 1 million subscribers on Tube is the dream of any blogger. The guy received a notification where Alshia asked him to write to him in private. The blogger's face was distorted with shock. The green-haired boy's pupils narrowed and he asked if it was really Alshia. Samantha answered that she worked for him. She said that they would like to talk about the program about Alshia and invite him to the discussion. Fuka looked in shock and thought that it was because he made content without permission and now he would have to fork out. The girl asked when he would have time. He looked away. An elf appeared behind him and asked if there was a person named Fuka here. The guy smiled and said that he was finishing the broadcast for today. He turned and asked what he wanted. The elf told him to come with him. The green-haired guy walked forward and said that this was Elysia, a flower garden in the desert. He pinched his nose and wondered what that smell was. A man appeared behind him and called out to him. Fuka turned around and said that he heard the news that he had changed his profession and congratulated him. Breeze replied that he liked his broadcast. He worked hard. The brunette extended his hand and said that he did not expect to meet him here and he was glad to meet him. His hands smelled bad and were dirty. The guy shook his hand and welcomed him to the land of opportunities. He smiled and asked what business he was here for. Fuka replied that he was invited. He congratulated him. The green-haired guy smiled and asked if he knew why they were looking for him. He replied that he could not say for sure, but whoever Alshia met, everyone was fine. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that everything will be fine with him. He waved and said that the bracelet will not grow itself. Fuka looked at him in shock and thought that he should meet him and find out what he wants. After a while, the guy came through the door and said hello. His eyes narrowed. There were people standing in front of him. Alshia looked at the flowers. The guy wondered what was wrong with his face. May smiled and said that he was here. She raised her hands and greeted him and asked him not to be nervous. Fuka thought that she was the first to follow Alshia. Everyone thought she was crazy, but she wiped everyone's nose and became one of the king's close associates. He looked to the side and saw Samantha. He thought he didn't know why she was with him, but she was a rare class ranker and rumor had it that she was the king's knight. Scottman smiled when the green-haired man thought that everyone was talking about him. Fuka's eyes widened when he thought that it was scary here in Elysia. Alshia looked at him. The guy trembled when he called him. He bowed and apologized. He said that he was blinded by glory, so he filmed a video of him without permission. He will give everything he earned. Everyone smiled. Scottman looked at the man and said that it would be easier than they thought. He smiled and said that his face was a weapon of mass destruction. The heroes replied that he needed to be watched. He frowned and said that this guy would have to pass a test. A couple of hours later, Fuka started the broadcast and apologized for interrupting the broadcast so suddenly last time. He has a waterfall of stunning news for his subscribers. He smiled and said not to faint. His pupils narrowed when he was called. The elf frowned and said that he now had a bracelet, but that was not enough. He took the guy by the hand and pulled him forward, said to follow him. Fuka asked where they were going. He had an ether. He widened his eyes. The elf raised his hand. He shouted at him to stop. There was a scream. The whole chat was drowned in laughter. This ether broke all records for messages. Most of the territory of the Perma-Desert and part of the Lux Forest is the kingdom of Rassel. The aristocrats heard the news about the desert and gathered a council to discuss. One of them suggested taking them under the vassalage of the kingdom, because the elves arbitrarily occupied a place in the forest, and this is their territory. The old man frowned and said that it seems that everyone forgot that the king recognized the forest as a home for the elves. According to the agreement with the shaman, the man answered him not to talk nonsense. What did the kingdom of Rassel do for the new state? The man slammed his fist on the table when someone said that the desert was considered a cursed land. This territory was given to the elves to shift the care of it onto their shoulders. The stranger knocked on the table. Everyone fell silent. Aref closed his eyes and said that they were under the protection of the magic tower and its leader was officially on their side, according to the guards. He frowned and said that the Red Tower, although located in the kingdom, did not have any influence on it. He looked ahead and said that His Majesty was also very unhappy with the state of affairs, but asked to treat them with respect should he send a messenger to convey their position. Someone from the council agreed, since His Majesty said so. Aref grimaced and thought about Elysia. Alshia looked at the girl. She said that a messenger from the kingdom of Rassel had arrived. He frowned and asked if they would have to fight again. She replied that he just wanted to talk. The hero looked at her and said that then they could meet. The delegation stood at the house. 3 nobles looked ahead. One of them said, "Is this the famous Elysia? How pathetic." They froze when a voice was heard from behind that they had come a long way. Alshia was walking towards them. He frowned and asked what they wanted. The men frowned and thought that he had a powerful suppressive aura. One of them stepped forward. He frowned and said that he had a message from the ruler of the kingdom of Rassel. The principality of the Garden of Elysia is worthy of respect. The hero frowned and asked if he really said that. There was silence. The man raised his eyebrows and said that this was a message from His Majesty the ruler of the kingdom. The silence continued. Alshia looked at him and asked what he meant. A notification appeared that his kingdom had worsened relations with other states. The noble frowned and said that this was impudence. He looked at the hero and told him to beg for mercy, kneeling down, so that His Majesty would forgive him. He frowned and asked again. He walked forward. He approached the men and asked if he wanted him to kneel down, for what reason. He came close. The brunette frowned when the nobleman asked how he dared to disdain the king. He asked when he disdainfully treated him. Was he a king? The messenger frowned and said that reading this message was equivalent to an audience. Alshia looked at him and asked if he was not a king. He frowned and said that he was just an NPC. How did he not immediately understand? The man snatched the scroll from his hands and began to read it. He frowned and said that they were probably laughing at him. Alshia unrolled the scroll and asked who they thought they were, deciding to scare him by taking away his lance. The noble raised his finger and said that outsiders were not allowed to read His Majesty's messages, and to utter such rude remarks about him would have to be reported to His Majesty. The hero told them to do as they pleased and called them swindlers. A system window appeared, stating that relations with the kingdom of Rassel had deteriorated significantly. The hero frowned and asked if they really wanted to subjugate his garden to their power, then let them convey that he was not to be trifled with. He pointed his finger at the messenger and said that they were mistaken if they thought he knew nothing. If they were going to claim their rights, they could have given him a helping hand when they were attacked by the Brown Bear Kingdom. His pupils were judging and he asked what they were so busy with at that moment. The noble looked at him. He fell to the ground. His comrades frowned and said that he would regret it as soon as His Majesty found out about everything. There would be no trace left of his refugee haven. The elf hit him. He frowned and said, "How dare they insult Alshia?" The hero raised his hands and asked him to stop. He smiled and said to calm down, "You can't beat up foreign ambassadors." A system window appeared that it was too late and he had crossed the line. The three nobles ran away. The hero said that they seemed to understand him. Samantha frowned. Alshia turned and asked how strong the elves were. The girl looked at him and said that they were the most powerful NPC characters she had ever met. The brunette frowned and asked if they could win if they went to war with the Rassel Kingdom. Sweat appeared on the redhead's face and she said that she didn't expect this. The man punched him and said that it was a shame and he would immediately mobilize troops and send them to the desert. The Rassel Kingdom, a meeting of the noble assembly. Someone said not to act rashly, and someone asked if they really wanted to remain inactive after such a humiliation. The brunette raised his finger and said that the fears about the Elysia Garden were not unfounded. If they recognized it as their principality, then their kingdom would not be able to avoid disagreements with the state of brown bears. The blonde frowned and said that this was not the only problem. Apparently, the rulers of the Elysia Garden knew the secrets of the desert. Era folded his hands and said enough. He closed his eyes and said that they would have to admit that they underestimated him, but they knew for sure that the garden was somehow connected with the past shaman. Apparently the elves were just one of the possible threats. He frowned, and looking to the side, he said that if the enemy was connected with spirits, they would have the opportunity to find loopholes in their ranks. The guy said that the frame of the greenhouse was made in accordance with engineering standards. They looked at the greenhouse. He smiled and said that as he asked, he would now be able to control the temperature and humidity with the scale. It would be good to ask the elves for help. Alshia smiled and said that the elves themselves had recently found out about it. He looked to the side and told the guy that he had done most of the work for free and thanked him for his work. He looked at him and asked him to wait. The hero turned around and said that they had prepared something that would be useful. He put a wreath on him and said that it would be great if he distributed them to the others. A window appeared all systems, that this was a wreath for hard work, advanced class. The redhead smiled and thought, can he really do this? A special wreath? Does it really work that well? He frowned and thought that this was a real breakthrough and an item previously unknown. He looked at the hero and said that this was amazing. He had used herbs in alchemy, but he had never seen them used in this way. Alshia smiled and thought that he seemed to like it. He looked at the boy and thought it was an expression of genuine pleasure. He thought that with this step he would lay the foundation for the advancement of the flower shop, but he did not suspect that it would not be a step, but a clap of lightning. They smiled and asked to bring more fertilizer. The hero thought that she was Shaman's assistant, so she manages the care of the garden. Scottman somehow got into the ranks of the World Organization easier. The elves treat him friendly. He thought that there was a problem. Alshia waved his hand to Samantha and thought that she did not get along well with the elves and did not summon golems anymore while she had nothing to do. The hero looked at her and asked if she was bored. In recent days she did not increase levels, but only worked on the sharpening shop. She looked ahead and said that it was true and she had not gone out for a long time. The girl looked away. The man scratched his head and said that there had been a big battle here, but it was no longer a place where she could show off all her skills. She turned away and said that she was fine. The brunette raised a finger and said that anyway. He thought that it was upsetting her, so he came up with a task. The girl smiled and asked if it was a battle. She said that skill was a result of a lot of training in the new world. He said that she would be digging sand. Her pupils narrowed. The man raised a finger up and said that somewhere under the desert there was a dungeon. She could find it with the help of the golem, right? His pupils narrowed and he asked, doesn't that sound fun? The girl looked at him and agreed. Samantha walked through the desert. She looked ahead and thought if this was a good idea. A system window appeared, that she was on all the news. The girl looked ahead and thought that she was in the center of events in the new world. She was recognized everywhere. The system window appeared. Players were writing her private messages. She looked ahead and thought what these fools wanted from her. She said that in fact it was May who was his assistant, not her. The redhead frowned and said that maybe this was enough for her, but the things she did were really insignificant. She looked at her palm and asked if she really was zero without a wand. Samantha looked at her and said that what she was doing was absolutely irrelevant. Her leader was playing for fun. She looked ahead and asked what about her, if she enjoyed the game. She remained silent. The girl looked away and said that she stayed here to increase her rank. At first it was annoying, it was unusual, and she wanted to be the first in everything. What for now? She frowned, and she said that if she was honest with him about promotion, she would listen to her without grumbling. If you had seen him before, he was not what he seemed. She knew that he was not scary or cruel as he seemed. She asked why she did not say rank up. The redhead looked at her hand and said that she, like him, had been spending time here. A system window appeared with a quest to change class. Samantha looked at it. She frowned and said that it was a class change, not a rank up, and it looked like she was still far from getting a unique class. She had been a ranker for a long time. Should she go back to the beginning? She smiled and asked, wouldn't that be a very stupid decision? She said that there was nothing else to do and she accepted the quest. Alcia and May looked at her with bewilderment. Samantha smiled and said that she had changed her class. She looked at the hero and said that all skills related to sand golems were removed. She decided that I am in the state of a knight of sand spirits. This skill will not change. The man smiled and said that everything is fine. They will stop searching for a secret storage for a while. I will not rush. He turned around and said that the most important thing is that the guy has already started broadcasting. He smiled and said that they will see if there is any use from this. Fuka fists and said that he was walking in the Elijah garden. This is a special edition. He is now a full-fledged BJ Elijah. He pointed to the side and said that today they will visit a special place of Elise in the greenhouse. He pointed to the device and said that it maintains the necessary temperature and humidity. In the comments, he was offered to change the temperature. He said that if he does this, the elves will tear off his limbs. Another comment asked if it was true that Alcia opened a flower shop. The green-haired one said that it was. He grew all the plants himself, and the elves, who are one with him in body and soul, helped him. The comments asked what they do with the flowers they grew. Fuka looked back and said that one of the co-founders of the garden was here. Now they will ask her. He approached the girl and said hello. She asked if everything was going well. The guy pointed to the screen and asked if she could answer the viewers' questions. She smiled and said that it would be better to ask Alcia. The streamer darkened and she agreed to try. He turned to her and asked why Alcia was growing flowers. She smiled and said that he wanted to open a flower shop. He asked why he wanted that. The girl looked away and said that it was because he liked flowers. There was silence. Fuka smiled and said that she had been an assistant for a long time. Can she tell any special stories? May tilted her head and said that she didn't remember if there was anything special. There was silence. He thought he was doomed because she answered too briefly. The green-haired man looked away. He thought he was a professional streamer. He looked at her. The guy frowned and asked if she was dating Alcia. The girl blushed. At the same time, the hero returned to the store and was fiddling with flowers. He said that this was a moon flower. Many flowers have similar properties, but each flower's effect is slightly different from another, and the effectiveness of their special properties worries him. The man frowned and said that the recovery potion from Effelt's flowers is less effective than the moon flowers that May brought back after the expedition. A system window appeared, telling about the effect of moon flowers. He frowned and asked why he couldn't just extract the effects he needed from the two ingredients. What if he combined the special effect of Effelt's flowers and the recovery powers of moon flowers? He said that he needed to separate the petals, then grind the powder, and, putting the filter, pour boiling water. A system window appeared, saying that he had filtered. He poured the liquid into the funnel. A system window appeared, saying about the effects of the potion. He smiled and said that it worked, and now he needed to get the alchemy skill. If he got it, he would be able to add more effects. He said that he thought it would be useful when he started selling more potions, but he had no intention of selling potions all his life. A system window appeared, saying that the basic alchemy skill had been obtained. The hero frowned and said that every time he created something new, the abilities improved immediately. He looked at the potion and said that it was ready. The man looked away and said that maybe wreaths, similar to the theme that he gave to the magicians, can be woven from different flowers. It is worth adding a function so that the buyer can choose what effect he needs, be it the restoration of health, mana, or stamina. He frowned and said that now only advertising of the product was left. He uses the auction to sell potions, and at the same time for advertising, a description needs to be added. A system window appeared. He said that after purchasing the product, they would probably want to buy flowers. The hero licked his lips and said that they should try to contact him once and he would send them a lot of flowers. But contrary to his expectations, after the news that Alcia is the shaman, a real madhouse began in the auction house. There was a lot of talk, but thanks to the benefits of the elixir prepared by the heroes, it was instantly sold out. It is even difficult to imagine what was happening there. Messages appeared with questions about the product. The man clenched his fists and said that he was promoting a flower shop, but no one had called about flowers yet. Scottman smiled and asked who needed flowers. Why would he refuse to sell potions if they brought in money? The hero frowned and asked, does he come to flower shops to buy potions? He grabbed his head and said that he still had the sound of ringing in his ears. His pupils contracted. Alcia looked at the guy and asked if he could call the employment center for him. He replied that it was because of him that he got the nickname Shit Digger and one victim was enough for him. An elf burst into the room and asked how he could help him. The hero looked at him and said that he wanted to hire new workers. He frowned and said that he wanted to do it right away. The bright sun illuminated the luxe forest, where due to the popularity of the hero, the number of newcomers increased, but they immediately went to plow since they could not resist the elves. One of the guys raised his axe up. They all became workers, receiving quests to help build the garden. The guys looked at each other with a smile, discussing what, no matter how strange it was, they were already used to it. Suddenly they heard the voice of an elf, who said that it was time to select workers. The guys turned around in fear. The elf raised his hand and said that Alahia needed 5 people, so he would accept an application from those who wanted to, after which he asked if there were any. The guys looked at him, confused. They suddenly jumped up, trying to get to Alshia's aid. The most nimble of them did not miss this chance. Alshia smiled ominously. The guys asked him what they should do. The guy said that they should have already been told this. He leaned towards the fair-haired guy, who suggested that they should take calls in a whisper, just like call center operators. The hero confirmed this. The newbie thought that his look was really scary. The guys sat down at their tables. The guy raised his hand and explained that if they did not want to do this, they could refuse because he would not force anyone, and, of course, they would not work for nothing, because each of them would be paid a gold coin per day, after which he explained that they did not need to sit in this place around the clock, but at least one person must remain at the workplace, and for this Samantha would make a work schedule. He looked at the guys in surprise, who were surprised by the conditions. The girl entered the tent with a tablet and said that she had prepared a schedule. Suddenly she noticed something. The guys, sitting at the tables, were crying bitterly. The guy turned to her and said that he had done nothing. The girl asked him why they were crying. The cloaked boy looked at them and said that it was not about that, because when they started the game in the forest, he slammed his hands on the table and said that the elves were to blame for everything. The other newbies said that they were not treated well from the start, after which they thanked the hero for the opportunity offered. Samantha approached the boy, raised her hand and asked if anything would happen if they spoke so offensively about the elves. The boy said that he could not do anything about it. But thanks to this, the elves are blamed for all the suffering. They blame him, even if he makes them work. In life he joined in and said that the boy is the devil incarnate. The newbies sat at their places, answering the appeal. They said in chorus that they do not accept requests to sell potions. The blonde boy turned to his comrade and asked him about when at least one person would be found who would want to buy flowers. The cloaked boy suggested that they might never be found. Suddenly the blonde boy noticed something, and he received an order for 1 wreath of flowers. The young man was surprised and said that someone had been found who needed flowers. The guys gathered around him and were surprised that the customer was apparently crazy and began to discuss whether this was a joke. The customer said that he was a magician and he would like to receive a wreath that deals fire damage, but he did not know if he had composed his order correctly. The guys exclaimed and asked him to wait about the conditions this topic, that now they would go and drop this off to the boss. The shadow of the young man hung over them. The fair-haired guy conveyed the words of the customer and asked if they should decline the request. Alshia smiled happily and was glad about what had happened, after which he said that he would see if he could fulfill the request. The hero headed away. Looking into the reference book, the guys began to discuss what was said about an ordinary wreath. Alshia, with a self-dead smile, said that he could not find anything with the flame attribute, but there was something to increase attack power, so this is what he needed. The system opened the description of blue primrose, which tore down the effect of mana purification and magical essence. The guy turned to his subordinates and asked to tell the customer that the effect of magical essence is a feature of the wreath, but the durability of the omen is low, after which he added that it would be necessary to report money for expenses. The fair-haired guy agreed and said that the customer also asked if it was possible to pick up the wine in 2 days. Alshia smiled widely and repeated these words. The guys turned pale in fear and then asked if they did something wrong. The hero turned away from them and said that everything was fine, after which he asked the customer to contact him in a few days. He smiled happily. The guy's tasks but discussed something behind his back. The hero thought that, as it seemed to him, the customer asked just out of curiosity, but he really made an order. A few days later, the guy served 3 flowers and a brown bag on the table, saying that the customer introduced himself as a magician, and the flower grows like eyes, which is why they will make good wine. Alshia lifted the bag and said that if it is needed for the battle, then he will need the growth powder that the elves gave, but there is not much of it, and it is only enough for a small production of goods. He lowered his hands on the table and added that in order to have enough growth powder, it is necessary to remove the seal from Gloria, and he hopes that the divine tree will grow as soon as possible, and he will be able to open Gloria. The guy finished the work and decided that he needed to check the result, after which he wondered if he had sprinkled enough powder on them. A neat wreath lay on the table. The system called it a completed crown of flowers. The guy looked at it and activated the Florist skill, saying that he would resort to the simultaneous use of growth powder, growth skill, and Florist skill. He put his shining palm in front of him and used the growth speed enhancement. The wreath began to emit a slight glow. The system reported that the flower crown had been upgraded to a strong flower crown. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. The system also added that the guy had achieved great success, created his first legendary item, his fame had grown, additional experience points had been received, a new level had been reached, and as a result of reaching level 100, the class skill of Aroma had been unlocked. The hero frowned and said that he had already reached level 100 and that they had given him so much that he was lost in the pluses. Samantha came up to him from behind and said that a visitor had come to see him. The young man smiled and asked where he was because he was interested in who this honorable first customer was. The guy in the red cap smiled awkwardly and folded his fingers, saying that they finally met, after which he thought that although he tried to hide his identity, he still attracted a lot of attention in the guild, and the thought of returning was hateful to him, but such a chance cannot be missed. The hero leaned towards him, greeted him and called the guy the first customer. The magician asked if this place was popular and if they had other customers. The hero looked away and said that many wanted to buy potions, but he, after all, was a farmer of a precision store and not an alchemist. The customer understood his words and asked to proceed to the order. Alcia handed him a wreath. The guy frowned tensely, took the wreath in his hand and said that this time a crown of flowers was made for him. The system revealed the characteristics of the item to him. He was surprised to notice that the flower crown was a legendary item. He was stunned and thought that the percentage was small, of course, but these additional effects were very good, after which he wondered how the guy could create such a thing. Alcia scratched his head and said that he had created it, but he was a little sorry because such effects of legendaries, and besides, in a brazier battle, were not very suitable. The magician said that it was excellent. The guy frowned tensely and asked if he really liked it. The customer looked at him in delight and said that the result was amazing. The hero in response asked if he was worried about having to spend twice as much mana. The guy frowned and said that the damage from magical attacks also increased. In addition, all three effects are associated with an increase in attack, and there is even an additional effect for the group, and although a mana potion is an expensive pleasure, the opportunity to get a crown with such effects prevails over the rest. Alcia smiled awkwardly. The guy happily said that the shaman had met all his expectations, after which he thanked him heartily. He smiled broadly and called the result incredible, thinking that he could not feel hostility towards him, even being a member of the Bear Guild, if he could create such amazing items. They approached the hacking hero and said that, as she saw, the first buyer was satisfied, so he can handle everything. She suddenly smelled some kind of smell. She raised her hand, smiled and said that the smell of flowers was stronger than usual. The system reported that the young man received the skill of aroma, which gave the body a permanent aroma, allowing him to receive favor from NPCs. The young man said with wealth that this was all he received with the 100th level. He frowned in confusion and wondered what use it was, because he did not even suspect that in the future he would be called the aroma of death, and only one name would inspire fear. A group of men headed into the cave. The voiceover said that in the new world there are countless dungeons, unexplored by anyone, and every day previously unknown dungeons are found, and that the dungeon is the most important part of the reality of the new world, since victories in these locations allow you to receive not only items, but also glory, ranks, and special rewards. One of the guys raised his sword to his shoulder. The magician asked if Red had arrived yet. The young man replied that he thought he was going to pick up some kind of custom item. Magu was surprised that he did not spend all the money last time. The voiceover added that the dungeon, in the capture of which Red decided to participate, was discovered by a member of the permanent group, and that he thought that this would be his last attempt at conquering dungeons. Red put a wreath on top of his cap. He came to his group with a satisfied smile. They discussed whether he had been to Hawaii. The young man looked at them. A golden wreath of flowers was shining on his neck. His teammates asked if everything was okay. The guy asked them why they were worried. One of the guys smiled and said that the magician had gone crazy after his promotion. Red took the wreaths and said that if they were talking about this, then this was his new image. The guys looked at him with disappointment. One of them asked if this was the very item he had ordered for himself. The young man turned away from them and said that he understood, well, that he looked like an idiot in their eyes, but they would soon change their minds. He smiled, looked back at his allies and said that they should watch carefully, because with all these items he would win the dungeon. The tent stood in the middle of the desert. At the entrance there was a sign with the inscription of the sales department. A fair-haired guy looked at the dialogue box in surprise. The rest of the newcomers were sitting at work. The guy could not understand what was wrong with this question. Alcia frowned and touched his chin, saying that before this, the wreath was ordered by Red, and, apparently, recommended it to his friends. The guy said that they had strange requests. The hero looked at him and asked why he thought so. The fair-haired young man shot him in the eye and said that the order was for 3, for a tank and 2 warriors, and besides, he was confused by the price. Alcia was irritated but frowned and asked him what happened. The guy looked away and said that the customers said that if they made a discount, the warriors would recommend the product everywhere. The hero turned away, thinking that he suspected that something like this could happen. The blonde boy looked at him and said that there was something else. He raised his hand and added that the customers asked to keep it a secret, but he said something scary. The hero asked about what they said. The worker said that he was not quite sure. Alshia frowned and asked him about why he was hesitating. He put his hands on his belt, turned around and said that whatever it was, Red was a good man. He turned to the worker and asked what the customers were called. The guy listed the names Gloria, Carly, and That's Right. The hero frowned and said that they should be blocked and blacklisted because the customers were absolutely not needed. He headed for the exit with a smile and said that it does not matter how much money you can get because such types can only distort everything. He frowned and added that he will not fall for their tricks. Alshia received a request for a private conversation from Kwasun. The girl greeted his daughter. The guy put the vase on the table with a smile and said that they had not talked for a long time. The girl laughed and said that she was fine and that she had recently distanced herself from the world. The young man looked back at the dialogue box and asked what about the elixir, because he needed to replenish his supplies and send it to her. The girl replied that the elixir was incredibly popular, but she contacted the hero for another reason. She recalled her own words about the continent of Citra being in the north, and there was a city on it called Adalk. The guy looked at the system window, agreed and asked her what she meant. The girl replied that she had not said anything like that. She imagined a joyful carnival and said that every year the city hosts the festival of the Night of the Unquenchable, and that she had only been there twice, but it is quite grandiose, and many nobles attend this celebration. The boy did not take his eyes off the system window. The girl added that it was leading to the boy joining them. The hero frowned and asked her why he turned his head to the side. The girl said that she grew up at this festival, and besides, his name is widely known in the New World, but only as the king of the new state, and not as a florist. In other words, the boy is considered a representative of the nobility. Alshia took a flower in his hand and asked her what it meant. The girl said that there would be young and inexperienced aristocrats there, so he had nothing to worry about. He smiled awkwardly and called it not such a bad idea because he still had no customers, and it was unlikely that the flower shop would fail if he rested for a couple of days. The boy put the flower on the table and said that the offer sounded great. He turned with a wide smile and said that he would prepare something for the festival. The girl replied that she would most likely wait for cooperation. Green sprouts sprouted through the sand, asked the boy if he was going to the city on the Citra continent. The boy sat down on the ground next to him and said that it was true, and that he was wondering if the spirit knew this place. Sprout confirmed this and said that there was not a single corner that she had not seen. The boy leaned over with a smile. The spirit added that her powers, of course, were not as powerful as before, but she still remembered the taste of honey mint lime. The boy touched her chin and said that he would bring this delicacy for her, because he still wanted to collect from there. With this he looked back at Sprout. The spirit said that various flowers grow there, and that before you could find precious sap and honey there, but now this forest was occupied by a demon. The boy frowned in surprise and asked her about what she just said. He bent down slightly. The spirit asked him what exactly he was talking about. The hero asked him to repeat the words about demons. The spirit said that many years ago, demons raided the forest, so the elves had no choice but to leave those places. Alshia bent down lower. The spirit added that if nothing had changed since then the forest was still a haven for demons, and she would like the guy to check it out while he was on the way. The hero asked her why he should do that. He frowned in displeasure and thought that this meant that demons took over the lands that belonged to the elves. But the demons he met before definitely had some problems, so they must be incredibly strong if they were able to drive the elves out of the forest. He turned away tensely and said that he would not interfere. The spirit asked him what he meant. The hero scratched his head, smiled widely and said that he could not leave everything as it was, and that he had simply mixed things up. The girl said that she thought that everything would be the other way around. The guy rose on his foot and said that it was time for him to go. The spirit was surprised by this and said that he had not come for several days. Alshia put his hands on his belt and asked her about why she did not spend time with the elves instead of him. The girl indignantly asked him if he thought that she enjoyed being with those who did not stop talking for a second. He frowned, turned away and said that someone would be found to keep her company so he could leave. The spirit tried to stop him. The guy frowned angrily and thought that thanks to this question he found useful information. So you cannot approach the Imbe forest. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the building. Samantha frowned in surprise and asked if they would go alone. Alshia stood in front of her in a hood. He said that Kwasun was also her friend. The girl blushed embarrassedly. The guy sank into a low box. Samantha asked him if it was necessary to hide from the elves like that. The young man replied that she should behave more quietly, because the elves could hear them, and he did not want them to go with him, because on the way to the city there is a forest that is teeming with demons. If the elves go with them, a fight could start. He watched the passing elves from behind the boxes. The girl looked at him and asked if it was possible to just leave as usual, because in this form he would rather attract the attention of the elves. The blonde elf approached them with a smile and asked the hero if he was going somewhere. Samantha closed her mouth, holding back laughter. The guy frowned tensely. He took off his cloak and said that he wanted to study what grows nearby. The elf said that the guy is constantly working. The boys set off on their journey. One of the elves waved at them and asked where they were going. The boys again replied that they were just going to study the plants. After a while, they met a resident again who asked where they were going. Alshia covered his eyes from the sun and said that he had met only 22 elves. The woman said that they had finally come out and that it was incredible to realize how much the elves trusted him. The guy smiled and said that it was time for them to go. The bright sun hung over the desert. The boys moved forward. The hero said that they had moved a little away from the garden, and immediately sand dunes began. So, apparently, the spread of vegetation had greatly changed the garden. The girl replied that she did not know that she would specialize in deserts when she changed her class, but the heat still drains mental strength. Samantha looked at him in surprise and said that she thought that there should be no problems with the guy's level. She frowned slightly and asked him if he was okay. Alshia waved his hands, saying that he was using the elbow spirit skill. The system reported that he was surrounded by the essence of the dream flower, which gave him resistance to fat. The girl smiled and said that it was a strange skill related to dancing. The guy asked her to pretend that she did not see it. Samantha closed her eyes and said that if the boy was worried about them, he could calm down because she could handle this wife. The guy frowned and said that he did it for himself. The girl looked at him in confusion and asked if he was serious. She frowned and asked what his current level was. Alshia looked into her eyes. The girl said that she was level 302. The boy called it a high result, after which he asked if she was a ranker. Samantha looked at him in surprise. The guy smiled embarrassedly, scratched the back of his head and said that he had just crossed the 100th level. She was stunned by what she heard and thought that it couldn't be true, because this person who got out of the Lux Forest and held such a large-scale event in a short time was a noob all this time. She frowned and thought that she could say one thing without exaggeration. Alshia took on a monstrous look in her eyes. The girl decided that he was a real monster. The guy asked if it was really great and said that he was curious how long it took. The girl thought that he had incredible influence and was only at level 100, so this happened for the first time in the new world. A beautiful view of the valley opened up in front of them. The hero was glad to be outside the desert. Samantha didn't know if she liked it. Alshia leaned over to the bushes with white flowers. He invited her to look at the flowers. They were so beautiful. The girl was standing behind him. She asked if he did floristry in real life. She was surprised by the answer. No, he liked doing it in the game. He must be enjoying himself when he plays. The hero smiled widely as he looked at the flowers. Come to think of it, they say he's scary, but that smile. A warm smile appeared on her face as she looked at the warrior. A truly amazing smile. She was surprised at herself. Turning away, she tried to pull herself together. She must be crazy. What was she thinking? He asked her what was wrong. Nothing. It seemed like there were some sounds behind her. They looked behind them. Samantha thought she almost got caught. The hero said he didn't hear anything. She'd check, but then she saw something she didn't expect. A black-haired monster came out of the forest. What? She grabbed her sword. She took out the sword of the spirit knight from her inventory and rushed to attack him. She raised her sword for another attack, but the monster seemed to be trying to say something. The girl looked closely. The monster fell on its back in front of her and put out its hands, begging for mercy. He's not a bad demon. His eyes were wet. He was shouting that he was good. Alshia turned and saw the demon. His comrade was confused. Demon, good. He knelt down in supplication. Yes, a good demon. Have mercy. The guy wondered if demons were evil incarnate. His girlfriend held a sword to his face. Usually they were. That appear that they lived peacefully. In her experience, this was a problematic case. Both stood over him, not fully understanding. The hero offered to deal with him. He was a demon anyway, and he took out the paw of a brown bear. He tried to stop him. The demon looked scared and harmless. Judging by his wounds, he had already been in trouble. The team frowned and pounced on him. System message: the spirit of the elbow and the spirit of life were selected. Sounds of a struggle were heard. They struck him with weapons. Her damage is higher, perhaps due to the difference in levels. The demon screamed that it hurt. The bear's paw left burns on the enemy. Samantha wondered why it looked like he was in pain. System message: taking additional damage dealt to the target. Title of demon torturer received. Demons are afraid of him. Two stood looming over him. He asked to just talk. Suddenly, the demon hit the ground with his hands. A pillar was raised into the air. The heroes saw nothing. Smoke screen. Another voice sounded through the smoke. They did not expect to see such a voice. Now a demon twice their height stood in front of them. He still asked them to stop. He said that he did not want to fight. The heroes became nervous. The guy offered to listen to him. The girl agreed. A little later, the demon sat on a log and talked about himself. Alshia listened to him with an eye patch. The system message said that he was telling the truth. He is a demon living near the Manga forest. He was surprised that such a thing existed, and leaned over to the blue-headed one. He asked him to take off the bandage. The boy frowned, told him not to worry and just talk. He didn't think he'd ever wear it again. but without it, there was no telling how much the demon could lie. Alcia's bandage began to glow red. The demon looked away and closed his eyes. He was scaring him too much. A message that the demon Sikkud was scared. More scared than he was. The heroes stood in front of him and listened. They had lived in a small village in the forest, but recently, what they heard shocked them both. Everything had turned into hell because of the elves. How? They asked in one voice. What exactly had happened? The demon took a deep breath. He didn't know, it's just that those disgusting elves were everywhere. He could even smell them. The boy asked if an elf was following him. Maybe one was nearby. Sikkud began to look around. It couldn't be. He was sure no one was following him because he had distracted them. That's good, Alcia said. The girl thought the demon was a villain. The hero looked very convincing. But where did this disgusting smell come from? The monster asked. He told him it was nerves. The message, his sinister appearance convinced Sikkud. Sitting on a log, he closed his eyes. Anyway, when the elves attacked, they seemed helpless. Alcia suggested maybe it was worth dying at their hands. Tears appeared in the demon's eyes. Why so cruel? But they were the first to drive the elves out of here. Sikkud spread his hands. That was a different clan. There are kings and nobles in the human world, right? 500 years ago, when the passage to the demon world was blocked, they were isolated. They had no choice but to stay in this forest. The bandage on Alcia's face glowed red again. Then why did they come here? The demon smiled widely. The system window reported that he was telling a lie. To communicate with people. The hero was upset. System message, the spirit of the elbow and the spirit of life were selected. The demon screamed that it was actually an invasion, but now they had come to their senses. He was telling the truth. He turned away from the monster, thinking, how could he know that he was kind? He felt nothing. Alcia looked worried. Why was he worried? He leaned over Sikkud again. It didn't change what they had done to the elves. The guy began to look threatening. Samantha liked it. But today he was generous. Pretend that he didn't know anything. So let him hide. Sikkud folded his arms in gratitude. The heroes discussed it. They had to be on guard. He was transforming terribly. The demon suddenly looked with his big red eyes. Perhaps. The warrior frowned. What? The demon looked at him pitifully. System message. Sudden quest. Sikkud is a poor demon who escaped from the cruel elves. If they can help him save his clan, they will receive the favor of the demons. Conditions. Save him and the demons of his clan. Reward. Gain the favor of Sikkud and other demons. Alcia got angry and pointed the demon in the direction, who tried to calm him down. This system doesn't even know what it's doing. It wants him to fight the elves. No way. They're coming back. The demon begged him to help, saying that although he initially mistook him for an ordinary person, he thought that with such a fighting technique he could defeat the elves. Coming closer to the hero, the demon caught the smell. He hugged Alcia. Was that terrible smell coming from him? Yes, the guy answered. The monster frowned, and took half a step back. It can't be, shaman. Alcia turned to his comrade. This is bad. She needs to deal with him quickly. She had already rushed into battle. The demon shouted for them to wait. Both were very surprised. The demon grew big again, but there was delight on his face. Shaman, their friend, system message. He was telling the truth. The hero put his hands in front of him and asked him to shrink. Alcia turned his head away. The demon said that Teen Light helped them hide in the forest. The guy turned to the spirit of life. The demon stood next to him and rejoiced. What the hell does he know about this? The spirit of life said that he can't remember. He was glad that he found the shaman. Finally, a successor appeared. System message. A sudden quest. The shaman Teen Light had strong empathy and built relationships with all creatures, even with demons who set fire to the elves' houses. Sikkud knew him in life. There could be something of him left in their clan. Alcia was not happy with this outcome, but he agreed to help. Samantha was surprised and turned to him. Was he serious? These elves could be different from those who lived in the Garden of Elysia. He understood. He frowned. You won't know until you try, right? The demon danced with joy. The girl froze in shock. That, exactly. The group walked through a dense forest, and that forest. The atmosphere here was just like in the underworld. The demon turned his head and smiled. Apparently, it was because they created an atmosphere as close to home as possible. Alcia understood everything. Mushrooms, vines, and hands were sticking out of the ground. But hadn't the elves decorated it this way? The thing is, he hadn't seen them here for centuries. Didn't he think that was the reason for the current situation? Samantha turned to the warrior. He hadn't picked any new flowers on the way here, had he? But why not pay attention to the local plants? The boy thought about it. He looked at a mouse running past a flower. It caught and ate it. They looked at it with annoyance. He didn't think it was a suitable flower. The demon stopped and pointed at it. He must have been interested in the flowers. They were called crocuses, and they were quite common in the hellish void. The crocuses the boy knew were nothing like these. System message, Alcia botanical reference. A new plant, the devil's flower, has been discovered. The boy looked at the menu. Sikid asked if everything was okay. The boy replied that he wanted to know what it was. System message, plant research achievement. Crocus, research rate 45%. Red flowers of the hellish desert feed on insects and small rodents. Effectiveness, crocus digestive juice causes long-term tissue damage, not researched. The group left him and moved on. They would collect later. Alshia leaned towards the demon. What exactly did he want him to do? All he had to do was make the elves leave them alone. They weren't going to listen to them at all. The warrior knew that the elves were reckless because he had dealt with them too, but what he didn't understand was his anger. The demon looked at the hero in confusion. Is it only because he gets a lot of bruises from them? He objected. What was he even talking about? The hero said that he had dealt with elves too. How could he say such a thing? The monster looked at his hands, remembering the horror. Alshia asked him, wasn't it a natural phenomenon, calling those who deprived them of their homeland demons and thus turning into a devil himself? He looked at him. What was he talking about? He remembered how Sikid had transformed into a giant. They were tough guys anyway, but he didn't understand why the elves felt this fear. The demon asked what he meant by their strength. Wasn't that why they had taken his forest? The demon paused to explain. They hadn't taken it away just because they were weak. The guy didn't understand and asked again. The beginning and end of an elf's life depended on the will of the gods. Elves would only die when they were destined to die from above. Sikid imagined two worlds connected by a tree. The divine tree is the center of this world. In other words, this meant that this place was in contact with other dimensions, that is, hell and heaven. As far as he knew, the tree sacrificed itself to block the already polluted and cursed dimensional portal. And after that, the elves entered their world. Sikid smiled slyly. So the reason for the elves' appearance on the continent was the divine tree. Why was he so sure of that? They had heard rumors. They weren't directly involved in the war at the time, they were peaceful demons. Alshia looked at him suspiciously. He could believe that it was true, but it was still unconvincing to say that demons were weak. The blue-haired man stretched out his hand and shouted, "That's not true. If the devil was so strong, then why did the hero stay there even at this moment without leaving the Risaland forest?" The boy replied calmly, no matter how evil they were, fighting against the entire continent was a burden. He shouted that it was the elves. It couldn't be. The fact that only the elves couldn't reach the continent. Sikid waved his hands nervously. That's not the point. The elves were already here. Alshia lifted his leg at the last moment and several arrows pierced the ground. Were they arrows? 3 elves with bows were standing behind the bushes. The elf said that she was wondering why that rat ran away like that. That's why. Get them. The demon hid behind the hero's leg. Yes, they were elves. The demon looked at the humans. What were mortals doing here? What was that smell? And he was shocked. It was a familiar spirit of life and a smell that didn't match the demon forest. Is it true that there was a shaman here? The guy smiled at the elf. He asked what he was doing in a place like this. Moreover, why was there a demon with him? Alshia stood there not knowing how to answer the question. System message. New achievement, devilish torture technique, elf respect received. As I thought, he was a shaman. Did he come here to defeat the demons after learning that they were here? The guy replied that he was smart. The elf happily informed the warrior of their successes. All the demons here were captured. Soon he would be able to send them to the hellish desert. Are they sending the demons back? Are they not going to kill them? The elf continued. First of all, the demons that remain in the middle do not die, and even if they die, they will immediately return to their homeland. Alshia looked at the crying monster. System message, Sikid feels a lot of fear. Why is he scared? He has a chance to return to his homeland. The elf grabbed the demon. Hey, come here. He held it on his head, offering the shaman to go too. He looked at the tearful monster. Let's go. The elf said to follow him. The guy looked at the girl. And the elf turned his gaze to Samantha. She has a pretty good sense of spirituality, but it seems she doesn't yet know how to properly deal with the spirit, although it won't help her while she is human. Did the hero try to place Samantha under shamanic accompaniment? He asked again. The elves pointed to themselves. They can teach her. The girl was indignant. Why were they asking their companion and not her about this? The guy looked at his friend with a smile and agreed. She lowered her eyes. Okay, she doesn't like elves, but with their help she can learn the spirit shaman class, which is the main one. System message. Sudden quest. The Fire Sea Elves are a tribe exclusively for fighting the spirit of fire. Learn to handle the spirit of fire from them. He leaned towards the girl and whispered. He doesn't quite understand what they can teach, maybe it's simple. He touched her shoulder, and she blushed. He told her to hold on. In front of them was a thicket. This is the village where the demons live. There was a cobweb on the ceiling and dried little heads. On the table was a cow skull and a candle burning. Several of the same demons were tied up and kneeling. These ominous houses are their village. Besides them, there are many more like them in the center of the village. The tied-up demon turned to the elf, asked to have mercy on them. They are good demons. He told him to shut up. The elves laughed ominously. Now they will burn them and send them home. The guy noted that it was chaos, but it seemed familiar. The elf grabbed Sikkud and dragged him. The demon held out his hands. Was he going to do something about it? Surely he had a plan. Alshia watched him silently. The elf pulled him away, saying how dare he address him. The guy pretended to be lost in thought and did not hear him. He turned to the elf, said that he needed to talk to the monster. He agreed, but warned against a long conversation. The bad energy could spread. The demon looked at Alshia tearfully. Surely he would fulfill his promise. He told him to sit quietly. What the teen light shaman left behind meant that he was somewhere in this forest. The hero turned to his companion and whispered to her. Then they would be able to find the shaman after the demons were dead. So she agreed, although he did not think that the devil should learn from the devil. He turned to Sikkud again. He said that he would not die. Wouldn't it be better to return to the hellish desert? It's impossible. Why? The demon lowered his eyes. He didn't want to talk about it. He looked at the heroes. During the invasion, he had been drinking with Teen Light. That was considered desertion. He looked with his red eyes. It was true that demons couldn't escape the forest thanks to the elves, but if they returned, they would be tortured forever. Both imagined demons in flames. Tortured, Sikkud burst into tears. Yes, and very scary. He imagined what awaited him, how he was led through the green forest, a walk through the Fightensid recreational forest, how he was kept in hot water, a boiling bath of the lower part of his body in hot underground springs in the open air. He roared in horror, like a fried egg in a coal oven. Both stood in confusion. Doesn't this heal? He turned to the demon. Does it hurt? He replied that they were essentially close to death. For them, things that brought them back to life were painful. If they were close to pain, then torture was okay with them. The monster turned around. Closeness didn't mean pleasure, did it? They also had things they were afraid of in their own way. There was a scream. Sikkud, you idiot. Another demon appeared behind him. How dare he trade his brother for the elves? He was surprised that he was alive. He thought he could do that. It wasn't his fault that he fell while running, not looking where he was going. The heroes watched as the two demons argued with each other. What? Who the hell did he think he was? He hit him on the head with a rock. Did he see that? Alshia came up to them and put his hands on their shoulders. He told them to calm down and be glad they were alive. The demons screamed loudly. System message. The spirit of life speaks. The shaman's touch causes devilish pain. He immediately let them go. The demons were breathing heavily. That's why they felt several times more pain when they were hit with an elbow. System message. Title gained devilish torture technique. The elves are amazed by his ability to torture. He came up behind him and watched what was happening. As expected from a shaman, could he help him with his magic? What kind of help? He asked. The elves were impatient. With torture, of course. He didn't know how he could help. The group of elves were at a loss. Hadn't he made them suffer just now? He was thinking about how to prevent the demons from wanting to return to the hellish void again. If only the shaman would help him, right? Wasn't it too merciful of them to just kill them? There was no reason to gather them all together. The elves folded their arms. First of all, their world itself was full of boiling lava, so he thought that it wouldn't hurt them if he burned them, so he had the idea of ripping off their limbs, but he should also prepare boiling oil. Alshia thought that sounded scary. Now he understood why the demons were so afraid of the elves. The hero tried to answer them, but they were adamant. The very existence of elves already frightened the monsters. It can't be. Demons are fearless creatures. They do not feel pain from torture. The guy looked away, really, thinking that they were very wrong. Sikkud said that he was very afraid that the elves could return to the hellish desert, and he frowned. He could try to convince them, but there was an easier way. Since he was dealing with elves, he also learned a few things. They might be ashamed to retreat. They did not expect what the shaman would offer. They could leave the demons to him, and they themselves would go to the Garden of Elijah first. The guy nodded understandingly. What was he talking about? He had gathered all the demons here, and he was just suggesting that they leave. The hero was against the demons returning to the hellish desert. Really? He knelt down in front of the two demons. The hellish desert was their home, after all. Wouldn't it be painful for them not to be able to return, to make them suffer forever? He looked at the monsters with an ominous expression. Just now, when he tortured these two, he learned that they were right. The more you torture the devils, the more pleasure they get from it. He frowned. In other words, no matter how much you torture them here, they will return to their homeland with greater pleasure. What if the demons, who cannot forget this pleasure, return here? The elves were frightened. How could this be? System message. The spirit of life says, what nonsense. In any case, the demon's goal is to invade Midgard. He looked at the spirit's message and told it to shut up. The elf asked why they were still staying here. The hero stood up from his knees. Their goal is to invade Midgard. He confidently continued speaking. He thinks they have already made their position clear here. If they let them go back to the hellish desert, it might be good because they will lose their seriousness to some extent. However, he is afraid of this outcome, because it might lead to consequences. The elves are very angry. This is what their intentions are. Alshia stood absolutely calmly. They would not have expected this from him if he were not a shaman. The girl did not expect them to believe. The elf trusted Alshia completely. They will follow the shaman's advice. The hero said to continue to hold the demons in the forest. It will hurt them because they will never be able to return to their homeland. He smiled ominously and raised his hands. The guy will take care of these demons himself. System message. The elves show great trust in his words thanks to their maximum favor. The elves were delighted. Good. They will follow the shaman's instructions. Encouraged, they approached the guy. He thought it was easier, but they asked if they could watch shaman torture. They wanted to learn it. This question stumped him. Why were they suddenly so curious? He pointed at the monsters. Devils were their eternal enemies. He wanted to learn how to torture them so he could deal with the demons he would meet in the future. Let him tell them the technique of torturing those who could not be tortured. The brothers looked at each other. He looked at them all in confusion. The shaman called out to him. He raised his red eyes. Alshia clenched his fist. He apologized and said that he would have to be patient for a while. He got scared. There were screams. System message. The spirit of life has been chosen as a sacred power. The demon was lying on the ground. The guy mentally apologized to him. After all, he had beaten him with his bare hands. He needed to buy time before he died. He leaned towards the monster with a smile. The elves were delighted, saying that he ignited his entire body with sacred power. But he did it so gracefully. Knows how to beat them until they hurt. Isn't that enough? A good lesson. They can't deal with divine power, so they should find something that can have a similar effect. And they started to leave. Alshia asked the demon if he was okay. It was already over. He was smiling on the ground. What's more, if they went back now, he would confess his love to the Rekura in the village. He always postponed his confession. The boy was worried and reached out his hand to him. Let him not say it like this was his dying speech, he would help. And touched his shoulder. System message. The spirit of life says, if he touches it, then. A loud scream rang out. The shaman's touch hurt him. System message. The demon Sikud, considered low level, is dead. The elves were shocked. As expected from a shaman, he deals the final blow so calmly and mercilessly. He left him no chance of survival. With him, they will go far. The hero was shocked. Sikud began to disappear. He asked him for forgiveness, but he said that he would definitely take revenge. System message. Level up, demons fall into terrible fear. The second demon was kneeling nearby. He said that he was his brother. He was very sorry. System message. The title of Hell Devil has been obtained. The demons respect him. The monster smiled and showed his class. You are so cool. Why is Hell Devil a sign of respect? An elf stood behind him. He pointed in the direction. The guy said that everything should work now. Where are all the demons they gathered? Alshia stood in front of the tied-up demons. Is he sure that everyone saw this? Do they want to end up like him? It is best for them to stay in the village, otherwise there will be a new type of hell for them here. System message. The respect of the devils is growing due to his fame. The respect of the devils is growing due to his policy of intimidation. The 22nd Reconnaissance Group has subscribed to him. The elf admired the shaman. They had learned a lot from him too. He asked if it was enough. System message. His reputation was increasing significantly. The elf confirmed. If his opinion changed, let him repeat his speech. The hero frowned. In any case, he had solved the demon problem. Alshia remembered how he had accidentally killed Sikud, how he had promised revenge. Not without some casualties, thank you, demon. The girl was shocked, and games were very easy for him. Green lilies grew on the trees. So, the rest of the elves went to Elysia, leaving only the elves at the observation station. Finally, peace came to the lands of Mba. By the way, will this really be better? Shouldn't they return to the hellish desert? The hero looked at the demons, at least for a while. But, as far as he knew, the elves would still be watching everyone. It was still better than returning to the desert. Alshia smiled. Good if so, and he suggested summing up. The demons lowered their eyes to the ground. As far as he knew, there was something related to Tenlight. It would be hard for them to pretend they didn't know what it was. That's why they went through all this trouble. He armed himself with a bare paw. Or should he show them the torture again? Brother Sikud sent another demon and told him to hurry. There it was. The demon was carrying a chest in front of him. In this chest, yes, that was it. The monster opened it, and he smiled widely. Wasn't that incredible? The hero looked at him blankly. That was it. Just that. System message. Tenlight's shovel. Item quality, legendary. Strength 750. To use, user must have Tenlight's permission. This is the adamantite trowel that Tenlight used. He gave it to the demons after the poor demons lost a drinking bet with Tenlight. The plant stats change depending on the user's preferences. Gathering Master. Gathering is 100% successful, and the gathering target's condition is maintained at the maximum level. Gathering Ginseng deals damage increased by 300% to the gathering target. In his hand, he held a dirty gardening tool. And this shovel, the demon reassured the hero, this is a 10-light item. Thanks to it, they were able to grow plants from the demon world here. Well, it's not that valuable. The hero opened the menu. Only one skill seemed to be related to the 10-light gathering master skill. The brown bear hunter's declaration of war has an attack power of 350, and the shovel has twice as much. It's a shovel, not a sword. He turned his head to Samantha. What average weapon attack damage would be appropriate for his level? Does he mean his current level of 100? If so, then around 300. She continued speaking. The average weapon attack damage doubles every 100 levels. At level 200, the average damage is about 600 units, and at level 300, it should be about 1,200. And of course, the quality of the item also affects the indicator. The guy examined the item, right? So declaring war on brown bear hunters is still a good item. It turns out that the seedling shovel is just cheating. It's a pity that only those with 10-light permission can use it. Alshia looked at the demons. He would take it, right? They agreed. He had an idea. After all, he could go to the shaman's grave and ask for permission to use it. System message. He is the successor of the 10-light shaman. The requirement to use has been removed. Item information is being updated. The shovel began to glow brightly in his hand. He held it out in front of him. What's going on? There was a bright flash. He saw his reflection in the steel. The shovel had become completely different. It now looks new. System message. 10-light shovel. Item quality, legendary. Evolving item. Strength 1050. Terms of use, shaman. This is the adamantine shovel that 10-light used. The plant's characteristics change depending on fame, bad reputation. The guy turned to his companion again. The attack power increased, and an evolving item was added to the item's quality. What is this? The girl smiled. Items of this type are extremely rare. Most of them are tied to their owners and grow with the player. This is a really good thing. Alshia was very surprised. System message. Collecting ginseng deals damage increased by 300% to the target of collection. He thought, what kind of strange skill is this? By the target of collection. And why would he attack the plant he wants to collect? Samantha suddenly remembered. Or maybe this is what they saw before. Crocus stood, drooling, waiting for a new target. Does she mean using the skill on monster flowers like Crocus? Alshia approached the flower, armed with a shovel. Great, first we need to knock him out. The flower hissed. The guy rushed to attack. It will be in his collection. The guy attacked, and used the spiritual elbow skill. He put his shovel forward. Ginseng collection. But the flower dodged. He looked closely. No, he got it. The flower trembled and took out its roots, and attacked with them. He managed to jump back, but another one swung at him. It grabbed the hero's hand, but he grabbed it and cut it off with a shovel. There was another one in front of his face. He was able to dodge. The hero stood with a cut root in his hand. He was moving too fast. At this rate, he won't be able to use the collection. Sweat was on Alshia's face. This is a flower, not some kind of monster. And then he thought of something. Just a flower. He jumped up and flew at the enemy. In the jump, roots began to entangle him. The guy smiled. If it is a flower that will be recorded in the botanical reference book, then he will be able to use the skill with a 100% success rate of collection. And he struck one of its petals with a shovel. The skill master of collection combines with the collection of ginseng. A green glow came from the place of the blow. System message. He successfully collected the crocus. He received crocus seeds, gastric acid, gallbladder. The hero looked at the received rewards. This collection was the most difficult of all, but no matter how you look at it, you can't call it a flower. He was pleased with the result. Should he collect all the monster flowers on the way to Odork? The shaman walked holding a part of the flower in his hand, the rest lay on the ground. A small number of elves remained in the forest to look after the demons. Samantha also stayed with them to complete her quest. The rest of the elves headed to Elysia, and Alshia headed to Odork alone, covering his path with the blood of demonic flowers. The city street was illuminated by the bright sun. Odork, the city of trading companies and nobles. The girl in the cap smiled widely. Welcome, Alshia. The boy walked along the stone road. It must have been very difficult to come all this way. The boy replied that it turned out that although the city was small, it was luxurious. The girl nodded. She said that it was because of the trading companies, and invited him to her office. The office was a white building, the main office of the Kruvesen company. The girl laughed standing on the steps at the entrance. The boy was impressed. This building was simply huge. His country, it didn't even compare. Could it be that she was a noblewoman? Of course not. She just manages all the logistics in this area. As the owner of one of the leading trading companies on the continent, she has no choice but to brag a little. She looked away slightly. Besides, real nobles are quite annoying. And she smiled widely again. She said that they should buy him a suit. Alshia asked again. She winked, in anticipation. An image he had never seen before. People around him turned to look at him. What is this? It's so scary. Don't look him in the eye. Is he the pirate king? Who is this guy? Alcia was wearing a green uniform, a white tailcoat, an eye patch, and felt awkward. The girl was delighted. She said he looked great. He smiled nervously, knowing that it was not so, and people thought the same. She suggested taking off the eye patch. He turned to her. If you deal with NPCs, it is better to put it on. She suggested using the accessory hide function. The hero raised his hands in shock. Is there such a function? No one told him about this. Another image suits him well, instilling fear in his opponents. He activated the function through the game menu. Great. Now we need to go to the Lord's mansion. There will be a banquet there. The tall mansion was illuminated by the sun. The banquet is taking place in the mansion of Lord Odork. The banquet, attended by all the young aristocrats of the surrounding areas, was considered an important event on the eve of the Endless Night Festival. People looked at the couple strangely, making the boy nervous. Even though the country was newly founded, he was invited because he was a full-blown king. Kruzing was also invited to the banquet as the owner of one of the trading companies on the continent and is one of the sponsors of the festival. There was a lampshade with candles hanging on the ceiling. People stood in the center of the hall and chatted. How does he manage to stay handsome every code? Someone heard how the imperial family invited him and congratulated him. The boy with blonde hair and a coat offered a glass to the girl in a dark dress. She is beautiful as always. He is sure that she is the star of this evening. She laughed in response. An announcement caught their attention. The owner of the cruising company and the owner of the Elysia Garden, Mr. Alcia, arrived. The guests began to discuss the new ones, the king of a new place that appeared on the continent. The girl had heard about it from Mrs. Kruzing too. He made himself a king. Too arrogant. He is the king of the elves, right? Two people entered the hall. Rumors are always exaggerated. She had heard that he was an excellent cook. Another guest chimed in. Last time Kruzing shared her food, so it must be from him. The guy in light supported her, saying that he had tried it. But do kings cook? The girl joked that he was the king of the kitchen. Everyone turned to look at them. Let's ask him to cook some more. The guest noticed a floral scent. Alcia looked irritated. Was it them? He walked along baring his teeth. The girl was glad that everyone had gathered and introduced herself as Kruzing. The guests froze in shock. What was this? Scary. The guy in light greeted the girl. She pointed to her companion. This was Mr. Alcia, whom she had spoken of last time. She turned to one of the guests. Oh, Mr. Rumio. She looked at the shaman. He said that the owner of the mansion had come. An elderly man in a red coat stood in front of them. Lord Odork. He introduced himself as Lord Rumio. He had heard a lot about the girl. The guy approached him without showing any emotion and smiled ominously. He said that he was glad to meet her. His name was Alcia. The Lord noticed how the guests were whispering. He was the king. Unimaginable energy. It seemed that the Lord also felt the pressure. Rumio became nervous. Alcia extended his hand to him. He thought that he had the pride of an aristocrat. He could not seem weak just because of the appearance of the interlocutor. He was the lord of the city and older than him. He looked at the guests. Besides, he was not wasting money on the festival for nothing. The girls looked scared. The Lord looked at them with adoration. Moreover, he could not look like a loser in front of the young aristocrats. Rumio bent over in tension. He was the master of this place, and the place of the most popular guy was his, and yet he gave him his hand. The hero did not understand the question. He had heard that he was an excellent cook. The guests were shocked. The Lord asked it first. Kruzing was confused. Why did he bring it up? Rumio's face twisted in a stupid laugh. He remembered the unusual dish he had eaten last time. Was the shaman here to cook it again? The girl interrupted the conversation. She thought it was because when she treated them to dishes, she said that Alcia cooked them himself. Then she did not know that he would become a king. The guests looked at each other. Judging by the Lord's behavior, it seems that he is a famous cook. The guy in light also thought that he was the king of the kitchen, as he had told Rumio. Another guest was waiting impatiently. The girl was very nervous. She apologized to the hero, said that she would tell everything as it is. Alcia grinned. These people know the truth, but they continue to lie. The girl was surprised. He said that everything was fine. He himself looked threatening. He finally understood her words, that the aristocrats were annoying. And thanks to the eye patch that he hid, he understood what they were thinking. He turned to the Lord and thanked him. The praise was embarrassing. The hero frowned, thinking that he should repay his kindness. Kruzing's eyes began to water. She became scared. Alcia had already started to mock the Lord, asking where he could start cooking. He said that he could ask the guard. The Lord chuckled. Besides, there was a famous chef from the continent, so why not compete? Kruzing suddenly shouted at the Lord. The guy was officially invited aristocrat, no, the king. Come on, everything is fine. Both of them pretended to laugh, looking at each other. Alcia said to wait for the dish. He replied that he was waiting impatiently. There was a fire burning in the oven. The stove was small, but it would be enough for him. He placed a frying pan on it. These young aristocrats were picky about their tastes. He poured out the green contents of the item, starting with fresh crocus stomach acid. System message. The spirit of life says, did he become a demon after communicating with them? He looked at the window reproachfully. They started first. Great, next on the menu. He threw eyes into the food. He chopped up the Calberos grass, added dung fly flower juice, sundew eyeballs, and a fire mold flower. The dish in the frying pan burst into flames. The chef was watching behind him. Great, the guy said. The spirit of life says, where is it? The cook folded his arms across his chest. The chef of the Gordon continent. He thought that this was the first time he saw such a strong flame. He seemed like a newbie to him, but he saw that he knew what he was doing. Alshia was pumping up his study of plants and would feed them. Two things at once. System message. The spirit of life speaks unless it is killed. What is it? He carefully selected the toxins to keep everyone alive. In addition, the ingredients they can't find anywhere. System message. The title of pseudo-chef reduces the debuff caused by indiscriminate mixing during cooking. He looked surprised. Debuff, why? Alshia frowned. Then there was only one way. System message. He equipped the brown bear hunter's declaration of war. Grabbed the handle of the frying pan. Skill concentration, skill enhanced growth. The dish began to bubble and glow. He averted his eyes. He thought that he wanted to get the failure reduction from the bear hunter. This skill Secura, which has a low failure rate when used. It's hard to expect anything just by cooking. You need to use skills. He began to play the flute in front of the frying pan. Skill elven flute play. Gordon looked on, not understanding what was happening. His face was covered in sweat. An incredible cooking process. System message. The Secura item skill brown bear hunter's declaration of war has been activated. Alshia was overjoyed. Finally, a huge flame burst out of the pan. Did it really work? System message. You have successfully summoned the spirit of the demonic plant. Bad reputation has increased rapidly. Black smoke was coming out in front of him. System message. The spirit of life says it's because of his determination to curse the aristocrats. He is surprised that the shaman's successor was able to summon him into this body. No, it's because he has already become a shaman. Alshia looked tensely. Whose voice is that? The hero looked at the result of the cooking. A demon. Did he summon him? He was sitting on the edge of the pan, cross-legged. Right, so what is the reason? He replied that he did not intend to do that. Gordon, who was standing behind him, was shocked. He came closer. This is a walking legend among the cooks. The spirit of the hearth. The demon laughed. The cook is joking. He certainly is not. He was punched in the face. The shaman continued to hit the summoned one. He said that the demon really is the spirit of the hearth, and the fist is the best way to calm the newly summoned one. The chef supported him, answering that he should set him on the right path. The demon screamed that all his bones would break like that. System message. Because of the title of the devil's deceiver, his opponent believes in lies. The other cooks ran to them. They could not believe that they saw him before their death. The demon got angry. He screamed that they should stop this. He is not a stupid spirit. But Alshia began to drown him in a frying pan. Life advice, if the spirit is still confused, dip it in a boiling cauldron. Gordon demanded that the cooks write everything down. System message. He dipped his bare hands in boiling water. His heat resistance increased. The demon sat exhausted. Alshia looked at him. Let him sit here and not be seen by people. Or better yet, let him disappear completely. He frowned. This time he would succeed. To feed these ungrateful people. On the plate lay a monster flower. System message. Fried chimera that came back to life. Quality, legendary. A dish prepared with forbidden magic and a curse of darkness. It looks alive, but it is definitely food. Effect, some probability of fear due to hallucinations. Alshia and the other chefs looked at the result, confused. The dish was rolled out into the hall. The main dish of the culinary king was ready. The guests were shocked by what they saw. What is this? It looks disgusting. Do they need to eat it? The chef came out to the guests. He vouched for him. Never before had he seen such a creative and incredible dish. Gordon, Alshia and the chef stood in front of them, who gestured to the flower. The guests looked at each other. If the chef himself says so. True, isn't it strange to just watch? The girl approached the hero. He didn't look at her. He told her not to eat his dish. Cruising took out some kind of tool. She decided to look at it through the goblin kaleidoscope. The chef began to cut. She was shocked by what she saw. What heresy in his description. The chef armed himself with a fork and knife, impatient to try. A piece for everyone. The knife sank into the stem, from which blood flowed, getting on Gordon's face. The chef was scared. The guests and the Lord looked with disgust. The Lord was angry. The shaman had definitely deceived the chef. Now he would try it and expose how disgusting this food was, so that he would never show up here again in his entire life. The chef handed the talarka with food to Rumio, wishing him a bon appetit. He forced himself to stab a piece. He would never lose to him. Alshia laughed, wishing him a pleasant appetite. The Lord took a bite and swallowed. The guests looked at him warily, asking if he was okay. Everyone waited for a reaction. Cruising covered her face with her hands. Alshia smiled. The Lord grabbed his coat, his eyes clouded over, and shouted how delicious it was, asking for another piece. System message. The hallucination effect of the prepared dish worked, a fried chimera that came back to life. The guests were delighted. The Lord asked for more, as expected from the king of cooking. They should try it too. The shaman folded his arms across his chest and laughed. The guests praised the dish. So this is what paradise tastes like. It's like he's flying on the clouds. His body is so relaxed. Alshia glared at everyone. Everything is according to plan. System message. The spirit of life tells him not to lie. There was no chimera left on the plate. System message. He poisoned a large number of nobles. His bad reputation increased sharply. He received the title of poisoner. When making poisonous substances, the effectiveness increases. Resistance to poisoning increases. The hero and his companion looked at the guests lying and giggling on the floor. Alshia did not intend to come here from the very beginning. Cruising said that it was for the best. They got theirs. The spirit of life says that he is no better than the devil. The shaman thought. His goal is to make his flower shop famous. But everything went in the other direction. How to advertise it now? The guest in light rose from the floor and looked at the other end of the hall. And what is that huge thing over there? He looked at him. What is he doing? The guest was drooling and snotty. He stood up abruptly and shouted that he saw a monster so that everyone would run away. System message. The fear effect of the prepared dish was imposed. The aristocrats were very afraid of him. The guy looked at the window. After the hallucinations, the fear effect arose. The others also began to rise. Seeing Alshia in front of them, they began to cry and run in fear. But they fell to their knees after a few meters. They began to beg for mercy. The girl asked what to do now. Alshia smiled. A good idea arose. Cruising was scared. What else was he going to do? He smiled evilly. He was going to make his flower shop famous. Alshia stood in front of the guests. They were kneeling in front of him. He told them to listen carefully. They were worried about what he would do to them. He frowned. From now on, they must remember the Garden of Elijah. The guests repeated after him. The hero grinned. His companion was surprised. He ordered them to repeat after him that they liked Elijah. The guests repeated after him again. He sat down in front of them and spoke letter by letter. The guests and the Lord repeated. The guy approached the girl in the dark dress, and he said that if she wanted to buy flowers, she should go straight to the Garden of Elijah. She repeated that when she would buy flowers, Elijah. He looked at them angrily. It seemed that not everyone had understood him yet, so it was worth repeating again. And he pointed his finger at the guy next to him. If he marries, what does he need? He said Elijah. He addressed everyone. If someone in the family dies. The guests answered Elijah in unison. The hero frowned again. If the sale of land. They repeated Elijah again. Alshia raised his hands and shouted. The aristocrats stretched out their hands to him. When building a new facility, your hope in any business. Elijah. Cruising could not believe what was happening. There was shock and tears on her face. Is this normal? The night city was illuminated by the lights of lanterns. From tomorrow, the festival of the Night of the Unquenchable will begin. The festival, which lasts for 3 nights in a row, is like a banquet where aristocrats gather and celebrate together. However, the townspeople on the street were discussing it. This time the festival will be amazing. The resident waits for this time every year, and she is eager to find out what the children of the aristocrats will wear. Suddenly, the aristocrats and the Lord appeared on the street. The citizens paid attention to them. The girl greeted them. Welcome, Lord. This festival will be the best thanks to him. What a beautiful night. He stood there emotionlessly and said only one word, Elijah. The girl looked at the boy in light. His hair is so beautiful. Where does he do his hair like that? He turned his head. Having said Elijah, people did not understand him. The aristocrats walked down the street with their hands raised. They repeated only the word Elijah. And so, with their brains washed, they walked around and recited about Elijah for 3 nights. Like a zombie movie, Alshia watched from the alley. Excellent. The advancement was going better than he expected. There was one last unresolved question. The boy was talking to the little demon. Why didn't it disappear? Since he had summoned it by fulfilling the necessary conditions, a contract was concluded between them. The hero sighed. This was a misunderstanding. He had not fulfilled the conditions intentionally, but he had perfectly matched all 3 components. That's why it appeared. He asked which 3 components. The demon frowned. 6 demonic plants, a high bad reputation, and a sincere desire to deceive someone. Alshia looked at him. It seemed he had fulfilled all 3 conditions. So what now? Will he go everywhere with a demon? The light on his head burned brighter with anger. He was not a demon, but a spirit. And not just a simple one, but a high-ranking one. Just like that bad-smelling one that was always with him. The shaman did not understand at first. A system message appeared between them. The spirit of life said, "Do not introduce him to others like that." How did the spirit know about this grumbler? He replied that he was the same high-ranking spirit as he was. He simply remained in his consciousness after concluding a contract. Spirits are essentially a mind without a body, but such as they can materialize through an intermediary. The hero looked at him blankly. What do high-ranking spirits mean? They are like aristocrats among others. Such high-ranking and independent spirits like them are close to the level of the Spirit King. The hero turned to the message window. The life spirit said that this one was exaggerating. The boy asked, "Isn't it amazing to be so close to the level of a Spirit King? This grumpy one is simply incompetent." The little spirit sat on the edge of the table. "Well," the boy said, "a king is a king, but one rank is an ambiguous expression." The spirit replied that it meant that if they had great strength, they could become spirit kings. Alshia remained silent, and with a smirk, he replied that the two of them were just freeloaders. The little spirit held out his hands and shouted. It was true that he was incompetent. That's because a spirit can't do much because he is in the contractor's consciousness. But for spirits, it is much more preferable to motorize, to leave the spirit world and finally comfortably reside in the material world. The life spirit said that he doesn't listen to him anyway. What is he telling him? What kind of nonsense is this? The boy noted that both of them like to find fault with everything. He turned to the pink spirit again. If he's a spirit, why do skills and titles that only work on demons work on him? It's because their attributes are similar. He's definitely a spirit. Alshia thought about it. That's not the only problem. He's sure the elves will be unhappy to see him with demonic attributes. He's been lying a lot lately and now his conscience is bothering him. Besides, he has no reason to take him with him. He wants him to disappear. The spirit of life says, lies. But the boy turned to the window and frowned, told him to be quiet. He had an idea. He turned to the little spirit. Could he read minds? Wasn't it obvious? They had made a contract. Earlier, when he was torturing him, he was cursing in his mind. This was the first time he was treated so terribly. Alshia turned around and started to leave. The spirit tried to stop him. Now did he understand what he meant? Let him return to his demonic world and never see each other again. He corrected him, saying not the demonic, but the spirit world, and asked to listen to him. The spirit of life says that it is his fault that he does not know this man well. The spirit screamed and cursed, saying that he became a toy thanks to Tenlight's stupidity. System message. The spirit of life says that he is in a difficult situation because of jealousy. The pink spirit got angry at these words. The hero stopped at the exit. He asked him not to leave. He turned to him. He pointed to the window with the spirit of life. He asked him to stay in the middle world. He cannot allow this to mock him. And then another idea appeared, and he stuck out his tongue. He said that he would help materialize him. Apparently the guy does not know that this is possible and continues to carry him in his mind. Alshia was surprised by what he heard. Just as the spirit of life was surprised, the guy pointed to the window, asked if he knew how to materialize this grumbler. The spirit of life exclaimed. The pink spirit smiled slyly. Of course he knows. The boy screamed. Then it's a deal. The flower of life, the flower of the soul, and 12 other useful spirit plants. He had most of them in his garden. The city was still lit by lanterns. The little spirit sat on his shoulder. He would need a few more things. That was all he could tell him for now. He didn't want to give away all his cards at once. The spirit of life was telling him not to be fooled by listening to it. Pink noted that he was much more useful than that parasite who could only hide. The boy noted that this made sense. A window appeared in front of him. The spirit of life was protesting. Wasn't he helping? Could whining be considered helping? Pink continued sitting on his shoulder. He was a spirit of action, not a bystander. The more the hero got to know him, the more he liked him. Another message appeared in front of them. The spirit of life was protesting. Why was the shaman listening to this demon? He objected, saying that he was a spirit, not a demon. He was from the same world as Pink, so why did he continue to talk nonsense? A new window appeared on the side. The spirit of life is screaming. What he is doing may be a ritual to summon a demon. Alshia asked, how is this similar? The ingredients used have nothing to do with the devil. The flowers were overflowing with life energy. They were walking through the night city. In any case, the spirit is coming with him, but there is a condition. A long time has passed since he materialized in the middle world, so just staying here is already good. The guy looked sternly at his companion. From now on, he is not a demonic flower spirit, but a stove spirit. The little spirit was surprised at what he heard. The spirit of life laughed loudly. Alshia thought about it. He decided that he should give them names. After some thought, he called the name of the spirit of life. He said that he would be a grumpy crybaby. Clouds floated against the night sky. He said that they were both too noisy. Meanwhile, in Elysia without Alshia, his foot stepped into the sand. The masked guy remembered how he was shackled by horses. On the stream, he appeared in a not very decent form. However, this time, he will return his shame to him twice. The man who targeted Alcia returned again. He looked at the sands. He had come all the way across the continent and looked ahead to get to Alicia. His gaze was stern, but he doesn't see anyone. Didn't she hit here? If there is no target for murder, then it's worth waiting for one to appear. A few days later, the guy in the mask saw the guy with the cart. That guy. He took a closer look at his face. This is definitely his close ally. He went out without an elf. The bandit folded his telescope. If there is no such obstacle as an elf, then he can be 100% sure of success. His hair covered his eyes. This time, he will definitely avenge the shame that was caused to him. He became a shadow and moved towards the guy with the cart. Shadow movement skill. The guy was pulling the cart in front of him. Damn, how long does he have to do the elf's bidding? Their disposition is increasing and there is no difference. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked around. What? He felt a murderous gaze directed at him. An elf somewhere nearby. The weather was clear and sunny above the city. The festival ended without any incidents, and one word was deeply rooted in the minds of those who were at the festival, and that was Alicia. The protagonist walked with a vendor in the square. She noted that the brunette was having a good time playing this game. Jeho stated that the results were good and everything was fine, adding that cruising must be sad because she didn't get to see Samantha. The brunette in the hat looked back at the houses and said that they talked through whispers every day, and that she would soon need to visit Alicia, so she wanted to build a trading branch. The big guy frowned at the girl and noted that despite the agreement, he asked if it would be more convenient for her to trade through a whisper because that was how he himself accepted orders for flowers. Cruising answered with a smile that there was no trade deal system in the game that would allow her to specify who she would like to trade with. Then the brunette looked ahead in shock and said that, in addition, through the main company it would be burdensome and ineffective due to transportation costs, and if an on-site deal was available, it would be easier to sell flowers. She thought that if this were possible, her merchant class would lose its meaning. She immediately took out the counting board. Cruising immediately looked at her with admiration and noted that in any case, players would come in person to make a purchase, and she would be able to do additional economic activity and taxes on the exchange, because the world rests on the money turnover. Jeho wondered if she was busy with anything else besides the game. The brunette looked back at the brunette and asked him to go straight to the gate, behind which was the way to Alicia, where a lot had happened and it was fun. The guy replied that he had also received a rather useful result. The brunette happily waved her hand and said goodbye to the protagonist, telling him to be careful on the way home. There were thick green bushes, and the protagonist allowed the spirit to go out. The main character looked down in bewilderment when the spirit asked him whether they would return to Alicia now or not. He replied that they needed to go back. The main character looked down and asked the spirit if he remembered what had happened now. The fire spirit stuck out his tongue with a grimace and replied that he remembered. They looked at each other. The guy asked the spirit about where he could use a grumbler like him, because he was supposed to help in the fight. The spirit of life in the plaque replied that he definitely helped him in other ways. The spirit put his hands on his belt and said that he was capable of this too, because the contract made it possible to borrow his power, which surprised Jeho. He sharply extended his hand and used the spiritual elbow skill and the spirit of the demonic plant. The spirit maliciously stuck out his tongue and wanted to give a feeling of his power. Notification that he chose the spirit of the demonic plant as a spiritual elbow. Notification description of the spirit of the demonic plant consisting of 3 points. Then a description of the skill of demonic dependence in which his attacks instilled fear in the mind of the target. A description of the demonic explosion when the explosion occurred around the enemy and inflicted great damage on him. The guy extended his hand forward under the flow of aura. He looked back at the fireman in confusion and asked him if he was sure he wasn't a demon. The spirit replied that his homeland was the spirit world. The guy replied ironically that from his description, he looked like a demon. Jeho smiled maliciously, looking at the fire spirit. The spirit explained that he couldn't help with that even if he wanted to, because he was given a demonic role anyway, and he didn't understand what he could do about it because he didn't want it either. The brunette replied that if his bad reputation was excluded, he thought the effects looked pretty good. The spirit replied angrily that if Jeho didn't like something, he could have just not used it. The protagonist frowned as the life spirit spoke, saying that he should have used his pure power. The guy wondered if there was no special situation where the opponent was a demon, then his effectiveness would be different, and why, when he used his power, his reputation didn't grow. The brunette looked at the laughing spirit with bewilderment, who asked him not to overdo it. The protagonist asked if there was anything else besides that. The spirit began to jump around fussily and said that it had a body, and they could do anything together, including fight and dance. In the notification, it said that it could also cheer him up and not be annoying by being near and sing. They looked at each other with malicious glee. The hero noted that the spirit of life was similar to the grumbler, but still looked a little better. The spirit replied that with a physical shell, it was much more effective than the spirit synchronized with consciousness. Jeho looked with disgust at the words of the Spirit of Life, who warned him that he was not going to do this, and if he could acquire a material body, he would tell everything to the divine tree. The Spirit of the Furnace angrily declared that without such power, it was stupid to resort to such cowardly methods. The Spirit of the Furnace looked back in confusion when the brunette wanted to talk to the Spirit of Life and replied that he did not think that was a problem now. The brunette looked forward angrily and told the Spirit of the Furnace that he just did not know that he was actually lying to the divine tree just now. They both looked back in confusion when the Spirit noted that someone was now emitting malice towards them. Suddenly, a blonde knight ran up to them from the side. Wooster swung his sword at Jeho, who dodged. The brunette sat on the ground and looked back. He immediately took out Tinlight's small shovel. He held the shovel in front of him and thought that the guy was one of the brown bears. The blonde angrily shouted that the guy did not include him in this garbage. The protagonist frowned and said that he had nothing else to ask if he suddenly attacked him. The blonde glared at the brunette and screamed that Jeho had taken his shield. Wooster hysterically grimaced and noted that the guy had finally remembered. The brunette swung his shovel at the blonde and tried to find out who he was. The guy began to scream his name in horror. The blonde grinned and held his sword and explained that after losing his shield, he spent several months in shame. Jeho narrowed his eyes at the knight, who stated that Samantha and the Prime Guild kept saying that they needed friendly relations with Elijah, and there was no one on his side, and he was just chasing him alone. The blonde glared furiously that the elves were not around now and noted that his attempt now would not be in vain and asked to return the shield. He immediately covered himself with the shield. The guy stood in a fighting pose behind the shield and tried to perform a storm wave attack. Wooster immediately flew into battle. He began to swing his blade at the hero. Jeho shouted that, although the attack was direct, the blonde was still slower than the elf. The knight sneered, already thinking about another attack. He then raised pieces of earth into the air and tried to use the attack of an explosive storm wave. The brunette waved his hands, looking at what was happening. He saw the earth crack. Then a powerful stream of energy was directed at Jeho. Through his eyebrows, the brunette looked ahead and realized that it was a wave splash. He immediately surrounded himself with a protective barrier, assuring that if he could avoid it, then only with the skill of Spiritual Elbow and the Spirit of Stone Flowers. The blonde looked at the protagonist under the shield and realized that he had become stronger. Wooster hysterically ran to attack, wanting to use the shield cut. Wooster was going to break through the protagonist's shield, wanting to test its strength. The sword was able to break through the barrier. The main character looked at this intently and realized that he would not be able to hold the shield for long. The brunette raised his elbows high behind the shield, realizing that at this distance he would not be able to dodge his sword. The blonde was dumbfounded when Jeho was about to cancel the shield. The protagonist immediately went into close combat with Wooster and tried to use a shovel. The blonde's eyes bulged in horror, thinking that the guy was a monster since he was so fast. He saw Jeho's demonic grin in front of him, who declared that it was a spiritual elbow skill and a demonic plant spirit. He immediately hit the blonde, shouting about collecting ginseng. The speech spirit was shocked that the brunette used them on people. Wooster spat blood from his mouth as a fatal blow was received. The blonde looked at what was happening with wide eyes. The protagonist began to mock Wooster, glad that this skill was able to work. The blonde angrily held his chest and shouted that it was simple damage. The brunette looked back with anger and said that if this was not enough, he ordered him to attack. Wooster opened his mouth hysterically and screamed about the death of the enemy. The brunette bared his teeth and took out a shovel, wondering what to do this time. He stared ahead. Wooster looked dumbfounded at the cards that popped up describing the fear skill that constrained the enemy's movements. The blonde was dumbfounded in the sweat of his brow and offered to just talk about it. The brunette began to plunge the shovel into Wooster many times. The spirit of life was shocked because he could not watch this. The blonde screamed in horror for mercy. The protagonist stared at his victim. The brunette held the shovel over Wooster, and a notification that the abnormal fear status was cancelled. The knight looked at the enemy with anger and understood that since he was not dead yet, he wanted to be able to counterattack. The card with demonic addiction reached 11 stacks, and he could use demonic explosion. The protagonist sneered maliciously, wanting to use the demonic explosion skill. The blonde man looked at the scene in a daze. His silhouette began to fade a little. Then he began to disappear under the bright light. A purple cloud flapped behind the mocking Jeho and wished the boy a safe journey. He looked back with a sarcastic grin, notification that the enemy was dead and he had killed a man. Back in the Mbe forest, a bunch of flying lights were floating in the air. Around Samantha was a fire with these lights, which said that they were the Fire Sea Elves, a tribe with fire spirits, different from the elves of the Luxie Forest, and they wanted to teach her the way to control the fire spirit and apply its power to the sword. A group of elves watched Samantha in the shackles of the fire. The guy was going to tell her about the spiritual sword suitable for the knight who protected the shaman. The girl sat in front of the fire in sweat and understood that it was better than dragging Manure to Elijah. A class quest card where the spirit sword was the highest skill of the elven knights, and it was not easy for people to use it correctly, and after mastering the sword, they would be reborn as legends. The conditions for completing the quest were to reach level 100 in the Spirit Sword skill, and after completing the quest, there would be an upgrade to the unique Flame Sword class. The girl understood that her current Sand Spirit Knight class was rare. The brunette sat surrounded by a fire and realized that not much time had passed since the class change, and there was already a new quest. And besides, she just needed to raise the skill level to 100, then she could get a unique class, and no more title would be needed. The elves looked at the girl in the fire. The guy explained to Samantha that the spirits were pranksters. Since they represented pure nature, communication with them for a person threatens death, which could not be said about the elves. He added that it was difficult to detect her excellent rapport with spirits, so he could simply borrow them as power without a contract. The elf looked at the girl arrogantly and said that for her, who had the heat of the desert, it would be a better choice to focus on one fire spirit than on several at once, and asked her if she was ready for this. The brunette immediately cried out from under her brows that she would do everything as she was ordered. The guy answered that they had not had a human as a student for a long time. However, he noted that the training process would be quite difficult and asked if she could handle it. Samantha looked at the elves with a dissatisfied face. She immediately cried out that she would definitely handle it. The card said that she had mastered the spiritual sword skill. The guy blew the fire off the girl and said that she had a good attitude towards studying and asked her to rest a little and start training later. The girl was happy to hear this and wanted to raise the skill level before she died from training. Suddenly, a conversation window with cruising appeared in front of Samantha with an urgent call. She looked at the status window with concern, and cruising said that they had a problem, saying that Wooster had gone crazy. The brunette looked at the status window with concern, thinking that he had done something because of the shield. Samantha was horrified to the point of sweat when she heard that Wooster found out that Jaho was heading towards the city and called other players. The brunette ran forward in hysterics, noting that although she heard that Jaho had increased his level, Wooster's level was still high for him, and the elves would not accompany her now. He grimaced angrily, realizing that he had done this and she needed to go right now. Just as the girl was about to run away, she was stopped. She looked back in horror and saw the protagonist, adding that she had just heard about the attack on them, so she had to go. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. The girl looked at the brunette in surprise. He smiled maliciously, while the girl was angry. He explained that he did not know what was happening, noting that usually the elf training was not so intense that they would run away. Samantha looked at the guy worriedly, trying to find out if everything was okay with him. Jaho answered that a lot had happened to him since he had just met a crazy person who wanted to fight him. The girl looked away worriedly, while the brunette scoffed that nothing outstanding had happened. The girl decided to immediately ask Cruising if Wooster had died. Cruising answered that it was, and besides, the blonde was a half-ranker, so Jaho would not be able to resist him. She looked at Jaho with bewilderment and did not think that it was in his character to lie about his level, and assumed that he could be a natural fighter with overwhelming strength. The girl decided to distance herself from the suspicious Jaho, who began to ask her how she knew. She looked back with a horrified face and understood that she could no longer hide the truth about her connection with Wooster and the guild, as well as the reason for getting closer to Jaho. She looked away with a lost face and began to somehow explain. Thick clouds floated above the trees. They stood opposite each other, and the brunette heard how the truth sounded and thought how it could matter if they could help each other, then they could cooperate. The girl asked if Jaho was against Wooster. He looked at the girl sarcastically, answering that it was a little inconvenient. However, somehow it would work out, and especially when the elves were nearby, Wooster would not be able to do anything. Samantha was shocked, thinking that he had a big heart. A stove spirit appeared behind the protagonist, and the girl thought that he had acquired a pet in the city. The guy replied that he had simply gotten it in an incident. They both looked at the small spirit, and Samantha noted that it was cute. The protagonist and the stove spirit looked at the message from the life spirit, who joked that the stove spirit initially hid whenever the fire spirit appeared nearby. The brunette looked at the burning pet in shock, as she did not know that talking pets even existed. The spirit replied that it was not a pet, but a demon. The protagonist looked angrily at the small spirit, who added that it simply looked like a demon of the stove spirit. They both looked at the words of the life spirit, who said that in the demon world, some of the strongest are fire spirits. The protagonist wondered what the fire spirits had to do with the grump and realized that he was afraid, but he didn't see any fire spirits there. An elf approached them from the side and answered that it was because they were training Samantha and telling her about the power of the fire spirit. When Jaho asked why, he again answered that the girl had quite good potential and that she could become a great spirit knight in the future. The protagonist concluded that the grump felt the power of the fire spirits around Samantha, and in any case, he was glad that she had the opportunity to grow. The elf enthusiastically hugged the frightened girl and asked him not to worry, because they would take it upon themselves and make her an excellent knight to protect him. He watched sarcastically as the guys began to leave. The elf urged Samantha on, even though the shaman was there and their training could not be interrupted. The protagonist was pleased to see how close she had become to the elves. The brunette stood in front of the old house and did not understand where the demons were and why the village was empty. Suddenly, an elf girl ran up to the main character from the side and said that the guys worked hard to clear the forest. The guy was surprised because he thought that the demons could have died. The girl sarcastically looked away and said that they did not know about it either, but it was impossible to leave the ecosystem in such a state, which should not have existed in the middle world, and if this place became buried in greenery, it would be a great torture for the demons. The brunette noted that the elves would take care of this, understanding that nothing could be done about the possible death of the demons, and if they survived, they would be tortured. He looked closely at the girl who offered him to look at the demon's warehouse. She added that the greedy demons had collected a lot of different kinds of wealth and they had demonic energy, but it would not be a problem for the shaman. The protagonist looked at his demon spirit with disdain when the girl stated that in that case, he could not be affected by dark energy. The guy touched his chin in confusion and asked if there would be any problems, since it was a demon spirit, so if someone could see it, they could mistake it for a demon. The elf girl began to laugh, saying that they were all beings of the spirit world, and even such spirits could be possessed, since she knew many flower spirits, and Jeho was also allowed to do so, even if such communication was impossible. The brunette trembled and put her hands to her chest and replied that there was no reason to hate demon spirits since they were simply spirits. The protagonist looked sarcastically at the warning from the life spirit to never tell the elf, since it was very strange to hear it from his lips. He immediately looked at the demon spirit and said that they did not need to be careful now, since this little one was nearby. The spirit asked if he could then say his true nature when introducing himself, to which he was told that he would never do so in front of strangers. He added that he could be misunderstood if they found out that he was a demonic spirit. The girl raised her hand in concern and said that the warehouse was in an underground cave. The brunette began to make his way into the cave, thinking that there would hardly be much of value here. He ran to the bags and said that there was mostly food here, but he still wanted to take everything he could. He looked at the stock with bewilderment and thought that it was strange to see such things here. A card with the title of the one who robbed the secret storage and he could find something hidden. The main character began to shout about how anyone could store food in a tomb. The title of the tomb robber appeared, and his movement speed would be increased in this place. He looked closely at the little spirit. The spirit of life asked the owner if he was going to cleanse this place. The demonic spirit stated that in any case, this place was affected by demonic energy, and from the perspective of the owner of the tomb, it would be beneficial to cleanse the contaminated things. The brunette looked ahead with narrowed eyes and assumed that this was not the tomb of a king or aristocrat, and there could not be any jewelry, and what was found would only be small change. A card stating that he had found something with the title. He saw a glowing button. He reached for it, and the girl thought it was a button, and they wondered if they should press it. Jeho playfully looked back at the girl when she good-naturedly replied that they were together and everything would be fine. He decided to press the button. The brunette looked ahead, dumbfounded. They saw a hidden door in front of them. The protagonist raised his hand and noted that the passage was quite wide. The girl replied that the demonic energy weakened as they went further. The guy was curious to know where this path led. The notification of the discovery of the hermit's mine. They were puzzled, hearing about the mine. He clenched his fist sarcastically and thought that in that case there could be real money here. The elf looked at the brunette and asked him if he wanted to go inside and check everything there. He refused, explaining that if it was a dungeon, then now was not the right time. He bared his teeth and noted that the connection to the game was about to expire, and therefore he would go in next time, and also it was worth preparing a little. And also taking the elves and Samantha with him, and you can take a lot of things later. Suddenly he tensed up and became wary. He heard an appeal to himself from the crazy square muscles that kidnapped. Jeho looked away in bewilderment and did not understand what they were talking about. Urim Medical Center. There was a white piece of paper hanging on the window. The blonde helped the brunette press the weights. Jeho asked Vanya what happened to him. Vonsik answered that it was all the Brown Bear Guild that suddenly attacked him while he was doing a task from the elves, and he appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist answered that he knew it was a hired killer. Jeho decided to get up from the bench. Vonsik assumed that it was a ninja because of his method of attack, but since the protagonist could beat him last time, he did not look stupid. The brunette assured that this was true, and now he wanted a fair fight after failing the task. The blonde looked at the main character with alarm and noted that one way or another, he was now in the prison of the Brown Bear Guild and could not imagine that one day he would end up here. Jeho asked his friend if they were going to let him go themselves. Vonsik replied that they were unlikely to let him go and simply asked to call Jao. The protagonist looked at his friend with displeasure. He asked from whom, how did they know that they were friends? The blonde replied that how many people could act freely in Asia, and since they also had a head on their shoulders, and they could guess, and on the Huka channel they talked about the 4 heavenly kings. They began to do stretching. Vonsik added that when he was taken into custody, he could not contact anyone, so he simply exited the game. Jeho understood why he did not answer and asked him about if he came here, it means he wanted to get help. Vonsik began to help the protagonist stretch. The blonde was immediately taken aback, saying that he was not going to ask to save him right now, but simply asked to know. Jeho asked if there was a way to escape from prison on their own. Then they began to take a shower. The blonde replied that no, but the game itself could not allow them to keep him in prison without a reason, and if they did, it would be the end of the game. He added that the player could be locked up in prison for up to a month, and if the player had not committed a crime, he would be released in a day. The protagonist looked at Vonsik in confusion, who stated that he was a little annoyed that he had to return to the land of the brown bears, but if they killed him, he would be reborn in the Luxie forest. Vonsik added that he would simply connect to the game tomorrow and did not think that any more problems would arise. The protagonist looked away intently and stated that if he was so sure, then so be it. The blonde looked at his friend with a smile and asked him not to worry. After all, he had been playing this new world longer than him. However, Vonsik was too naive, and no one expected that the Brown Bear Guild would stoop to such things. The main character was putting on his gear and looked at the status window when he was approached. He asked the call center what happened. They answered that they had received several orders. The brunette looked at the status window, where it was written that the consultant was whispering to him. He asked him about the deadline for delivery. The consultant answered that there was no specific deadline, but they wanted to receive their orders as soon as possible. The guy clenched his fist in excitement and said that he would check the mine and immediately return, because the armor for going into the dungeon had been improved, so he would be able to escape quickly. Samantha walked towards the main character from the side and said. The protagonist clenched his fist again in the company of his guys. He was glad that everyone was gathered, and now he felt more confident and was going to go with them. The elves came forward and blocked the way, saying that they would go in first because people should not expose themselves to danger. It was a dark cave with rocky ledges. The guys were walking into the gorge and looking around when the protagonist noticed that it was quite dark inside. Samantha decided to use her skill. She immediately took out a glowing flame and used the spirit summoning skill. The protagonist realized that it was a fire spirit. The girl explained that it was called Salamander, but she still could not control it properly. A bright flame rose above the guys, illuminating their path. The brunette walked ahead and said that abandoned shovels and picks were lying around everywhere. They looked very old and it seemed as if people lived here. The demonic spirit climbed out on the protagonist's shoulder and said that there was very little spiritual power in this place, which meant that this place had been cut off from the outside world for a long time. Its owner understood that since they really were here, he wondered what they were looking for here. The elf went forward and told the guy that there was something ahead. The guys started to approach the elf guy and noticed that it was very spacious and for some reason light. The elf asked his friend to look up with a wide smile. The brunette stared up. They all saw light from the ceiling. They saw luminescent stalactite flowers on the ceiling. The guys all looked at the glowing flowers and the elf said that they were flowers. The main character started to scream, how could these be such bright stalactite flowers? They were bright blue stone flowers. A card popped up, a description of the flower. It was a mysterious flower that bloomed in a deep cave with an extremely rare probability, and many people did not even suspect its existence. The card with the description of the effects of combat abilities increased by 20% in the dark, and the second effect was not recognized. The guys looked up in bewilderment. The brunette was shocked that the increase was as much as 20%. He stared at this incredible beauty. The spirit of life said that these flowers were indeed very rare. The elf enthusiastically declared that it was amazing, because it had been a long time since they had seen this flower. The spirit of life said that, however, these flowers could not grow on their own without care. The guy looked at these words of the spirit of life in bewilderment. All the guys suddenly became wary and tensed. The main character heard the sound of footsteps with fear. A cry was heard about who dared to enter his mind. The guys abruptly covered their ears from the noise. A message that fear overwhelmed their minds. The passive ability of curse resistance worked. Jeho bared his teeth and shook because he felt that although not all the fear was blocked, he could move, feeling incredible pressure. He looked back in bewilderment, hearing Samantha's words. The girl twisted her face strongly, waving her arms. She said that she couldn't move because of the fear effect and wouldn't be able to avoid what was behind her. The brunette looked up. He saw a huge hand about to slap his girlfriend. He immediately rushed to save her. The guy managed to grab the girl from under the blow. The elf guy was anxious and looked at what was happening. Samantha held Jeho's head and asked her to let go, although he didn't understand why she was hitting him. The exhausted guys looked at the elf, who noticed that it was an arrogant giant. A huge stone giant appeared in front of the guys. He told them to get out of his territory immediately. The brunette understood that this was a hermit's mine deep in the mountains. The stone monster opened his eyes wide and said that his name was the Mountain Hermit. The stone monster looked at the silhouettes of the guys and shouted his name. The main character, along with Samantha, watched what was happening in bewilderment. They saw how the elves began to use fire against the monster. The elves began to call upon various spells and tried to draw the monster's attention to themselves. They began to attack it from different sides with fire attacks. The protagonist and his girlfriend watched what was happening. The brunette anxiously shouted for the guys to stop, because it was not worth arranging explosions in the mine because everything could collapse. The spirit of life said that the guy still did not understand elves. The main character watched what was happening with displeasure and understood that nothing could be done here. He immediately shouted to his girlfriend, and the two of them ran to attack to help the elves. Jeho saw how his girlfriend used a fire blade for the first time. She immediately cut the Mountain Hermit. Samantha asked her fire spirit to set the monster on fire. The leg of the huge monster immediately began to burn. Jeho watched as the huge monster fell to the ground. He immediately rushed into battle, realizing that this was his chance. He tried to stick his shovel into the monster's leg. All the guys started to cheer him up when they saw that the shovel didn't even pierce the skin. Jeho held the shovel with displeasure, trying to find the monster's weak spot. His gaze caught on something. He saw the monster's huge fingers. He stared at them. The monster's nails were unkempt. He noticed before his life that the guy was going to do bad things. The protagonist began to pick off the nail with glee. Jeho began to furiously attack the monster's nail. The Mountain Hermit shouted that it was very inhumane, to which the protagonist told him to shut up, since he himself wanted to get rid of them first. The spirit of life explained that they were the first to invade here. An elf flew to help Jeho with a fire attack. The protagonist continued to furiously attack the monster's nail. The guy saw a message that he had received the title of Giant Torture Master. He explained that I didn't mean to torture him, but it was really cruel. He saw the elf flying to attack. She admired the guy's attack and said that they could not let him move and tried to continue the attempt. The guy continued to attack the nail bloodthirstily, wanting to strike again. The monster shouted that he lost. The main character looked away with disdain. The Mountain Hermit looked at the guys with horror. He admitted defeat and asked to stop, but the elf asked not to believe him, because giants are evil creatures and it was very easy to lie to them. Jeho assured that it looked like they were talking about demons. The brunette noticed the quest message and told everyone to stop the attack. It was a sudden quest. The only honest giant left in the middle world was the Mountain Hermit, and he hid underground to survive. For many years he lived in the darkness illuminated by these flowers, replacing the sky, and he was sorely lacking company, and now he was in fear of creatures with intelligence. The bright blue flowers continued to shine. The boys stood in front of the monster and declared a temporary truce. The protagonist looked at the status window with disgust, feeling like the name was made up in a hurry. The Mountain Hermit looked at the boy with fear and replied that it was the name his father gave him. The brunette noted that if he thought about it, the name suited him perfectly and assured that his father had good taste. Jeho touched his chin in confusion and asked the giant where his father and relatives were. The giant looked at the boys with concern and said that everyone had left, because this world was too small for giants. The four boys looked at the Mountain Hermit and asked him why he was here. The monster pointed his finger up and said that those were shining flowers. All the boys looked up and noted that they were luminescent stalactite flowers. The stone monster replied that he didn't know their name, but they were very sensitive and capricious flowers, so he couldn't leave them. The guys asked him why he was growing them. Jeho looked at the giant and asked how he could take care of them with such huge hands, although with such a build he could still easily reach the ceiling. The monster looked at the guy with a wide smile and said that the flowers were incredibly delicious. He said that if the guys stop attacking and leave here, he will give them one flower to try. The main character grinned maliciously and asked for one flower. The monster reached out to pluck a glowing bud. He immediately held out a huge flower on his hand, from which the guy was shocked by the size. Jeho touched it and said that while it was on the ceiling, it was so small, but it turned out that the flower was so big and incredibly hard, like a stone. He wondered if it was edible. The brunette saw how the monster threw this flower to himself to try. The monster chewed the flower with gusto, noting that it was very tasty. The protagonist asked the elf if it was normal, to which he replied that giants can eat anything and even stones were not a problem. The giant looked at the brunette with concern, who asked him if the monster really stayed here only because of the flowers. The giant frowned a little and replied that this was not entirely true, because he was waiting for friends he met here. The protagonist asked about friends with bewilderment. The monster looked at Jeho with concern and said that when the miners were actively working here, he became friends with him, but a lot of time had passed since their last visit. The monster looked closely at the guy and said that these were the things of those who disappeared without saying a word, so he stayed here because they could come someday. Jeho pointed to the glowing bud and mentioned that the monster had not said earlier that he remained from these flowers. The mountain hermit replied that they were like the sun for the miners who worked here, and when they came here again, they would immediately understand that he was still here because the flowers were still shining beautifully. The brunette grinned maliciously, replying that it sounded more lyrical than it looked. The mountain hermit looked at the protagonist in shock and asked if they had seen the dwarves up there. The guy asked about the dwarves and thought that they were his friends. The guy looked back at the elf and asked if the dwarves lived somewhere in the forest and hid. The elf replied that if the dwarves lived there, they would definitely know, and besides, there was a bad relationship between the dwarves and the demons. Because of this, they live in the Mbe forest. The mountain monster was horrified to hear about the demons. He approached the guys worriedly, realizing the reason for the disappearance of the dwarves. He broke into a wide smile and said that he was glad that he knew the reason for their disappearance. Jeho looked at the monster mockingly and said that he did not seem particularly worried now. The monster looked at the guys animatedly and asked that those cunning snakes definitely managed to escape from here safely. The mountain hermit decided to sit down when Jeho asked him about what the monster would do and whether he would continue to wait for the dwarves. The monster and the people were brightly illuminated with blue colors. The monster said that now that the probability of the dwarves returning was higher, he would stay here. He also noted whether since the guys were here it meant that they got rid of the demons. Samantha looked at her friend's smirk with bewilderment, realizing that he was about to lie. Jeho smirked slyly, offering him to make a deal because he was also interested in where the dwarves who lived here were. The monster asked about the deal with concern. The protagonist pointed to the glowing bud. The mountain hermit sat cross-legged and thought. The guy stood in front of him and replied that he didn't need much either and asked how many flowers would be needed for such small people like him. The protagonist pointed to the glowing flower and asked if one such flower would be enough for them for a month. The monster looked at the guy angrily, but still agreed to the deal. The protagonist saw a message in front of him that the people of the giant mountain hermit sympathized with him. He understood that since they were giants, he would be able to find many excuses for this case. The guy extended his hand as he expected fruitful cooperation. The monster touched his hand with his finger and noted the same thing. The luminescent flowers were brightly illuminated. The guy began to disassemble the bud into petals. Samantha watched this and asked him what he was doing and whether he was planning to return. Jeho replied that he would do some research here for now. He looked at her with displeasure when she reminded him that he had a lot of things to do. He explained that everything was fine and the recipes were already ready, so all that was left was to make them, so he would finish here and then they would go, since it would be difficult to study this flower from the outside. The monster looked at the people with alarm when they asked him to tell them more about the flower. The brunette looked up sarcastically and noted that if the monster grew them himself, then he was an expert in this. A card with a description of a luminescent stalactite flower popped out. It was a mysterious flower that bloomed in a deep cave, extremely rare. The effects of combat ability increased by 20% in the dark and had the effect of the aroma of starlight. Description of the aroma of starlight. The enemy, intoxicated by the aroma of a luminescent flower, fell into complete darkness for 5 seconds, and in the darkness, all of the enemy's abilities were reduced by 10%. The protagonist looked at the status window with glee and noted that thanks to the hermit's lecture, he was able to achieve a full-fledged study process, but noticed that there was another serious problem. His girlfriend looked out from behind him in bewilderment and asked about the problem. The brunette replied that it was impossible to grow flowers anywhere else, and if sunlight or moonlight hit them, they would die, and a damp and dark cave with moisture flowing down the stalactites was the perfect environment for them. The guy pointed to the bud and said that it was difficult to artificially create such an environment, and transporting flowers was no longer possible. He frowned and concluded that in the end, all that was left was to make some food for a while and take it with him, and this was not a particularly bright prospect. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead and noted that given the effects, these flowers were definitely a treasure. The monster looked at the guy who asked him about the cultivation method with displeasure. The stone monster smiled and asked the people not to worry and trust him, because as long as they didn't ask for more than they needed, he could grow as many as they wanted. The protagonist was about to get up and said that it was great and left this place on the monster. The brunette looked ahead and noted that he didn't know when the opportunity would come, but he would send people to this mine. The monster looked at the guy in shock and said that if the miners filled it again, he would be happy. Jeho said goodbye to the monster enthusiastically and said that they would see each other next time. Jeho left the mine and went to the Mbe forest, as did his friend and the elves. System notification. The time of imprisonment in prison is over and now he is released. Vonsik stood behind the bars with a confused look. The guard said that prisoner number 4885 could come out. The guards opened the door of the grate. Vonsik came out of prison, saying that these idiots were from the guild, asking why they did it. Vonsik widened his eyes in surprise when the guard called out to him. The bald guy looked at the blonde guy with a sly grin. Brown Bear Country, accountant. The guard asked the blonde guy that Jeho from Malaysia had not come for him. The blonde guy said that everything was correct, and even if he was left there, Jiao still would not come. The bald guy grinned slyly. He said that it made no difference then, and that meant that he would not entertain unrealistic hopes in the future. The blonde guy looked at the bald guy in bewilderment. He wondered if he was one of the top brass of the guild. The weather was clear above the city, the kingdom of the brown bear. The blonde didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was and why they were kidnapping him in the first place. Vonsik was walking down a city street. He wondered how he was going to get from there to Alesia, hoping that the elf's attitude towards him hadn't gotten any worse after his sudden abduction. People were looking askance at Vonsik. The blonde said that he had a feeling that he would find adventure again. Vonsik suddenly ran into a man. He looked at the guy in bewilderment. The blonde looked dumbfounded at the guy who had fallen to the ground. The bald guy yelled that his shoulder was broken and that the man had hit him. The man pointed at Vonsik, saying that he had seen it and that it was the pickpocket. The stern man looked at the blonde. He said that he had seen it too and that he had deliberately bumped into a man walking in an alley and immediately ran away. Vonsik looked dumbfounded at the passers-by. The man said that this was the man who broke into his house last night and robbed him, and now this criminal decided to beat people up. Vonsik asked what kind of group accusation was this. The blonde's eyes widened. He remembered the image of the guard and his words about unrealistic hopes. The fighters tied up the blonde, telling him not to move, and that he was caught red-handed. Vonsik asked what kind of dirty tricks the bastards from their guild use. White clouds floated in the sky. Vonsik said that they were fucking idiots. The guard said that he would never be able to leave there. Dim light illuminated the bars. Vonsik sat tied up on his knees. The blonde said that Jeho did not even contact him in the game, and he would not come even if he called. The bald man said that he did not really care, and Taylor took responsibility, offering to correct his mistakes. The blonde looked at the fighter in bewilderment. He said that if he could, there were only some elf guards around Jiao. The guard smiled bloodthirstily. He said that his bluff was useless and they had already received information that Jiao had set out on his own. The guard narrowed his eyes, asking if he was waiting in anticipation. The sun was shining high in the sky. It brightly illuminated the desert. Taylor was standing in the middle of the desert. He said that Jiao was somewhere within the city without elves, adding that he was sure that he would take that route back to Alesia. Taylor looked menacingly at the sky. He said that he would attack the brat there, noting that the dark trap skill did not work on him, so he would simply kill him instead of kidnapping him. Taylor opened the system window. He said that he would start a live broadcast so that everyone could see him being beaten and on his knees. Taylor poked his finger at the system window. He said that he would be on the ground before he could blink. The fighter looked towards the black silhouettes. He noted that they were here. The fighter put his fingers together, saying that it was time to start and use the illusory camouflage skill. The fighter narrowed his eyes, starting the live broadcast. Comments began to appear on the system window. People were wondering if he was going to kill Jiao. Taylor stared ahead with a furious gaze. He said that this was great, and with each passing moment he was closer to taking revenge. The protagonist walked with Samantha through the desert. Taylor widened his eyes in bewilderment. There were many elves behind the protagonist. Taylor did not understand why there were so many elves behind him. Comments appeared on the broadcast. People were asking if he was really going to kill Jiao in this situation. Taylor stared ahead in horror. He said that those bastards from the intelligence department, they definitely said that there would be no elves, asking how this happened. Taylor stared ahead dumbfounded, telling the boys that he knew what they wanted. Comments kept coming, telling him to go fight. Taylor turned into a cactus, saying that he would let him go this time. System alert. Illusory camouflage skill creates an illusion of an image that suits the surroundings. Taylor asked what he was staring at. The protagonist stared to the side. He narrowed his eyes, saying about that cactus. System alert. He found something hidden, using the title to steal from a secret storage. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking at the cactus. He asked that it was a little strange, and maybe it was Brezel's secret entrance. A spirit appeared behind the protagonist. Jeho asked what should be checked. The spirit said that it was not a real cactus. The protagonist looked at the alert in confusion, asking what was true. The spirit of life said that it was true and did not feel like pure life energy, adding that it felt impurity. The spirit said that it was very suspicious to sense negative energy from a cactus. Jeho looked at the archer with admiration. The elf said that he would shoot him with his bow first then. Jeho said that was a good idea. The arrow flew through the air. It pierced the cactus, which was Taylor. The boys looked at the cactus in confusion. The protagonist asked what he heard. The elf asked why the cactus was shaking. The protagonist looked at the cactus thoughtfully. The archer said that red water was coming out of the cactus, and this time he would try fire. The boys set the cactus on fire. The archer asked why it was twitching, adding that he would then cut it in half. Taylor was shaking in pain. A puff of black smoke appeared in front of the boys. Taylor asked that they couldn't pretend not to understand. The fighter knelt down in front of the protagonist, saying he surrendered. The archer asked what they should do with him. Jeho noted that Vonsik said he kidnapped him. Taylor looked at the protagonist in horror, asking him to stop. The protagonist smirked slightly. He glared at the fighter, saying that they would take him alive first. Taylor narrowed his eyes, saying that they were such bastards. The comments kept coming, saying that they knew it would happen. The city was clear. The kingdom of the brown bear. Croken looked ahead furiously. He asked what this idiot Taylor had gone out to kill, but was captured, and what's more, he announced it on live TV. Croken looked at the fighter in bewilderment, asking that he wasn't completely crazy. The fighter said that he didn't understand him either, and it didn't matter since they wanted to exchange prisoners. Croken glared at the fighter, asking that they wanted to exchange. The fighter said that one thing was for sure, the player they had kidnapped was very important to him. The bald guy grinned slyly, saying that that's why they could turn this situation to their advantage. Croken asked how. The bald guy grinned maliciously. He said that they would not lose anything, and besides, saying that this shameful situation on Taylor's live broadcast had hurt them, they could start a battle for pride, and they could not lose. Croken stared at the guy, asking what about Taylor. The guy said that in the new world system, there is a limit on the time you can be locked in prison. The guy narrowed his eyes, saying that if Taylor is not a complete idiot, he will escape from there at the first opportunity, and everything will be perfect. There were beautiful blue flowers growing on the ground. Elijah, the protagonist, said that he hasn't seen Elijah for so long, asking the flowers if everything is okay. May looked at the protagonist happily, saying that he finally came. Jeho said that the flowers are well taken care of, thanking the girl. The protagonist looked away with a slight smile. May said that the elves were helping her and that his botanical reference book made it easy to take care of them, asking how Vonsik was doing. Jeho said that he was probably fine. May smiled confusedly. She said that she wasn't talking about real life, asking what about rescuing him, noting that he was in the brown bear's prison. Jeho said that he had already suggested a trade. May looked at the protagonist in shock, asking what a trade was and who the people tied up behind him were. The boys looked at the tied-up fighter. May asked what Taylor was and why he was there. The protagonist said that he was caught when he tried to attack him again, asking the elf to drag him away. The protagonist looked down as the archer led the fighter away. The protagonist said that he wanted to trade him for Vonsik, but it seemed that the Brown Bear Guild was not going to do that and that he needed to be locked up for a while, but they didn't have a prison. May looked ahead warily. The protagonist said that according to the rules of the game, no one can be left in prison for a long time, noting how pathetic it was. May asked if everything would be okay and what if he escaped and attacked someone. The boys looked at the elf who had approached. The elf told him to trust them with this. The red-haired guy smiled slightly, holding a tree in his hand. He said that they would create a cage from the wood of the moon tree and help it take root. The elf looked ahead with a bloodthirsty look. He said that this way they would be able to lock him up for 100 or 200 years, and the cage would not be considered a prison, but an ordinary room. The boys looked at the elf in surprise. Jeho asked for 100 or even 200 years. He smiled maliciously, saying that it was honey for his ears, adding that they would do so. Taylor sat behind the bars, wondering why they wanted to hold him with wooden bars. The fighter wondered if it was because he trusted the elves' words. An elf stood in front of the bars. The fighter thought that escaping from the elves would be difficult, but not impossible if they kept him in such a crappy wooden prison, and it would be a good idea to keep an eye on Elijah while he was there. Taylor looked at the bag in the elf's hand. He thought that they would regret their disdainful attitude towards him. The elf poured gold dust onto the bars. Taylor wondered what the powder was. System alert. Moon tree wood sprouts due to the influence of growth powder. Taylor stared ahead, dumbfounded, wondering what the growth powder was. His eyes widened, wondering what the sprouts were. Samantha looked at the protagonist with confusion. Jeho said that they needed to have a serious talk now. Samantha looked away in confusion, asking what was happening all of a sudden, adding that she wasn't ready yet. The protagonist smiled confusedly, pointing his finger at the spirit. He said that there was one spirit inside him and another one over there, and he needed to talk to them. The red-haired girl turned away from the protagonist with tears in her eyes, saying that she understood and then she would leave them for a while. Jeho said that he didn't need to do that. The protagonist looked at the running girl, saying that he probably wouldn't stop. The protagonist looked at the spirit while there was a notification behind him. Jeho said that he would tell him about a way to get this grumpy guy out. The life spirit asked if he was serious about doing that. The spirit asked if that was true. Jeho noted that it was distracting when someone was constantly talking in his head. The protagonist looked at the notification in annoyance. The life spirit asked what if he told the divine tree everything. The protagonist asked what he was going to do, noting that the divine tree had already taken root, and he had tried his best to fulfill its wishes, so something so insignificant would not shake their trusting relationship. The protagonist smiled wickedly. He said that besides, the divine tree itself recognized that the grumbler was immature, so he could easily get away with it. The spirit told the life spirit that it served him right. The life spirit told him to shut up. The protagonist looked at the notification with displeasure. He said that even if they combined their powers, it would not be worth the heel of the Spirit King. Jaho grinned wickedly. The life spirit told him not to treat him like that idiot, noting that he definitely knew how to fight. The protagonist said that then he would prove that he was better than him. The spirit said with displeasure that he could do it too, asking how a spirit connected to life could commit murder. The spirit looked at the notification with irritation. The life spirit asked if he was a coward like him. The spirit asked what he knew about what he was saying, noting that he was in charge of life. The protagonist looked at the spirit with a sly grin. He told them to stop, suggesting that they just test it, noting that he would appoint the best Elijah as the king of the garden spirits. The spirit looked at the notification with a sardonic smile. The life spirit asked what nonsense he was talking about. The spirit said that he was running away because he would lose. Notification. The life spirit said that he was in. The protagonist smiled slyly, saying that this was great. The weather was clear above the dense forest, a luxurious forest. The protagonist smiled widely. The spirit said that in order to materialize the spirit of life, you need 12 types of plants that grew around it when it was still sealed, as well as a spirit flower. Jeho said that he had not been there for a long time. The protagonist walked through a meadow of flowers, saying that he had been in that place for 2 months. The protagonist approached the spirit who had created a magic circle. Jeho said that it was time to begin. The spirit said that since the contract between them had long been concluded, there would be no problem with materialization, and he also finished the magic circle. The protagonist looked at the notification in bewilderment. The spirit of life shouted for them to stop. The protagonist asked why, and that he had changed his mind, noting that he would not change his mind. The spirit looked at the notification in irritation. The spirit of life said that this was not the case, and that it was simply a magic circle with errors. The protagonist asked what kind of errors. The spirit asked that spirits could not make mistakes too, adding that, besides, this summoning ritual had nothing to do with him. The protagonist glared at the spirit. He said that although he was right about it, he was definitely going to keep quiet about the mistakes, asking what if the grumpy guy hadn't said it. Jeho told him to do it right. The protagonist squatted down. The life spirit said how to make a circle. The spirit looked at the notification with displeasure, saying that he was done. The life spirit said that it was time to start. A glow appeared in the magic circle. The protagonist looked in front of him in confusion. He said that it felt like something was coming out of him. A blue sphere came out of the protagonist's chest. Jeho asked what it was, the grumpy guy. The blue energy landed in the magic circle. The protagonist covered his eyes with his hand from the bright glow. System notification. He successfully summoned the life spirit. Fame increased. Human legs appeared on the ground. The life spirit said that this was bound to happen eventually. The protagonist looked at the life spirit in surprise, asking what it was, the grumpy guy. The girl walked out of the magic circle, covering her eyes. She looked ahead with a serious look. The spirit of life said that in the past it was difficult for her to fight with young people, and now she felt a little calmer. The protagonist squatted down, looking at the spirit with a smile. He asked if it was because he was not a human like them, thinking that she was finally outside of his body. The life spirit asked if he could wipe the expression that said finally outside of him off his face. Jeho said that as expected, he understood with just one look because she was inside of him. The life spirit glared at the spirit, calling out to him. The spirit hid behind a flower, asking what she wanted. The life spirit asked if he wanted to take responsibility for what happened. The spirit asked why him. The life spirit told him to shut up and come over. The girl waved her hand, saying that she would get a slap in the face, adding that he should come over quickly. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, watching what was happening. The life spirit asked what was funny to him, and that he made fun of her at every opportunity, but now he would not even look her in the eyes. The spirit of life asked what would have been better if she had stayed inside him, and if he knew exactly how to draw the magic circles correctly, and that he just wanted to pretend that he didn't understand where he was wrong and leave everything as it was, and hoped that she would keep her mouth shut, asking for forgiveness for not living up to expectations. The protagonist looked at the spirits in bewilderment, thinking that he could see his parents. The elves looked ahead in surprise, and so, after much grumbling, the three returned to Elijah. The protagonist looked at the spirit of life in bewilderment. The spirit of life in Elijah had become like a superstar. The elf asked if she wasn't the spirit of life, noting that he couldn't believe that he was seeing the spirit again, who had always supported the light in the past. The brown-haired woman said that she had been on that journey with them, and it was such an honor to meet her. The spirit of life said that she was glad to meet her. The protagonist looked at the spirit of life with a slight smile. He said that to the elves, a grump is a superstar. Jeho opened the system window in front of him. He said that Samantha said that there were a lot of orders, and he should take a look. Jeho asked if it was a flower ring to confess to his lover in the game, adding that he did not understand why a flower ring. The protagonist looked down in confusion. He said that he did not think that the effectiveness of the items he made was so widely known, and if they were, the order would be for flower crowns used as battle equipment, asking if it was really just a flower ring, adding that it was not like he could not make a normal ring. The protagonist waved his finger at the system window. He said that if you look, all the recent requests are strange: 2 rings, 3 necklaces, 5 flower bouquets, and the purpose of use is similar: confession, decoration, fashion. The protagonist looked at the system warily. He said that no one was asking for combat characteristics, asking if it was the Brown Bear Guild again, and that they wanted to kill him when handing over the items. Jeho said that they would need to take the elves with them. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, looking menacingly ahead. He told them to tell the truth. The guy and girl looked at the protagonist worriedly. The girl said that the ring was very beautiful, asking if something was wrong. The guys looked at the buyers with a menacing look. Jeho asked if they were from the Brown Bear Guild. The guys surrounded the young couple. Jeho asked if they came to kill him when handing over the order. The elf asked how these lowly humans dared. The blonde guy said that they would not lie to them. The young couple looked at the guys in fear. The blonde guy said that he was Bill, the head of the recruiting team for the American pro gaming team CUSA. The red-haired girl said that she was Anna, the manager. The protagonist looked at the guys with confusion. He asked what America was: pro gamers, not clients. The protagonist looked at the guys with a serious expression. Bill said that he would like to bring his changes first, and in fact, he is the head of the recruiting team CUSA, the strongest gaming team in America, asking to just call him Bill. Jeho said that it was no wonder there were so many clients then. Anna looked at the protagonist with confusion. She said that since there was no way to contact him, they had no other way to do it, adding that now the most famous and influential person in the new world is him. And CUSA is the world's largest gaming team, hiring world-class gamers of the game New World. The guys smiled awkwardly. Bill said that they are a gaming team with strong rankers and influential players. For the sake of recruiting him to them, he came. Anna said that they could give him more than he could imagine, such as a deposit for the contract and expenses for the player's activities, and if he wanted, he could immigrate. The protagonist smiled confusedly, holding out his palms. He said that he would refuse. After all, he was just a florist. Anna said that she thought he misunderstood, noting that they also guaranteed individual activities for the player. Jeho said no. He looked at the guys with narrowed eyes. Jeho said that the flower shop was his first priority, and it was unacceptable for him to be pushed into second place. The protagonist glared at the girl. Anna said that no one else could offer him better conditions. Jeho said that he did not care because he did not plan to become a pro player, but wanted to fully focus on the flower shop, and if he were to participate in any competition, it would be nothing more than a hobby, so he did not want to offend the passion of the pro players. The protagonist narrowed his eyes awkwardly, saying that moreover, his level was just over 100. The guys looked at the protagonist in confusion. Jeho scratched his cheek in confusion. He said that from what they saw, he was not very strong and was not fit to participate in competitions, so it would be better for them to find really good players. The guys looked at Jeho in surprise, asking what was just over 100. Jeho asked what was that. The sun was shining brightly over the forest, a lumber yard and a luxurious garden. Elves were watching the people work. The elves were telling them to work faster and watch the angle of the axe. The brown-haired man looked at the leader in confusion, asking if he heard. The leader looked at the brown-haired man in surprise, asking what. The brown-haired man said that the leader of the American team CUSA met with Jeho, wondering if he was able to recruit him. The leader said that from what he had seen so far, he did not think they had succeeded. The guys stood with their backs to the logs. The leader said that there were many bounty hunters from famous pro gaming teams in Korea and abroad who were trying their best to meet him, but there were no press releases yet. The brunette said that they also came to Asia, and instead of seeing Jeho, they were dragged there to work. The guys looked at the elf sideways. The brunette said that although it was late, they could order and talk like CUSA. The brunette asked when they could get out of there. The brunette said that he worked endlessly to forcibly disconnect from the game. The guys looked at the other guys in confusion. The brunette asked how those guys could work for so long. The brunette suggested that they just ask. The guys approached the guys. The brunette asked what their secret to endurance was. The guy with the axe said that they just kept working and somehow it happened. The brunette looked at the guys in confusion. The guy said that the strength and endurance stats increased. The brunette looked at the guy, dumbfounded. He asked what happened. Regular grueling work actually helps to increase stats. The guy opened the system window in front of the brunette. The brunette said that he was actually the leader of the pro gaming team SKD1, asking that if he didn't mind, could he take a look at his level and stats. White clouds floated in the sky. The brunette asked the other guy if he could take a look at his. The guy asked what about him. The brunette asked what he wanted to show him too. The brunette looked at the system windows, dumbfounded, not understanding what was wrong with this place. The leader looked at the crowd of people in bewilderment. He said that the level was no more than level 30, but the strength stats were over 100, asking how hard they made these people work. The guy said that he thought he was the weakest there since he was a newbie and his base stats were also so-so. The leader's eyes widened in bewilderment. He asked what would happen if their stats continued to rise, adding that it was possible to become monsters. The leader looked ahead, dumbfounded. He said that if it wasn't just Jeho, but all the players from there, they would cause a stir in the game's pro gaming. The system window showed comments. A new world, a bulletin board. People were discussing the protagonist and the recruitment of players by team managers. The protagonist put his hand to his side, looking into the distance. The protagonist noted that rumors were spreading quickly, and with the pro gaming team members gathered in Alijah, the overall workforce had increased, thus Alijah had taken one step towards taking shape as a city. Jeho thought that the number of workers had definitely increased, but there were no new buildings that could have appeared in these few months. The protagonist looked straight ahead with displeasure, wondering what the hell Giant was doing. At the same time as Jeho was worried, Giant, who had been sitting quietly, finally began to take action. Jeho looked at Giant with confusion, asking if his help was needed. Giant said that yes, no matter how complicated things seemed, they all followed a sequence. However, one should not follow blindly because it contradicted the freedom-loving spirit of the elves, which is why his help was definitely needed. The protagonist frowned, asking if there was any point in that. Giant noted that he was saying that this was not a bricklaying job. Jeho said that he would help him then. The protagonist looked away in confusion. He thought that several months had passed, but only flowers were growing, and the building, noting that he had sent the gold bars he had received for killing the anglerfish to the Alijah garden management expenses, but the money was only being spent on construction costs, although he had said that he could spend as much as he needed, asking what the hell he was spending it on. Giant looked at the protagonist with admiration. He said that with Jeho's help, Alijah Garden would become a place that would perfectly match its name and would have no equal. The protagonist looked at the guy in confusion, asking what was that. Giant told him to follow him. The protagonist followed Giant. Giant said that the city was actually almost ready. Jeho asked that it was already ready. The protagonist looked at the guy's back in anger. Giant said that he knew he had a lot of questions, because he had not done anything up until now. Giant looked sideways at the protagonist, saying that he understood him, but he had been secretly preparing the final plan for the city. The guy pointed at the sprout, saying that it was there. Jeho asked what the divine tree was. The blue-haired guy smiled widely. He said that this was the beginning of a miracle. To know more, he should ask the divine tree. The protagonist looked at the sprout in confusion. He thought that all the people in Alijah knew about the tree, but only he could talk to it. The protagonist smiled in confusion, leaning towards the sprout. The divine tree asked what he had crossed over. Jeho asked the tree if she could explain everything. The divine tree said that he liked that person. The protagonist looked at the sprout in confusion. The divine tree said that he brought him special food in the morning, afternoon, and evening and prayed. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, wondering if the money meant for the construction was flowing there. The protagonist looked at the giant in annoyance. Jeho wondered what he had put all the money into. The blue-haired boy said that the elves advised him to pray hard to get what he wanted, so he prayed every day to make his dream come true. The protagonist frowned at the sprout. The divine tree said that he asked her sincerely even though he couldn't hear her voice, noting that he wanted to fill this area with flowers. Jeho asked what to fill with flowers. The divine tree said that he worked hard to surprise him, and thanks to the efforts of this child, she recovered a lot of strength, so it's not bad. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. A system notification appeared in front of the protagonist's face. He absorbed the blessing of the divine tree. He obtained the skill divine tree patronage. Using the blessing granted, he can increase the effectiveness of all class skills by 1000% for 100 seconds. The protagonist asked dumbfoundedly what 1000%. He looked at the sprout with confusion, asking if this wasn't cheating. The divine tree said that she had decided to grant his wish because of his sincerity, so it was granted to help that person implement the plan. Jeho asked what Giant's plan was. Giant smiled contentedly. He said that he used Jeho's money for this, and besides, it was true that he needed his help in the greatest undertaking of his life. Giant added that he had made marks all over Alijah's garden. The blue-haired guy looked at the protagonist with confidence, saying that by following those marks, they would make a natural fence out of common ivy. The protagonist looked at the guy with confusion, asking about the fence. The blue-haired guy said that it was exactly like that, and he wanted to use it to bring back the city's lost irregularity. The blue-haired guy opened his inventory, saying that the Milky Way would serve as the base for the fence. Giant took out a pot with a stick from his inventory. The protagonist leaned towards the pot, looking at it with confusion. Giant said that he could see that he was surprised, and it was really hard to get. Jeho asked what this was. The Milky Way. A system notification appeared. Milky Way, research progress 50%, This vine has a name, Milky Way. In the real world, efficiency, slight smell increases resistance to all abnormal conditions. The blue-haired guy looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. He said that except for the Empire's Milky Way garden, there is almost no other place to buy them, and he made it a secret, but Jeho knows much more about the plant because it is so magnificent. Jeho said that everything is so, and besides, it is several times more difficult to grow this rare vine than other plants. The protagonist looked at the sprout in the pot with confusion. He asked how many seedlings he purchased. Giant smiled widely. He said that he received 10 seedlings, however, according to the seller, if done correctly, the vine will grow infinitely. The protagonist put his hand on the sapling, emitting a green aura. He said that it was no problem using the plant knowledge skill. The protagonist frowned his brows as a system notification appeared in front of him. The Milky Way sapling is under severe stress. The Milky Way's vitality is very low due to the suppression of the will to grow. The protagonist told Giant that the sapling is in a terrible state. The blue-haired guy looked at the protagonist in shock. He noted that the seller said that this is the best sapling. Jeho asked how much it cost. The blue-haired guy shed tears from his eyes, saying that one sapling cost 50,000 gold, asking if he was deceived. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that he did not think it was a scammer. After all, it is a rare plant. Jeho noted that he has the suppression of the will to grow. The protagonist carefully looked at the sapling. He thought that he needed a spirit that was connected to vegetation, and its suppressed will could mean that the spirit of this vine had experienced something terrible. The protagonist raised his head, calling the spirit of life. A blue sphere appeared above Jeho's head. The spirit of life asked what it was. Giant asked what it was the spirit of life. The protagonist noted that he needed to ask her something. The spirit of life landed on Jeho's hand, looking at the sprout. Jeho asked her to look at the condition of the plant. The girl noted that it was the Milky Way. She looked at the plants in surprise. The spirit of life said that she thought they were right, and he had been through a lot, adding that all plants grown in the middle world for landscaping go through this, especially babies like him. The protagonist looked at the spirit of life in bewilderment. The spirit of life said that babies are joyful day and night under pressure. Jeho asked what they were dying. The spirit of life said that they would more accurately return to the spirit world. The girl stretched out her hands to the sprout. Jeho asked what happened to them in the Empire, noting that he heard they had a whole garden of them there. The spirit of life said that if the spirit left, it did not mean that the plants would dry up and wither, just a shell would remain, noting that this is why the flowers they grew from them last a long time. The protagonist looked at the girl dejectedly, saying that listening to this, he had a question, asking if there was a problem with what he was doing from the spirit's point of view. The girl looked at the protagonist with a smile. She said that there was no problem with his actions and his treatment of the flowers, similar to the treatment of elves. The protagonist asked that cutting the flowers, bending, twisting, from this point of view, is he not a cruel person? The protagonist looked at the spirit of life with a serious look. The spirit in life said that it was a matter of understanding. Even if he could not communicate with them, the spirits completely trusted him. The spirit of life smiled contentedly, saying that they saw the interest and love he showed for the vegetation. The protagonist frowned. He said that it made him feel guilty, but if the Queen of Spirits said so, then there was no problem. The blue-haired boy looked at the spirit of life with a wide smile. The girl said that fortunately, these babies were still saplings, so there was a chance that the spirit would remain, but it would not be easy. Giant said that it was a relief, asking for her help. Giant looked ahead with a happy expression. He said that his plan was as follows, and he wanted to delimit the territory of Elysia with a Milky Way, adding that they also learned the preferences and attitudes of the elves. And now all that was left was to set the boundaries for the land, grow vines along the established boundaries, and trim them strictly along the line. The blue-haired boy looked at the sprout in bewilderment. Jeho said that the saplings were in poor condition, so if they were trimmed, they might die. Giant asked what they should do then. The protagonist frowned, saying that they should make it so that they grow naturally. Jeho smiled widely. He said that they could try, adding that they would set up supports for the vines all over the city according to his markings. The sprout emitted a dim glow. The protagonist said that he would pave the way for these little ones. The weather was clear above the city. The protagonist said about the Milky Way garden. He was walking down the street holding a phone in his hand. Jeho asked what was only available in the Hasper Empire. The Milky Way tab was open on the phone. The protagonist looked at the phone in confusion. He said that even if he searched on the internet, he could hardly find any photos or videos, adding that it was a hidden place that only the royals on the side of the empire could enjoy, and yet he found one photo. A picture of a castle was visible on the phone. The protagonist smiled in confusion. He said that the snow-white flowers were so pretty and probably glowed like fireflies at night, noting that he now understood why this beauty was so expensive. The protagonist looked ahead warily. He said that he now understands why the spirits left the plants, adding that the strict control over the growth is for the sake of design. Jeho was holding a phone with a picture of flowers in his hand. He said that he should hurry up and go to the gym. If he is late, he will definitely grumble. The protagonist was walking down the street whistling a melody. Suddenly, a guy in a black suit appeared in front of him. The brown-haired man greeted him, asking that he was Jeho. The protagonist looked at his hands in confusion. He wondered that he was not in the game, telling the brown-haired man that it was not him, asking who he was. The brown-haired man said that he did not believe it. The protagonist looked at the guy in confusion. The brown-haired man said that no matter how you look at it, he is Jeho, asking to wait 1 minute. The brown-haired man looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. He said that he was Kim Do-pyo, the head of the recruiting team for the pro gaming team MK. The protagonist asked how he knew who he was. Kim said that from rumors on the internet. The protagonist looked at Kim in surprise, asking what rumors. The protagonist smiled in confusion, asking that he came there only because of rumors and what kind of nonsense he was talking. Kim showed the phone to the protagonist. On the phone, a tab was open with an image of the protagonist and comments from people. The protagonist looked at the phone in bewilderment. He narrowed his eyes, asking that he became a local celebrity. Kim began to rummage through his jacket. The protagonist asked what happened. He came to offer him a place as a pro player, noting that he was sorry that he had come all this way, but he had already turned down other pro gaming teams. The protagonist wondered that he had never walked down the street picking his nose. Kim noted that he knew that his main priority was the flower shop. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired man in bewilderment. Shaitan said that this is why they have a new offer, to become their mascot. Jeho asked what to become a mascot. Kim introduced the protagonist with a smile against a background of flowers. He said that they would like him to be the face of their pro gaming team MK, adding that it was because they could not ignore the weight of the name Jeho. Kim clenched his hands into a fist. Kim said that he was the first king of the player, the king of the elves, the one who spoiled the atmosphere in the guild Brown Bear, and among other things a heavy and terrifying aura. Jeho said that it means that he will not need to participate in the league and just show up from time to time. Kim looked at the protagonist with a slight smile. He said that he was right, and in his free time he could participate in one match. However, they would try to exclude such a possibility. The protagonist looked down in confusion. He said that this was indeed a great offer. Jeho covered his mouth with his hand, asking about the annual salary. Kim asked if he wanted to go to a cafe to discuss the details. System alert. Jeho entered a new world. May and Samantha looked at Jeho in surprise. May asked that he signed a contract with MK, noting that it was the best team in their country. Samantha asked if that was a good idea. Jeho looked at the girls with a slight smile. He said that he would not participate in any matches. They wanted to see him as a player to promote their team. Samantha noted that he was turning out to be more of a model than a pro gamer. The girls looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Jeho said that they would figure it out themselves, and the most important thing was a deposit and a yearly salary. The protagonist looked away with a tear in his eye. He said that he received a deposit of 80 million won, and the annual salary would be 40 million won, adding that he would be able to pay off his student loans, and his mother was okay with him continuing to play and would also agree if he needed an academic leave. The protagonist looked at the girls with confusion, asking what was wrong with their faces. The girls said that nothing special. Samantha thought that she could not believe that she was older than him. May thought that she could not believe that he was younger than her. The weather was clear above the city. After Giant shared his plan, growing Milky Way all over the city, he began to build houses at lightning speed, as if it was a lie that he had not done anything before. Trees and green grass grew among the houses. Elijah began to look more and more like a decent city. The protagonist stretched out his hands to the seedlings. He said that these small seedlings were very weak, so fast growth would be critical for them, and first they should get used to the new place, adding that they would plant the first one near the divine tree and near the water. Jeho took care of the weak Milky Way plants lovingly, planting one near the divine tree and the rest in other areas of the city, and patiently waited for the Milky Way saplings to adapt to the soil of Elijah and take root. A beautiful sunset could be seen above the city. The protagonist stood with his back to the sapling, looking straight ahead. He said that almost all the buildings were built and the areas were divided, and Giant whined a lot that he was really talented. The protagonist looked away with a smile, saying that he thought it was about time. Jeho looked at the sapling, saying that it was time to start. The protagonist presented a map of the area. He said that he had distributed 10 Milky Way saplings across all areas of Elijah, adding that he would start from the first area, use the rapid growth and help the vines grow, and then move according to the plan. Jeho told May that she would be near the sapling in the second area, and as the shaman's assistant, use the rapid growth, and the grumpy would help her to direct the vines to grow towards the flower shop. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile. He said that once the two vines met, he would use the plant grafting skill. May and the life spirit rushed to the side. The protagonist thanked Masha and the life spirit for their help. May told him to leave it to them. The life spirit asked if he could stop calling her a grump already. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that he had one last request. The protagonist looked at the sprout. He said that it was for him, adding that he could. A green glow appeared above the Milky Way sprout. The protagonist used the Divine Tree Patronage skill. The protagonist closed his eyes and extended his hand to the sprout, emitting a green aura. System notification. For 10 seconds, the effectiveness of all class skills is increased by 1000%. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. The protagonist said that it was time to begin. Using the skills Accelerated Growth, Elven Flute Playing, and Florist, the small sprout began to grow rapidly. The elves were dumbfounded, watching what was happening. Fuka widened his eyes, saying that this was perfect content for a live broadcast. The protagonist looked at the system window, sending a message to Mei, saying that they could begin. Mei stood next to the sprout. Second area. Mei heard the protagonist tell them to begin. The pink-haired girl extended her hands to the sprout. She said that as a shaman's assistant, she put a lot of effort into growing flowers and trees, although she was far from Zhao. The spirit of life told her not to worry because she was nearby. The girls extended their hands to the sprout. Mei used the rapid growth skill. The spirit of life used life energy. System notification. The target receives a bonus to their growth due to the saturation of energy and life. Mei looked at the growing sprout in surprise, saying that it worked. The protagonist ran to the side with a smile, moving from Area 1 to Area 2. Jiao said that it was great, and following the plan, it grows along the specified guides to Area 2. The protagonist and Mei ran towards each other. Jiao said that the sprouts will meet soon. The girl looked at the protagonist with a smile. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, telling Masha that it was time to start. Jiao frowned. The protagonist and Mei stretched their hands towards each other. Mei and the spirit of life stretched their hand to the side. The guys used the plant grafting skill. Above the guys was a fused plant. Mei noted that it worked. Jiao said that it was good work, and now it remains only to repeat this until Area 10. Fuka looked at the live broadcast in shock. He said that it was an amazing sight and he had seen many things in the new world, but this was the first time he had seen something like this, adding that these vines were growing at a monstrous speed and Jeho was now grafting the plant to correct the imbalance of nutrients that came from the roots having difficulty absorbing nutrients, noting that he was speeding up the growth time and guiding one vine to another to help them naturally intertwine together. There were comments from people on the broadcast who didn't understand why he was going to go to such lengths. Fuka looked at the system window in confusion. He said that it wasn't like that and Jeho had no choice but to use this method because it was the most effective, plus the vines he was grafting were planted before the buildings were built so they could take root. There were many comments on the broadcast asking why he was covering the city in vines. Fuka looked away in confusion. He said that it was a great question, and as they all knew, Elysia Garden was an elf city, and Giant, the architect, came up with this plan to further solidify Elysia Garden's identity as an elf city. The broadcast continued to make comments, asking what he was planning on covering the city with vines. Fuka pointed at the protagonist with a big smile. He said that he was not an expert, so he did not know, adding that he could interview Jeho since he was right next to him. Fuka asked Jeho if he could interview him. The protagonist looked at the system window where the live broadcast was being broadcast. Fuka asked that it was his first time meeting the viewers, adding that they were all greeting Jeho. The protagonist greeted the viewers, saying that his name was Jeho. Many comments began to appear under the broadcast, greeting the protagonist. The protagonist looked ahead with a confused look. Fuka said that it seemed like his work here was finished, asking if everything went well. The protagonist said that everything was fine and they still had some areas to take care of, but they had completed the first objective. Fuka looked at Jeho with a wide smile. He said that everyone was very curious about why he was covering the city with vines. Jeho said that it was the Milky Way vine, the plan of the architect Giant. Jeho looked away with a smile. He said that it might look awkward for now, but after a while, the cityscape would become beautiful. Fuka said that it would probably take a long time to see the result. The protagonist looked at the live broadcast with a confident smile. He said that it was not so because there would be no artificial formation of the vines, noting that all he would do is pave the way for growth and according to his plan, the Milky Way would grow on its own. Fuka looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. He said that then the entire city would be destroyed due to the disorderly growth of the vines. Fuka looked at Jeho in surprise. Jeho said that everything would be fine. The protagonist beamed with happiness. He said that every plant has a spirit, and these spirits are pure beings that would never harm others. Comments appeared on the broadcast with question marks. Fuka smiled confusedly. He said that he understood, and Jeho's words always made sense. Fuka asked the viewers if they wanted to know anything about him. The viewer asked if Jeho was going to join the league competition. The protagonist looked at the comment with confusion. Fuka said that it was a great question. Comments began to appear under the broadcast about him joining the league. Fuka looked at the protagonist with a serious look, asking if he had thought about joining the professional league. Jeho looked up thoughtfully, saying that he was not really interested. The green-haired guy said that the flower shop was his priority. The protagonist looked at the guy with narrowed eyes, saying that he signed a contract with MK. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head with his hand. The green-haired guy mentioned that it was with MK. Jiao said that it was his first time saying this on a live broadcast, but it was also a great way to advertise the flower shop. The green-haired guy looked at the protagonist in shock, asking what he had signed with MK. Jiao said that it was. The protagonist looked at the guy in confusion. Fuka asked that it was exclusive to his personal channel. The green-haired guy cried tears of joy, saying that the day had come. Comments began to appear on the broadcast, where people were happy about this event. A flower vine spread across the floor. The voiceover said that the Milky Way is famous for its snow-white flowers during the day and its glow at night, which resembles starlight, and that for several days, the guy and girl took care of the Milky Way to make sure that the vines grew roots correctly after being grafted. Fuka smiled widely and looked at the system window. The voiceover added that the vines were slowly returning to normal, and on the third day they finally bloomed. The commentator said that when night falls, a new image of the garden will appear. The elf looked at the hero and said that the fully blossomed Milky Way is proof that the vines have taken root in the habitat, and as the man said, "Tonight in the personal path will shine." The guy agreed with him. He looked in front of him and added that he was really looking forward to the sunset. Night fell over the city. The vine flowers began to shine brightly. The commentator said that it looks even cooler than in the photo of the Imperial Garden from the internet. May looked at the buds in surprise and called them beautiful. The guy smiled and said that this happened all his expectations, and the elf praised them for the work done. Suddenly the hero frowned, noticing something. There were small white people wandering around the flowers. The guy wondered what it was. The system reported that they were the spirits of the Milky Way gathering together in the garden, and that the blessing of the divine tree had spread throughout the garden. The guys looked at it in surprise. Fuka said that the effect had appeared. The commentators began to discuss the fact that the enhancement had covered the entire city. The spirits looked at the guys with a smile. The commentator was surprised to see them. The small people began to climb on the hero. The elf smiled and said that, as expected, they recognized the shaman. Alshia frowned, noticing something. The system informed him that he had made unprecedented achievements by surrounding the city with the Milky Way, and that the fragrance of the personal path had enveloped the entire city. The buff would have an additional boost when the study of the personal path was completed, and the boy successfully cultivated 50 different types of flowers in the garden. The guy was surprised at how many notifications there were. He looked at the spirits. The system reported that they had begun to take physical form. The spirit girl flew up to him and said that there was no problem, because the existence of spirits was completely harmless to the natural world, and they would find a balance on their own. The guy agreed with her and asked if a large number of them would be distracting. It sat on his shoulder and said that there was a simple solution to this. The girl waved her hand at the spirit and told it to go play with its friends. The little ones jumped off the guy's body. The girl crossed her arms and said that all spirits obeyed her. She raised her hand, grinned, and said that someone else did not do this. The little ones approached another spirit behind them. The guy smiled and said that he could tell if things got difficult, and he would send him back to the spirit world. A tear ran down the spirit's cheek. He said that he was fine. The flowers continued to emit a bright light. Taylor sat in the cage and looked at them, saying that this was the perfect moment to escape while everyone was distracted. He frowned and added that people must have let their guard down because he hadn't logged out of the game for a long time, so he was going to get out of there and burn everything to the ground. He looked ahead tensely and activated Shadow Step. The system reported that due to a strong energy barrier, it was impossible to use any skills now. Glenn took a knife in his hand and said that it didn't matter because he could still get out with a weapon. The guy struck the wall of the cage. The tip of the knife entered the wood fibers, which immediately began to recover. The guy was surprised that this was an unusual tree. He hit the cage again and said that even if it was true, there was no point in not being passed. The boards were tightening before his eyes, that the tree was healing. He dropped to the floor, hit one of the boards, and was surprised at what kind of tree it was. Taylor began to lose his mind, saying that he could not do damage. He threw down his weapon and called this place not a simple prison cell, because it would not open no matter how much time passed. He frowned tensely and decided that he should ask for help from the Brown Bear Guild. The guy opened the dialogue box and sent a message to Kroken asking for help. The system reported that the other person blocked him. The brunette noticed this in surprise. The arch of flowers emitted a bright glow. The guy raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Alshia approached his cage the next morning, asking what was going on. The elf replied that the guy must have tried to escape and failed, so we paid in full for underestimating the tree. Alshia looked at him sadly and asked if the prisoner was completely fine a few days ago. The brunette looked at him with an exhausted look and said the guy's name. The hero said that he could not even recognize him. Taylor frowned in fear and asked for mercy about the conditions of this topic so that he would never harm him again. The hero was confused but looked at him and asked him to calm down, asking what happened. The brunette rested his head on the board and said that he did all the dirty work, but the people from the guild did not help him at all to avoid such humiliation. Alshia replied that he did not do anything to him, The guy added that his team dared to turn a blind eye to him after everything he did. That's why you should not mess with racists. The hero smiled and said that the prisoner was also a member of the Brown Bear Guild. The brunette looked at him angrily and said that he was a member of the guild, but was not a racist. Alcia asked if Alina was serious about saying that, because there was no difference between drinking and sitting down for a rouge and drunk driving. Taylor looked him in the eyes and said that he was Russian, and the Brown Bear Guild was the pride of Russia and one of the best guilds in the world, and many people would not want to be treated like that. Alcia frowned and said that since he was not an NPC, the black angler headband on him would not work, after which he asked what he was going to do. The prisoner asked what he meant. The hero frowned and asked if he would return to his guild if he was released. Taylor looked at him pitifully in the eyes and said that he was not going to come back, because his allies only spoke of loyalty when they needed him. The hero told him to come back anyway. Taylor looked at him suspiciously and asked why he was asking for this. The hero smiled and said that he needed information about the person they captured, and not only that, because the brunette would continue to be a member of the Brown Bear Guild. The prisoner looked at him in surprise and asked why he needed this. Alcia said that if he didn't like it, he could stay in the cage forever. Taylor exclaimed tensely and said that he liked everything. Alcia asked Fuka to start the video recording and said that their conversation would be recorded, so if the brunette decided to stab him in the back. The guy smiled ominously and finished the sentence by saying that he would publish this recording so that anyone could see it, so if the prisoner didn't want to be pursued by both the Brown Bear Guild and Elijah, then he should do the smart thing. The brunette looked at him sadly and said that he understood what was required of him. The hero smiled and said that he would free him, after which he asked Fuka to call a lumberjack, members of the GLA organization. A little later, a green-haired girl approached the guy with a smile and said that she was a big fan of his. The hero asked if she would help cut the cage. The girl raised an axe and said that she could help with this because she had received recognition of her strength by the elves. Alcia asked her to get to work. The brunette frowned and thought that no matter how he looked at it, the girl looked like a newbie, so he did not understand how she was going to cope with this wood when even he could not do it. The girl smiled and asked if he could bend down. She raised an axe and said that she had an important aspect of the work on the lunar tree felling. The girl swung and said that these factors are the angle of the axe. She squeezed the handle, adding that this also applies to the bending of the wrist. She looked at the guy ominously and added rhythm and strength. Taylor was scared but looked at him. The girl's arms suddenly bulged with muscles. She named the last factor, which was concentration. The next second, the roof of the cell flew into the air. The girl also cut off some of the guy's hair. She raised the axe above her head. The severed hair fell in front of the prisoner's face. The hero looked at him and said that he would count on his cooperation, and that he could not even think about betraying. The brunette bowed his head and agreed with this. The elf praised the woodcutter and said that diligent training had borne fruit. At the wall in the country of the Brown Bear, screams were heard that Taylor had returned. Croken frowned angrily and asked how he managed to do that, since he asked to be saved last night. The advisor replied that he had no idea, but they had to try to calm him down. The leader looked at him and asked why he had to do that. The deputy smiled widely and said that the order to throw him there came from the master. Croken called himself the king. The deputy also added that this excuse only works on simple guild members, and Taylor is different. He frowned and said that the brunette practically helped them build the kingdom from scratch, so they can't throw him away because they got carried away, so they need to appease the guy. The leader looked away, agreed and said that they would talk to him. Taylor sat on a chair with a displeased look. Croken looked at his face and asked how he managed, that he only asked for salvation yesterday. Today he is already walking free. The guy sternly replied that this can be considered a test of friendship. Croken asked him why he did that. The brunette frowned angrily and replied that he would feel it all himself when he got stuck in the center of enemy territory. The king replied that he seemed to have deliberately let them catch him, because it could be understood from his words when he was locked up, and he wanted to return right after collecting information. Taylor raised his hands and said that everything he did was to deceive Alcia. Croken asked him if the rescue message was related to this. The brunette replied that it was necessary, and that in any case he brought interesting information. The man called him and said that the guy was, after all, the best killer in the game. Taylor told him that the man should be careful and not rush into decisions, because in addition to the elves, there is much greater power hidden there. The man touched his chin and said that judging by the atmosphere in their country, he thought they had let their guard down due to success, so it was a good time for their spy to sneak in. Croken turned away from his interlocutor. The brunette frowned and said that he thought the hero was incapable of rooting out spies. The king called it great news, then decided to order everything to be burned after the infiltration. Taylor thought it was a stupid idea. He frowned and thought that from what he had learned about Alshia and the elves, they would definitely start a war to wipe out the country of the brown bear. And although they had a numerical advantage, the hero had a ton of NPCs on his side, and besides, every elf was a monster. He touched his chin and wondered why he was even bothering, since he would benefit if the two of them fought. The king asked him if something was wrong, since he looked pretty weird. Taylor looked at him and said that everything was fine, and that he just thought it was a great idea since burning flowers would be a great provocation. The king agreed and said that it was time for them to start the operation with the spy. The brunette frowned and said that he had a question, then asked if he could visit the underground prison. The king looked down and then asked him why he wanted to do that. The brunette frowned and explained that it was because the guy had humiliated him in every way, so he should respond in kind. The king agreed with his thought. Crokin smiled and said that he was sorry for making the guy feel that way, although he had made a significant contribution to the creation of the country, so if he wanted, he could do whatever he wanted. Taylor lowered his head. The king asked him about his strange hairstyle. The brunette replied that he thought it was a good idea to freshen up his image. Shining flowers enveloped the city. One more name was added to all the other ones, because they began to call it the City of Spirits. Various spirits were flying near the flowers. The voiceover said that after Fuka's live stream, news of the excellent night scenery in the garden and the cute spirits spread throughout the world, and along with the completion of the Milky Way fence, the construction of Elysia was completed. Fluffy blocks floated above the trees in the Lox Forest. System windows opened in front of the organization members, informing them that the group quest to build a city was completed. The guys frowned in surprise after reading the inscription. The system asked them to return to the garden to receive a reward. They looked at each other. The elf said that they did a great job. He smiled and added that they were clumsy at first, but now he is quite skilled in his work. The guys looked at the elf in amazement, raising their hands. The man said that with the skills they learned in this place, no one will look down on them, because working with a moon tree is a difficult task. He closed his eyes and added that they had also learned to live in harmony with nature. The elf turned around and told them to leave. He looked at the bright light of the sun. The elf waved his hand to the side and said that they could come back anytime. The guys covered their faces with their hands, tears rolling down their eyes. He walked away. One of the guys closed his eyes and thanked the elf for everything. He collapsed to the ground. All the guys bowed and thanked the elf in unison for everything he had done for them. They looked after him and added that they would be happy to work with them in the future. The elf closed his eyes and chuckled slightly. May looked at the notification in surprise. The message said that 232 players wanted to move to the garden. The girl wondered if they had hit their heads. Alshia and Samantha looked at the message. The girl added that she didn't even think that they would want to stay after everything they've been through. The guy said that he also didn't understand why they decided to stay despite all the suffering they had gone through because of the elves. Samantha called it a little scary. May looked at the guy's face and said that the GLA is now an official guild. The guy was surprised that they weren't one before. The girl looked down and said that everyone who worked hard together decided to create a guild, and Breeze became the guildmaster, and this time he is doing his best to help the members of the organization get a place in the garden. The guy looked away and said that if they want to, there is no reason to stop them. Giant walked up to them and called out to the hero. The guy smiled and thanked the architect for his hard work. The giant closed his eyes. The hero poked his finger at the system window. The architect said that thanks to this he learned a lot and gained experience. The guy took out a shining shield and said that the architect should take it as a reward for the quest. Samantha was surprised but looked at the item and thought about whether it was the shield she remembered. The architect was surprised and thanked the guy and said that he didn't even know where he could use it, although items with development were quite rare. He closed his eyes, raised his hands and added that he had already received a lot from the hero, so he would like to refuse. Alshia looked him in the eyes and asked if this meant that the architect was suitable. The guy replied that he was worried a lot about his future career, but now that he had risen to another level, wherever he went, he would be treated with respect. He frowned slightly and added that, however, he also realized that this would destroy any possibility of further development in his class, and besides, he would not be able to freely explore and express architectural concepts without restrictions anywhere else. Alshia frowned slightly, looking at him confusedly. Giant said that there was still a lot you wanted to do in this place, so you wanted to stay in the city. The hero frowned tensely, agreed and thought about why, after suffering so much from the elves, everyone decided to stay and not leave. The people were excited to see the spirits. The voiceover said that, unlike the hero's thoughts, Elysia was overflowing with people who wanted to see the spirits in the Milky Way. Alshia put his hands on his belt, looked at the sprout and asked if they could begin. The spirit said that it was a wonderful sight, because she never thought that the power of the spirits would be so strong in this city, so the guy did a good job. He looked at the tree and said that he did not expect her to compliment him, after which he noted that she had grown a lot. The spirit agreed with him and asked what he was going to do this time. Alshia smiled. Hearing the assumption that he personally prepared, the incredible guy confirmed it. He took the shining ball in his hands and said that he was going to remove the seal from Gloria. The guy frowned in confusion. The spirit was surprised that he took it with him. The young man asked if she recognized the ball. The girl answered that they were like her children, and Teen Light also took special care of them. The guy put his hands on his belt and asked if anything happened to Lee. The spirit said that when the demons came to this world, everyone was scared and lost, and Teen Light saved them. The boy frowned and asked her if they were immortal or spirits and why they were sealed. The girl said that the spirit's job was to take care of her, the divine tree, so they were sealed in Gloria so that they could create an environment in which she could safely recover. The boy asked if he could have removed the seal earlier. The tree said that it was obvious, because he hadn't just found them and brought them, but they had been with him the whole time. He touched his chin thoughtfully. The boy smiled awkwardly and turned away, saying that he had just brought them because they were very well hidden. The tree agreed with him and said that he couldn't be such a big fool. The boy took the sphere in his hand and asked her what he should do. The spirit replied that this place was no different from Gloria, she would still bring a lot of benefit, after which she asked him to plant the ball next to her. The boy covered the sphere with earth and asked if he should plant it in this place. The tree agreed and said that now he should take a step back. The boy stepped back. The sphere began to emit a bright glow, breaking through from under the ground. The system announced the removal of the seal from Gloria. The glow intensified even more. The sand in the area was covered with grass. Suddenly, a bright beam of light went to the sky. The system reported that the boy was now directly connected to the spirit world. Thanks to the connection with Gloria, the flowers in the garden will never get sick. Small spirits began to fly around the tree. The system also reported that natural products that can be produced in this place are available for production in Malaysia, and the news that the garden has opened a path to the spirit world spreads throughout the continent. The boy looked at the system notifications and wondered if they were now related to the spirit world, then said that the news that had spread was not that important. What was more important was that the growth powder was now freely available. He blew his finger into the system window and awkwardly asked what fairy jelly was. The system explained that fairy jelly was legendary tier and was made of natural honey made from the pollen balls that formed on the spirits' bodies, and that chefs called it an ingredient of legends, while others called it a panacea for all ailments. The boy smiled widely and said that it was perfect for Samantha since she used the power of spirits. He pointed to the line about spirit cloth and asked if it was made from the spirits themselves. The system said that the cloth was woven by spirits from the fiber extracted from flowers, and that it was almost invisible, barely visible on the skin because it was very thin. The effect granted by the cloth was that it increased movement speed by 20%, increased agility by 15%, and increased evasion by 10%. It also increased magic resistance and significantly increased the charm of the owner. Tu flew past the guy. He said that he was glad that the cloth was not made of spirits, but the cloth was as incredible as jelly, after which he wondered if this spirit came from Gloria. Another spirit flew towards him. The guy waved his hands and said that they were very similar to midges, after which he corrected himself and asked to take care of the divine tree. The spirits returned to the tree. She said that apparently these kids liked him, and that now they would help her. The guy replied that he was pleased to hear this, after which he thought that now he had even less reason to come to the divine tree. Suddenly, a call window from Taylor opened for him. The hero turned and frowned. The brunette asked if he could answer a little kinder. Alshia said that the guy had recently tried to kill him, so he should not have expected anything else. Alshia looked at the system window. The interlocutor said that they were allies now. The hero agreed and asked if he had learned what he needed. The brunette answered affirmatively and said that the guild did not intend to let their friend go, and that he was already serving his 5th term. Alshia backed away a bit and said that they kept arresting him on the most minor charges and throwing him back in jail, then asked if they had any other business. Taylor replied that it had nothing to do with him, and in any case, the good thing is that the prison is not guarded as he thought. The hero frowned in irritation. The brunette said that he could take him past the castle guards and tell him the date of his release. But that was all. Alshia said that this did not look like help at all. He looked angrily at the system window. The interlocutor added that if he did not help with this, he would 100% be caught at the castle gates. The hero agreed and said that he would accept such help, and at the same time Taylor would tell him how to get to the prison. He frowned. Taylor asked him why he did it. The guy answered that he might have to save his comrade himself, and that he didn't know when they would decide to release him, so he should prepare a plan B. Taylor asked if his plan B was to infiltrate the prison. Alshia raised his hand and said that this was why it was only a plan B. The interlocutor agreed and said that he needed a little time. The hero replied that he would start acting on his part. He smiled and added that it had been 2 weeks since the arrest. The flowers in the personal path continued to shine. The elves exclaimed that they would go with the shaman. They looked at him with alarm. The young man said that he would never take them, because he would be in enemy territory, and they were too noticeable. The elves tried to object to him. Alshia put his hand on his head and said that he would agree if they insisted so much. The guys grabbed their ears after hearing the conditions that they should hide them. Tina looked at the guy with a smile and suggested doing it differently. The hero frowned in confusion and asked what she meant. The girl touched her chest and said that the best place to hide a tree was a forest, so she had a great plan. She looked at the guy pitifully and folded her arms. The hero asked if this was really the right choice. The elf confirmed it. Alcia put on the elf ears. The girl touched her face with a smile and said that they suited him very, very well. The hero thought that he did not understand how he agreed to try on these ears. The girl added that they looked very good and that he could walk around with such ears all the time. The guy lowered his head in irritation. The girl began to look at him from all sides. Alcia thought that it was her idea, and that, as it seemed to him, something was wrong because she was fundamentally different from how he imagined her. He looked at the girl with irritation and added that she was even more unpredictable than other elves, after which he wondered if he would be able to finish this business with her normally. Tina said that she was a little shy. She blushed, looked back at the guy and said that she actually wanted to confess something. The young man tensely recoiled and asked what she meant. The elf raised her hand above her head and said that her grandfather and father guarded the previous shaman, so it could be said that the fate of her family and the shaman were intertwined. The young man thought that this insanity was inherited. Tina closed her eyes, folded her hands and said that she would continue the work of her ancestors. She smiled broadly and added that one day she would kill the dragon along with the shaman. The guy frowned angrily and said that this would not happen. He looked at the spirit of plants. The elf cried and asked why. Because if he was a shaman, he should definitely attack the dragon. Because her grandfather and father said that each of them was able to participate in the attack on at least one dragon. Alcia asked the spirit if this was true. The spirit of plants answered that it could not be true. The guy began to walk away. The elf ran after him and said that they could do it together and that they would kill one and make a bracelet out of the dragon. Alcia said that he knew she was lying. The spirit called her funny. The guy added that he was not sure that everything would go well. The next day, warm rays of the sun fell on the western wall of the fortress of the country of the Brown Bear. The soldier yawned heavily and said that he was bored and there was still a lot of time before the end of the working day. Suddenly he looked back, hearing someone call him. The man frowned in surprise. Taylor, enveloped in dark energy, appeared behind him. The man exclaimed in surprise and said that he had nothing to report, after which she asked there what brought him to such a remote place. The brunette frowned and said that there was something that a man should do without opening his mouth, and, of course, this conversation between them never happened. The orc said that the dragon slayers would behead them all. The monsters quickly ran away. They looked at each other. One of the goblins said that people had come. Tina put her blade in front of her and said that they should tell where the dragon is. The guy stopped her and said that if she continued to talk like that. The orc with tears in his eyes said that the girl was talking heresy because they were just mountain bandits. The elf shut him up and replied that if they did not know this, then the only thing left for them was death. The guy asked her about what relation bandits have to dragons. Tina rushed into battle. The orcs screamed loudly. The guy looked at what was happening in confusion. The voiceover said that on the way to the country of the Brown Bear, the elf began to hunt all the orcs she met in the mountain forest, and thanks to this, Alcia received the title of Orc Millstone and also raised his level and income. The girl looked ominously into the face of the frightened orc and asked where the dragon was. The monster replied that she did not ask this in a good way, after which he added that he really did not know this. The hero sadly lowered his gaze and asked how she was going to defeat the dragon, even if they met him. The girl killed all the orcs. The voiceover said that they left behind numerous corpses. The orcs called the girl the Angel of Death. The guys approached the fortress wall on the side of the Brown Bear. The young man said that these were the same western gates that Taylor had spoken of, and that the guard had been given a photo, and there were definitely no dragons in the area, so the girl should remain silent. The guard knight came out to them. The man frowned and asked if Taylor was talking about him. The hero frowned and confirmed this. The man asked them to follow him, thinking about whether it was really him, because he was confident in the face, but the ears were definitely different. Alcia flared with rage, agreeing to go further. The girl looked at him with fear. He smiled maniacally. The man turned to him and thought that, as it seemed to him, no one else had such an aura. The guys went inside the fortress. The soldiers fell silent and looked back at them. Alcia looked around. People began to discuss the fact that elves had come to them and that they could be from the famous Elijah. Passing by the guards, the guy heard a conversation about whether the bandits thought his face was familiar. Tina stopped at the wanted poster. The guy decided that just her ears were not enough. The girl caught his attention. She pointed the guys to the poster, which depicted a monstrous Alcia. The young man was surprised. The elf said that he looked very cool on the flyer. In the photo, the guy was depicted with a maniacal smile. He was surprised that he was wanted. Spirits suddenly appeared next to them. The plant spirit said that the artist was quite talented, and the portrait was very accurate. The hellish spirit added that he even felt the negative energy emanating from the flyer. The elf said with a smile that she expected this from the shaman because he is very popular. The spirits looked at each other. The hellish spirit said that the guy must be happy to be famous. The plant spirit replied that she would like to see such a face in reality. Alshia called them carefree bastards, then said that they only get along with each other when they laugh at him. The townspeople began to look at the guy, discussing that he looks very similar to the wanted man, but he is an elf. The interlocutor said that the guy must be a player, not an NPC, like elves, then suggested that this was a disguise. The guy looked back at them tensely and thought that he needed to think of something. He frowned and thought of something, wondering if this would help. The man extended his hand to the hero and said that he looked suspicious. Suddenly he stopped and frowned in surprise. Alshia looked back at them. His nose was very long. The guy asked the man Tom if he could help them with something. The guard recoiled and said that he thought he was mistaken. The heroes replied that everything was fine. The men began to leave, and then they discussed how the elves of the new world should be handsome, but as it turned out, this was not the case. The guy looked back at the ally who had addressed him. The girl asked with tears in her eyes if he really said that he doesn't like flowers, after which she called it a lie and said that she doesn't believe it. The system reported that the guy activated the cursed wooden doll's tongue skill, the effect of which granted the chance to completely deceive the NPC. And if he suddenly fails to deceive the NPC, then his nose will be enlarged and a provocation effect will be imposed. The girl cried with a smile and again said that she was sure that it was a lie. She said to the plant spirit that she thought she believed it after all. Alshia said that he really lied. He shed a few tears, turned away and added that he didn't like it, but at least everything would be calm during this time. Dim lights illuminated the bar counter. The guys were sitting at a table opposite Taylor. He looked at the hero and said that he wouldn't be able to recognize him with such ears and nose. If he knew that the guy would come like that, he wouldn't have bribed the guard. The elf suddenly pulled out her sword. She pointed it at the guy and said that he shouldn't speak so rudely about the shaman. The brunette awkwardly apologized. Alshia frowned and asked him about when his ally would be released. The brunette looked him in the eye and said that it was a bit problematic. Alshia asked if he was planning a trick. Taylor replied that he wouldn't say anything about the problem, and besides, if he did, the hero would immediately publish the video. The young man looked him in the eye and asked what the problem was. The interlocutor explained that the situation was made to look like his friend killed the prison guard. He frowned and added that there was a limit on repeated forced imprisonment in prison, and this complicated the problem with long-term imprisonment, so they specifically sent guild members to provoke a fight, and he would deliberately lose so that the system would recognize their friend as a prisoner. Alshia frowned angrily and asked if that was really why he had started a fight that had led to his death. Internet looked him in the eye and explained that the structure of the upper and lower classes was absolute and that he was at the very top of it. The hero asked him why they were treating him like that. Taylor ignored the question and replied that his friend would not be able to get out of prison anytime soon. Alshia looked him in the eye and said that he would wait for his release, but that it would be difficult to maintain such a disguise for several days, after which he asked if he had brought him a map of the prison. The brunette was surprised and asked if he was really going to get in there. The hero smiled and said that he would just take one person out. Taylor said that in words everything was very easy, but in reality there were a lot of guild members in the city center, after which he asked how the guy was going to get into prison. Alshia frowned and said that he was not talking about a frontal attack, and that was why he needed a map, because according to Giant, every castle had a sewer, and they just needed to find a passage into the prison, so the guy should hurry up and give him the plans. The hero pointed at a piece of paper and said that they would get to the waterways under the prison and drill a hole in the ceiling, then make a hole into the prison. Taylor put his hands on the table and asked if it was possible, and if the guy had the right skill, because the hole could not be made without the necessary higher mining skills. He frowned slightly and added that even if the skill level was low, it was possible. Alshia lowered his head and said that he had prepared something, so he could not worry and just distract the guards. He looked at his interlocutor with a smile and asked if they would begin the operation right now. The guys walked on the water. Taylor said that this waterway was outside the castle, as indicated on the drawing. The guys stood in front of the entrance. The brunette added that it was possible to enter the castle from there, but in fact, he did not know if the paths were somehow connected. The hero said that he would not know until he tried, and asked the elf to help with the grate. She waved her sword. She took the severed rods in her hands. The guy went inside and said that this was an excellent result and they could go further. And suddenly they noticed something in surprise. A system window appeared in front of them, saying that the guys had entered the hidden underground waterways of the capital's castle. The guys went inside. Taylor said that they had never bothered to look for such places. The hero said that a dungeon was this or something else. It did not matter as long as he could get to the right place. The brunette stopped at the exit and said that he would go distract the guards in the prison. The young man replied that as soon as they were there, he would send a message, so Taylor should be ready. He frowned and said that it was time to go. The guy picked up the blueprints, looked ahead and said that he thought this place looked different than on the map because the path shouldn't branch. The guys were standing in front of 4 different passages. Alshia came a little closer. The system said that for those who lost their history, there is no tomorrow. The guy frowned and said that they didn't forget, they lost, after which he decided that this was some kind of hint. The system transmitted a message from the royal family's historian, who said that his family had kept a chronicle of history for many centuries, but now he would make the last entry of history. The stupid king and aristocrats had abandoned their traditions and lost the history of the kingdom, so he came alone, in search of the legend of the royal family. The guys were surprised by what they read. The guy said that he didn't know how this information would help him. The girl decided that the guardian could be a dragon. She smiled enthusiastically and said that her grandfather once told her that kingdoms with a long history could have dragons that protected them. The guy asked her about why the dragon did not appear when he learned that the kingdom had fallen. The elf looked ahead tensely. The guy added that he found it hard to believe that this was really the guardian. Another message opened in front of them. The system transmitted a message that it was too late to go back, so the man decided to burn all records of this place and erase it from history, because it did not matter anymore if the history of their kingdom had come to an end, but by his will the guardian would be forgotten forever along with his kingdom. The guy lifted the sheet with a drawing and said that this is why the plan is different, which means that the historian changed the records. The girl asked him about what they should do. Alshia frowned. He headed into one of the passages and said that they needed to go and explore this entire creepy dungeon, but first they needed to go along the path in the far right corner. Suddenly, a demonic spirit appeared in the air and said that they didn't have to go inside because there had to be another way. A plant spirit appeared on the girl's head. The demonic one tried to convince them that everything was very obvious, because something would definitely jump out at them. Tina was glad that it could be a dragon. The guy turned away, frowned and asked them to be quiet, after which he said that it was clear to him that something would be wrong, since even the plan would not match. But now saving his comrade was priority number 1. They went inside. The guy said that it was much more spacious inside than he thought, and the path was straight, without side passages, so, as it seemed to him, it didn't look like there were any secret passages around, but there was a disgusting smell, as if something was rotting. They suddenly looked around worriedly. The elf smiled in anticipation. The guy assumed it was a monster, and the girl that it was a dragon. Suddenly they noticed something. A beaten and rotting alive wolf walked towards them. He rested his front paws on the floor and howled loudly. The system reported the appearance of a rotting giant wolf. The guy quickly looked back at the girl and looked ahead. The elf sadly said that it was not a dragon. He grabbed his shovel. The girl sadly looked away. The guy said that it was an undead class monster, so he and the plant spirit should attack it, after which he used the spiritual elbow. The wolf quickly ran towards the guy. He made a small maneuver and approached the young man. The wolf struck him. The guy ducked, dodging it. He swung his shovel. Alshia hit the wolf. The monster pushed off his weapon with its hind legs. Surprised, he looked back. The wolf attacked him with his front paw. The guy covered himself with his shoulder blade. He frowned angrily and exhaled heavily. The young man rested his feet on the floor. He turned around and swung his right hand to strike. The wolf looked at this in surprise. Suddenly, a squeal was heard through the sewer. The young man slid along the floor. The monsters looked at him with irritation. A large bump was visible on his head. He headed for the attack again in the forehead. The guy exclaimed angrily. Tina gritted her teeth and said that this was not a dragon, some stinking dog. She stood between the wolf and the guy and swung her sword. She took a step forward. The wolf's blood remained on the tip of her sword. Tina made a few more blows, cutting the flesh of the monsters in different places. The system reported defeating the decaying wolf. As a reward for this, the guy received the fangs of a giant wolf, decaying skin. The guy looked at the disappearing paw and said that the girl killed him. He frowned with a smile, looked at her back and said that she was an elf after all. The girl thought with annoyance about why there was no dragon there. The guy was surprised to notice a message that he received a fragment of the map of the hidden underground waterway of the castle. Alshia wondered if he needed to collect all the pieces. He looked back at the demonic spirit, who said that they had nothing left to do about it. The plant spirit mockingly smiled and asked if he returned after escaping, after which she called him a useless coward. The demonic spirit replied that he was also doing useful work. He knelt down. The girl said with a smile that while someone is working hard to kill the monster, the other is busy running away. The boy looked at the demon spirit and asked why it was so stubbornly avoiding battles. The boy looked into its eyes and said that it was sometimes scary. He raised his hands up and asked not to pity him, because in any case there was nothing further, no hidden switches, because he had checked everything. After which he added that the rest of the map fragments should be found by going along other paths at the crossroads. The boy smiled confidently and suggested checking other paths. Frowning, he said that they would go to the next path. In the next passage, they encountered a bony white horse in battle. In the third path, they were attacked by a giant bat of dark shadow. In the final, fourth path, they met a frightened rodent. The system reported the completion of collecting fragments of the map of the hidden underground waterway of the castle. The guy looked at the drawing with a smile and said that as he thought, this map was different from the last one, and that he saw many suspicious places. But first they had to get to the place where the underground prison was located, and that this map was quite detailed, so it would be easier to navigate. He raised his head and asked why the monsters were classified as undead. The spirit replied that the fact that the dead bodies were still alive and moving meant that there was a dark force at work in this place. Alcia looked at the happy elf and said that maybe Idrin was not the guardian. The girl suggested that it was a black dragon. The guy asked her if she was tired of talking about dragons. They looked into the dark passage. The guy said that in any case, this part of the ceiling was the floor of the prison cell where his friend was imprisoned. He raised his head, frowned, and suggested starting a rescue operation. Tina and Alcia stood in the dungeon. The hero extended his hand and used the Mirage Soldier summon. Rebels with pickaxes immediately appeared. They asked if they needed to dig down. The brunette smiled and replied that they were in the underground waterways under the prison. This meant that the ceiling above them was the prison floor. The shaman pointed upward, and the elf applauded. The soldiers were surprised. The guy said that they would dig through the ceiling. According to the map plan, the height of the waterway walls was about 4 meters. It would be difficult to dig directly. The hero grinned and said that they would dig at a 45-degree angle into the wall, and then at an angle in the other direction of 2.8 meters to reach the floor of the prison cell. The men were shocked. They exclaimed that this was a huge job. The brunette opened his inventory. The soldiers watched with interest. Alcia gave each of them a potion. Energy drinks for miners. Item level, rare. Item use requirements, none. A drink for those who work in the dark. Effect 1, the efficiency of the digging skill is greatly increased. Effect 2, the reduction in stamina from physical labor is reduced. The soldiers drank the potions. They were immediately filled with energy. They exclaimed that they felt a surge of strength. It was time to get to work. The entrance to the prison of Brown Bear's country, the above ground guard station. A man was sitting at the table. Taylor approached him. The guard stood up, greeting him. The brunette said that he was just worried that the guards had been given an unbearable burden, and they barely had time to stand up. The interlocutor smiled and said that everything was fine. Taylor looked at the stairs and asked how things were in the underground prison. The guard looked at the count and said that the story of the repeat offender who killed the prison guard was a small problem, since he was an Italian. Ever since the number of Italians performing guard duty in their place began to increase, incidents have been increasing. The brunette opened his inventory. The guard was surprised. The guy said he could imagine how hard this job was for him. Taylor pulled out a bottle of alcohol and looked at his interlocutor. He said that nothing could relax him better than this. Elite Scotch whiskey. When consumed, it causes a drunken effect. The guard was embarrassed and tried to refuse, justifying himself by saying that he was on duty. Meanwhile, the player poured whiskey into a glass and said that the boss was not here. The brunette winked at the guard and offered to drink to his hard work. Whiskey spilled from the glass. Laughter was heard. The guard was all red from intoxication and muttered how he was not happy with so many new prisoners during a shortage of personnel. Taylor echoed all his complaints. The guard waved his hand, while the count nodded silently. The man said that the new Italians did not have a sense of responsibility for such work. He hastened to add that Taylor was, of course, an exception. A sound was heard. The guard turned around and asked if the other man had heard anything. They looked towards the stairs. The man said he could swear there had been noises coming from the prison cells. The count looked at the guard and said he hadn't heard anything. The brunette suggested he was just drunk. The man smiled and agreed that he had been too sensitive lately. He happily agreed to her 1 glass of whiskey. Taylor was tense. He thought that Alcia had finally arrived. A head appeared from under the floor. Scottman recoiled and cried out in fear. The hero frowned and asked the guy to be quiet. The brunette climbed out of the hole in the floor. A pink-haired elf peeked out after him. The shaman said he expected to find himself right in the prison cell, but it seemed they were a little mistaken. The girl addressed the hero by name and noticed that they had finally reached the prison. The blonde grabbed the bars. The brunette was standing opposite him in the corridor. Scottman asked if he was Jeho. The hero replied that who else could have come here for him. The interlocutor drew attention to his friend's nose and ears, but he waved it off. Alcia looked at the prisoner with displeasure and said that it was not that easy to get here. He turned to his companion and asked her to take care of the bars. The girl smiled and took out a sword. Scottman looked at her and said that an ordinary sword would not get rid of the bars. Tina cut the bars in one motion. The guy stood in shock. The hero asked again what he had said earlier. A sign appeared in front of the blonde. If you leave the cell, you will become an escaped prisoner. He made an obscene gesture at the notification. The shaman looked at him and asked if he really killed the guard. The guy turned to his friend and said that the villain came with very low HP, ran into him and died, hitting his head. They deliberately made him a criminal. The brunette noted that the opponents were very persistent and it was time for them to get out of here. He pointed to a hole in the floor and said that they needed to go down and get out through the waterway. Someone called out to the hero from behind. The friends turned around. In the next cell sat a blonde man in a turban. The man was shocked. He asked if it was really the same one who captured Taylor, the enemy of the Idran royal family, the famous Alshia, a monster of the desert. The brunette looked at the prisoner with irritation. His friend laughed. The shaman replied that he was mistaken. The blonde man clung to the bars and asked not to leave him. He introduced himself as the third prince of Idran, Paizo. The hero assumed that he was an NPC. The brunette read the notification windows. Your opponent is telling the truth. Thanks to your achievements in the fight against the Brown Bear's country, the sympathy buff was activated. The shaman was surprised that someone from the royal family survived. Alshia passed by the cell. The prisoner asked him to observe the minimum rules of decency when talking to him. The hero said it was nice to meet him and said goodbye. The blonde immediately apologized. The guy looked at the prince and asked why he needed to save him. He answered because the hero was against the Brown Bear's country. The brunette turned to Paizo and said that he was only there to save a friend. He was not in a situation to save anyone. The prince promised him a reward. The blonde panicked. The guy said that there was a royal treasury in this castle. He was left alive because only someone with royal blood from the country of Idran could open it. The prince offered part of the treasure as a reward. The hero leaned ominously toward the prisoner and asked again. The blonde offered 9-1. The shaman pointed his finger and demanded 8-2, where 2 would go to the prince. The guy protested. They agreed on 50-50. The elf freed the prince from the cell. The brunette thought that he couldn't carry more treasures because of the inventory limit. The hero pointed to a hole in the floor and said that they needed to go down there. The prince stopped him. He cried out that there were many loyal servants of the Idran kingdom among the captives. The hero sighed and asked Tina to free them all. Scottman and Alshia turned to the grateful crowd behind them. The brunette hurried them down. The elf heard footsteps and informed her companion about it. The shaman and the pink-haired girl hid on either side of the exit. The guy whispered that they needed to deal with the guest in one fell swoop. Someone went down below. Alshia and Tina stuck their weapons into Taylor. The brunette looked at the heroes in surprise. The brunette recognized his ally and said that it was a misunderstanding. They continued to strike. The count asked to stop. The hero stood contentedly with a flower trowel. The pink-haired girl was also smiling. Taylor was dissolving. Alshia apologized for his mistake. You have defeated the infamous assassin Taylor. The surviving residents of the former Idran kingdom applaud your achievement. Their opinion of you has improved dramatically. The crowd looked at the shaman in admiration. He turned to look at the cheering people. The opinion of the residents, noble families, and escaped royals of the former Idran kingdom about you has reached its maximum. The prince looked at the hero happily and thanked him on behalf of his brothers and sisters who died in the coup. The brunette looked at the map, searching for the treasury. The interlocutors turned to the voice. Behind them stood a gray-haired man in a turban. He exclaimed that he used forbidden necromancy to hide this map and did not understand how the hero found it. Alshia replied that he had collected it after defeating the monsters and asked the name of the interlocutor. The blonde introduced the man as Lord Zulkin. The necromancer looked at the prince and said that he had done what he had to. He could not allow the fools above to know of his existence. The brunette looked at him in surprise and asked what it meant. Zulkin hesitated before answering who was there. The elf was enveloped in pink energy. She said that there was a dragon. The lord confirmed her words. Tina smiled ominously. The hero grabbed his head in panic. His friend was surprised. Everything was 100% doomed to disaster. Jeho regretted that he could not close Tina's ears at that moment. The girl happily jumped near the hero. The prince looked at the lord in surprise. The man said that the dragon, having been forgotten by the royal family, remained only in historical records. Zulkin assured that the creature was deep under the castle of Idran. The blonde was shocked. The old man looked at his interlocutor seriously. He said that the guy should believe him because the previous rulers did not believe, and that is why their kingdom was lost. The prince frowned with displeasure and demanded not to insult the royal family. The brunette put his hand on his shoulder. Behind them, Tina was still squealing happily. Alshia told the blonde to check another time if the dragon existed, and now it was time to leave. He felt an ominous aura behind him and turned around. The elf looked at the hero bloodthirstily. She kept muttering that they should find and kill the dragon. The brunette replied that they would not be able to defeat it. Scottman looked at his friend and offered to bring more elves. The shaman looked at him with displeasure. The pink-haired girl was upset. Alshia said that there was no need to call anyone because he owned a flower shop. The girl looked at the hero pitifully and asked if he really was not going to fight the dragon. The guy buried his face in the map. He looked at Zulkin and asked if it would be a problem that he had found the map and would he have to kill the dragon. The old man looked at his interlocutor and answered in the negative, because he simply wanted to prevent the map from falling into the wrong hands. The shaman looked at him and asked what exactly had happened, why the kingdom had fallen despite the keeper. The man closed his eyes and answered that he had found a dragon sleeping underground, and immediately realized that this creature was the keeper of Idren. However, the dragon was in a bad mood because its sleep had been interrupted. The brunette grimaced and noted that you can get stabbed by waking someone from sleep. Everyone looked at him in fear. Alshia assured them that he did not hit people who woke him up. The prisoners lied, believing him. The Lord looked at the hero and said that the keeper would not forgive them if he was woken up again. He frowned and said that this was why he used forbidden necromancy to hide the map. The man looked at the boy with fear and said that he tried to prevent the awakening of a dragon that could destroy the world. The brunette did not understand how one could call a guardian someone who would go berserk from awakening and who could destroy the kingdom. The old man coughed and suggested that this was the price for ignoring his existence and forgetting about him for hundreds of years. The Lord began to sweat. The hero looked at him. The man said that as a historian he could not allow part of history to disappear, so he hid the map instead of burning it. The brunette clarified that because it was impossible to use the map, he hid it so as not to give it to anyone and use it himself later. The old man denied it. The shaman headed for the exit. Everyone followed him. The boy said that history was not that important and it was time for them to stop wasting time. The elf kept dreaming about the dragon. The prisoners, led by Alshia, climbed into the dungeon. The hero studied the map. The prince was surprised by the hidden path along the water. The Lord showed the brunette a point on the map and told him how to get to the treasury. The blonde looked at the shaman and said that he would order Zulkan and his people to move to the exit. In order to enter the treasury, they only needed the prince. The blonde said goodbye to the Lord and his subjects. Alshia turned to the elf and his friend and told them to fill their pockets with treasure. Scottman suggested that this should not be said in front of the person to whom these jewels belonged. Spirits were sitting on the hero's shoulder. The prince approached the protagonist. The brunette asked if there were guards in front of the treasury. The interlocutor answered that the last time he was dragged there were no guards. Apparently, they relaxed their vigilance since the door cannot be opened by just anyone. Paizo looked seriously at the brunette. The hero was sure that if NPCs ruled this kingdom, guards would be everywhere. They blindly trust the game system, and they are definitely too lazy to guard all parts of the castle. Scottman approached his friend and asked how he came up with the idea of digging his way up and how he was going to steal the treasure behind the enemy's backs. The guy replied that he would simply take what he had agreed upon with the owner. He added that Taylor had helped him get in. The fair-haired man was surprised. The brunette said that he felt sorry for the count because the guild hadn't lifted a finger for him. Scottman was surprised how Taylor could betray his guild. The hero pointed to the smiling elf. His friend realized that the killer had a hard time in Elysia. They moved along the tunnel along the water. The brunette stopped in surprise. There was a dead end in front of them. Alshia said that this was the right place according to the map. The guy frowned. Thanks to the Tomb Raider achievement, you have discovered a hidden passage. One of the bricks in front of the shaman's face was glowing. He pressed it under surprised looks. A passage opened in the wall. Everyone was shocked and asked how the hero knew about this. The shaman headed for the entrance and replied that he was lucky. His friends looked after him in surprise. The elf smiled. They walked along a long corridor. This path passes under the capital of the kingdom. The hero grumbled that he still did not see the treasury. The blonde looked around the corner and said that he knew the way further. In front of them were doors with a blue seal. The guy noted that there were no guards. The prince approached the door. The brunette asked how he would open it. Paizo tensed up. He stretched out his hands and said, I, the official heir to the kingdom of Idren, Paizo Idren, command you as the heir to the throne. Open up. The treasury opened. The hero was surprised and asked if it was a spell. Scottman and Alshia turned to the elf. She explained that it was the power of words, a special power hidden in words, similar to magic, but superior to it in level. The girl assumed that this power flows in the veins of the royal family of Idren. The brunette was impressed. He looked at the notification window. You learned about the power of words. The guy wondered why he needed this. You are the heir of Bryzel, the king of the cursed kingdom of Copia. You have inherited the power of words that belong to Bryzel. At your current level, you have access to one-word power. The hero was amazed. The power of words suffer pain, continuously inflicts damage proportional to intelligence, reducing the target's movement speed, attack speed, and agility. The curse is in effect continuously as long as you have mana to spend. The brunette shrank. Of all the words, he got some kind of curse. Tina and Scottman called the hero to enter the treasury. Inside, the room was filled with gold. The companions looked around. Scottman did not believe his eyes. He wondered why his friend was so calm and unimpressed. The hero looked away. The brunette thought that there was 3 times more gold in the Bryzel treasury. The guy suggested that his friends hurry up and take their share. The heroes greedily raked in the coins. The spirits chose the gems. You have collected too much treasure. Speed and agility will be reduced. You have exceeded the maximum limit. Endurance is slowly decreasing. The prince watched the three and asked if they had enough. Someone shouted, "Thieves." The companions turned around. A bald guard stood at the entrance to the room. Those present exchanged displeased glances. The guard exclaimed how they dared to steal the treasures of the Brown Bear's kingdom. The prince replied that they were the property of the Idran kingdom. The guard recognized Paizo and the protagonist. Before he could pronounce his name, the guard's head flew off. The elf looked ominously at the enemy who dared to pronounce the shaman's name with his filthy mouth. The hero shuddered. Scottman noticed that it was a player, not an NPC, and soon everyone would come running because of the siren. The companions hurried to the exit, dragging bags of gold. A crowd of guards were waiting for them at the exit. The heroes panicked. They could not fight in such a state. The guy frowned. The shaman put his hand forward and activated the power of the word. Suffer from pain. You have been restricted by the order of a noble creature. The soldiers could not move normally. They were enveloped in a curse. They panicked. The hero was nervous. His mana was quickly leaking. He asked his friend to be a tank. Scottman took out his sword and asked what his partner was doing. The brunette quickly assembled a wreath of flowers. His companion was shocked and asked why. The shaman finished. You have completed the hastily made magic wreath of transcendence. The speed of mana recovery has increased dramatically. Returns half of the used mana when used. The hero put on the wreath. Flow of magical power. Thanks to a large number of buffs, mana flows back. Blue rays gushed from the guy's eyes. A friend nearby was scared. Everyone was screaming in panic. Notification window. You have sent a message to the Brown Bears Guild. Emergency. Send guild members to the treasury right now. The guards ran down the corridor. They were discussing the appearance of a monster. The soldiers approached the entrance to the treasury and looked inside. Their eyes widened. There was a battle in the room. The elf was mercilessly cutting up her opponents. Scottman was fighting back with a sword, and the hero was shooting beams from his eyes. The soldiers were shocked. The brunette looked at one of the enemies and hit him with a blue light. He did not understand how to stop this. The guild members looked at the long-eared one and discussed that Alcia must be somewhere nearby. The soldiers were nervous. They rushed at Tina in a crowd. The girl struck. The guards attacked her. One of them shouted that the elves were not invincible. The main thing is that the attack succeeds. The player swung at the pink-haired girl. She barely managed to dodge. The girl staggered. The enemies decided to take advantage of this moment. The soldier lunged with his sword, but the elf jumped and dodged. A cut appeared on her cheek. She struck the enemy and landed on the ground. Everyone around shrank in fear. Tina frowned. Blood was running down her cheek. The enemies noticed that they had managed to wound her. The girl thought that they were weak, but there were too many of them. Scottman noticed that the elf was surrounded. The hero turned to his friend, almost hitting him with the rays from his eyes. The guy asked his interlocutor to take off the wreath. The brunette turned away from the enemies and understood his hands. He replied that he must continue to use the power of words. His friend looked away and said that they would have to throw away the treasures from the inventory due to overload. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape. The shaman did not want to leave the gold. The friend looked at him with displeasure and asked since when he was interested in more than just flowers. The hero said that if only he could time it right to get into the secret passage. You gained a new level. The guy said that he was too busy trying to avoid death. The mana level increases by 50 due to the use of the power of words. Increases the power of words. The shaman was surprised. He took off the wreath and checked the amount of mana. Scottman fought off enemies. The guy shouted why his friend did not use a curse. The hero replied that he wanted to check something. Level 132. Alcia, Shaman. Strength 436. Intelligence 137. Agility 303. Endurance 313. Mana 304. The guy's eyes widened. His mana reached over 300, which meant he could use it. You took out the hourglass of the frozen desert. The hero raised the hourglass up and used the golden golem summon. The boy wondered if he would be able to summon him. The shaman looked at the notification in surprise. Summon Golden Golem, Guardian Deity of Copia. Select the wealth to be used for the summoning. The wealth will form the Golden Golem's body. The more gold you use, the stronger its attack and more stamina. If wealth with special characteristics is used, the effect will be applied to the golem. After you recall the golem, only 50% of the used wealth will be returned. The boy hesitated. He shouted at his friend to take out all the gold from his inventory. The companion thought that he had finally decided to run away. The brunette turned around, looking for the prince. The blonde was hiding behind a mountain of coins. The shaman asked him for a favor. He extended his hand. The boy asked Paizo if survival was a priority now. The prince answered in the affirmative. The shaman looked at his interlocutor and asked to borrow his gold. The blonde froze in shock. Everything around him vibrated. The soldiers panicked. They looked at the hero. The brunette sent the coins for the summoning. He smiled and shouted that he was choosing all the iron gold. The shaman bared his teeth. The guy would rather give everything than lose to others. The prince whined that this was not part of their deal. The brunette took the hourglass, summoning the golden golem. The floor split. The golden golem was summoned. A huge creature appeared from the ground. The guards looked on in amazement. They got scared and ran away. The guild members were shocked. The men said that they could not handle this monster. Level 980. Transcendent Golden Golem. The creature loomed over the opponents. This monster is far beyond the level that a player can handle. The brunette smiled and gave a thumbs up. The prince was gloomy. The shaman said that iron gold is the best, its efficiency is at its best. Alshia grinned. His friend looked at him in surprise. The brunette said that with all the treasures in the treasury, the golem had exceeded its expected efficiency. It was different from the golden sand golem Bryzel. Scottman asked if his companion was really a shaman. He replied that he was the owner of the flower shop. The guy checked how much time was left until the end of the summoning and said that they needed to have time to escape. The golem slapped its hands on the floor. Alshia assured that they had plenty of time. He smiled. The guy turned to the golem and ordered it to clear the way for escape and get them out of here alive. Croken slammed his fist on the table. The bald man was furious. He shouted how his subordinates had allowed the prison break, the tomb robbery, and the kidnapping of the royal offspring. The servant looked at the leader and replied that this was the work of Alshia and the elves. The leader said that there were only 2 of them. The guard looked at the master and replied that one of them was just a monster, but that was not all. The second king looked at him. The servant said that a raid monster had appeared inside the treasury that the prince had opened. The leader was surprised. He had received a message from the guild members. The soldiers had reported a golden golem. Croken and his subordinate were nervous. Everything was shaking. The servant assumed that they had fallen into a trap. The guild leader turned to look at his interlocutor and asked again. The bald man assumed that even the fact that they had captured his friend could have been Alshia's original plan. The king was surprised that the shaman had originally aimed to take the prince. The guard narrowed his eyes. He said that he had checked the prison and found a passage through the floor. How many people could have known about a secret passage, let alone a treasury? The leader nervously bit his finger. He wondered who had leaked the information about the prince. The servant asked if the name Red was familiar to him. Croken was surprised that it was really that little one with the mage class. The guard looked serious, saying that the wizard insisted that it was because of the quest. But there is a rumor that he did it because of the items from the flowers. The leader looked at the interlocutor in confusion and asked again. The king got angry and ordered to get rid of the traitor immediately. They froze, remembering the golem. Everything was shaking. The interlocutors got nervous and ran out into the street. They stood on the fortress wall and looked down. Croken was amazed. A huge golden golem carried the heroes away from the castle. The shaman sighed contentedly. A view of the city opened up before them. The brunette smiled, reading the notification. His friend glanced at him. Alshia was happy. He can give orders to the golem. The duration of the summoned golem, 14 minutes 23 seconds. The companions looked at the shaman and asked about his further actions. The hero smiled and ordered the creature to destroy the fortress wall and move towards Elysia. A new order was received. The golem turned its head and struck the fortress. The brunette watched contentedly. The elf admired the shaman, and his friend was amazed by his ruthlessness. The prince mourned his castle. Croken sweated. He was furious. The entire world knew about the Alshia escape operation. The treasury of the Idran royal family. The leader and his subject looked around. The leader asked if there was any news from the pursuing group. The man replied that the golem that entered the Shuar forest suddenly disappeared. The king grabbed his head. The guild member suggested that the golem was not originally owned by the player, but by the royal family, and perhaps the treasury was the place where it was imprisoned. They walked through the ruins. Croken said that the shaman had planned everything from the beginning. He was surprised that there was no treasure here, because this place is not very suitable for imprisoning a monster. The man looked at the notification in surprise. Ojik, the guardian deity of the Idran kingdom, awakens from his sleep due to the commotion. Ojik is very angry when he notices that his treasure has disappeared. The king was afraid. Everything shook. The players looked up in fear. A voice was heard. "Who are you?" The companions froze. "You have heard the voice of a great ancient being. You fell into a state of fear, helplessness, weakness." The leader felt incredible pressure. Ojik mistook you for a robber. The voice demanded an answer. Croken introduced himself as the king of the brown bear's country. The dragon said that he had never heard of it. He asked what he was doing here. The bald man did not have time to answer. Ojik assumed that the kingdom had fallen. He said that this was expected because they believed that idleness was forever and they became complacent. The king nervously said that this place belonged to them now. The dragon asked where all the treasures they dedicated to him had gone. The players were surprised. The keeper said that his treasures used to be in this place. The leader staggered. He thought that this was the treasury of the Idran kingdom. The dragon replied that he could understand when they used some, but apparently the treasury had been plundered. The keeper was irritated by this, but he would give the king a chance. The bald man asked again in surprise. Ojik explained that he should make up for the lost treasures as the new king. Then he would turn a blind eye to his mistake. The man tensed up. He exclaimed that they were also victims, so why take out their anger on them? The dragon ordered to catch the thief. Otherwise, he would go out to search on his own. The earth shook again. The players covered their heads with their hands. The guild leader promised to do everything. The keeper said that he should be obeyed from the very beginning. People always have to be threatened to make them act. Kroken sweated. His subject waited in fear. The dragon said that he would wait for the results. The second king panicked. He cursed. The duration of the summoned golem ended. The summoning was cancelled. Half of the materials were returned and placed in the inventory. The inventory capacity limit was exceeded. Random items spilled onto the floor. Shuar Mountain Forest. A mountain of gold lay in front of the companions. The prince was happy about the return of the treasure. Scottman looked at his friend and asked if he always played this game for his abilities. The shaman replied that he usually ran a flower shop. The companion asked what they should do with the gold, since they couldn't just leave it all there. The brunette frowned and agreed that they couldn't leave it for a random passerby. The shaman approached the treasure. An elf was standing behind him. The hero was thinking that it would be great to hide what he couldn't take away now. The girl offered him an idea. The guy turned to look at her. Tina smiled. The hero looked tense. She suggested asking the local orcs for help, since they definitely knew such places. Alshia clarified that the girl wanted to ask those they mercilessly killed. Scottman leaned towards his friend and whispered to him that the elf was very strange. The hero thought about it. Then he smiled ominously and replied that it was a good idea. His friend was surprised. The Shuar Mountain Forest, the place where the orcs lived. The monsters ran away in fear. They shouted that the elves were close and why they had returned after the massacre. The trio blocked the orcs' way. The hero looked at them calmly, while the elf showed her sword. The hero said that he had come with a request. The brunette headed towards the treasure. The monsters obediently followed him. The shaman looked at the gold. The orcs were shocked. The guy said that he had brought the two of them precisely because of this. Alshia turned to the monsters. Behind him was a mountain of coins. The monsters asked what it was. The hero answered that it all belonged to them, but they had no way to take it all away. Therefore, he would like to leave it for safekeeping. The orc looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked if he really wanted to leave the gold with them. The guy answered affirmatively and asked if they had a suitable place. The orcs looked at each other in fear. They smiled and assured that the nest of their warriors was the safest place. The shaman immediately rejected this idea, saying that Tina alone could kill them all. The monsters were upset. The hero turned to his friend. He said that rankers often attacked orcs. The brunette frowned and thought that they needed a better place. The orc looked at the shaman and said that they had one place in mind. The Shuar Bank, which governs the territory of the Shuar Forest, although the orcs are the only customers. The brunette leaned towards him ominously and asked again. The orc frowned and said that there was one problem. It was the Goblin Bank. The guy frowned and asked what was wrong. He turned to his friend. He was surprised that the shaman had not met a single goblin in all this time. Everyone turned to the elf. She said that goblins are very greedy, and when it comes to gold, they seem to go crazy. The orc added that at the same time, they are excellent masters of the mechanisms used to keep treasures safe. The hero turned his gaze to the orc and asked what the problem was. In response, he heard that goblins are a race that is naturally prone to lying. There is a high probability of getting stabbed in the back. The brunette stood opposite the orc. Alshia asked why he called this place a bank then. The monster replied that the treasures were kept there in complete safety. He looked at the shaman and assured him that he would definitely be fine. The brunette asked if he was in cahoots with the goblin. The orc replied that he did not want to die. He meant that even if the goblin deceived them, they would be able to take theirs back. The monsters drooped. The elf looked at them ominously from over the hero's shoulder. Scottman looked at his friend in confusion and asked what happened on the way to the castle. The guy reached out for the gold. He said that before beating the goblin, they should first talk to him. Alshia gave the orcs a handful of coins and ordered them to take them to the bank and call their fellow tribesmen to protect the rest. The orc quickly agreed. A deep gorge. The monster led the heroes past rusty mechanisms. He told them not to move away because there were plenty of traps. They stopped in front of the gate. The companions looked up at the loudspeaker. A voice asked who was there. The orc replied that he had brought a client. The voice asked what brought him here. The monster explained that today's client was not him, but an elf behind him. The voice was displeased that an elf had been brought here. The hero frowned. The orc repeated in confusion that it was a bank client. The shaman looked resolutely and said that he wanted to leave his things for safekeeping. The gate opened slightly. They went inside. The voice asked why the elves needed such a thing. The friends were surprised. A small goblin in a suit stood in front of them. He asked again in surprise if they really wanted to use the bank. The manager of the Shuar Forest Goblin Bank branch, NPC Chundler. The hero looked at him and asked if it was possible. The goblin assured him that it was possible, it was just that the elves had always been their sworn enemy. Their whole life was running away from elven attacks. The brunette turned to Tina. She said that she had heard about it from her elders, because goblins were creatures that destroyed the natural environment. She had a bloodthirsty look. She said that now was not the time to separate his head from his body, because Alshia wanted to work with him. The goblin trembled. The shaman leaned towards him and advised him to choose his words carefully. The brunette looked at the manager and said that he had not planned to attack him. He replied that the shaman spoke as if he was not an elf at all. The guy nodded. The goblin was surprised. The hero asked the elf to take off her disguise. The girl was upset and said that it suited him. The friends unanimously denied her words. Chundler looked at the shaman with fear and asked if he was a demon. Alshia assured him that he was a human. The goblin was shocked. The guy took off his ears under the upset look of the pink-haired girl. The manager said that everything was fine because people were similar to goblins in their cunning and treachery. They introduced themselves to each other. The banker asked what the hero wanted to leave for safekeeping, gold or a valuable item. The guy answered that it was gold, which he could not use now. The goblin laughed that it was black cash. The brunette said that he had heard from the orc leader that the bank had trust issues. The interlocutor lied that there were no problems. The shaman frowned and asked if he needed to look at the item for deposit. The manager followed the hero. They reached a mountain of coins. The goblin was amazed at the volume of treasure. He exclaimed that even the bank vault did not have that much. Alshia said that it was impossible to take everything away, so he wanted to leave it at the bank. The manager looked at him and asked how it got there. The guy was too lazy to explain. The shaman introduced the blonde to the goblin as the former prince of Idren. He noted that he was still a prince. The goblin asked if that was the country of the brown bears now. The brunette looked at the banker and said that he was right, and that was where they had taken the treasure. The goblin rubbed his chin approvingly. Destroyed or not, the treasure came first. The shaman put his hand on the prince's shoulder and said that he wanted to leave the gold in his name and Paizo's. The banker agreed. The monster turned to the mountain and decided to check for authenticity. He took the coin in his hand and admired that it was of very high fineness. However, he felt a strange trace. The hero loomed over him and asked him not to find fault. The goblin said that he could smell animal blood. He looked at the coin in amazement and asked where they had gotten it. The shaman and the prince looked at him in surprise and repeated that it was the treasury of the royal family. The manager turned around and said ominously that this gold smelled like a damn lizard. The brunette was surprised. He started to sweat. Did a dragon really exist? The elf perked up. Chundler looked at the guy and said that a common man shouldn't own this. It was a dragon's treasure. Everyone was shocked. The guy looked at him and said that it turns out that dragons really do exist. Then he turned back and added that was the problem really the owner of the treasure. The troll shouted that of course, and who in the sane world would dare to open a dragon's treasure? Suddenly a new window appeared. It said that his opponent was lying. The young man thought that he was lying and didn't blush. Then he looked at the troll. He said that he couldn't accept this as a deposit. He didn't want to turn the dragon's wrath against them. The protagonist got angry, and the troll said that he didn't care how much they gave as a bribe. The young man thought he just wanted to fleece them, no matter what it took. The little man turned away and said he wouldn't take it. They could take it and go, or just throw it somewhere. It didn't matter to him. The main character looked at him and said that then he couldn't change anything. The troll was very surprised. He turned around and asked again. And the young man looked at him and said that he understood that he didn't want to take risks, so he wouldn't force him. The guys in the background thought that he had turned on the demon mode when he looks like the devil. Then the guy went up to the coins and said that although it was problematic, there was still a way to transport them. The troll asked what he was talking about, and he explained that he would have to spend a decent amount of gold, but he didn't care as long as he had at least a handful of it. He frowned. The troll told him not to bluff, but the guy replied that he was offended that he would lose so much, but he would just have to be less greedy. And then he put his hands out, a screen appeared, he summoned a gold golem. Cinder jewelry is used for material. The troll watched this. The gold was disappearing so quickly. He opened his mouth and began to think that he was disappearing. It was his gold after all. And the young man was already at his limit. He thought that he should decide soon, and he should have a key to luck, otherwise it was a waste of gold. Suddenly the troll shouted for him to stop. He had a suggestion. He looked at the guy and said that he was a very smart man. He turned to him. He continued to say that he agreed. They never cared who originally owned the depositor's gold. He would take care of it. Then he continued to shout that however, this business is really risky, so he wants to be sure that reasonable compensation will follow. The young man smiled and said that he should have said this from the beginning. But the card is the card. You have entered into an agreement with a branch of the Forest Goblin Bank. You have become a client of the Goblin Bank. The Goblin Bank cannot be trusted. Be careful. They shook hands. The guy said that he would be glad to cooperate, And the goblin replied that he only had to trust him, and he already thought that never in his life, and the goblin thought that he would take care to rob him of his danaki. Then he turned around and said that he would call the rest of the goblins to transfer everything to the bank. The vault of their bank is distinguished by first-class security. They use the latest technology to ensure the proper level of protection, 30 traps, ready and destroy any intruder in a matter of seconds. The main character looked at him, he was shocked, he even reads the dragon is. Then the goblin turned and said, but no other creatures can definitely penetrate their vault. The young man replied that he believed in it. Then he smiled and said that it was true that he was not to be believed, but rather a defense mechanism, and that it was not even worth trying to pull off something dubious. The goblin awoke, tensed up a bit, and said that of course he would not do that, and the screen said that he was telling the truth. His comrade continued to watch this and thought that the way he was playing now suited him better than working in a flower shop. The city, the main office of the game. The entrance group, after the attack on the country of the brown bear, people began to discuss in the office that it was really him, that the brown bear had attacked the country. The protagonist was sitting at the table and said that it was him, that he had visited the main office to make promotional materials and announce his joining the team. The man looked at him, raised his hand, and said that he was glad to see him anyway, even though they had already met. His name was Kim Dupayo. He was a recruiting manager, and that only a profile photo shoot and an interview were planned for today, which would be used as part of the official press release. The guy said that he understood everything. The man looked at him and said that, by the way, he does not disguise himself to hide his identity. Why is that? The protagonist replied that they only use a mask because many people began to recognize him on the street. They continued the dialogue. The manager said that given the situation that had happened, he thought it would be a good idea to hide his identity, to which the young man replied that he did not care at all. Well, the man was a little surprised and said that he was curious, why did he enter their territory? The guy got very angry and said that they kidnapped an employee of a flower shop. The manager was surprised and thought, is this really a reason to destroy the city? Then he got scared and thought that he was very scary. However, how many people could boast of such a magnificent performance in the new world? Then he closed his eyes and thought that he could not believe that such a person was a player. This was just wonderful. The protagonist did not understand what was happening. Then the man stood up for now and said that he could talk to the marketing case after he took a profile photo. The brunette looked at him and asked if it would be too late. He replied that of course not, because the most important thing now is a profile photo. Then he looked at him and said that it was time for them to go to the studio. They came to the photo shoot. The main character put on a bomber jacket and said that the team uniform was too small for him. And the man explained that it was size XL. Next time they would prepare size 2XL. Then he looked at him and said that first they would do his makeup and then start shooting. The guy agreed. A girl came up to them. She said that she would do his makeup. The main character said that he was counting on her. And my manager was standing next to him and thought that great, the future of the organization is with him. Suddenly, someone told him that he had come. The young man turned around, wondering why so quickly. It was Lee Suman. A boy, the main player and one of the best rankers in the country and abroad, came up to him. He said that he was interested in looking at Alicia because there were a lot of rumors about him. They say that he became the main model of the team. He wants to make sure that he made the right choice. The manager looked at him and thought that he was clearly going to start a fight because now he was not the best in the team and someone else had become him. Out loud, he said that he was asking the guy to calm down, but he only asked where he was. The man looked away and said that he was currently getting his makeup done for the shoot. Then he was surprised. The main character came up to him. He looked scary, asked where the shoot would take place. The manager lowered his head and said that it would take place in the same room. He himself was thinking that he was very scared. The main character began to do push-ups, asked to wait a little so that he could pump up his muscles. At that moment, the boy thought that this was the same player and apologized. He looked at him. He looked and did not understand what was happening, and the guy got up and asked if he really was the leader of the T1 team, said that he was very famous, he had heard of him. Then he turned and said his name with a serious face. The boy was scared and said that he was pleased to meet him. They looked at each other tensely. My manager ran up and said that he came to the office because he heard that he would be filming today. The guy asked again if it was true. Then he smiled and said thank you. The boy smiled back and said that you are welcome. The photographer came up and said that it was time for them to start filming. He turned around and said that he was leaving. Then he turned back to the boy. He said that he would then go to the capsule room. He wanted to do a quest. The protagonist replied that they saw next time. And the boy just ran away. The guy turned to the manager and said that they were more polite than he thought. Then he frowned and said that there were some bad rumors on the internet. He was a little nervous, but he was glad that everything went well. And the man was just in shock. He did not understand how such a guy could be nervous. The protagonist told about what happened in the country of the brown bear, and the marketing department wrote a press release. And finally the game team officially announced his hiring, as well as the situation in the country of the brown bear, and posted cool profile photos online. The guy was wearing makeup, surrounded by flowers, and bare-chested. A new notification appeared on the screen. You saw the golem that broke the fortress wall. Isn't it enough for the guy to crunch the professional leagues, and did he really summon the golem? It's not something that the player can master. No matter how much you hate the Brown Bear Guild, you shouldn't ignore their rankers, right? I know someone who is in the Brown Bear Guild. He said that even they were crushed by this golem. People were discussing it all heatedly. The news stirred up the online community. It was not only about the Brown Bear country, but about the golem. Also, after the protagonist said that it was not he who summoned it, the debate died down. People looked at the huge statue. New information on the screen. Again discussion. Hey, I saw him heading to Elysia with the golem. What's crazy, I saw it too, but it looked smaller than in the photo or video, and it seemed the same to me. The guy was caught with a golem again, so rumors started spreading again. More and more people want to see him in the new World League. He stepped forward, saluted and said, as I expected, the flower shop is the best. Everything around was covered in flowers, all except one person. A huge golem stood in the city, level 15. A golden golem was summoned. The protagonist stood next to it. An elf came up to him and said that during his absence, they were able to master the summoning skills. Amazing. The guy replied that that's why he summoned a smaller one. He thought it would be nice to use it for guarding the city or heavy work. Scottman looked at him and said that doesn't he have a time limit? But the guy replied that it was because of the large amount of jewelry used that time. He thinks if he doesn't cancel the summoning and put in more jewelry, it will increase. The guy then looked up and said that he doesn't have enough resources now to make it huge. The elf said that they need labor right now to cultivate the land. Then he turned to the side and asked who these people were. There were 3 men standing in front of them. The protagonist said that they were prisoners from the country's prison and a brown bear. This was the prince of the former kingdom named Paizo, and surrounded by parasites. El replied that he understood the new workforce. The man was shocked. He asked the parasite workers, added that I am addressing royalty, you need to be polite. But the elf looked at him with an angry face. His eyes were burning, and he asked if he really thought he should bow his head. How dare a prince who lost his country because of differences, standing right in front of the protagonist, behave like this? The guy looked at all this and asked with a smile how he knew. And I said that I guessed, because it is obvious. They say that a destroyed kingdom begins to rot from the inside. The men in front of him were shocked. Then he turned and said to the guy, why did these impudent people follow him all the way here? Weren't all the aristocrats there slaughtered? The guy was shocked. Then he looked at them and said that they had nowhere else to go. The surviving aristocrats and his cousins refused to let them into their territories. They had a deep disgust for this royal family. The prince was crying in front of him. Then he turned to the crowd of people and asked who they were. And the people at that moment stood in shock and looked at everything around. The main character explained that he brought these players from the country of the brown bear, escaped from custody. These are the same people he heard about. He added that they want to settle here. The elf was shocked. He began to get angry and said that then he would start with their moral education. But the guy turned to him and said that he needed to wait a little. If he did it, then they looked at him and said that he needed to call Breeze. New card, you received a message from Alcia. He asked if the guy was free. You need to go to the flower shop for a minute. The man came running and asked what had happened. The protagonist met him with a displeased face and said that here he was. Then he looked at him and said that players had come who wanted to stay here. He knew all about it like no one else. The guy leaned over and said that if so, he could rely on him. Then he raised his hand and said that he held regular classes for potential residents. The young man was shocked. He looked at him and said, can NPCs conduct such lectures? And the man answered that of course, but he did not have such an assistant. Then he pointed to the prince and his servants and said that he should take care of these people. They would be staying here for some time, so he should inform them of things that should be more careful while living here. The man smiled and told him not to worry. The guy looked away and said that they had sorted it out. Nothing happened in the garden in his absence. The elf answered that of course, the spirits were pleased. The divine tree was in excellent condition thanks to his efforts. He turned around and said he was glad everything was okay. After a while, a village. A girl was standing near a house and shouting that it was a relief that they were here, that they had a misfortune. She was holding a basket of flowers. The guy leaned over to her and asked what happened, and the girl said that the team managers went and made a mess here. The young man asked why they appeared here, and she answered that he remembered the people working at the sawmill. They said some strange words about the talent monopoly. The guy grabbed his head and asked what it meant. The official representatives of the game teams who remained at the sawmill, 3 men stood and asked to lift the ban on recruiting community members. They tried to persuade the protagonist, shouting that doesn't he know that there are many talented people in the community. but he arranged a monopoly from the outside. Isn't it too much to block the recruitment of game teams? And the guy just asked what they were talking about. Why should he listen to this? They stood in front of him and kept saying that he was the boss. But he raised his hands and said that they were wrong. He had no connection with the group members. But their answer was not satisfactory. They started shouting. Then why were all the players refusing recruitment? He heard that the conditions for joining the guild included a ban on outside activities. The guy was shocked and asked again. Then he contacted the player Breeze again, who asked what had happened. The guy said that he had just met the team managers. They would like to recruit community members. The man replied that this was the case, but he also had a reason to save them, who were almost homeless, and shelter them in a new world. The young man looked at the screen and said that no, that was not true at all, but the man answered, so he decided to act for his sake. The boy was disappointed and said that he shouldn't have done that, and the man replied that their gaming life had ended in the forest before he got there, so they wanted to at least pay him back somehow and focus all their attention on him, they on the players of pro gaming teams. And then he added that the community is a guild that exists to serve Alicia. The boy didn't answer that that's how it works, and the men in front of him stood in shock. Then he tapped the screen and said that they could continue recruiting if they wanted. However, he asked to contact the person by name, with whom he was talking now. He is the guild master of the community. The men were surprised. They thought that he was the one in charge. Then he leaned over and said clearly that therefore they should no longer bother the employees of the flower shop. The men raised their hands, stepped back and said that they understood everything. The golem took a step forward. The boy said that finally all the annoying factors were gone. They came to the desert. He said that he had summoned him and could also use the goblin bank. He sat right on top and looked ahead. It was time for them to find the secret storage. She also added that it was hard to find even one clue. At this rate, the entire desert could be searched. He continued to look ahead and said that the storage was in the dungeon. The location could not have suddenly changed, I am sure, but somewhere nearby. They approached some kind of cactus. Suddenly, sand rose from there. The cactus was someone's tail, but also a card, cactus-tailed lizard, monsters that hunt travelers and animals. A huge lizard flew right into them. The main character got angry and told the golem to attack. Then he jumped off and flew straight down, thought that the golem's attack was too slow. The huge monster swung and hit the lizard. The protagonist watched from the side and thought that he was very slow. Then he ran forward and shouted that this was not a high-level monster, so he could do everything himself. I was surprised by the lizard. Then something grabbed her. It was the protagonist. He held her by the tail and shouted that she was caught, then ordered the golem to attack. And he soaked her with one blow. She was killed. The guy looked up and said that he can't put up against such a weak monster. It's because his level is low. I wonder if there is a way to improve it. He looked to the side. There was a tail and a cactus nearby. Understood the eyes. He looked at the golem and said that he would like to add some flowers to the golem. The entire golem was covered with flowers. If he planted flowers in it, he could turn it into a moving flower garden. He reasoned that he only did not know in what proportion to mix earth and gold for this, because initially earth and stones meet the condition for summoning a gold golem. There was a screen in front of him. He looked at it. This material is not suitable for summoning. Then he remembered how he had just started assembling it. Level 1, the aroma of gold. He thought that a golem with a small amount of gold was like tofu and difficult to use, but you can summon it. Then he thought, adding gold leads to the appearance of thin protective plates all over the body, which prevents flowers from growing, and if you increase the percentage of soil for the outer shell on which flowers can grow, he will get Golem tofu. He opened the inventory, looked at it and thought that it seemed there was no way, a waste of gold on experiments. He frowned. Information about the Twilight Barrier shield appeared on the screen. The guy was holding a shield in his hands, and if you use it when summoning, it said, the effect is applied to the golem when using wealth with special characteristics. Wouldn't the shield increase its durability? He smiled and asked if it was worth using, although the shield was not even his. He looked at it and thought what would happen to it after the summoning was over. Since it was the only one of its kind, he needed to try it on someone else. Then he was shouted at. An employee ran into the room. He asked her what happened. The girl said that there was a complete mess outside. A dwarf suddenly appeared and almost fought with the elves. The guy asked who it was. The girl looked at him and replied that she had no idea, but life says that she knows him. The protagonist asked again if he really knew. He doesn't know anyone. Then he fell silent. He frowned and wondered if it was really him. On the street, the elves were holding back the bearded monster, and he was shouting that he was telling them he was officially invited. They were shouting at him to shut up, but he added that they were idiots. He knew the shaman. He ate with him, even went to the sauna. The protagonist was watching all this. The man was trying to prove that they were close friends. The girl came up and asked if he knew this NPC. The young man replied that he knew. What a headache. A quest opened on the screen. The gambler ran away from his debtors, and after aimless wandering, unable to stop anywhere, he came to the garden, but he did not make the same mistake as last time, and protected the horse, a family heirloom. But private creditors do not know how to give up. They are still hunting for him. You must make decisions. The young man came closer to him. The man began to shout that he came to pay him a debt. The screen said that he was lying. It was also written on the screen that if you save him from the creditors, he will become the city's blacksmith. If you do not save him, the sympathy of their people for you will decrease. The guy quickly made a decision and ordered to take him out. Then he turned around and left. The dwarf next to him shouted that he had already forgotten those days when they together kept the alley in fear. They wandered around the city as if it was their home. He was talking about those days. Well, the guy left, clenched his teeth and asked when it was. He does not understand what he is talking about. Then the man finally broke free and said that he asks him, begs him, if he drives him away, he is a corpse. And the young man turned around and said that he must take responsibility for his actions. Now he understands that a gamer is a serious diagnosis. Samantha came up to him and asked who this person is. The guy turned around and said that they have not seen each other for a long time. He met this man in the kingdom. She cannot worry, he will die soon. The girl looked away and said that's how it was. She just heard that they were all great blacksmiths. They say that getting equipment made by them is simply unrealistic. Well, the guy explained that he was not a blacksmith, but a gamer. Maybe he had some skills, but he did not think that they were good because he was like that, like an example of a hunter declaring war on a brown bear. They continued to look at him. The girl said that this species was rare on the continent. Besides, the mines in the forest still needed workers. The guy thought about it, and the man continued to shout to be let go. And then the guy looked away and said that it was true. Jaeger the mountain hermit asked to bring his people to the mine. Since he was a dwarf, he should know what the mine looked like. He frowned, smiled, and said that if they left him locked up there and made him work. The girl was surprised, and he smiled even more and said that the forest demon loved gambling, and besides, it was easy to hide him from debtors there. He added that it was to his advantage. The girl asked again in shock. He shouted at him. He came up and said that he needed to hide somewhere. He would help him this time too, and the man replied that he knew he was his benefactor. The guy looked down and said that there were conditions. He needed to prove that he had come to repay the debt. After some time, the Forest. The dwarf threw him not to worry. He would take care of everything and would not let him down. They walked forward. The guy said no. He was talking about his blacksmith abilities, not about his gambling skill. But the man continued to jump forward and shouted at him not to worry. He was also interested in the experiment with the golem. He would try to make him good protection. Then he looked ahead and said that, by the way, this forest is full of magic, smells like a demon. He's not going to send him to hell, is he? The guy smiled and said that of course not. Something moved in the bushes. A small imp crawled out of there. It scared the man. And suddenly he screamed that it was really a demon. He was already in hell. And the demon screamed where the dwarf came from. The protagonist said that it was time for them to get to know each other. From this day on he would live here. They both looked at him in bewilderment. The man said that he did not want to stay with the demon. It hurt the pride of his people. And the demon pointed his finger at him and said, what was he talking about? What does it mean to live here? Does he really want them to deal with a jester? When even with the elves, the protagonist leaned over to them and asked if they wanted to. Maybe they should call the elves for their joint walk in the mountains and take Bulka to the creditors. They got scared. After which he turned away and said, great, Bulka should follow him. There is someone else he needs to meet, but it is not a person. He got scared and asked again. They approached a rock. The guy turned around and said that this is a mine in a former tomb. He will work inside there. The man asked if he wants to bury him alive. But the guy said not to worry, it is bigger than it seems. They walked inside. There were crystals everywhere. It is an ore vein. Then the dwarf understood the head and said that the iron ore is also of very high quality. This place is full of different treasures. How did he know about it? The main character turned and said that after all, a blacksmith is a blacksmith. Then he looked at the man and asked if he liked it. He answered that yes, it is just right for a big game. But the guy explained that if he steals anything, he is a corpse. Then he looked ahead and said that that demon will look after him, and another guy guards this place. He raised his head and called the mountain hermit. A huge man appeared behind them. The protagonist asked what a toilet it was, and the monster said that everything was right. Because of the magma, there was no smell after using the toilet. The man closed his eyes and said that he did not want to work in the toilet. Ayuna said that he had been living in the cave for a long time, and without this he would definitely have ended up in a real hell. Then he looked at the man and said that they needed to take care of their successes. He looked at him and asked what he was talking about, how he could work in such dirt. Well, the monster looked at them and said that his ancestors worked in this place. Among them there was a guy who worked with his excrement. Alshia raised his head and asked again, and the dwarf said that she had heard about it. In the waste of a giant chewing stone, a very pure mineral can remain, which he cannot digest. The giant smiled and said that everything was so, and the previous one really liked it. The protagonist looked at the man and said that in any case this is a condition for his concealment, to create objects, thereby proving that he has the necessary skills, then he will not care what he will do in this forest. The man raised his hand and asked how he was supposed to live here. The guy replied that this used to be his ancestor's mine, he could send a letter to his hometown, maybe there would be someone else who knew about it. Then he smiled and added that he didn't have to be embarrassed with her and could use the mini to create items as much as he wanted if he liked it. Then he frowned and said that he could stay and work here forever. The entrance to the desert. The guy with red hair said that this was the last place where the dwarf's tracks were found. There were only 2 places in this desert. Then he turned around. A woman came up to him and said that this was a forest and a garden. She also heard that the protagonist once helped him in the kingdom. The blonde came closer and said that if his tracks ended here, it meant that he helped again. It was the leader of the Goldtooth private creditor persecution group. She came closer. The boy said that they should wait a minute. They found his tracks again. They lead to the forest. She looked at the screen and said that this is the forbidden forest in the north of the desert. Not far. Should we go and check it ourselves? The guy said that she was in a bit of a hurry, to which she replied that she had already received a reprimand from her superiors for wasting too much time on such a small loan like his. She took her gun. She looked down and said that then it was time for them to go. The armor was almost ready, a shield, an iron breastplate, and a mithril shield. The protagonist looked at them and said that the armor he forged exceeded his expectations. Using it as a material to summon a golem increases the stats and even gives him the stats that the item has. New card, level 35 gold golem in armor, golem breastplates, invulnerable for 2 seconds when attacking, an additional 25% defense. He looked at the equipped golem and said that there was another problem. The summon was cancelled. New card, you have recalled the golem. 50% of the materials will be returned. Stones fell. In front of him were items, feces, rusty steel. What kind of me? He looked at all this and said that as he thought. When it comes to the treasure of items that are not gold or gems, the materials will be random, but always equal to half the value of the item. Then he remembered the man thought that even the basic ingredients used to create this account are of the highest quality. He can't just buy them if he wants. The young man said that the dwarf told him this. It's a pity that he can't return the shield after summoning or its basic ingredients. Then he frowned and thought that maybe it would be more profitable to use only the basic ingredients for summoning. They calculate valuable materials. It is worth using the highest purity ore and combining it with gold. Perhaps he will give up safety if he creates it as a buffer for himself or the group. It will be quite good. He turned and addressed the man. He looked at him and asked what it was. The guy came up and asked if he could create an alloy of gold with ore and keep the quality. He replied that most likely the material would become a little softer, but it was quite possible. Then the guy asked if he could work on the alloy first instead of creating items. The man asked again why. Didn't he tell him that he needed items to create a golem? The guy replied that everything was right, but now it seemed like a waste of time. Nevertheless, he continued to create items in parallel. Then something surprised him. He still needed to test it to decide on its fate. The man said with fear that he understood everything. New card, iron ingot. This is an alloy ingot forged from the best iron and gold. He held this ingot in his hands and said that this is the fastest alloy creation that can be obtained now. He looked at him and said that he heard that it was very difficult to get the best steel. He remembered their conversation with the girl. She did not understand how they could use this item for experiments. He also said that he would go and experiment. Night. The young man was digging in the forest. He had prepared iron ingots, and the second part of the materials for summoning would be earth. She understood the shovel. It was soil saturated with demonic energy. He looked at it and asked what was wrong with this earth, and the demon said that they were now in the forest of demons. Another angel climbed out on the second shoulder and said that this was the result of using the shovel in the forest created by the demon, and that was how this effect turned out. Then the hero began to read what was written on the screen. Now he understood, in the description, where it was said about changing the characteristics. Then he continued to look at the shovel, why the earth that he had just dug up was still saturated with demonic energy. He also added that it turned out that this was because of his bad reputation. But card, reputation 43-0, bad reputation 4150, bad hidden reputation 550. The little fairy on his shoulder asked if he was really going to create a golem from this soil. The young man replied that yes, it was just an experiment. He raised the watch up and summoned the golem. He thought that he was using iron ingots and soil soaked in demonic energy as a material for summoning. This was the 73rd experiment. A golem appeared in front of him. The young man was shocked. New card, the golden golem summoned with the hourglass of the frozen desert is a demonic monster that the great demon gave as part of the deal. After being imbued with demonic energy, the golden golem became even more powerful. A bloody golden golem was summoned. The protagonist read all this and did not understand. Was he really soaked in demonic energy? Bloody. The bloody golden golem gained intelligence. Something terrible stood before him. The great devil's sympathy for you has increased. Your bad reputation has increased. The great devil presents you with a gift. The young man read all this on the screens and did not understand what would happen next. He remembered his previous golem, thought that it was all his fault because of the lack of doubt in the result. Then he looked down and said that both the earth and the sand clock were cursed, and an intelligent golem, who would have known that the changes would be like this. Suddenly, something frightened him. He asked what it was. The little fairy said that the sound came from the other end of the forest. He thought that the Effas had returned. A sign appeared before his eyes. The flames of the demons of the forest are under attack. He said, did another group of elves encounter a demon on the way here? He went forward and said that he needed to convince them to leave the forest. It seemed that it would never be quiet here. Suddenly, something distracted him. He looked ahead and did not understand who they were fighting. One of the demons turned around and said that they knew he would come to their aid. And the young man answered with a question, what is going on here? In conversation, the girl, she said, who knew that the owner of a flower shop would have such a hobby. He was surprised. The blonde looked at him and asked if he knew one of these demons. They are his pets, they match his appearance, maybe they could get along with him. The demon screamed for her to let him go, and the girl replied that if he scares her like that. She grabbed her gun and said that she might accidentally pull the trigger. Then she threw it aside. The guy was shocked, and she smiled and threw the gun over her shoulder. The demon was dead. The others began to shout that they were going to kill her now. And the main character thought, the player who fights the demon, the embodiment of justice, such people are full of good players. He began to wave his hands and said that no, he does not know them. Perhaps she should have a good time and level up. They turned around and did not understand what was happening. Then the guy turned around and waved his hand to everyone, said goodbye. But then something really surprised him. He raised his leg, a projectile flew right under it. The girl looked at him and said that he had excellent intuition for combat. Rumors about him were not unfounded, to be honest. She did not care about his relationship with these demons. She pointed a gun at him and said that she was from X-Space and introduced herself, then added that she came here after learning that their client Bulka was here. Where is he? The young man turned and asked who it was. She continued to look at him and said that pretending was pointless. Do not underestimate their search capabilities. Their organization avoids situations in which they will not make a profit. Then she frowned and said that she was asking for the last time, where is he? The guy tensed up, thinking that he would have to fight her, and the demon on his shoulder said that an urgent matter arose, they will see later. And he was distracted again by something. These steps, the girl turned around. She was scared. A golem was walking towards them. He struck and broke the branches. He approached the owner. He looked at him and showed a finger up. And he looked at him and did not understand why he came here. The demons were shocked. Then they began to jump and rejoice that they knew and always believed that he would come to their aid. And the young man understood that this was complete crap. The girl said that it seemed that the negotiations were interrupted. The young man looked at her, thought that apparently everything was fine with her. She stood up, brushed herself off and said that that was it. She would not waste any more time. She fixed her hair and said, let's see if what they say about how he fights is true. Lipno, a demon, pounced on her and wished her death. The girl looked up and said that adults were talking here. She grabbed her weapon and shot him straight over her shoulder. Then she took a step forward and said that this was the final chord. She cut the demon with the blade on her weapon. The other demons screamed. The woman shot into the ground. It was thrown upward. The protagonist looked at her and thought that this was incredible. Then he was surprised. She was flying straight at him. The demons began to scream that she was a demon, that is, an angel. But the guy looked at her and shouted that she was definitely a demon. She struck. Then she landed, smiled, and said that she was disappointed. The guy managed to jump back and said that it was a tactical retreat. Then he looked down and asked where did Crybaby go. The demon on his shoulder was hiding behind a rock and said that he had his own problems here. But the guy creaked that he needed him now. He asked why. The young man raised his head and told him to do something. There was a golem in front of him. He was ready to fight. The guy said that he was calling him from the very beginning of the fight. They were both of demon blood. He should talk to him. Well, the little demon continued to hide behind a rock and said that they did not even know him. How did he imagine this? The protagonist grabbed him and told him to come here. He asked him to stop. Then he threw him straight towards the golem and said that they needed to switch, activated the spiritual attack skill and the spirit of demonic plants, ordered him to take hold of this golem. The golem caught him like a ball. He looked at the little demon. It seems he thought how cute he was, and he screamed for him to let him go. He was scared. At that moment, the blonde came up to them and said with a smile that this was the ace up his sleeve. She should start worrying. It was so interesting to watch them. And the guy shouted for her to stop teasing, and no, this was not the ace up his sleeve. He looked at her with malice, and she said it was time to start. She attacked and ordered him to show what he had there. The guy managed to bend. New card, thanks to the title of Tomb Robber, you get a boost to speed and agility. He looked at her. She was holding her gun. He wanted to hit him, but the guy was able to repel the attack. Then he kicked him aside. New card, you are affected by demonic addiction. After which he gave her a real club with his fist. New card, the effect of demonic addiction is intensified. The girl flew to the side. She grabbed his chin and said that he was much faster than she thought, although what's the point of it? His brilliant plan is to annoy and somehow equalize her. He thought about it. The girl came closer and said that he should admit that he has something to show in close combat, but her strong point. She started shooting and said that this is a long-range fight, let him try to dodge it, a skill of a series of shots. The guy began to dodge. He hurt his cheek. He thought that the bullets were damn fast. He needed some kind of debuff to dodge normally. He stretched his hand forward, released a discharge of energy, a power phrase, so meet suffering. She was enveloped in electricity. She thought that this was not an attacking skill. It seems that it imposes a penalty on speed and agility. Then he ran towards her. He struck. The effect of demonic dependence increases. 2 such windows appeared. Another blow. She dodged again, said that he threw a debuff on her to force her to go into close combat. Then he jumped up and swung his leg. She reflected his attack and said that just now his physical damage, that the effect of the poison, was ridiculously small. Then she came closer and said that he was like a low-level player. The boy was angry. She took a step forward and said that she could not believe that he did all this relying only on instincts and reflexes, so the rumors were just rumors. He remained silent. The girl threw her gun over her shoulder and said that she was disappointed. She hoped that he really had an ace up his sleeve for her. He just kept silent and looked at her. She looked into his eyes and asked if he really was giving up already. Even if he was not as cool as they say, but at least he knows when to back down. This is a sign of intelligence. The guy lowered his eyes and said that she saw that the plants in this forest were completely different than usual. The girl did not understand what he was leading to. There was a flower behind him. He said that many here have thorns covered in poison. There was a huge plant above him. He added that many of these plants even devour animals. The woman looked at him and asked if these were his last words, and he looked back and said that he had been hesitant because he thought it was too cruel. Then he frowned and said that now he had finally made up his mind. She frowned and asked what he was talking about, and he raised his hand, poured out some seeds and said that he was talking about this. A huge number of monster plants were behind him. He poured out an incredible growth enhancement on the ground. The girl was shocked. She did not understand what it was. He smiled and said that he would show her what florists are capable of. The plants attacked the woman. They began to hit her with their thorns. New card, the effect of demonic addiction is intensified. The guy pointed his shovel at her and shouted ginseng collection. The girl dodged the blow, but cut herself. Then she looked at him and thought that his damage power is not that big, but it is difficult to dodge him, and the plant, what he did to her, weakens her a lot. They continued to attack. The woman shouted that this is the skill he was looking for. Then she looked at him and said that he was just an amateur. She jumped off the ground, thanks to her weapon, and shouted, explosive recoil. Now she was already in the air. The guy said that she jumped into the sky again. And the woman looked at him and shouted that this is a good try. She will give it to him, but it is just fragile grass blades. All she needs to do is burn them. Why did she take out a bomb? It was a bomb with an incredibly large radius of destruction, and shouted for him to catch the gift. The guy was surprised at first. Then he smiled and said that everything is exactly as he thought. She looked at him and asked if he really thinks it is funny, and the guy stood below and said that these plants were never his only plan, and they are not just fragile blades of grass. She swung and shouted that he should stop bluffing. The boy tensed. He said that he was waiting to do exactly that. The blonde was surprised. She did not believe that this could happen. As the bomb flew down, she was enveloped in demonic forces. Its strength reached 32. The woman thought that this bastard predicted that she would use the bomb. He looked at her and screamed, demonic explosion. He hopes that she will be torn to pieces by this bomb. The explosion thundered. Everything around was enveloped in fire. The boy closed his eyes and said that she used the threshold, so he knew that she had the skills to make bombs. However, it was a kind of excitement. Then he turned around and said that in any case it was a huge bomb. If it had fallen to the ground, he would have been completely swept away along with it. Well, that was it. Then he noticed something. In front of him was this woman. She said that they were not finished yet. Demonic energy was spreading everywhere, and because of the explosion, he did not believe that she was alive. He stood and looked at her in shock. A new card, a demonic plant, having experienced extremely accelerated growth, begins to fall into a frenzy, exposed to concentrated demonic energy. The guy looked at all this and thought what was happening to these plants. The woman came up to him. She was very angry and said that this was so humiliating. She screamed that she would do everything in her power to kill him. Suddenly she ran at her. Behind her was a monster plant. The guy began to scream that he had nowhere to run. He looked at her and thought what to do. The woman ran forward. Someone nearby swung a fist. Suddenly she got hit in the face by a golem controlled by a small demon. The guy was shocked. He was watching what was happening. The small demon shouted at him that he shouted to take it away. The guy asked to wait a second. This demonic plant does not want to calm down. Then the small spirit looked at him and asked if he really cannot stop it. It is easy. He climbed on the golem's head and began to shout at the plant to calm down and insulted it in every way. The young man was shocked. Then he offered his hand to his chest and said that at least there is something he knows how to do. The spirit on the shoulder was also shocked. And the spirit of the demon said that these are demonic plants. Of course he knows how to talk to them. By the way, he should do something with this golem. The golem was standing next to him, and the woman was standing opposite. She was still alive. The woman walked up to him and said what she thought. She now understood why the grizzly bears were damaged like this. The young man looked at her and told her to forgive him. He didn't mind handing her a dwarf. Well, life was that simple. And the woman got angry and said that anyone would want a dwarf, especially a man like him who strives to be the best of the best. To this the guy replied that he just wants to open his own flower shop. She smiled and said that we'll see if he can handle what's ahead. At that moment, the golem swung straight at the dwarf, and the guy looked at this and said dissatisfiedly that he hadn't finished the conversation yet. New card, you defeated Goldtooth. The protagonist looked at the spirit and said that it was still worth thanking him and the golem. The golem answered something. The spirit changed his mind, said that he was saying that you don't need to sit here and listen to all this. The boy was surprised. He asked again if he could really communicate with him, but why couldn't he pacify him? And the spirit turned around and said that just because he understood him didn't mean he would do as he said. He had his brain screwed up. The boy raised his hand and said to eliminate the golem. It began to dissolve. The bloody golden golem was removed. The boy looked ahead and thought that he should be more careful when it came to creating golems. He came to the dwarf and told him what happened. The man cried out if this woman was really here, and the boy asked why he was so surprised. Then he looked at him. The man said that this woman pays him with death for those who owe him. They say that she pulls out each gold tooth while you are conscious. The boy asked again. The man explained that he had 6 such teeth. Then he looked away and asked if he should give something in return, and added that something he does is practice. A new window appeared. The young man looked at it and was surprised. No magic? Does he know how to use his magic? The gnome looked at him and said that if he had all the ingredients, then yes, in order for a gnome to use magic, a special powder is needed. Now he has little left. The guy frowned and asked if he wanted to say that he uses more than just magic. He raised his hand and said that he really thought the powder would work if some ignoramus used it, but only gnomes are capable of such things. To this the guy asked where he could get more. The man replied that in the volcano where his homeland was. The brunette frowned. He had no idea where it was, but he shouldn't even dare ask him to go there to get this powder. Then he coughed and said that he hadn't planned on it that way. He needed to be a dwarf to go there. He couldn't do anything properly with the equipment here, so he was thinking about asking his family from his hometown to help him. The boy looked at him and said that was great news. He really didn't want to leave the flower shop anymore. Then he smiled, picked up the ingot and said that he would put it to good use, thanked the dwarf. The dwarf looked at him and said that he could finally let his guard down. The boy replied that of course he could. Quest completed. New card. Dwarf Gambling Blacksmith became the official blacksmith of the flower shop. Dwarf Blacksmith is an incredibly valuable craftsman. New card. The fame of the flower shop has increased. Your fame has increased. The dwarf was very happy. The boy was also smiling. New card. If it turns out that you are illegally engaged in forestry, the nobility nearby will be furious. The protagonist looked at this notification and thought that this forest definitely belongs to another country. He should sort this out soon. Then a new notification appeared. The call center contacted him. They also called from the flower shop. He was surprised and thought that this was really a request for an order. The call center said that he was right. A new order had arrived. The young man was very happy and shouted that a lot of time had passed. Who was this customer? He was told that this was the same buyer who placed the order last time. The guy smiled and asked what he was asking for. While he was looking at the screen, he was told that he was looking for something to pump up his fire or magic damage. Like last time, the thing is that there is a curse that constantly eats away health, and a debuff on agility, which is applied in the dungeon that he is trying to clear, and he asks if this product can have an advantage that could counter those effects. The young man thought about it. Then he smiled and said okay, let him tell him that he will look into the features of these effects and start working. He will head to the city right now. Then he looked ahead, thought that he was his only customer, and maybe he would give him a small gift this time. Day, flower shop. The guy came in and said that he would take the wreath and blue mist grass that he made him last time as the basis for the new product. He wanted there to be effects that accelerate regeneration and neutralize the weakening of agility. In front of him was a screen and flowers for an effect that will help with the weakening of the ability. He picked up the flower and said that he would take it. It was a wind flower. Research progress 85%. The flower at the end of a long stem becomes more transparent depending on the speed of the wind around it. Characteristics: increases movement speed, unknown. The guy put his hand on the table and said that there is nothing better than Eiffel flowers when it comes to restoring strength. New card, flower, stats, able to recover a small amount of stamina, has a weak but strong effect. Weak but strong, when HP drops below 5%, you only take half damage for 3 seconds. He then smiled and said that since its ability to recover a small amount of stamina becomes a continuous recovery effect once it is applied to a product, flowers are the most cost-effective when it comes to recovery. So, should we get started? New card, you started crafting a flower wreath. The guy was making a wok and said that he could use a ton of growth energy now that it could be produced in a Bloria. New card, with the concentrated life force inside the finished product, its durability increases. He put his hand on the table. Great, that should work. New card, you finished making a marshmallow wreath, a rarity. The guy looked at it and said that it was ready. New card, marshmallow wreath, item level, rare, usage requirements, none. 3 kinds of flowers, grown with love and care, have been brought together to create this beautiful wreath. Items are semi-permanent under certain conditions. New card, stats, your movement speed increases by 10%, your recovery speed increases by 15%. Magic soul, items are semi-permanent under certain conditions. Magic soul, if the player casts 3 spells within 10 seconds. 20% additional damage will be applied to the last 2 spells cast. Weak but strong, when your health drops below 5%, you only take half the damage for 3 seconds. The guy looked at him and said that it was a bit of a shame that the only rarity, but it should be good enough. Then he said that we should stop permanent items under certain conditions. He looked ahead and thought, what kind of move should be provided to the flower wreath so that it would last semi-permanent? Suddenly a plant spirit appeared. She said that it was obvious, he should take care of it as devotedly as all the flowers grown here. The guy said that it would be impossible for him, and the spirit replied that it was true. The demon spirit appeared and said how about it, he could make him regularly bring the wreath here to be repaired. The guy thought about it. He looked at the wreath and said that they meant that he should return it before the flowers completely wither and asked them to provide it with intensive care. The demon said that was absolutely correct. It was the same as when people bring their weapons for maintenance. The guy was surprised. The plant spirit said that it was quite clever of this fool. There really is so much life in the city that it will be possible to bring back to life any complete flower. The protagonist smiled and said that this is great, we should try to start. The man walked. He looked at the city and thought that he was back in it. After a long time, when he was here last time, he was worried a lot about the guild, but now here everything is different. The young man looked ahead and remembered how people told him that he was a traitor. Now he is on the kill list. He should leave. He saw how wrong he was in the city. He betrayed them. He thought they will not know that he is in the league. He should keep in mind, if someone wants to get him from behind, it will be us, the grizzly bears. The young man said that it was very good that he already got out of the guild. Then he continued walking forward and thought that, to be honest, he only joined to reap the benefits of a large guild. He never liked them. Now he didn't have to worry about what people thought of him. He was spreading energy everywhere. His mana was strong. The guy remembered this. He thought about how he shouted back then so that everyone could see the power of his flower crown. He walked through the city and thought that he couldn't wait to pick it up. This place had really changed a lot, just like he saw it in that form. He was shouted at. The guy stopped. He turned around and said that he hadn't seen him for 100 years. It was the main character. He said that he was glad to see him here. Then he picked up the wreath and said that this was the same wreath he ordered. Why didn't he check the effect? The guy was surprised. This is incredible, just as he expected. These are exactly the effects he asked for. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he was glad. He was satisfied. He was a little worried because the level of the item had dropped recently. And the young man said that, oh well, he had been playing for long enough to know that success did not happen often. Then he pressed the screen and said that even looking at the basic function you can see how powerful this item is, since it can be worn on top of items in the same place as the effect set. Continued reading and said that we should wait. By semi-permanent he means that the durability of the pig has been improved. The guy looked down and said that he wanted to ask him something about this. Looked at the guy and asked how many days the previous wreath lasted him. The man looked at him and said that he thought he had worn it for about a month. The protagonist smiled and said that he should come to the city in 20 days. If he came before the flowers withered, they would be able to restore them to their original state. Then he raised his hand and said that they would have to take a small fee from him for the work, but he would not be able to take care of it himself as needed. It would be much more cost-effective than ordering new ones every time. The guy asked again. He joyfully cried out that of course, he had nothing to lose. After which the main character handed him a bracelet, asked him to take it. New card, Bracelet of Unshakable Consciousness, product level, legendary, requirements for use, none. The bracelet will always support you no matter what. Characteristics, regeneration speed increases by 1.2 times, products are semi-permanent under certain conditions. The guy smiled and said that you can consider it a gift from him. There is nothing special about it, but he thinks it could help him in the dungeon that he wants to clear. The man really liked this gift and thanked him for it. Then he tried to say something. The guy asked again what he wanted to say, and the boy suddenly cried out that he was told that he must see the night views when he was in this city. Was there a place nearby where he could stay? The protagonist smiled. He understood what he was talking about. He looked down and said that he could show him around here. He could follow him. Beautiful flowers were everywhere. They were shining in the embrace of the night. The guys walked through the city. The guy said that it was really incredibly beautiful, and he looked around. Everything around was shining. They walked under the flowers, and he said that he knew that they were inside the game, but he never thought that he would be able to see something like this. It was very touching. The protagonist thanked him. Then he closed his eyes and said that the flowers were amazing. They were beautiful and smelled delicious, but the inner peace that they gave him when you looked at them seemed like the real power that they had, at least for him. The guy called him. The young man answered. He looked ahead and said that he wanted to tell him something. The protagonist asked again what. At that moment, the wanderer took off his cap. The guy with red hair looked at him and said that, to be honest, he wants to say, he is trying to say that. The protagonist did not understand what was happening, and the guy continued to sack. The protagonist did not understand what he did. At that moment, the employee of the store was eavesdropping around the corner and wondered what was happening. What kind of confession was this? And the man was still trying to confess. The protagonist was impatient and suddenly exclaimed that he was in a situation where he needed to kill him. The guy asked again. The girl was also in shock. At that moment, the young man explained that this was because until recently he was a member of the Grizzly Bear Guild, then apologized to him. And the protagonist just exhaled. The girl left because she found it boring. The brunette smiled and said that he already knew this. The red-haired guy was surprised. The protagonist came closer and said that he took his orders, despite the fact that he knew everything. The boy didn't understand how this was possible. He held his cap in his hands. He looked at the guy and thought that this man really had a big heart, although you couldn't tell that he really loved flowers. They stood opposite each other. He thought that if a customer came to him looking for flowers, he would greet them with open arms, even if they were enemies like himself. He felt very awkward. He thought that he was very serious about flowers. The guy started crying and said that he was really very touched. The protagonist thought that this was happening to him. The guy rubbed his nose and said that he had always been ignorant. The protagonist remembered what happened a few days ago. A new notification appeared. A message was sent. They didn't suspect anything because you infected him. The guy was surprised. Another message came. The red-haired guy was probably very upset. He was unfairly kicked out of the guild, although he did nothing. What if he knows that the guy was exiled? What if he is still part of the Bear and Grizzly Guild? The main character looked at him and thought why he would touch him. The item he handed to the guy might not have been a wreath, but for example, a trowel. The guy started the stream, rented a house, greeted everyone. He stood in front of the camera and said that his name is Red. He is a former member of the Bear and Grizzly Guild. If any of the members are watching this now, they probably think that he is a traitor, and how can he be so careless as to start a stream? On the screen, everyone had a building. They started writing angry comments. The guy smiled and said that he turned on the broadcast to give everyone useful advice. He ran up to the building, raised his hands and said that this building, in front of which he is standing right now, is the famous cave called the Trials of the Ancestors. This is an individual cave known for its hellish difficulty even for level 300 users. Then he came closer to the screen and said that he wanted to try to clear it today, and using. I read the comments. People didn't believe that he was doing this. He put a wreath on his head and said that he would use it. The commentator was still unhappy. They wrote that it looked like a god. But the guy put his hand on his heart and said that they can call him a traitor as much as they want. They are playing this to be loyal to their guild. Then he looked at the screen and said that no, the guild is just a way to get stronger. The real goal of the game is growth. He spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that doesn't this mean becoming powerful beyond your limit in the game, which is so similar to reality, and clearing caves, getting high from the content of the game and becoming one of the best players. He clenched his fists and added that this is exactly what this flower wreath and bracelet will help to do. These accessories and flowers created by someone other than Alshia grow the life of the players themselves. Then he tapped the screen and said that this wreath and bracelet have amazing effects. But what's more incredible is that they can wear it superficially. They can even wear it over accessories. He smiled and said that if they were stuck leveling up, these things are worth considering. On top of that, these wreaths and bracelets keep their effects for a whole month, and if they visit the city before the flowers wither, they can be restored, no, revived. The commentators were shocked. They didn't believe it was true, but if it really was, then the game would change. It sounded tempting. The guy asked, "Isn't it amazing?" Then he exhaled. He smiled and thought that his debt was paid. The shopkeeper came over and said that it looked like the guy advertised his product on the lookout. The protagonist asked again. He was shocked. The girl said it was a big topic of discussion on the forums. Half the calls they get are orders and the other half are grizzlies cursing them. He looked away and said he was wondering where the little requests they never got were coming from. They should look at it. He turned on life. The guy was screaming about upgrading and review. He was also urging people to call the call center right now. The main character watched and thought it was a global advertisement. The girl said it was all a bit confusing, but she was grateful. Then he smiled and said that yes, this is help that he did not even count on. 9% of their profits were received from potion brewing. The day will come when they will receive more profits from flowers. Suddenly, someone said hello to him. The guy was distracted. It was Dupio from MK. He thought about what he wanted from him. The guy explained that he was calling because he wanted to talk to him about the team at the opening ceremony of the game and the exhibition schedule. Then he added that he already sent a message to the mail about this, but he thought he had not looked yet. The protagonist read the back of his head and asked him to wait a minute. He will log out of the account and check if he is playing too much. And the guy on the other line laughed, said that it is normal. He told him about it since he signed up. Then he added that they were just planning to hold the opening ceremony. The company recently opened a system dedicated to the league. The guy sat at the table and listened attentively, and the other said that that's why they decided to hold exhibition games as well. The brunette looked at the screen. His friend said that he wanted to know if he wanted to play in an open match. Of course he could not participate, but if he wanted to. And the young man looked up and said, about the match at the exhibition, this is a small part of what he can do as a player. He hasn't done anything yet. Then he looked at the screen and said that he is participating. The friend said that he will record it. Then the brunette added that is this really something to be so happy about. Up until the opening ceremony, the guy stayed in the flower shop, having a great time, and all because of a few small assignments he received. There were flowers on the table. The guy carefully picked them and thought that there were a lot of requests, but few people actually place orders. People must still doubt the power of flowers. He smiled and thought that it didn't mean he would lower the price. People would eventually find out once they tried his products. He held out the items. This is the flower crown you ordered. She said it with a smile and asked how the guy liked it. Was it beautiful? Then she added that she had tried to pay more attention to the color since he had become a rare customer. The young man said it was great, but thought it was too colorful. He was embarrassed to say this, but thought that she had ordered it after watching the broadcast. But how was he supposed to wear it? Then he decided to look at the parameters. Suddenly, something really surprised him. He raised his head and said that these effects were amazing. He thought it was all rumors. The protagonist replied that it was not. The guy did not understand what he wanted. Then the young man leaned towards him and said that he wanted to know what he thought of the flowers. The knight hesitated and said that they were beautiful. And that's how word of the guy's flower craft started to spread. He was standing in a meadow, picking flowers, and a girl called out to him. He turned around and asked what was wrong. Samantha walked up to him with the guy and said that he was her friend. He came and hoped to meet him. The guy came closer and said that he heard that he had been of great help to the girl. They shook hands. He introduced himself and said that his name was Jang. He was the head of the main guild that the girl was a member of. The guy shook his hand in response and hesitated. He looked away and asked if they had met before. The brunette smiled and said that he thought they had crossed paths on the edge of a lush forest. The guy scratched his head and remembered. He told him that I was interested in flowers. The girl thought that he had no idea who he was. The guy also thought that he had no idea who he was, but said out loud that you could say that, apologized for taking up so much of his time over trifles. He was just passing by and decided to say hello. Then he said that the girl praised him so much. The protagonist was surprised. He asked again. And the brunette said that the fact that the girl is part of Elysium is a great honor for our guild. Samantha watched all this and thought that he was so worried. She thought that he did not want to make an enemy like this guy. Then he turned to the flowers and said that it was such a beautiful city. Videos could not fully convey it. The protagonist replied that it was starting to shape them as a city, so he had a long way to go. The guild leader turned and said that he thought the other Samanthas were ready to come and look around next week. The young man replied that yes, he was worried about where they could place the guild or the main companies in the city that had just been built, but he had already thought of everything. Then the man said that this was a famous friend of the girl. He is known for his architecture, and the main character replied that they received a lot of help from her. The man thought that this was impressive, and for some reason the girl was with the man. Then the main character raised his head and said that, be that as it may, the decision he came to after much thought was to create a separate residential area for the people living within the flower shop. The man asked again about a separate area, and the guy explained that the elves are so hostile to people that it is difficult for them to live here. He wants to build a whole city for people around the flower shop. He threw up his hands and shouted that, in fact, this place will become the central park. The man was impressed. He looked ahead and thought that if he creates a city for people together, which is already so famous, it will be so popular. The main thing is that the guild cannot be late for such a gold race. He looked ahead and thought that the girl here will be an advantage for them. Then he turned around and said that to be honest, they hope to move the headquarters of the main guild here too. The guy replied that he had heard about it once before. They stood opposite each other. The brunette asked if he would be okay with it. Then he thought that they had already had 2 conflicts with him because of this fool. If they moved here without permission and angered him again, they would create the impression that the guild was hostile and the elves would destroy them. The protagonist turned to him and asked why he wanted to stay here. The infrastructure here is so-so and the place itself is quite far from the main cities. The elves are aggressive and the only plus is the beautiful views. The man raised his head and said that he meant that the only plus is the beautiful views. This city has it. The guy jumped to the side and asked again. And the man explained that the whole world is focused on him not only because of his fame. He is sure that from now on his name and value will grow, so he wanted to get to know him before that. The young man looked at him and said that he didn't know if Samantha had told him, but he was just trying to develop the flower shop, to which the man replied that that was exactly what he meant. He looked down and said that he only wanted to think about moving after he learned about his special abilities. After he saw this recent advertisement on the air, he was convinced of his decision. The young man was shocked and thought that this guy really understood his love for flowers. Then the man started shouting that he heard that there was a dwarf here. Even the fact that there was a dwarf craftsman here was more than enough reason to befriend him. This confused the protagonist. He thought about whether he should just refuse him. Oh well. The elves came to him and upset and asked if it was true that he was going to build a place for people, if he wanted them to even appear these days. The young man asked again if it was true. Then he whispered something in the elf's ear, and the elf ran away satisfied, started shouting that he understood. People are just cannon fodder to protect the city. This is their leader. City, day of the internal exhibition match among the players. The guy looked around. He walked forward. People around were discussing and saying that this is the same guy. He is huge. He walked and thought that before people often whispered about him when they passed by, but a guy came up to him and apologized. He paid attention to him. The young man raised his hand and asked if it was really him, asked to take a photo with him. The young man agreed. They took a photo. The guy said that he was his fan. The main character thought that this could be a little nicer than before and thanked him out loud. Suddenly he saw how a girl in front of him stole a bag. She ran after a man on a motorcycle and screamed that he was a thief, asked for help. He began to slip away between the cars. Suddenly the main character appeared in front of him. The man on the motorcycle was surprised. He thought, what is this? A person. And he stood there and said that he wouldn't pass. He looked like a demon. He swung. The motorcyclist shouted for him to get out of the way quickly. The guy raised his fist up. The flower shop's secret weapon was activated. She put her hand out. The man crashed into it. And the motorcycle flipped over. He ended up on the ground. Flew a few meters. The main character looked at the bag and said that great, now it can be returned to its owner. Then he handed over the bag and asked if everything was okay with her. She smiled and thanked him. Everyone around was in shock. Then he looked at the time and thought that he had to go, otherwise he would be late. The people in the background did not understand. Is he really capable of this? The guy involuntarily stopped, more famous in the real in-game worlds. The video of him attacking a motorcyclist began to go viral. People said that he was amazing. The manager stood next to him and said that he was a good guy, that he put the game in a good light. The protagonist replied that no problem. Then the man turned and said that the opening ceremony team would be quick, and after that the game exhibition with the rest of the players would take the main stage. They entered the room. The host was already talking. He wished everyone a good day. The opening ceremony would start any minute. The manager raised his hand and said that they should come here. We should go and say hello to everyone. They entered the room. The man said that this was their main tank on the team and pointed to the guy. The brunette extended his hand to say hello, and the young man stood and said nothing. Then he turned away and left. The protagonist did not understand what was happening. The manager looked down and said that they say that he has a special relationship because he has not yet proven his skills as a player. They are afraid of him. I am sure that things will improve when he and the team participate in matches and events together. He would like to apologize for them. Let him believe, not good people. The guy smiled and said that everything is fine. A girl came up to them and said hello. The guy looked at her and realized that she was the one. The girl who treats the players. Kim Jinna folded her hands and said that yes, judging by the fact that he knows her name, he must have heard of her before. She smiled. The young man asked her again what she meant. He just read about her on Wikipedia. The girl smiled and said that her father is a friend of his father. She looked at him and said that she heard about him from her father. He recognized him immediately when he saw him on TV. He said that you look exactly the same as when you were a child. He looked down and thought whether he should accept this compliment or not. And the girl continued to talk. She was so surprised when she heard that he joined the game. Her father said that he would be polite and loyal because he is a father's son and hoped that they would become friends. The guy smiled and asked again if it was true. Then he was looking forward to getting to know her better. The girl smiled and said that she was too. Then he looked up and thought it was a shock. He remembered his father. He had a good reputation among his friends. This was unexpected. Then the manager came to them and said that it was a coincidence. The girl asked if it was true. He looked at the guy and said that all three of them would be in the same room during the exhibition internal match. Maybe they should go to the branded capsule room then. They entered the room. The protagonist was surprised. The man looked at him and said that their room was equipped with the best specs capsules in the entire store. They were quite roomy and lined with latex pillows so they would be more comfortable than a bed. The boy looked at him in shock. He then walked over and opened one of them and said that it was incredible. His capsule made a clicking noise when he turned it on and he had to bend his knees all the time because the size was too small for him. The manager replied that he understood. He managed to play in that shitty capsule. Y looked at him and said that as he had mentioned earlier, all three of them would be in one room. Usually a room would consist of 4 people, but on the new server that opened in the game, something had changed. He would explain everything later. He approached him and said that today he just wanted to focus on having fun, so they should log into the server. They slowly started to return to the game. The main character turned and asked about what he said, that this is a separate server of faces, but all the equipment is still on it. The manager looked at him and said that he is not sure what the rules of the competition will be. They were standing next to each other. Today you need to get all your items. No matter what happens on this server, it will not affect his characters on the main server. Then he looked ahead and said that he thinks they are finally here. He added that this is a server that will be used exclusively for matches. They were standing in the middle. The brunette said that this place is emptier than he imagined. And the man said that you can call it a game lobby. The rest of the players will get here as soon as they log in. After a while he will be teleported to the competition map and the match will begin. They looked at each other. People started to appear in front, and here are the rest. The guy said that his level is much lower than all the pro players here. Does he really think that everything will be fine? But the manager replied that the difference between the main server and the legendary server is the level of the participants. All the players here are level 250. For example, if his level is somewhere around 150, and Sumi's level is around 350, but they both start at level 250. The guy was surprised. Then the man raised his hand and said that however, he will still have hidden stats that are not related to his level. He came closer and said that he was talking about the barrels he earned on the main server for various achievements. He imagined a blacksmith, a warrior. He saw how you can earn extra points for training and even crafting, not even for leveling up. The guy thought about it. Is it true? He hit something 10,000 times and even though his level did not change, he got a ton of power points. The man laughed and said that this is the fun of the game. It allows you to do everything possible while keeping the matches fair. The girl was still in shock that he had hit 10,000 times, and the guy said that he thought he understood. Someone came up and said that even if they got the same number of initial points, the guys turned their attention to the side. It was some guy in a mask. He said that he was not sure he could call it a match if you compare the difference between his level and the main player's level. His stats said level 250, Apocalypse Champion, Rarity, Strength 360, Intelligence 295, Agility 314, Endurance 339, Mana 314, stat points that are distributed among all level 250 players 1245. They turned around, saw the guy, did not believe that it was him. And he smiled, clenched his fist and said that you can say that this is the maximum difference between a player who joined the game by pure chance and a real pro. Not everyone can be a good player. Everyone around him started praising him, saying that he was on a completely different level than the average player. He was amazing. But the manager raised his hand and said not to pay attention to him. He was just very competitive. And the main character smiled and said not to worry, he was just a strong player. Then he clicked on his card and wanted to see the stats. The girl was surprised and asked what it was. The man also asked what was up with his stats. He turned around and asked what was wrong, but the stats were as follows: level 250, lifespan growth, air, strength 314, intelligence 281, agility 314, endurance 334, mana 324, stat points distributed among all level 250 players 1245. Why did the man scream that he couldn't believe it? His points were almost the same as Suman's, but he hadn't even reached level 200. They looked at him in shock and shouted what exactly he was doing in the game and his points were ridiculously high. The guy replied that he wasn't doing anything special. He looked away and said that he just opened a flower. They stood and looked at him in shock. The man thought that he was famous only because of his exaggerated reputation, but not at all bewildered. But this guy really seemed to be a monster, as they say about him. The announcer announced that in 3 minutes all players would be teleported to a special map, the Labyrinth of Chaos. They all got ready. The manager shouted that the match would start soon and would automatically be transferred to the map. They needed to quickly distribute the points of the general condition of the group. The announcer announced that the league match would start soon. The protagonist turned his eyes away and said that he was very nervous. But the manager smiled and thought that they would all understand how they would get to the map. But this guy. He looked at him and thought that strength was his main indicator. He should distribute 2 for strength, 1 for agility, 1 for endurance, and 1 for namano. He must be very strong. The announcer said that they had entered the Labyrinth of Chaos. The league match was starting now. The guys found themselves in a huge labyrinth. The protagonist said he was surprised. They were teleported. They stood in front of a huge labyrinth. The map is a labyrinth. The other teams are teleported to other parts of the labyrinth. The manager raised his hand and explained that usually there are 4 people on a team, but since today is the opening, there are 3. Every time a team defeats a monster on a map, it gets a point. If you eliminate a member of the other team, you get 3 points. Then he looked at the main character and said that the match will end when there is only 1 team left, but the winner is not the last team left, but the one with the most points. The guy said that's why scoring points is more important than surviving. It seems like they have to kill a lot of participants. He looked up and said something like that. But the monsters they meet here get stronger every 5 minutes. Their starting level is 250, so they are initially weaker. 20 minutes after the start of the match, the main bosses will be dealt with and you can get 2 points if you defeat them. Then he looked at the boy and said, but they are not always worth the effort. You can also get trapped trying to beat the boss. The guy said that then, can't you just hide somewhere on the map and focus on hunting monsters to score points? The man looked at him and said that each map is slightly different. But after a certain amount of time, the map increases in size, so eventually you can run and stumble upon another team, just like a battlefield. They were walking through a maze. He said that therefore, finding a good strategy is the key to success. He needs to decide on the shore whether he wants to target the other team and quickly get points or avoid others and hunt monsters because your team is weaker than the others. He looked at him and said that of course, the rules may change somehow in this seasonal league. You can consider this a beta version. The young man stopped. There was some rumble in front of him. A huge bear monster came out from around the corner. He came up to them and screamed. The manager shouted that it was a gnoll. The guy said that the monster appeared. Looks like the hunt has begun. The man said that yeah, of course he is not a professional at all, but he will do everything in his power not to become a burden. The guys stood and looked at the monster. The guy thought that he might seem slow, but his attacks were very fast. He had to be careful. He was attacking. The girl had to cover him. She replied that she could leave the healing to her. Then the man turned to the main character and shouted that he would not try to distract him for now. He did not have time to finish speaking and the guy rushed past them. He ran straight at the monster. He hit him with his hammer. The guys screamed. The girl screamed that she needed to heal him. He took a step forward. He was already standing right on the monster's hammer and hit him right in the chin. Then he flew higher. He called on his spirits. They appeared and asked what kind of place this was and why there was a monster under them. He replied that he would explain everything later. It was necessary to destroy it. He looked down and called on a spiritual attack. A shovel appeared in his hands. He activated a tin trowel. He hit the monster with a ginseng collection. It caught fire. He summoned demonic energy. Card, you defeated the gnoll, the warden of the labyrinth. Team 3 gets 1 point. The boy landed and thought that his movement felt easier than usual, and his reaction speed was also excellent. He was sure that it was because his standard points were much higher here, but could it also be because of the high technology of the capsule? His comrades looked at him in shock. The manager was amazed at his skills and asked if he was sure he didn't want to play in the professional league. The team earned points, slowly but surely. The guy fought monsters, and the guys watched. For them, it was like a movie. Really, all that was left for these two to do was watch. A guy came up to them, asked what the two of them were doing here. It was Suman. He asked why they were just standing there. The men said that it was because it was really fun to watch, and the girl added that he was doing great in fights even without them. The guy looked at how the fight was going. Then he walked forward and said that they would win if they got more points, right? The man answered in the affirmative. The boy added that this meant that he could attack him here and now, right? The manager turned around and said that was true, but it was a friendly match, so he wouldn't break any rules. The boy ran forward. The man yelled at him to be gentle with him. The plant spirit said that there was someone right behind the protagonist. He turned around and saw him, a guy flying straight at him. He swung his leg, kicked right at his weapon, then pinned him to the ground. The earth split skill was cancelled. Then he took a stance, extended his hand forward and said that this was a good ambush. And the young man didn't understand what was happening to his sword, why he couldn't reach it. And the protagonist said that the ambush didn't even reach him. Then his fist flew forward and flew right into the boy's face. Then another one. He continued to hit him and said that he hoped he understood everything, nothing personal. And the boy was thinking only about the fact that he had to get his sword out from under him. The brunette frowned. He raised his leg, and the guy started swinging the sword again because he was released. But at that very second he saw legs flying at him. It was the main character who flew right into his face with his feet. The guy flew back and started screaming what was happening. He gritted his teeth and thought that his fighting style was he making fun of him. At that moment, the guy's comrades just watched the guys rub their asses. It looked like an ancient dinosaur was humiliating a kid. The young man was kneeling in armor and said that the guy caught him by surprise. Then he raised his sword and screamed that he could not dodge this, the Ragnarok skill. Everything around him shone. The guy jumped back. Flames came out of the sword. It was everywhere. A discharge of energy spread throughout the labyrinth. The boy stopped and asked how he was. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't run away on. But something really surprised him. In front of him was only a shovel, the main character's shovel, and the hero himself came up to him from behind and asked if he had ever heard of a lightning rod. The boy got scared, and the brunette smiled and said that it was a great battle, said goodbye to him. New card, Demonic Addiction has reached 63, Demonic Energy Eruption. New card, you have defeated Team 1's neck, Team 3 gets 3 points. The boy walked away from there, everything was burning behind him. New card, Team 3 has a total of, starting with this guy, the main character defeated all the players, winning a total of 86 points in a friendly match. The boy watched from the sidelines as everyone came up to him and asked how he did it, saying that it was great, and the boy just scratched his head. The boy reasoned how it happened. He was horrified. He, who was always proud of being a top player, and the shock he experienced was impossible to describe in words. For him, the guy was. The manager came up to him and shouted, "Can't he become an anti-player?" And the brunette replied that just managing a flower shop gives him enough work. For him, he was just the owner of a flower shop. After their debuts in the league, they returned to the city. The city of elves and spirits is ruled by the first player, the king. And the main character, everyone was happy to welcome him. They shouted that they were his fans, that they watched a friendly match. He is so cool. Many players were going to watch the league, but the hatred of the elves towards people cannot be extinguished. Effa drove everyone away, and they asked how they dared to approach the spirit. They must get away. People ran away in fear. The guy frowned and thought that he needed to hurry and build a residence for people in the garden. He had been thinking about this for a long time. A girl stood in front of him and said that she had no money. The guy leaned over to her and said that he had received 1 million gold just for maintaining the angler. She replied that there was only 300,000 gold left, and the territory of the human residence was much larger because it surrounded the city. There were restrictions on purchasing materials from the forest, so it was difficult to buy all the materials needed for construction at once. The guy thought that he would have to go to the bank, and the girl turned to him and said that she had been thinking about it. He frowned and asked what. She threw up her hands and said that they could start opening a human residence in the style of real estate agents. They would sell people land on his territory and grant them the right to build. The young man asked again, and the girl looked at him and explained that everything was correct. They needed to sell the land and allow buyers to build their own houses, and then he would not have to spend money on construction. Then she grabbed her chin and thought, there is one problem, the city does not have clear boundaries. The guy leaned over and asked if she knew that the flower shop had buffs. The girl asked again, surprised. He pointed to the screen and said that the radius of this one was much larger than she thought, so why don't they sell the part of the land that it affected? And the land itself will take care of the rest. On the card it said, affects the growth of all plants, increases the resistance of all plants in the flower shop to all known flower diseases. The girl said that was a great idea. Then she came closer and said that, by the way, since the location of the city touches the territory of the kingdom, wouldn't there be any disputes if the territory suddenly expanded? He thought about it. He looked at her and asked, shouldn't the buyers have to protect themselves? To which she replied that they would kind of become a human shield. She clenched her fists and said that she needed to check the map. The brunette looked at her and thought that it looked like the kingdom's envoy would bother them like that. The larger the scale of the project, the calmer the neighboring non-game kingdoms become. He would like to find an expert who could manage the property. The girls looked at the screen. He said that it would be their personal land and they would be responsible for it. He smiled and added that they heard that he decided to go into real estate. The land is located next to the residence of people, but also next to the center, so they should take it. But the girls said that they were fine in the flower shop. Everything suits them, so they don't need it. Well, the guy smiled and asked that even if he gave it to them for free, someone else could take it. The girls also pointed to the map and said that they would definitely agree then. Scottman came up to them and asked what about him. The guy turned around and said that he would only get the land for a fee. And he said that the girls were getting it for free, but he needed to be paid, and he was his only friend. The brunette turned to him and said that it was because he could destroy the country. How could he compare with the girls? He would sell it to him for 5,000 gold. It was cheap and could be negotiated. The guy was upset. He lowered his head and asked if he would give him a title later. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would definitely do so. Then someone shouted at him from the side. He turned around. The girl came up and said that she heard the news, but the brunette interrupted her and asked what he meant by real estate. The girl raised her hand and said that the agreement for their placement here was, and the guy said that if he suddenly refused his words, they would have a hard time. But what the young man replied that first of all, they should calm down and let the giant master explain everything. The girl also joined the conversation and said that he took into account the promises he gave them. She looked at the screen and told them to look at the map. As they can see, they plan to sell the land in each section. They will be a priority, but only if they pay the standard price. The girl began to shout that did not they make an agreement, it is too late to go back on their words. This problem can greatly undermine their trust. The protagonist replied that in fact, he thinks they can solve all the problems. He leaned over and said that he would like to ask them for a favor. Then he turned around, an old man was standing behind him. He came up and said that he was pleased to meet him. He is Zulkan, the chancellor of the Elijah store. The girl asked again in surprise. He came up and said that first of all, from everything said, one important detail should be noted. Up until now they had exclusive deals with the store. The girl said that yes, that's right, they directly sold and transported various items. He looked at them and she said that it didn't matter, didn't the seller do this in order to monopolize luxury goods? The girl was very unhappy. The old man raised his hand and said that in fact, she didn't lose anything, seeing the business with the store. On the contrary, thanks to the store's potion, she made a good profit. But this was a one-sided benefit. After all, the miss did not show sincerity, wasn't he right? She tried to object, but she failed. Then the man added that the mister had no right to protest, he just wanted to take a look at this place, which recently gained popularity thanks to the girl. The guy bent. The old man with glowing eyes said that of course, the two of them should pay a fair price. With power comes great responsibility. It is logical to pay a high price for a good offer. Then he lowered his eyes and said that he did not know whether they were loyal to the city. But as the chancellor of the city's flower shop, he could not turn a blind eye to this, so they had to decide whether to leave the city or not. At that moment, the brunette was thinking that if he ended up near the city, would things get worse? And the old man decided to add, had they decided to accept their offer? They silently looked at each other. The girl lowered her eyes and said that she accepted the offer, and the man did the same. They turned around and left. The girl ran up to him and offered to go look at the land. Yusha exhaled. He looked ahead and thought that he was doing his job well. The news about the sale of land in the flower shop spread like wildfire, not only in reality, but also in the new world. But the user control panel was full of comments. The protagonist read and thought that this had quickly become a topic for discussion, and requests were coming more often than expected. A girl approached him and said that he had a visitor. The young man frowned and thought that she would not say this. And now they were sitting at the table. This is the delegation and the kingdom. The guy looked down and thought that they had arrived earlier than he thought. He looked at the man with the mustache and asked if he was the one who came last time. And the man answered that he was executed for him respect for the honor of his majesty. The guy took his hand away and said that it was bad. How did this happen? And the man began to shout that did he really not know, since he insulted his majesty the king, the messenger had to take responsibility for himself and he was executed. The old man shouted back, how dare he come here and act as if he were a king? Did he really forget his place? And the main thing the hero thought about was that it turned out a little awkward. The old man knelt down and addressed him as a king. He raised his head and said that since his majesty had raised the remaining bloodline from him, he in the ruined city, he swears to repay the loyalty of the boy tried to stop him. But the old man added that in the current situation, he dared to give him advice. The boy looked at him, did not understand what was happening and wondered why so suddenly. The man lowered his head and said as he knew, being a former servant of the ruined kingdom, he saw everything. The country was ruined because of the lazy ruler, and also because he looked down on others. He raised his hand and said that therefore, he pointed at the envoy and said that he should put them in prison so that they would not look down on the city. The envoy stood up and began to shout for the boy to explain himself. But the old man continued to shout at him, pointing his finger and shouting that he should be much more polite to his majesty. The man was furious. He started asking if the old man was crazy, and he replied that it was rude. He knew he should just bang his head on the table and go back to the kingdom. The protagonist smiled nervously and thought that yes, an ordinary person would not be able to search the basement of the castle and find a dragon. He liked such inspiration. And the messenger continued to shout that they were bastards. He would report this to his majesty. He would burn everything here so that he would not have to go back there. But at that very second, the elves attacked him and started beating him. They kicked him, the suppression was complete. His colleague looked at this in horror, and the guy turned to the old man and said, was it he who invited the elves? He replied that yes, he needed to make sure that he did not miss anything. Then he looked at him and said that, moreover, his majesty should forgive him for his rude behavior. The young man asked again why all of a sudden. And the man looked at him and said that he had been watching him for the past few days and realized that he was a very caring person. Then he looked ahead and added that sometimes kindness could become poison. When the kingdom sent its envoys again, he would show them that they were not so easy to deal with. Then his eyes lit up. He said that therefore, yes, this is a warning, that there is a crazy dog here that has broken its leash. The brunette asked what if they declare war? Yes, there is an elf here, but... The old man turned, laughed and said that they would never be able to start a war, they would rather resort to other measures, so he should not worry. He raised his head and said that however, his majesty must remember one thing. He needs to know his enemy in order to defeat him. He needs to know as much as possible about the kingdom. At that moment, the envoy was leaving there and was furious, and the guy was thinking about the information about the kingdom. The man shouted that their treaty was broken. The protagonist exhaled and thought that he needed to know about the past transactions between the kingdom and the forest. Then he frowned and thought, what did the kingdom get from the forest, that it gave up the forest and the desert? Who knows about it? Then he clenched his fist and thought that there was such a person. In the distant past, the shaman turned out to be the savior of the elves. It seems that the old kingdom and the shaman made some kind of agreement. He remembered how he walked among the elves. Thanks to this agreement, the elves were able to move to the forest. He imagined the shaman's face. It happened 300 years ago. The mysterious man did not tell the elves anything about this agreement. They built a city. Only a person who is bound by strong ties to the kingdom knows about it. He is full of information and knows the history of the kingdom. This is an extraordinary person who is different from an ordinary non-player character. This is the upper lord of the Red Tower Kingdom, the great supreme mage. The old man looked at him with a smile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Oh, he is now the king of a decent kingdom. The guy smiled and said that he did not expect him to appear so quickly, just a spell of one move. The old man laughed and said that after hearing the story from the Red, he had no choice but to come here quickly. He was either curious. The guy thanked him. Then he turned away and said it was very beautiful here. Could he look around while they discussed it? And the boy said of course he could. The old man walked ahead and said he wanted to say it was funny. He had lived so long in this world but had never met a man like him, a loser who owned a flower shop. Then he turned around and asked why he needed an old man like him. The boy looked confused and said he wanted to know too. They continued walking forward. The man said he needed someone who looked like a red man, as he thought it was because he had recently declared war against the envoys of the kingdom. That was a problem, but now everything was different. And the boy looked at him and asked if he knew anything about a shaman. The old man looked surprised. He turned away and said he was mistaken. Then with shining eyes, he said that after all this he did not need a red ball, he was looking for one. They were drinking tea. The old man took a mug and said that he did not want to interfere in the conflict between the countries, but the shaman, this story will be just the story of one old man. He looked at the guy and said that if he follows the spirit of the gardener, he will definitely want to know his location. In other words, the shaman helped the royal family create the elixir of immortality. And the young man was surprised and asked again, does it really exist? And the magician answered that of course it does. Having achieved great enlightenment, how did he manage to do this and significantly extend his life? This is to rise above people. The shaman managed to do it. The guy raised his hand and said that in return they received a place where elves can live. The man answered that yes, he knows about it only because he helped build a flotilla with the help of the elixir of immortality. The guy asked again, and the old man explained that they say that the elixir of immortality was created by the gods. The principle of its action is similar to the principle of the potions that he makes from flowers. The boy looked at him and asked if he was still making the flotilla. The man replied that he was no longer doing it. The royal family was building it themselves now. They must have been nervous or because they had to involve strangers from outside their country in the work. He also smiled and said that they just didn't know where the wild herbs grew or how to build the flotilla. Then he laughed. And the boy replied that it was okay, he would never have found out about it himself. He leaned forward and thought that it was a pity. If he had managed to find out where they hid it, he would have just burned it. The old man read his thoughts and said that he was thinking about burning it. That was so like him. The boy hesitated, tried to say no, I mean yes, changed the subject and said that he wanted to admire the garden at night. Would you like to keep him company? All the flowers around were shining. The old man admired them. He looked around and said that he had been to the Milky Way garden in their empire, but he could assure him that even there it was not as beautiful as here. It took his breath away. And the boy replied that he had spent so much money on this place. The old man admired it and said that no, even with money you can't achieve this. Didn't he manage to do it because it was him? He grabbed his beard and said how he wished he could admire this beauty all the time. And the boy smiled and asked if he couldn't achieve anything he wanted. But the old man replied that the position of the High Lord was not as easy as it seemed. In other words, the tower could collapse even if he left it for just a day. There must have been a rebellion there already. The boy worriedly asked if everything would be okay. The man replied that the building could be rebuilt, and the boy thought that he understood why he got along so well with the red ball that was locked in the tower. Suddenly something dawned on the magician. He said that he thought it would work. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about. He started saying with wild eyes that they needed to move the tower here. The guy was shocked. The man turned around and raised his hand and asked what he thought. He had just heard that the city's lands would be put up for auction. Would he mind if he moved here? The guy replied that he didn't care, but was it allowed? And the man smiled and said that he didn't think that would be a great price for the information he had received. Then he opened a portal and started shouting that he had decided to move the tower here. The guy asked about the price for the information. Did he have information? And the man said to take care of himself. He laughed and left. The subordinates looked at the guy in horror. He asked what was wrong with having a tower here. Wouldn't the city's value increase? The old man said that of course it would increase. If there was a tower here, the city's value would skyrocket several times over compared to the current one, but the owner of the tower was very suspicious. She came closer and said that she knew that in the countries where the towers were located, they paid to support magical research. The boy thought about it and asked if she meant that they would have to pay a tax, and the old man said that it was possible, but that it was a common practice. At that moment, the protagonist said that no, from his point of view, there was nothing common about it, and he should tell him not to move here. And the old man said that it was better to keep the tower nearby. In addition to their amazing skills, a market usually formed around the tower. This would help develop the city. Then he turned away and said that the taxes collected from them would be enough to cover the fees for magical research. The boy asked if he was serious. He didn't know, he was leaving it to him. The man raised his hand and said that everything was fine. In any case, when the owner of the tower bought the land and officially decided to move here, he would have to negotiate. Then he turned around and seemed to burst into flames, said that just in case, he should prepare for them. He hadn't been this worried for a long time, and ran away. The protagonist frowned, thought, okay, since they now have an idea, he needs to gather more information. Here it is. There was a screen in front of him. It was Taylor's whisper. It was asking who he thought he was. He was not his personal assistant. The guy looked at the screen and said that he was perfect for covert investigation. The whisper asked what it meant, and the guy replied that he belonged to the dark class. He was an expert in espionage and infiltration. No, said that he was just an assassin, the same player as him. The guy apologized and said that he thought he might know something. The voice replied that don't you have to pay when you want information? Why does he always want to get everything for free? The young man smiled and said that he shouldn't show off, or did he forget what his position is now? He should spy on those he points out. The voice replied that here it is, saying what needs to be found out. He lowered his head and said that he had killed many people during the conquest, so this was his specialty, to infiltrate. He wanted to know what was hidden in the royal castle. Did he have any ideas? Taylor asked why exactly there. The guy smiled and explained that there was no point in talking about it now. If he agreed to the task, we should meet, and he would personally tell everything. Taylor replied that okay, the more difficult it was to infiltrate, the faster he would break his skill level, but he would never blindly follow his orders. And the young man lowered his head and said that as expected from the gloomy class, they needed to meet in the city. No, there were too many people here, better in the coastal forest. He smiled and said that he would meet him at the Goblin Bank. He needed to pick up something there. After some time, the Goblin Bank was in the coastal forest. The guy came to the door and shouted that they should open the doors. A goblin came out and asked why he came. The guy answered that it was not so. He came to collect his deposit. The national treasury had dropped a little because of his moderation of the land project. Then he smiled and said that he wanted to check the gold. He didn't touch it, did he? The goblin said that he could look for himself. He pointed with his hand and said that he could come in and look. He didn't touch anything. They stood near a pile of gold. The goblin said that in the end, how can you accurately calculate such an amount of gold? Why can't he trust them? Then the guy turned to the prince and told him to check. He looked at the treasure. He came forward, and the goblin asked what this child could tell just by looking. He squinted, and the main character turned to the goblin and said that if he confessed, he would forgive him, and if he lied, the elves would not let him get away with it. The goblin asked what he was talking about. He did not touch anything. The guy frowned and said that this prince has the ability to count. He is a member of the royal family. He is able to calculate what others cannot. No matter how numerous the treasure is, he will count everything for sure. And the guy looked at the pile of gold and continued to count. He constantly went through the numbers. The goblin looked at this, and the guy asked how this could be. He smiled and asked if he should call the elves. Princip came back and said that 347,281 gold coins were missing. The goblin fell to his knees and said that he forgot, that he must not touch it. He wants to say that if you keep everything in one place, there is a risk that it will be stolen, although he should forget. The protagonist looked at him and asked why he fell to his knees. He said that he just forgot. This time he will forgive him, and now he must return the stolen one. Night, the forest they walked. The guy said that great, he got gold coins. The guy did a good job. And the young man lowered his head and only talked about his golden coins. The elves stood in the bushes. They asked if there were any problems. Did the goblin lie again? The guy answered that yes, but everything is fine. Then one of the elves said that he also caught a man who was hiding here. Then he showed the guy and asked if he should kill him. But the protagonist said to let him go. It was Taylor. He stood in front of him and said that he got into trouble. And the main character suggested talking about work. Taylor looked at him and asked what he wanted from him. He heard that he had problems with the kingdom. The young man smiled and said that they hid something in their kingdom. Presumably, it was the elixir of immortality. The spy asked again, said that it was impossible. And the guy answered that most likely it was true because the magician told him about it. The man asked again, the same magician from the Red Tower. Then he looked at him and said that they really don't know each other, and it's hard for colleagues to see their faces. He's not a game character, and the guy answered that one thing led to another, so they met. The man said that he was lucky, and the guy said that in any case, will he be able to find him? He continued to sit in front of him on his knees and said that of course, it would be better if they just quietly watched them, and even better not to kill anyone. Besides, such a great person is connected with this case. The guy looked at him and said okay, then do as he said. Suddenly Toto screamed and asked for help from their tribe. The guys turned to the side. New card, unexpected quest. The orc tribe from the nearby forest suffered huge losses as a result of recent battles with humans, being on the verge of extinction. They threw away all pride as soon as they learned of your arrival in the forest, and asked you for help, protect the orcs of the coastal forest. New card, if you accept the quest, it will activate a message from the orc tribe. If you refuse to communicate with the orc tribe, it will drop to the lowest level. The guy looked at the orcs worriedly and said, what's going on? Were they caught banditry? They shouted that of course not, it looks like the royal family sent their army here. He raised his head and asked where. Then he began to feed on energy. His eyes turned red. A moment later he was all ablaze with red flames and said that the Boer Guild bears are the royal family. His spy covered his head and said that it looks like it is. The main character said that maybe it was he who called them. He swung his shovel and said that for traitors he has one punishment, death. But the guy said that no, he is not involved in this, it is all the guild. He remembers that he said that he will appear in this forest. The guy looked straight at him and asked why he came here. The spy said that it is because this is where he disappeared with the treasure. He needs to find the treasure in the royal vault, the one that he stole. The guy put him on the ground and said that he is greedy, and the man said that it is not so. He heard that these are the treasures of the dragon who guards the deity. The dragon said that if they do not return his treasure, he will burn everything to hell. The protagonist frowned and asked if it was true. He thought that there really was a real dragon there. He turned away, raised his hand to his chin and said that if this was the decision of the Brown Bear Guild, then they were robbing the orcs, and the Goblin Bank would find out about it. He would have to choose, help the orcs or run away with the treasure. Then he turned around and thought that he could not collect all the treasure, shouted the orcs. They were afraid of him. He came up and asked what they would do in exchange for his help. They began to look at each other and think, and he came up with glowing eyes. They began to say that they, too, when he was in trouble, would come to his aid, but the guy said that he did not need it, they should offer something else. One of them said that they also had amazing herbs. His eyes lit up even more. This did not interest him either, something else. They were afraid and said that in the future they would give him a certain amount of their income. The guy smiled and said that this offer was good. New card, quest accepted. If more than 50% of the orc village territory is destroyed, the quest will be automatically cancelled. The more villagers you protect, the higher your reward will be. The current destruction status is 8%. The guy turned to the spy and told him to tell Ilf to destroy the Brown Bear Guild members who entered the forest, and then do what he ordered him to do. The man replied that he understood him. Then he took his chin and said that he would go to the safe. He needed to get ready. The orcs were still standing behind him in horror. The main character entered the vault. He walked forward and said that he wanted to make some golems from gold. He would try to mix the gold with more suitable materials to make good golems. The prince asked if this was a waste of gold, to which the guy threw up his hands and said that now it just lies idle. He should not worry, he will mix soil and other substances with gold so that the golems will consist of more than just it. They began to dig in the gold. The guy found something and asked what they thought. Would it work? He was holding a knight's shield. He said that he had already looked for something like this. New card, conditions of use, knight armor, 730. This is a real high quality shield that was given to the knight. Rumor has it that after this the royal family gave the knight only fake shields. This perfectly protects the owner, completely blocks enemy attacks. The guy turned and asked about the fake shield, then thought that that's why it was destroyed. He looked away and thought, new card, Knight's count effects in the set, adds 5% additional defense to each selected item. For his majesty, scares enemies with a fierce roar when all items are collected. He looked at the shield and thought about the effects in the set. Then he thought, what if he takes it as a material for golems? He turned and addressed the prince, asked if there were any other items for the set. He said that there should be, and the bank director just watched this. New cards appeared one after another. They found parts of the knight. The young man raised the knight's hand up and said that they must collect all the items, and what did he think? If he added gold and iron ingots, that would be enough for a golem. At that moment, the director came up and asked if he could just ask. He knows that he wants to make golems, but why use such valuable items? The guy smiled and said that it was because the magical effect of the items would also work on the golems. To which the troll raised his hand and said that there was no point. He had never heard of a golem being able to use magic. And the guy explained that it was not about using magic, it was just a magical effect. He came up and asked if he could take a look. The guy asked why. He explained that as an engineer, it was very interesting to him. Y started drawing something and said that it was really interesting. A golem that has the characteristics of the material it is made of, if so, and like this. Then he showed the drawing and asked how he liked it. The guy looked at it, he was shocked, it was a golem detonator. New card, quest, joint research with a goblin, a master of engineering. You have a risky operation that no one has ever performed or thought about. Goblins are incredible and unpredictable creatures, but also masters of engineering. I do not know what the result will be in the end, but why not try? Explosions are so much fun. If the quest is accepted, your popularity among the goblin will increase significantly, and your engineering skills will also increase. The main character looked at all this and thought that he would enhance the golem's power with the kit. Will he be able to enhance its attack power with engineering? He looked at the goblin, who laughed. Then he extended his hand and asked if he liked it. The guy gave him a high five and said that of course, we should conduct an experiment right now. The monster replied that this was an excellent choice. He approached him and said that he understood that it was not free. He would lend him his golem for research. The goblin replied that this was expected of a man. At this time, at the entrance to the coastal forest, screams were heard. They wanted to search everything here. They needed to find gold. If they did not find it, the division of the Brown Bear Guild, the second search party, they walked through the forest and asked where the orcs were. He thought that they knew something. And suddenly something sparkled in the bushes. Everyone paid attention to it. But then they were very surprised. Elves came out of the bushes. One of them asked if the hunt had begun, and the second replied that they would hunt beetles. People did not understand what was happening, and the elves said that this was destruction. After that they began to kill one after another. The battle was very fierce. One of the elves with a crazy face screamed that none of them could be allowed to escape. This was destruction. Someone tried to escape and report to headquarters that this was the second search party. During the search of the forest, they ran into the elves, begged for help. But at that very second, the elf pierced his chest with his hand and wished him death. His wild eyes looked terrible. He thought that this was the order of the protagonist. At the same time, in the Guild of Brown Bears, screams were heard. My lord, elves. The office, their commander listened as the second search party in the coastal forest ran into the elves. The man said that this was to be expected. He turned around and added that he should tell them to fight. If alphas appeared there, it means that the treasures are somewhere nearby. Besides, the elf said that this was an order. Maybe the guy is also somewhere nearby. Then he hit the table and said, damn, maybe send elite soldiers instead of regular troops. But elite soldiers want to keep their ranks. If there's an elf, maybe someone else. He looked at the map and said that at least we need to find out the guy's location. Someone called out to him. He turned around. It was Taylor. The man said that he was busy now. They would talk later, but the guy said that he had information. He interrupted him and said that if it was not important, he could tell him later. But the guy said that it was about Alshia. He was currently in the coastal forest. The man came up and asked if he was sure. He said that he saw him enter there and he knew where he was now. The man smiled and said that this was great. He should send the coordinates, and he would send a separate squad of elite soldiers there. Then he frowned and said that everything was going well. We need to avoid the elves and catch the guy for him. The treasure should be there. Then he smiled and said that if he stumbled upon something important, he should immediately report it to him. And the spy replied that it would be difficult. The man asked why. At the same time, the boy said that he asked the elves to say that he died, and they would also mention him. The spy stood in front of the protagonist, who scratched his hand and said that this was an excellent job. The man said that he would only send elite soldiers, that he himself would not come here. The young man turned and asked why, was he really a weakling? To which the man replied that he was afraid to go to the front because he was afraid of losing his status as a king. If the king got dirty, it would leave a stain on his reputation. The young man remembered how he planted flowers and said that was exactly the case. Then he turned away and added, well, it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. The target is not only him, but the entire Guild of Brown Bears. He smiled and said that he would destroy it. And the guy in the background stood in shock and thought that now he does not look like a harmless florist at all. The guy continued to laugh and said that in any case he tried very hard, and now he can go to work. He will definitely reward him. The man asked if he would give him a small piece of land in the city, and the protagonist asked if he wanted him to make him log out. Forest. The protagonist raised his hand. He was all on fire, said what, are they getting ready to meet guests? Forest. Meanwhile, an elite squad of soldiers gathered by the guild quietly entered the coastal forest and headed towards the coordinates that Taylor sent. Their only goal is to catch Alshia. They walked looking around, did not understand that the search engines were shouting, who were caught by the elves. Another said that they would not last a minute. Useless trash. They continued to walk forward, discussed these stupid bastards who are not even fit for the role of cannon fodder. One of them said to stop. Then he looked ahead and said that he was here. They started to look out from behind the tree. The main characters were sitting by the bushes. The man said that he was here, he didn't see the elves. Another said that it would be great if they all attacked him at once. But suddenly they were distracted by something. Someone was standing behind them, and they flew apart in different directions. The guy turned around and said that he said to act after the signal, a crazy golem. The brood approached the hunters. They were shocked. They started to look at him and shout that these were monsters. No, it was a golem. It was stuffed with all sorts of plants, weapons, a damned golden golem, modified by an engineer. Another man asked how it could be a golem. The main character left and asked what he was doing. He said to control the golem, he could also attack it. The devilish spirit sat on his neck and said that he could not communicate with this monster. Then the guy came closer and said, okay, since it happened, he wants to see the golem in action. Then he turned around. He frowned and said that they need to be crushed into powder. Go ahead. He said the serial number 55. The devil spirit asked again, is it really 55? Then the picture was terrifying. This is a golem from the future, a destroyer. He swung a huge saw. It was a saw grinder. It must have hurt. He also had a mutated flower of a fruit tree, a demon that screamed for him to start. He himself was also mechanical, and an apocalyptic florist was standing nearby. The bandits were shocked. With one blow he killed several. The blades were right next to them, and the engineer watched from behind the tree. He smiled and said, that's it, it works so well, handsome, his children are looking for him. The squad shouted that they shouldn't let themselves be intimidated. It's just a game, they need to get in line, they just need to defeat him. And the battle began. The golem attacked, they also hit periodically. His claw flew straight forward and threw one of them aside. Skill, sickle cleaver, one of them attacked the golem. Another was already standing on his leg. The third lit a fire and said to add this, the skill powerful explosion. And the explosion thundered, but the golem continued to work. Everyone around was surprised and began to shout that it was not as strong as the last one. They needed to add a little effort. And the main character watched from the side and said that is expected from the elite soldiers of the Brown Bear Guild. Then he frowned and thought that it was too early to celebrate the victory. The battle continued. They did not continue to attack. It was necessary to carry out a massive attack in their opinion. But the golem was ready for everything. After activating the set effect, the defense increased by 30%. He literally began to radiate energy. They did not understand what was happening. Skill activated. For the sake of the king, the attack power doubled for 10 seconds. Everyone had it written on the screen, but they didn't read it and didn't understand what was happening. Then they ran at him and started shouting that let it be so. It was still just a golem. They were all slow. They needed to increase their speed. One of them jumped up and activated the player's strike. But at that moment a plant flew at him, wrapped itself around his leg, and threw it aside. They were shouting. The main character looked out. The soldiers shouted that he was a pervert. What had he done? And he smiled and thanked him for the compliment. Then he smiled even more and said that he had another gift in store for them. The soldiers asked again in horror what it was, and the golem's kai shutters began to open. The goblin came up and said that the characteristics were, the radius of destruction was 1 kilometer, the speed was 0.1 seconds. They were talking among themselves, what kind of characteristics, why a goblin? And at that moment he smiled sarcastically and said that this was the whole point of engineering. And the golem began to shoot. The fire was everywhere. The soldiers started to burn. The goblin shouted that it was called the goblin homing missile. The guy noted that the performance was a success, and the goblin added that explosions are an art. New card, the golem's work time is over, the summoning is cancelled. The protagonist smiled and said that good. That's enough. Although they did not catch all the soldiers, the golem showed itself well. He went to them and spoke. He looked at them and said that he wanted them to give her something to the king. One of them raised his head and told him to shut up. They can still stand. The protagonist was perplexed and asked again. At that moment the elves came up to him from behind and said that they finished the destruction. Now they can attack these guys. Should they tear them apart or maybe fry them? At this point the soldiers said that this should not be done. They would pass on the message. The guild soldier called his superior and said that Alshia was a bastard, or rather, he told him to pass on. He was shocked. He shouted not to lose the orcs in the coastal forest, or would he destroy them later. The man said that they had delivered the message. The superior asked him to wait and tell this guy that if he did not return the stolen treasure, he would not leave him alive. But the elite soldier disconnected. The man was very angry. He started shouting that okay, if he wanted a war so much, he would get it, just wait, he would destroy his damn flower shop. Day, Forest, new card, the destruction of the orc village was stopped by 12%. The quest is completed. Your popularity with the orc tribe has increased sharply. You can get a cash reward from the orc tribe. The amount is negotiable. The orcs were happy and thanked the guy for his help. They looked at him and said that however, they did not think that they would be able to stop them if they decided to attack again. To which the young man smiled and said that if that happened, they could team up with the goblins. They looked at the goblin with fear and asked if they could trust them, and the young man said that weren't they customers of the goblin bank. They answered that yes, trusting them with money was still not the same as trusting them with your life. Then the goblin folded his arms and said that they also could not trust the idiot orcs, who were not even able to appreciate the beauty of explosions. The young man thought about it and said that if so, he moved his hand to the side and said that then they would do this, they could not trust each other. The guys did not understand what he meant. He smiled and said that they could trust him. They still did not understand what he meant. They looked at him, and he leaned over to them and said that if, for example, a goblin decided to stab the orcs in the back, he would come here with the elves and punish them, and vice versa. If the orcs betrayed the goblins, they would be punished. The goblin and the orcs stood in fear in front. They said that this was a good idea. The young man smiled and said that goblins protect the orcs, and you orcs protect the goblin bank. They responded with agreement. The guy added that from that moment on they would join forces, and the name of their union would be Union of Shuars. He smiled, was pleased with himself, and that's how the union was formed. At that time Alshia did not even suspect what a stir this union would cause in the future. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.